Chapter 1. Awaiting Lin Qiye. Look, a handsome guy. Is a blind person attending class? How will he take the exam? Right with his eyes closed? At Sangnan Second High School, a strikingly attractive young man, with his eyes covered by cloth and a cane in hand, traversed the campus, attracting considerable attention. On the second floor, Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Having perished from overwork, he had traversed from Blue Star to become Lin Qiye's classmate, lingering here for more than a year. Fang Yu possessed a system, though the interface displayed only a singular message. Eliminate the ghost-faced man. Current task progress 0. The awakening of the system required the elimination of the ghost-faced man, a seemingly simple task that ordinary individuals could hardly encounter. It could only be triggered by the protagonist Lin Qiye. Thus, he could only await Lin Qiye's appearance, for it was then that the ghost-faced man would emerge, and only by awakening the system could he hope to survive. This was Fang Yu's opportunity, one he would not allow to slip away. He had prepared for an entire year, braving the graveyard at midnight to build his courage by watching horror films. To hone his skills, he frequently delivered water to the girlfriends of the sports students. This past year had been excruciatingly difficult. Upon entering the second-year class 2, the classroom fell silent. The students exhibited expressions of fear, instinctively recoiling, and with Fang Yu's notorious reputation as a troublemaker, none dared to speak. Fang Yu promptly retreated to the back row, allowing them to exhale in relief. At that moment, Lin Qiye entered the classroom, momentarily stunned. His classmates eagerly approached to greet him. Lin Qiye, please sit beside me. Can't you see? I'll lead you over. Classmate, allow me to carry your backpack. Several students hurriedly stepped forward with warmth and enthusiasm. One student took the backpack and tossed it to the tall boy, Lin Qiye, behind him. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yu's heart sank. He longed for such treatment. The usually stern class monitor, Jiang Xian, was particularly enthusiastic, introducing herself and recounting an incident from the previous day when an ant had brought them eggs. Upon remembering the ant's kindness, Lin Qiye couldn't help but shed a tear. At that moment, a young female teacher entered, carrying textbooks. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, she approached to offer words of comfort. After a brief introduction from Lin Qiye, the lesson commenced. Merging with the original owner's memories, Fang Yu was well aware of the content being taught. Consequently, he chose to doze off in class to ensure he would be more invigorated for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, whoosh-bang, a blackboard eraser flew towards Fang Yu, striking him on the forehead. The female teacher, brandishing a textbook, descended angrily, scolding, Fang Yu, sleeping in class? Is that what you understand? You're so capable, why not teach us? As she approached, she noticed the absence of a textbook on his desk and inquired, Where's your textbook? How can you attend class without it? Fang Yu scratched his head, embarrassed. I believe we covered that in first year, so I didn't bring it. Today was solely for the purpose of eliminating the ghost-faced man. His backpack contained only a machete, devoid of anything else, as he was uncertain if he would survive the night. The teacher fixated on the backpack beside him, preparing to reach for it to inspect. This movement terrified Fang Yu. Should she discover the machete, he would undoubtedly be summoned for a stern discussion. Quick-witted, he snatched the backpack back, concealing it behind him. Teacher, this is personal property. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from inspecting it. The female teacher pondered for a moment before coldly instructing, You shall attend class from the back. It is indeed a poor example to invade others' privacy publicly, as it is detrimental to oneself and others. Fang Yu released a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding detection. The teacher ascended the podium, grasped her book, and continued, In summary, the divine mists are fraught with peril. Today is Friday. The class monitor will distribute last year's mock examination papers. Please take them home to complete and return them by next Monday. A chorus of lamentations erupted in the classroom, accompanied by audible sighs. The bell rang, and everyone exited the classroom, eager to embrace this moment of joy. Outside the teaching building, Lin Qiye found himself surrounded by his classmates. Other students directed their gazes toward him. I can truly return home by myself, Lin Qiye urged. Jiang Xian enthusiastically responded, Your aunt has instructed us to take good care of you thus. We must indeed look after you. A female classmate chimed in, Exactly. What if something were to happen? Lin Qiye felt overwhelmed by such fervent concern. It was not only he who felt out of place, even the other students were unaccustomed to this level of attention. Thus, he was escorted for a distance. Fang Yu is always trailing behind us. It's evident he harbors ill intentions, several classmates remarked. Fang Yu was left speechless. He was merely taking the route home, and it was clear that they had never traversed this path before. As they ventured further, a few classmates hesitantly announced, "I have arrived home. Goodbye. Farewell." A few classmates bid their farewells and departed. Upon seeing Fang Yu, Jiang Qian invited him to join them, for as the class monitor, she could not lead by example and discrimination. Only 6 individuals remained beside Lin Qiye. They were engaged in discussions regarding the mists, yet Fang Yu was unable to concentrate, preoccupied with thoughts of how to confront the ghostly figure, remaining silent. They arrived at the old district. Lin Yifei's expression grew grave as he spoke. "I have heard that a serial killer has been prowling the old district, claiming the lives of over a dozen people." Everyone fell silent in shock. Impossible. Such a significant matter would have been reported in the news, Wang Xiao countered. Lin Yifei lowered his voice and quietly added, "My father works at the police station and is privy to certain inside information. The authorities have suppressed the matter. I have also heard that the deceased met a gruesome fate, with only half of their remains left, their eyes nearly falling out, and their insides spilling forth, a sight most horrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling gust swept by, causing the roadside sign to emit a creaking sound. The group swiftly surveyed their surroundings, hesitant to take a deep breath. Insane. Speaking of such things in the dead of night is utterly unsettling. Jiang Qian furrowed her brow, expressing her indignation. Wang Xiao turned and said, "In leaving, I do not believe such tales." "Wait, what if what he said is true?" Fang Yu urged. Wang Xiao simply departed, waving his hand dismissively as he vanished into the darkness. Truly, good advice often goes unheeded. Fang Yu, wishing to assist his classmate, found his kindness unappreciated. "Do any of you smell a foul, putrid odor, akin to decaying flesh?" Jiang Qian covered her nose. Everyone inhaled deeply, nearly retching from the stench. It was unbearable. They would likely lose their appetites for the next few days. A series of anguished screams shattered the stillness. Chapter 2. Slaying the ghostly figure. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and confusion. "What is happening?" someone shouted, while several others hurriedly rushed towards the alley. Only Lin Qiye remained stationary, his perception limited, hesitant to act recklessly, and thus he waited for news. Within the alley, the atmosphere felt as if it had been frozen by a chilling frost, eerie and deathly silent. Beneath the dim, yellowing light, a grotesque, twisted visage was hunched over, ravenously devouring Wang Xiao, the chilling sound of crunching sending shivers down one's spine. "Ah!" Jiang Qian screamed in terror. In stark contrast, Fang Yu wore a smirk, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. "At last, I've been waiting for you." That horrifying scene imprinted itself indelibly on everyone's heart. Lin Yifei and a few others were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they turned to flee in a panic. Terror coursed through their veins, and they had no time to ponder whether Fang Yu had lost his mind. Their mind were consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Seeing everyone flee, Jiang Qian grew increasingly frantic, her voice hoarse from screaming. The alley was left with Fang Yu alone. For this moment, he had endured countless days and nights, repeatedly simulating a confrontation with this ghastly figure in his mind. Did he think watching horror films at the graveyard in the dead of night was for naught? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu reached into his backpack, swiftly retrieving a machete he had long prepared. The ghastly figure, disturbed, with blood dripping from its mouth, twisted its already horrifying face even further. It turned to face Fang Yu, having sensed his presence. In the blink of an eye, it leapt from the wall, hurtling toward him. Yet Fang Yu seemed to have anticipated this, deftly sidestepping the ghoul's assault without a trace of panic. Had it been anyone else, they would have already collapsed in terror. Fang Yu took a deep breath, striving to steady the frantic beating of his heart. Compelling himself to remain calmly in tranquility, could he find a glimmer of hope amidst life and death. He understood that he had invested too much effort and dedication into this mission to let it end in failure. "Damn it! Either I kill you, or you kill me," Fang Yu shouted, bolstering his own courage. The ghoul was momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Then, it leapt high into the air, its gaping maw wide open, a foul stench emanating from its long, blood-soaked tongue as it lunged viciously toward Fang Yu's head. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, gripping the machete tightly, summoning all his strength to meet the attack heat-in. With a muffled thud, the machete plunged deep into the ghoul's mouth, dark crimson blood erupting in a gushing torrent, splattering Fang Yu from head to toe. The ghoul's massive mouth had been brutally penetrated, its vile blood flowing freely. Despite the grievous wound, the ghoul possessed immense strength, roaring as it forcibly pushed Fang Yu back several meters before finally halting. The scarlet tongue, relentless, slithered across Fang Yu's forehead, sticky and repulsive, causing his stomach to churn violently, nearly prompting him to vomit. In an instant, memories of the tension and resolve he felt while watching horror films in the cemetery surged through his mind, igniting a fierce anger within him. "Damar, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Fang Yu roared, summoning all his strength as he forcefully extracted the cleaver from the ghastly figure's mouth. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a graceful turn and, with a fierce swing, thrust the blade deeply into the creature's abdomen. With a tearing sound, the creature's belly was rent open, and thick, acrid blood gushed forth like a breached dam, drenching Fang Yu completely. The ghastly figure, severely wounded, rapidly lost vitality. Its once menacing movements grew sluggish and feeble. After a few futile struggles, it collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, ultimately falling silent. The system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, you have slain the ghastly figure. The task is complete, and the system is awakening." Tears glistened in Fang Yu's eyes, yet a smile of relief graced his lips. At last, the system awakens. In this perilous world of slaying gods, there is finally a glimmer of hope for survival. The Huaxia Divine System has been successfully loaded. Current level 1. The following Huaxia deities are available for selection. Fang Yu cast a quick glance and saw figures such as Zhu Beiji, Erlang Shun, Chang'e, and Sun Wukong among others. The absence of figures like Taishang Laojun and the Jade Emperor suggested that perhaps their levels were too elevated to be accessible at this juncture. In his heart, Fang Yu silently chanted, "Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong." Hesitating for even half a second would be a disservice to the legendary Monkey King, who among them had not harbored dreams of the great sage equal to heaven. Current binding character, Sun Wukong. Extracting attributes from Sun Wukong. Congratulations, you have acquired the divine artifactory Jingu Bang. Fang Yu was taken aback. How could this be the weapon of the Monkey King? Moreover, Sun Wukong was imprisoned in Lin Qiye's mental asylum. Would taking his treasure invoke his wrath? However, he quickly reminded himself that preserving his life was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to dwell on such matters. He glanced at the task details. Slay 10 ghastly figures. Current task progress 0. Although the task of hunting 10 ghastly figures seemed daunting, the possession of this divine artifact instilled him with newfound confidence, making the upcoming challenges seem a touch easier. With a mere thought, the Rui Jingu Bang materialized in his hand. The system had thoughtfully adjusted its weight to around 10 pounds. Otherwise, the original version, weighing an astonishing 13,500 pounds, would have been impossible for him to wield. Just as Fang Yu stepped out of the narrow alley, he beheld Lin Qiye, surrounded by a throng of ghastly figures, a menacing sea of claws and teeth. Fang Yu inhaled sharply. The protagonist truly attracted the ire of monsters with astonishing strength. Had it been him, he would have long since succumbed. Yet, in order to grow stronger, he needed to slay these ghastly figures. If Lin Qiye awakened and eliminated all the monsters, when would he ever complete his task? With this thought in mind, Fang Yu resolutely stepped forward. The nearest 7 or 8 ghastly figures had already taken notice of him and began to turn and pursue. At that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the entire old city, a beam piercing the heavens, captivating the attention of all in Sangnan City. Many who witnessed the sudden brilliance opened their windows. Why has it become so bright? They wondered, only to glance at their phones and discover it was 10 o'clock at night. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Lin Qiye, with his golden eyes radiating a soft, golden glow, hovered in midair, resembling a deity descending upon the earth. Fang Yu, witnessing the spectacle up close, marveled. This towering pillar is akin to a divine being. The atmosphere was indeed extraordinary, leaving one in awe. However, now was not the time for such thoughts, as he was surrounded by 8 ghostly-faced figures. Fang Yu remained unperturbed. The sky was as bright as day, devoid of any visual obstructions, presenting an excellent opportunity for an offensive strike. He charged directly at one of the apparitions, intent on forcibly creating an opening. It was better to take the initiative than to remain passive. Upon seeing Fang Yu rush towards it, the ghostly figure lunged back in response. Fang Yu tightened his grip on the Golden Cudgel and struck it with a forceful blow, sending it hurtling away like a projectile. Bang! 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 The 3 walls behind him shattered upon impact. As the dust settled, the once formidable ghostly figure lay lifeless, its vitality extinguished. The power of that strike was an astonishing 13,500 pounds. What could it use to withstand such force? Only in Fang Yu's hands did it weigh a mere 10 pounds. For anyone else, whether receiving the blow or wielding it, it retained its original weight. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished by the efficacy of the divine artifact. Gratitude welled up within him for his brother, the Monkey King. Chapter 3. Escaping from despair, the brilliance faded, transforming day into night. Fang Yu remarked, "I must say, brother Lin Qiye, you truly are a man of mere 6 seconds. Could you not endure for just one more second? This duration is excessively brief. You dispatched one, and then it was gone." Fortunately, the streetlights cast a faint glow, allowing him to discern his surroundings. Otherwise, navigating in utter darkness would prove exceedingly challenging. At that moment, 7 ghost-faced figures charged forth simultaneously, their footsteps echoing from all directions. With his hearing compromised, he had to rely solely on sight for identification. Fang Yu was no gaming maestro, and without a map, discerning positions by sound was entirely unfeasible. He gripped the golden staff tightly and executed a blind horizontal sweep, certain that he would strike at least one. After all, a chaotic flurry could indeed fell master. A series of muffled thuds resonated. He had struck. In fact, he had incapacitated 3. The force of 13,500 pounds was too much for them to withstand. He observed 3 ghost-faced figures convulsing, devoid of any life force. The remaining 4 showed no inclination to retreat. They launched another assault. Nevertheless, Fang Yu had begun to ascertain their positions, and at least 3 were now visible, which was a significant improvement. Previously, with 7 approaching from every direction, it was impossible to keep track with merely 2 eyes. He was not Neza, with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yu delivered a decisive blow, sending one ghost-faced figure crashing into the ground. A cloud of dust erupted as the creature's skull caved in, lifeless. Without delay, he swung his golden staff towards the 2 on his right. The distant sounds of impact confirmed another success. A dual strike. As for the last one, it was merely a matter of a casual swing. A system notification chimed. Ghost-faced figures slain. 8 current task progress. 80. Just 2 more. Fang Yu hurried over to Lin Qiye's side, eager to ascertain whether any foes remained. To his dismay, he discovered 2 ghost-faced figures still looming nearby, perfectly positioned to complete the task. Thus he called out, "Brother, leave the last 2 to me." His voice startled the awakened Lin Qiye. Can ghost-faced figures speak? At this moment, Fang Yu was oblivious to the fact that he was drenched in the ghost-faced figure's liquid, rendering him indistinguishable from either a normal person or a ghost-faced entity. Fang Yu quickly clarified, "I am your classmate, Fang Yu. I transformed like this after defeating the ghost-faced figures." He feared that if he delayed further, Lin Qiye might charge at him, potentially leading to a fatal encounter reminiscent of a typical protagonist narrative. Lin Qiye exhaled in relief, but was nonetheless curious about how Fang Yu had managed the feat. He had only managed to defeat them after awakening his seraphim powers. How could an ordinary person accomplish such a task? Lin Qiye nodded, "All right." The 2 ghost-faced figures, sensing the presence of another, turned to flee. Observing this, Fang Yu pursued them. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongchen was luring another ghost-faced figure towards their direction. Spotting Fang Yu's silhouette ahead, he shouted into his walkie-talkie, "I have one more elusive fish ahead." At that moment, Si Xiaonan heard Zhao Kongchen's words and promptly replied, "Received. Leave this one to me." Lin Qiye. Fang Yu was preoccupied with pursuing the two ghost-faced figures and completely oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. These ghost-faced beings were remarkably swift. It became evident that two-legged creatures could not outpace those with four. As the figures receded into the distance, Fang Yu inadvertently displayed a look of disappointment. A cooked duck was about to take flight. Suddenly, they halted. At that moment, only Fang Yu remained, and the aura of the previous two was exponentially stronger than his own. The individual before him was merely a novice. How audacious! It was akin to a bronze warrior fervently chasing after two kings. Yes, such was the sentiment. Thus, the two ghost-faced figures reversed course and ceased their escape. A long-lost smile graced Fang Yu's face. Finally, they had fallen for his ruse. Although he lacked prowess, he wielded the golden staff, which significantly augmented his combat capabilities. The two ghost-faced figures launched attacks from either side, sprinting swiftly along the walls, their crimson tongues flickering in the air. Bang! The figure on the right was struck heavily in the face by a long stick, its visage contorted as it was sent flying several meters before coming to a halt. Just as Fang Yu dealt with the right figure, he was unable to retract his staff in time as the left one lunged at him. Quickly, he crouched down, allowing the ghost-faced being to soar over his head effortlessly. Gripping the golden staff tightly, he met the approaching figure head-on. One strike to its body sent it hurtling like a cannonball, leading to its immediate demise. System notification. Mission accomplished. You're eligible for one draw from the Sun Wukong lottery. Fang Yu did not rush to claim his reward. Instead, he retrieved his cigarette and lighter from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. Just as he was about to exhale the smoke, a loud bang erupted, leaving only half of the cigarette. Fang Yu's hand trembled violently, his mouth agape in shock. What the hell? Who dares to show themselves? Meanwhile, 300 meters away, Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow, muttering, I missed. Why didn't it evade? My anticipation was off. Something feels amiss. Can ghost-faced figures speak? I haven't heard such a thing. What went wrong? Could it be a snake demon? Regardless, I must eliminate it first. Fang Yu positioned the golden staff defensively in front of him, having discerned the likely location of the shooter, and hurriedly sought refuge in a concealed corner. Terrified of another gunshot. I am human, not a monster. Do not shoot. Yet, another gunshot rang out, striking the wall beside him, though he was fortunate to have cover. Si Xiaonan wore a disgruntled expression. This ghost-faced figure could even mimic human speech. Had it evolved? She clearly saw it was no human, yet it could still speak as one. Today was truly bizarre. Fang Yu's face flushed crimson with anger as he exclaimed, They insist I am human and still fire. This world is utterly perilous. He was infuriated. His adversary completely disregarded his attempts at clarification. Was the awakened woman employing a passive skill? I want to listen? It was either to be slain by the ghost-faced figures or the night watchman. Was this a place for normal individuals? However, it was evident that the other party had already regarded him as one of the ghost-faced beings, necessitating his departure from this location. Fortunately, the distance between them was considerable, granting Fang Yu a chance to escape. The areas to his left and right were open, as was above, leaving him vulnerable to gunfire. He hastily picked up a piece of tin from the roadside and tossed it away. The sound of clanging echoed as the tin was struck mid-air, sending a chill down Fang Yu's spine. Her marksmanship is truly remarkable. Consequently, Fang Yu incessantly hurled objects outside, most of which were obliterated upon impact. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow, pondering whether even the ghost-faced king possessed such intelligence. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a new species? She had never encountered a ghost face with such high intellect, a veritable discovery. Meanwhile, Fang Yu continued to count the bullets. 28, 29, 30. He took a deep breath, preparing for action. Run. Typically, 30 bullets necessitate a magazine change, as any seasoned player of Battle Royale games would know. Yet, this was no game. She still had ammunition, perhaps an extended magazine. Ding! This shot struck the goldenrod, deflecting the bullet. Fang Yu narrowly escaped, grateful to the Monkey King for saving his life once more. Chapter 4. Laozi is no longer a weakling and has fled? Several voices emerged simultaneously. Wu Xiangnan began to analyze. Xiaonan, Do you think it is possible we encountered the fleeing Ghostface King? Si Shaonan polished her firearm and blew on the muzzle before responding. Impossible. Its intelligence is remarkably high. It has not only evolved to mimic human speech, but also possesses human-like wisdom, allowing it to evade bullets. It should not be a serpent demon. It does not resemble one. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. According to Si Shaonan's assertion, it seemed that they would be dealing with something even more formidable than the Ghostface King, and it was a new species. If it were to disguise itself among the crowd, it would pose quite the conundrum. The captain rose, his expression grave, and stated, Sangnan City is indeed quite unsettled. I shall head to the scene shortly to search for clues. This matter is rather difficult to manage. By the way, Lao Zhao, please bring back the divine agent. The ancient God Church will likely learn of this soon. For now, focus solely on this task. Zhao Kongcheng extinguished his cigarette, stood up confidently, and declared, I assure you I will complete the mission. That brat will not escape. At the scene of the altercation, the captain crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. One ghost-faced individual had been struck a full half-foot into the earth by a single blow. His brow furrowed. He murmured, How is this possible? This strike exhibited no spiritual power. It was entirely reliant on brute strength. If it were merely brute force, he would be an ordinary person, yet he surpassed the strength of an average individual. This left him perplexed. How could such raw force be so potent? It exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. In the distance, a backpack and a machete caught the captain's attention. He unfolded a blank test sheet, which bore the inscription, Sangnan City No. 2 High School History Mock Exam. Again, this school. The captain sought to uncover useful information, but found nothing beyond the test sheet. He lamented, It's evident this is not the work of a diligent student, who goes to school without their books, but brings a machete instead. He dialed a number. Hello, Lao Zhao. Find another delinquent from the second high school. Not the previous agent of the Seraph, but another one who enjoys brawling with sticks. Make sure they are a troublemaker. Zhao Kongcheng, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Captain, what is going on? Why we need to find a delinquent? Unable to explain succinctly, the captain replied, You'll understand once you locate them. With that, he hung up. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head, murmuring, What is wrong with the captain? This is all rather perplexing. Beep, beep, beep. Sounds emanated from the bathroom. Today truly felt surreal. He nearly met his demise. Fang Yu grumbled while showering. He had narrowly escaped the grasp of the night watchman. The first shot had nearly claimed him, and the second shot was equally harrowing. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the golden staff, he might have been reunited with his great-grandmother. He checked the system panel. Mission completed. You may draw from the Sun Wukong lottery once, along with 10 points. Commencing the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained peak cultivation of the river mirror. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. Fang Yu's mental strength skyrocketed. Lamp realm, pond realm, peak of the river realm. Only then did it cease. Once the energy infusion concluded, Fang Yu felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, brimming with inexhaustible strength. He sensed a monumental transformation occurring within him. His hearing became exceptionally distant, his vision remarkably clear, and his physique exponentially more powerful. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, wielding the Golden Cudgel, rendering him a formidable opponent even against those of the Sea realm. Crucially, during the process of cultivating his abilities, he had also grasped some techniques for utilizing the Golden Cudgel, such as its ability to enlarge or diminish, along with a few simple combination moves. Regrettably, the enlargement could only reach 5 meters, while the diminishment was limited to 5 centimeters. Though this knowledge was but a fraction of the potential, it was entirely sufficient for his current needs. With a hearty laugh, Fang Yu exclaimed, Ha ha, I am no longer a weakling. The loud commotion drew the ire of a neighbor below, who chastised, What is all this noise? It's the middle of the night. Can't anyone get some sleep? Suppressing his joy, Fang Yu examined his body for any signs of a forbidden or divine domain. To his dismay, he discovered that he possessed neither. Logically, given his abilities akin to Sun Wukong, he should have been his proxy and thus have a divine domain of his own. Why then was this not the case? What was the system doing? He inquired, What is the process for acquiring a forbidden or divine domain? To obtain a forbidden or divine domain, One may exchange points in the system's marketplace, current points, 10, with a plethora of divine domains available, such as the Qi Tian Fa Xiang and the Moonlight Wheel, each costing a staggering 1,000 points. He felt disheartened. The forbidden domains, like the Moon Slayer and Meng Pa, were equally impressive, yet again, required substantial points. It seemed he had but 10 points, insufficient to procure even a single domain. Have a wonder in these points. Points can be earned by completing tasks or triggering special tasks. Could you elaborate on what constitutes a special task? No further information is available. The system will notify you upon activation. If he could secure the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong through the task rewards, he could save 1,000 points. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence remained uncertain, as the odds could be exceedingly slim. He glanced at the system's task panel. Eliminate 100 ghost-faced men. Current task progress, 0. Upon completion, you will receive a chance to draw from the Sun Wukong attribute lottery, along with 100 points. Sun Wukong awakening attribute, 20. Reaching 100 will allow summoning. Your system harbors a deep animosity towards the ghost-faced men, demanding such a multitude. Fang Yu lamented. Finding so many ghost-faced men would be no simple task. However, the ancient god cult was plentiful in their ranks. If he could infiltrate the ancient god church, he could easily amass as many as he desired. It seemed the safety of Sangnan City was in jeopardy. What with the serpent demon invading the school and the ancient god church seeking to eliminate the protagonist? Thus, he resolved to rescue the original owner's parents. After all, occupying another's body warranted some measure of responsibility, lest it seemed devoid of humanity. Yet, acquiring firearms posed a challenge, as the Watchers would likely hesitate to lend aid without reason to trust him. At present, what holds paramount importance is not these trivialities. It feels as though I possess not a single cent, and with an empty stomach, how can one even entertain notions of ideals? The pursuit of wealth is the only path. I shall cease my contemplation and defer my thoughts until the morrow. Fang Yu turned off the tap, inhaled the scent of his own body, and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "How is it that after such a lengthy wash, I still reek? Am I truly so unclean? I must wash once more." Chapter 5. The ancient god church. Hey, handsome, rise and shine. A loud knock echoed from the outside. Fang Yu struggled to open his eyes, fumbling for his phone on the table to unlock it with a single touch. It was Saturday, 8:03 a.m. Who could it be, disturbing his slumber so early? He was utterly exhausted from the previous night, and now he was grappling with getting out of bed. Who is it? The landlady? You haven't paid rent in 6 months. Are you planning to continue living here? The voice from outside boomed. Fang Yu jolted awake, hastily springing from his bed, clumsily pulling on his clothes and sliding into his slippers as he rushed to open the door. To his surprise, it was Zhang, a stunning woman. What brings you here? Fang Yu greeted her with a smile. Standing at the threshold was a woman in her 40s or 50s, clutching a heavy set of keys while a cigarette dangled from her lips, releasing wisps of smoke into the air. Her initially stern expression softened upon hearing his words. Stop sweet-talking me. Don't think calling me beautiful will let you off the hook. It's been 6 months. The rent is due. The landlady insisted, unwavering. Fang Yu felt the weight of his predicament. He was utterly broke, relying on odd jobs during weekends to make ends meet, with scarcely enough left over for rent. He had rented this place to have space for his training. Rubbing his head, he smiled and said, Zhang, I'll have the rent in a few days. With one hand on her hip and the other gesturing dismissively with her cigarette, she replied resolutely, Handsome, it's been 6 months. If it weren't for your status as a student, I would have kicked you out long ago. If you don't pay today, you'll be sleeping on the streets. Fang Yu's demeanor turned serious as he replied with conviction, Please grant me 7 more days. If I fail to pay by then, you may evict me without complaint. Observing Fang Yu's earnest expression, the landlady's heart softened. She waved her hand, exasperated. Fine. 7 days it is. If you dare to fault again, don't expect any mercy. As she walked away, Fang Yu exhaled deeply, filled with a sense of helplessness. His current situation was challenging, but fortunately, having reached the realm of Chuan, delivering food and taking on part-time jobs had become effortless. Fang Yu leaned against a utility pole in an alley, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Today, he was the king of deliveries, managing to juggle several part-time jobs. An ordinary person would have been exhausted by now, but he felt unfazed, having quickly risen to the top after entering the Chuan realm. Truly, a chosen worker. Even in another world, he still toiled and rented a place. That kid there, handing out those cards, got me in trouble, and I ended up calling the police, spending half a day inside. 5 ruffians approached. One particularly fierce-looking thug stepped forward, glaring at him as he demanded, "Is it you who distributed those cards?" Pure and innocent goddess, stunning and alluring, the thug brandished a card before Fang Yu's eyes. Exhausted from the day, Fang Yu had not paid attention to what he had distributed and replied, "What is the problem? What is the problem? Is your goddess 80 years old, or what?" The thug retorted, clearly unimpressed. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback as he received the small card, and upon closer inspection, he noted it was rather appealing. However, upon reflection, he realized that the situation was not his fault. Fang Yu retorted, "Is it forbidden for an 80-year-old to be a seductress? Who made such a rule?" The 5 ruffians, upon hearing this, felt it held some validity. Indeed, no one had decreed that an 80-year-old could not embody such a role. Yet, one could not simply use someone else's photograph. That was undeniably fraudulent. "Exactly, it's fraud," Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. "Editing a photo is quite normal." Normal? Is it normal to edit an 80-year-old into an 18-year-old? Normal my foot. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Before he could finish, the 5 ruffians lunged towards Fang Yu. But he was in his element, and these 5 thugs were no match for him. In a swift motion, he pivoted, tossing a half-burnt cigarette into the air, moving with lightning speed to deliver a punch and a kick to each of them, returning to his original position to catch the cigarette seamlessly. The 5 men collapsed in an instant, clutching their stomachs or heads in pain. "Impressive," a voice suddenly echoed. A figure clad in black attire and a mask, obscuring his features, stood nearby, applauding. Fang Yu turned to look, frowning. "Your ancient god society is quite formidable to have located me so swiftly." The individual had appeared without a sound, indicating a level of power that likely surpassed his own. "Today, your speed is tenfold that of an ordinary person, suggesting you are no common individual. Judging by your earlier movements, you must have reached the pool realm, haven't you?" The masked man spoke in a low tone, imbued with an air of omniscience. Fang Yu had intentionally held back, allowing the other to perceive only his pool realm capabilities. "If you have something to say, please be direct," Fang Yu stated straightforwardly. "I am unaware of your forbidden ruins, but joining the ancient god society could be a splendid choice," the masked man replied leisurely. Joining the ancient god society would be akin to opposing the protagonist, a path to certain doom. Yet, if he could awaken the art of 72 transformations and then act as an undercover agent, that might be advantageous. However, the sequence was crucial. First, he must join the Night Watch, and then the ancient god society. Any deviation would result in a counter-espionage situation. For now, he needed to devise a method to delay joining the ancient god society and seek an opportunity to join the Night Watch instead. "What are the benefits?" Fang Yu inquired. "As long as it's not excessive, feel free to ask." Fang Yu picked up the small card, unfazed, and said, "First, I'd like 1,000 18-year-old beauties to liven things up, and then 1 billion would suffice." The masked man nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, coughing slightly before responding. "That's outrageous. What kind of joke is this? Even within the ancient god society, I don't receive such treatment, yet this fellow opens with such absurd demands." However, he mused, perhaps in the future, you could become a divine agent, considering there are many deities in the West, while there are none in the Huaxia realm. Fang Yu felt a weight in his heart. Coming in with grandiose promises, much like certain corporate bosses, was no surprise for a cult. "All right then, just bring me 100 ghost-faced individuals. That condition should be acceptable, right?" 100? The masked man appeared somewhat taken aback. He furrowed his brow slightly, and, with a grave expression, turned his gaze toward Fang Yu, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with these?" "Joining your ancient god society would surely require some disruptive actions to demonstrate our might to the Night Watchers," Fang Yu elucidated. "Goodness, you are clearly destined to be a part of the ancient god society. It seems I have been overly cautious. This poses no problem. In a few days, a shipment of 100 ghost-faced individuals will be dispatched to Tsangnan City. You shall be in charge of their reception, the masked man replied with a smile. He also wished to use this opportunity to test Fang Yu's sincerity regarding his commitment to join. Fang Yu nodded, all right, but I will need an additional 1 million to procure some explosives. I intend to make a significant impact. Considering your eagerness, there is over 1 million in this card. Feel free to utilize it, and should you require more, do not hesitate to seek me out. The masked man tossed him a card and continued. The password is 6 sixes. With that, the masked man vanished into the alley. Fang Yu held the card in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. Playing tricks with me. Did you think my previous employment was in vain? I never anticipated that members of the ancient god society could be so easily deceived. Had I known, I would have taken advantage of them even more. Not only can I fulfill the system's task, but I can also swindle them a bit. It appears that the ancient god society is indeed a splendid place. Chapter 6. Conversations in the Grove at Sangnan Second High School. A greasy middle-aged man stood vigilantly at the entrance, his menacing gaze reminiscent of a trafficker. He took a deep drag from a cigarette, and upon spotting students leaving school, he tossed it to the ground and extinguished it with his foot before advancing. The students emerging were startled and quickly retreated. Zhao Kongcheng intercepted 2 girls clad in short skirts and inquired, "Do you happen to know if there are any troublemakers in our class? Perhaps someone who brings a machete to class?" The girls, having never encountered such a thing, quickly shook their heads and hurried away. Zhao continued to halt departing classmates, all of whom responded with frantic head shakes, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Once the last student had left, Zhao was left alone, disheartened, muttering to himself, "Strange. That divine agent is already difficult to find, and yet I can't even uncover a single delinquent. Is this school filled solely with overachievers? No matter. I shall block you all for a few more days. I refuse to believe I cannot catch you." Meanwhile, Fang Yu and Lin Qiye were engaged in a clandestine conversation within the school's grove. Both harbored secrets, and since Lin Qiye's secret was known to Fang Yu, a discussion was in order. Leaning against a tree, Lin Qiye queried, "How did you manage to eliminate those ghost-faced individuals?" He was genuinely curious about how an ordinary student like Fang Yu could defeat such foes, especially since he lacked the military background of Zhao Kongchen. Earlier, Lin Qiye had summoned Fang Yu to the grove, startling him as he anticipated something serious. It now appeared to be a matter of curiosity regarding his own secret. Fang Yu hesitated momentarily before responding slowly. "Everyone has their secrets. As long as you trust that I am not your enemy, that suffices, for we are classmates after all." Lin Qiye, who also bore the secret of the god-slaying mental institution, understood the importance of discretion and thus remained silent about it. He remarked with a meaningful tone, "Let's keep our secrets from others." Fang Yu felt an odd sensation at this exchange, akin to 2 grown men insisting on meeting in a secluded grove rather than a more appropriate venue. He quickly averted his gaze to the sky, avoiding direct eye contact, and finally said, "That shouldn't be a concern. Someone likely already knows. Did you see that lecherous man at the school gate? He is probably here for us. Let him wait. We shall exit through the back door later," Fang Yu suggested. "A splendid idea," he added, then turned to ask, "Are you familiar with the ancient god church?" "The ancient god church?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Fang Yu elaborated, "Remember those ghost-faced beings? They are likely orchestrated by the ancient god church from behind scenes. They possess formidable powers, and it won't be long before your secret is unveiled to them. At that juncture, you will either join them or face annihilation. Do not entertain the notion that they will show you mercy. The ancient god church is led by 3 deities, and their agents outnumber those in Huaxia. They have a penchant for recruiting individuals from the divine ruins and forbidden ruins, and you are the designated Agent 003 of the Archangel Michael. As Michael's agent, they will never let you go. Taking on the ancient god church alone is beyond your current capabilities. A couple of days ago, they approached me, urging me to join the cult of the ancient gods. Do you think I would accept?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye replied, "I have no interest in knowing, nor do I wish to. I must be on my way." With that, he turned to leave. Fang Yu pondered, if I could persuade Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers, then Zhao Kongcheng wouldn't need to make the ultimate sacrifice. Evidently, I underestimated his resolve. There was, however, another motive: to awaken the transformative powers of the 72 changes and act as an undercover agent. Others might remain oblivious, but Lin Qiye must be informed. Otherwise, the confrontation could turn dire. Fang Yu gazed at Lin Qiye's retreating figure and spoke slowly. Have you considered that if your family were discovered by the cult of the ancient gods, could you truly safeguard them? Upon hearing about his family, Lin Qiye halted, clenching his fists tightly. Everything he had done was for his younger brother and aunt. He would never allow them to come harm. Why are you telling me this? He inquired. Because I intend to join the cult of the ancient gods. Lin Qiye was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration. He turned around, curiosity piqued. You just condemned the cult. How can you now wish to join them? It would be ridiculous to claim it was for the sake of a task assigned by a system. Fang Yu replied confidently, of course. I am going undercover. If I can infiltrate their ranks, I could bring them all down. Lin Qiye found this reasoning somewhat implausible. You, an ordinary person, possess such a strong sense of mission? Only the most capable would undertake such a role. Why would the cult of the ancient gods want someone like you? That would be a jest. Lin Qiye cast a sidelong glance. Whatever your motives, I shall not join. I am not asking you to join the cult of the ancient gods. I am suggesting you become a night watcher, Fang Yu clarified. A night watcher? Lin Qiye expressed surprise. How do you know all this? Are you a night watcher yourself? I am not a night watcher at present, but the dubious man at the entrance is. If you wish to join, simply approach him. He would be most welcoming. That greasy old man hardly seemed trustworthy. He resembled a human trafficker. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Lin Qiye mused. He is merely a lookout. But he is a decent fellow. I am beginning to suspect you are in cahoots with him. Allow me to ponder this. Lin Qiye supported his chin with his hand. Deep in thought, it seemed he had led the man into the grove. The latter hadn't sought him out. Was this all a carefully orchestrated scheme to draw him in? He quickly dismissed the notion, concluding that one would need to be quite deranged to contrive such a plan. Let me reflect on this and discuss it later. With that, Lin Qiye vanished into the thicket. Fang Yu had not initially intended to disclose this information, but the unfolding events would compel Lin Qiye to join. Whether he liked it or not, it would be better for him to enlist sooner. Perhaps it would prevent Zhao Kongqing's demise. Ultimately, Zhao Kongqing was indeed taken by the Hound of Heaven and later resurrected, but it was regrettable that he had to endure the loss of so many chapters. Having died once 10 years ago, and now facing death again, it felt somewhat unfortunate. Both times, Lin Qiye had saved him. Was it misfortune or luck? His own journey here was undoubtedly to amend this regret and achieve a favorable outcome. If circumstances necessitate, I would not hesitate to extend my hand to save another. I wonder if today's words will bear any influence on the events to come. Chapter 7. The fragrance of the red tassel beneath the starry night sky. Illuminated by the resplendent moonlight, 3 trucks steadily advanced towards Sangnan City. These vehicles were precisely the 100 ominous figures that Fang Yu had requested from the ancient god sect. Initially, only one truck bore over 30 entities, but under stringent orders, reinforcements from nearby cities had been summoned to fulfill the requirement of 100. Within the lead truck, the driver swayed his head to the pulsating rhythm of the DJ, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel while the other clutched a cigarette. Suddenly, his phone rang, but the booming music drowned out the sound, leaving him oblivious to the call. Not far ahead, a shadow stood resolutely in the middle of the road, wielding a 2-meter-long iron rod. This figure was none other than Fang Yu. At this moment, the ancient god sect had yet to relay the route of the ominous figures to him. Fang Yu's knowledge stemmed from his familiarity with the original text, which indicated that they would pass through this exact location. His anticipation proved accurate, as they indeed traversed this path, and he had been lying in wait for 5 days, with their arrival becoming a daily occurrence. As the truck driver spotted the looming shadow obstructing the road, he immediately slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. The truck skidded, performing a drift that brought it sideways to a halt right before Fang Yu. The subsequent 2 trucks managed to brake in time, but their reactions were slower, resulting in a collision with the lead truck, causing it to slide further down the road. Fang Yu crouched and leapt over the first truck, landing atop the second. Simultaneously, the 3 truck drivers disembarked. What the hell? Seeking death? Can't you drive? They exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden stop. They glanced around, trying to assess the situation after witnessing a figure blocking the way. Instantly, their vigilance heightened, and they scanned their surroundings. Meanwhile, the frightened, ominous figures became frenzied, incessantly pounding against the metal of the truck. The cacophony escalated, the metal beginning to bulge and distort. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out. Special mission initiated. Check for 100 ominous figures nearby. Please complete within 30 minutes. Reward: 100 points upon completion. Failure will result in a deduction of 100 points. Fang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering a special mission. If there were not 100 ominous figures in close proximity, the mission would not have been activated, indicating the need for careful consideration. This task was imperative to complete. Failing would plunge him into negative points. 30-minute countdown begins. 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Without hesitation, Fang Yu grasped the golden staff and leapt down from the truck's roof. The staff crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the concrete surface beneath it. The truck driver's eyes widened in alarm, brows furrowing as they hastily drew their weapons. Though they had reached the strength of the lantern realm, the casual strike they had just witnessed could easily spell their demise. In the next instant, Fang Yu kicked the golden staff, swinging it around his body before propelling it toward the three men. Aiming accurately, he unleashed a sweeping blow, the staff expanding to 5 meters mid-air. With a resounding thud, 2 of the men were struck by the colossal staff, propelled away with such force that they transformed into mere stardust. In that singular blow, their survival was rendered utterly impossible. The last individual remained frozen in place, trembling hands betraying his inability to steady his weapon before he collapsed to his knees. "Spare me, Night Watcher. I am merely a lackey in the ancient god sect. This is not my doing." The mention of Night Watcher caused Fang Yu to pause. Suspecting the man believed him to be one of them. Brandishing the Golden Cudgel, he inquired, "Who is your superior?" In a panic, the man replied, "I do not know. They only issue orders without any face-to-face meetings." The cloaked figure was clearly cautious, making it unlikely to extract any further information. Thus, Fang Yu struck him unconscious with a single blow, awaiting the arrival of the Night Watchers for further handling. At that moment, 2 ironclad carriages were torn apart by ghostly figures, and over 60 of them surged forth. Unlike before, Fang Yu was no longer a mere novice. Bolstered by the river boundary and the Golden Cudgel, these specters posed no challenge. The cudgel flowed effortlessly in his grasp as he moved with the speed of lightning, dispatching each ghost with a single strike, sending them soaring several meters away. The scene resembled a downpour of ghostly figures, continuously ascending into the air, only to plummet back down. The sound of their landing was incessant. Meanwhile, a third iron carriage was smashed open, releasing an additional 30 ghostly figures. However, under the relentless swings of Fang Yu's cudgel, they could not even approach him. The ground was littered with the fallen forms of the ghostly figures, leaving only 5 remaining. Recognizing the formidable strength of the individual before them, they immediately turned to flee, no longer willing to engage. Fang Yu's pupils constricted. This mission required him to eliminate 100 within a specified time frame, and if they escaped, the task would be deemed a failure. Summoning all his strength, he bent the Golden Cudgel into a crescent shape, leaping into the air before retracting the cudgel and heading towards the 2 fleeing specters in the east. In an instant, he appeared before them, swiftly dispatching both. He executed the same maneuver to pursue a ghostly figure to the north. Although he moved with great speed, by the time he finished with the 4th specter, the one to the south had vanished without a trace. Remaining time, 17 minutes and 23 seconds. He had eliminated 99 figures in just 12 minutes and 37 seconds, yet one had escaped. The last remaining specter was to the south, precisely in Songnan City. Fang Yu murmured to himself, "If only I had the cloud somersault." 15 minutes later, a man of African descent stood atop a high building, his lips moving as he muttered, "Where has that ghostly figure hidden?" There is not a sound. Suddenly, a bizarre cry echoed from a distance. Fang Yu raced toward the sound, arriving at the scene in a mere 30 seconds. Before him lay the last ghostly figure, barely clinging to life, while beside it stood Hong Ying, brandishing a spear, poised to pierce its body. In that critical moment, the golden cudgel interposed itself before her weapon. The clatter of the spear falling was followed by the cudgel embedding itself into the wall beside them. Hong Ying shook her hand, momentarily stunned, then looked up to find that the figure before her was, astonishingly, a high school student. In disbelief, she asked, "Who are you? Why are you preventing me from slaying this ghostly figure?" Fang Yu found himself in a predicament. Should Hong Ying eliminate the specter, his mission would fail, and he still needed to locate one. "This one is mine. Consider it a favor owed to you." Hong Ying responded with a calm demeanor, declaring, "What if I refuse?" The atmosphere instantly turned icy, and after a brief standoff, Fang Yu resolutely stated, "Then it shall be settled through skill." In a mere 30 seconds, Fang Yu withdrew the golden staff and advanced toward the ghost-faced figure. Hong Ying promptly picked up her long spear, determined to obstruct his approach. However, Fang Yu, fortified by his peak prowess in the Chuan realm along with the golden staff, clashed with the long spear. With a resounding clang, Hong Ying was immediately sent flying, her spear clattering to the ground. Fang Yu swiftly moved forward to catch the airborne Hong Ying, her fragrance lingering in the air. Without hesitation, he hurled the golden staff at the ghost-faced figure, delivering a fatal blow. In that moment, the task was accomplished. Chapter 8. The transformation of 72 changes. A faint blush graced Hong Ying's cheeks as she hastily rose to her feet, forcefully shaking off the embrace. "Scoundrel," she muttered through clenched teeth, cursing under her breath. Fang Yu bent down to retrieve the long spear, caressing its surface before speaking slowly. "It is indeed a fine weapon. Remember to wield it more steadily next time." With that, he tossed the spear to Hong Ying. Receiving the spear, Hong Ying glanced at Fang Yu, inquiring, "Who exactly are you, and what grants you such formidable strength?" "I am but a mediocre student," Fang Yu introduced himself succinctly. "Mediocre?" Hong Ying questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Who introduces themselves by their shortcomings? If one cannot accept their own flaws, how can they expect others to do so?" "That is quite a valid point. Are you truly mediocre?" Hong Ying expressed her skepticism, doubting that someone with such philosophical insight could be a mere underachiever. "I rank last in my entire grade," Fang Yu replied. At that moment, members of Team 136 had arrived. Witnessing the close proximity between Hong Ying and the unfamiliar young man, prompting them to rush over. When Mo smiled, his tone serious as he asked, "Who is this?" "Hong Ying? Pray, introduce us." "A recent acquaintance, possessing remarkable strength," Hong Ying explained. Si Shaoan encircled around Fang Yu, scrutinizing him closely, but found nothing exceptional apart from the iron rod he held, expressing her disbelief. "Remarkable? How strong can someone so young truly be?" Unbeknownst to them, it was likely that even their captain would not be Fang Yu's equal. After all, with a divine artifact in hand, how could they possibly compete? Zhao Kong Chung rested his chin on his hand, silently observing Fang Yu's school uniform. Second high school. The iron rod felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard of it before. Captain, Zhao Kong Chung inquired with irritation. "Are you indeed the one the captain seeks? I've been waiting at the school gate for days without encountering you. Do you reside on campus?" "I use the back entrance," Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. Zhao Kong Cheng's frustration mounted. "And what of that proxy of the divine? Does he also live on campus?" "Also uses the back entrance," Fang Yu retorted. Zhao Kong Chung exclaimed in exasperation, "You two are in cahoots to toy with me." Enraged, he approached, intent on reprimanding Fang Yu and venting his frustrations. He attempted to seize the iron rod from Fang Yu's grasp, planning to toss it aside for ease of movement. But Fang Yu purposely loosened his grip to allow Zhao Kong Chung to take it. However, to Zhao Kong Cheng's astonishment, he found he could not lift it at all. Straining with all his might, his face flushed, the rod remained utterly immovable. "Not bad, lad. You remain unfazed. No wonder the captain has taken a liking to you. Come and retrieve your iron rod, lest I toss it aside." "Go ahead, I do not need it," Fang Yu replied dismissively. "How dare you show me such disrespect?" Zhao Kong Chung shot back. "Enough of the theatrics, Zhao. Return the rod to him at once," when Mo interjected as he approached, intending to reclaim the iron rod for Fang Yu. Zhao Kong Chung felt a bitter pang. He was not acting, he simply could not lift it. Wen Qiye extended his hand to grasp the rod, but upon trying to lift it, he too found it utterly resistant. Zhao, release your grip. Do not tug at it, he murmured. Zhao Kong Sheng immediately complied. Wen Qiye gripped the rod tightly, summoning all his strength to lift it. It remained steadfastly unmoving. When Shima whispered to Zhao Kongsheng beside him, "Old Zhao, lend me a hand." The two exerted their strength, yet the iron rod remained utterly unmoved. When Shima's expression returned to normal, and he slowly spoke, "Young man, it is far more courteous to retrieve one's own belongings rather than burden a senior with such a task. Indeed, as juniors, we must respect our elders and cherish the young," Zhao Kongsheng echoed. Their stubbornness was palpable. Being men, they understood the importance of pride. Nevertheless, Fang Yu was willing to concede this small favor, and so he effortlessly lifted the iron rod. Both Wen Qima and Zhao Kongsheng gasped in astonishment. Wu Xiangnan, exasperated, remarked, "You two should cease this charade. Your expressions are rather theatrical. The captain has instructed us to bring the person back now, so let us proceed." As the vehicle traveled halfway, Wen Qima glanced at Fang Yu, then turned his head, shielding his ears with his hand, and quietly inquired of Zhao Kongsheng. "What is his background? We couldn't even budge his weapon." Zhao Kongsheng replied softly, "I am uncertain. All I know is that the captain is searching for a troubled student, and I possess no further information." Fang Yu closed his eyes, for his mission was complete. Yet the lottery was still pending. Mission accomplished, drawing for the Sun Wukong entry. Sun Wukong progress. 30. I would gladly trade 10 years of Zhao Kongsheng's life for a chance to obtain the 72 transformations. Let the draw commence. System drawing for Sun Wukong entry. Manifest. 72 transformations. Congratulations. Host has acquired the 72 transformations. 72 transformations. The user can transform into any entity in the world or designate changes in others. During self-transformation, attributes such as strength, speed, and mental power are all increased by 100. When designating changes in others, attributes can be adjusted within a range of 50 above or below their original state. However, the designated transformation must not exceed the user's capabilities. Currently in the river realm, one cannot designate transformations for beings from the sea realm, and the user's mental power must surpass that of the target. The 72 transformations are indeed extraordinary, particularly as the transformed entities remain undetectable unless they are of divine stature. Current points, 260. The mission awarded 100 points, and the special task granted another 100 points, totaling 200 points. This could be exchanged for a forbidden ruins, which would aid in better concealment. Fang Yu perused the descriptions. Moon slaughter, like the blade of the moon. A single strike can cleave through an opponent one major realm higher. In the river realm, it can defeat those of the sea realm, limited to beings beneath divine status. Meng Pe, brewed by Meng Pe, a bowl of soup that induces amnesia, limited to beings beneath divine status. Eye of reincarnation, allows the user to perceive 1 minute into the future. Red dust, in the realm of mortals, can instantaneously reduce an enemy to the status of a mere mortal for 10 minutes, not exceeding the user's realm. Fate enables one to see another's destiny, limited to beings beneath divine status. Meng Pu appeared rather useless, and fate held no value as one is already aware of the plot. Both Moonslaughter and the Eye of Reincarnation were appealing. However, lacking combat power, he could only opt for Moonslaughter, reserving the remaining points for acquiring Divine Ruins. Exchange successful. Obtained Moonslaughter Forbidden Ruins. Remaining points, 160. To vanquish the Phantom King grants one the opportunity to draw once for the Sun Wukong inscription, along with a reward of 100 points. Fortunately, there happens to be a Phantom King in Songnan City, making this task quite manageable. Chapter 9. I want to go undercover in the serene night of Songnan City. A vehicle glided to a halt beside the deserted commercial street, with only the peace office illuminated. Fang Yu shrugged and remarked, "Could you not acquire a larger vehicle? It feels rather cramped for several of us to share one." Si Xiaonan shot him a glance. "Just enjoy your luck sitting next to Sister Hong Ying." When Shima casually closed the car door and said, The captain is still waiting for us inside. Let us proceed. With that, the group entered. Chun Mai was engrossed in reviewing documents when he heard footsteps. He looked up and smiled. You've arrived. Setting down the files, he approached Fang Yu and extended his hand. Introducing himself, I am Chun Mai, captain of the Night Watch Team 136. Fang Yu reciprocated the gesture, stating, I am Fang Yu, the academic underachiever. Chun Mai paused, taken aback by Fang Yu's self-deprecating admission, and continued, I called you over to inquire about a few matters. He then retrieved a photograph from the table, depicting scenes of the ghost-faced man being slain by Fang Yu's golden staff. Pointing to one of the images, he asked, what did you use to kill these? As the captain finished his question, Wen Shima and Zhao Kongcheng turned their gaze towards Fang Yu, only to discover he held nothing. Zhao Kongcheng quickly grasped his hand, inquiring, where is your iron rod? I tossed it, Fang Yu replied succinctly. Tossed it. Wen Shima and Zhao Kongcheng echoed in unison, both astonished. They had suspected Fang Yu had indeed used the rod to deliver the fatal blows, so the revelation of its disposal was unexpected. Chun Mai chided, you two are overreacting, behaving as if you've never seen anything before. It's not that, Captain. The iron rod is problematic. When Shima hastily clarified, no two grown men could wield that rod. It definitely raises questions. Chun Mai interjected, enough. You are both Night Watch members. Exercise discretion. The captain understood there was indeed something amiss. It was implausible for an ordinary person to possess such strength. After all, everyone harbors secrets, and publicly exposing another's could be counterproductive. In truth, Fang Yu had already diminished the golden staff and concealed it within his pocket, unbeknownst to them. I wish to speak with the captain privately, Fang Yu stated. Chun Mai, incredulous, pointed at himself. With me? There are no outsiders here. You may speak freely. Team 136 is a collective. There is no need for special treatment. Everyone is trustworthy. It wouldn't hurt for them to know. Fang Yu resolutely replied, no, it must be a private conversation. It was not a matter of distrust. In the realm of undercover work, the fewer individuals privy to the information, the better. Hence, only the captain could be informed. With a furrowed brow, Chun Mai, maintaining a gentle demeanor, acquiesced, very well, follow me. The two entered a small room. Chun Mai closed the door, removed his coat, and slowly began, speak. What is it that you wish to discuss so mysteriously? I want to go undercover. Chun Mai's expression turned grave as he halted his movements and turned to Fang Yu, saying, you truly dare to voice such a request. Do you understand what being undercover entails? One must be vigilant not only against the risk of being discovered by foes, but also against the relentless pursuit from our side, which could lead to utter disgrace and possibly a legacy that invites scorn even after death. Family members may also become entangled in this web, living daily amidst the derision of others. Why would a young person like you wish to engage in such perilous endeavors? Currently, Fang Yu possesses the ability to transform, alongside the peak prowess of the Chuan realm, making him exceptionally suited for this task. The ancient divine church is not only rife with peculiarities, but also easily deceived. However, these cannot serve as legitimate justifications. Alternative approaches must be considered. With his eyes reddening, a tear unexpectedly trickling from the corner of his eye, Fang Yu lifted his gaze and spoke earnestly. Captain, do you understand? My parents fell victim to the serpent demon in their efforts to save me, and now their fate hangs in the balance. Through my investigations, I have uncovered that the ancient divine church is orchestrating these events. Previously, I was nearly slain by the ghost-faced man, only to find that he too was a pawn of the ancient divine church. They are the architects of my homelessness, and my hatred for them runs deep. I am aware of all you have mentioned. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to go undercover. Recently, the ancient divine church approached me. If I can infiltrate them, it would benefit not only myself, but also all of Huaxia. These words stirred sympathy within Chun Mai, as the reasoning was undeniably compelling. He stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative, and, after a moment, he said gravely, being an undercover agent requires not just intellect, but also strength. It is inevitable that one may fall short in power, and yet, his sentence remained unfinished. In that instant, Fang Yu emanated the peak power of the Chuan realm. The peak of Chuan realm. How could this be possible? You have not undergone specialized training. How could you possess such formidable strength? Chunmai was left astounded. Only in dire circumstances does one realize the significance of true capability over any specialized training. Fang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Chunmai scrutinized him closely and quickly inquired, "What is your forbidden domain?" "My forbidden domain is Moon Slayer, sequence 666. Sequence 666 of the forbidden domain? I have never heard of it before. Did you name it yourself?" Chunmai responded. "Still, it is not acceptable," he asserted. "Your potential is too great. If I were to allow you to undertake such a perilous undercover mission, I would be a traitor to Huaxia. After all, your potential is immense. Reaching the ocean realm would be a mere trifle for you, and you may even break through to the pinnacle of humanity. I have yet to attain the peak of the Chuan realm myself, and am acutely aware of the challenges therein. One moment you claim I lack strength, the next that my potential is too vast. Captain, what must I do to be permitted as an undercover agent?" Fang Yu pressed. "Let us discuss this when you reach the ocean realm. The risks of being undercover are too great, and we cannot guarantee your safety." "The ocean realm?" Fang Yu hesitated briefly before suggesting, "How about this? I will challenge your team, the Night Watchman Squad 136, one-on-one. If I win, allow me to go undercover." Chunmai was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing, and rubbed his ears. "I will take on your Night Watchman Squad 136 by myself," Fang Yu reiterated. "Indeed, such youthful audacity is remarkable. Even if you possess the peak strength of the Chuan realm, our Squad 136 is no pushover. A high school student daring to issue a challenge? Very well, I accept your terms." Chunmai did not anticipate that you would make such a request. After all, the team functions as a cohesive unit, and with their overall strength having reached the threshold of the sea realm, they naturally harbor no fears. At the same time, it is necessary to discipline the reckless youth, as this will instill a sense of propriety within you. Chapter 10. The Duel with the Night Watchman Team 136 outside. Hong Ying munched on an apple. Her curiosity piqued as she murmured, "What do you think he could possibly discuss with the captain?" Zhao Kongchang leaned against the wall, exhaling a plume of smoke as he replied, "This lad is rather enigmatic. All we have is a high school student as profile, and he undoubtedly harbors secrets that we are not privy to." The iron rod that had just been beside us vanished without a trace, indicating that he is no ordinary individual, Wu Xiangnan pondered. After all, they were all night watchmen, their mental fortitude surpassing that of ordinary folk. The fact that Fang Yu managed to conceal items under such circumstances speaks volumes. As they spoke, the door creaked open with a forceful surge of mental energy, causing the surrounding objects to tremble precariously. The atmosphere grew solemn. This is the peak of the river realm. Could it be that the captain has broken through? Impossible. The captain has a long way to go. Even a year wound to suffice. Hong Ying paused her chewing, swallowed, and inquired, "Do you think it could be that Fang Yu?" Although she had only crossed paths with Fang Yu once, the memory of his terrifying power lingered vividly. Fang Yu at the peak of the river realm? Unthinkable. That is utterly implausible unless he has been training since birth. Could he be a divine agent? Divine agents are not so exaggerated. Moreover, he has never undergone rigorous training. They recalled their previous encounter with the masked team leader, Wang Mian, the divine agent of Kronos, the god of time, who had not reached such heights without a gradual progression through training. Moments later, the door to the small room swung open, revealing Chunmai, his expression laden with gravity. The other team members exchanged concerned glances upon seeing the captain's demeanor. Lin Qiye approached, carrying a sniper rifle, and asked with worry, "Captain, is something amiss?" "It's nothing major. Everyone, come with me," Chunmai replied with a calm demeanor. "Where to?" "You shall find out once we arrive." Fang Yu noticed Zhao Kongchang's distinctive long knife, its tip engraved with his own name. "Hey, could I borrow your knife for a moment?" "Hey." Zhao Kongchang furrowed his brow, shooting him a glare. "From now on, call me handsome if you wish to touch my knife." "No, Weiqi. Aren't you supposed to be using an iron rod? You can wield a knife as well." "Who said I cannot use a knife? Would you like me to teach you a move? It's incredibly stylish." Zhao Kongcheng appeared taken aback. "You teaching me? When I was honing my skills with knives, you were still playing in the mud." Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. That move will be quite impressive, and I assure you want to learn it." The captain's stern expression upon emerging from the room, coupled with this lad's request to borrow a knife, made Zhao Kongsheng inhale sharply. He intends to challenge the captain. How audacious! Zhao Kongsheng placed a hand on Fang Yu's shoulder, probing. You're not thinking of challenging the captain, are you? Fang Yu smiled faintly. You're thinking too small. I intend to challenge all of you. Chen Mai took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and slowly spoke. He is not merely challenging me. He is challenging the entirety of our Night Watchman Team 136. Upon the utterance of those words, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. The crowd, mouths agape, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. They initially believed that a challenge to the captain was imminent. Yet the expressions of amusement that had adorned their faces swiftly solidified into solemnity. It was all but certain that the remarkable peak spiritual power emanating just moments ago belonged to Fang Yu, although they remained unwilling to accept this reality. Thus, when Qimao, skeptical, inquired, "Is the captain truly at the peak of the Chuan realm?" Qimai nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the participants' anxious hearts finally succumbed to disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. Hong Ying blinked once, then displayed a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. One would not perceive that such strength could reside in one so young. Henceforth, little brother, do remember to protect your sister. Fang Yu made an okay gesture in return, affirming, absolutely. Even if he is at the peak of the Chuan realm, facing our entire team 136, victory is not guaranteed. Moreover, Fang Yu is merely a high school student. His practical combat skills and experience likely fall short of ours. I fear he may possess little chance of success. Wu Xiangnan analyzed. Indeed, you are correct. Fang Yu extended his index finger, pointing at Zhao Kongsheng, proposing, what if we place a wager? If I emerge victorious, you must, as he spoke, the onlookers' pupils dilated, taking a deep breath, their expressions morphing into astonishment, akin to savoring a delectable secret. You wouldn't have any peculiar inclinations, would you? Zhao Kongsheng remarked disdainfully. Fang Yu hastily clarified, it merely involves him assisting me with a task. What task? A secret. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting understanding. Observing their peculiar demeanor, Fang Yu's mouth twitched. What absurd notions these night watchmen held, each with such vivid imaginations. Zhao Kongsheng stepped forward, stating, I shall not engage in any illegal activities, nor anything that caters to peculiar tastes or endangers my health. In short, Fang Yu interrupted, exasperated. Enough. It's simply a mundane task. Must you make me sound like a villain intent on world destruction? Very well, we accept your terms. But what if you lose? I shall be at your beck and call. When Qimao placed a hand on Zhao Kongsheng's shoulder, sealing the agreement. Zhao Kongsheng, bewildered, pondered aloud. What shall I do with my hands empty? Keep watch. The group replied in unison. Zhao Kongsheng. In the outskirts of Tsangnan City, the silvery moonlight illuminated Fang Yu's face. As a long knife in his grasp rendered him akin to an assassin, he slowly opened his eyes and shouted, Do you all wish to fully activate the Forbidden Ruins? Otherwise, there may be no opportunity left. At his words, the 6 individuals opposite him were taken aback. Lin Qiye activated an 8-fold scope, aiming forward as he remarked, This kid is audacious indeed. Captain, shall I take him out with a single shot? Before the signal was given, Chen Mai turned, adding, Old Zhao. What do you mean by begin? Zhao Kongsheng, nearby, with a cigarette in his mouth, took a few puffs. Upon hearing the captain's voice, he promptly discarded it to the ground and stamped it out. We are ready. The countdown begins in 10 seconds. At this moment, Fang Yu immediately employed the art of transformation, augmenting all attributes by 100%, and his strength instantaneously ascended to the realm of the sea. The members of Team 136 were momentarily rendered speechless by this spectacle. Captain, did you not say he only needed to reach the pinnacle of the river realm? How did he suddenly ascend to the sea realm? Questioned Si Xiaonan, perplexed. I am unsure. Perhaps it relates to his forbidden void, allowing for a temporary breakthrough. Zhao Kongsheng responded, calling out 5. Fang Yu gripped his long blade, and the surrounding moonlight gravitated towards him, continuously converging upon his weapon, emanating a brilliant radiance. The brilliance intensified, resembling a resplendent full moon. 1. Fang Yu intoned softly, "Forbidden void, moon slash." As his words fell, an extraordinarily dazzling blade of energy surged toward the five of them. Upon closer inspection, the blade of energy also resembled a full moon, assuming a lunar shape. This force was of immeasurable might. The six were astonished. They found themselves unable to withstand such overwhelming power and hastily evaded. With a thunderous crash, the earth was upheaved, and the five were simultaneously flung away. Aware that they could not resist this force, Fang Yu deliberately avoided targeting anyone else when he unleashed a strike. Hong Ying, at the forefront, was the first to be thrown aside. Being closest to him, she harnessed her sea realm power, discarded her blade, and sprinted toward him, landing safely in his embrace. Fang Yu smiled calmly. "Sister Hong Ying, do be more cautious next time." Hong Ying furrowed her brows. Her complexion flushed with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth, demanding, "Put me down at once." Fang Yu gently released her, then retrieved a long spear from a distance, twirling it in his hand before tossing it to Hong Ying. "Next time, don't lose it." He raised his gaze to behold the scar carved into the earth, with trees within a 10-meter radius shattered by the force. Chapter 11. Undercover Secrets. When Qima rubbed his waist, staggering to his feet, and inquired, "That fall really hurt. Does this count as a work-related injury, Captain?" Chun Mai, equally discomfort, supported himself against a nearby tree as he replied, "Indeed, it does. I shall deduct it from your wages." When Qima, after stretching his limbs and finding the pain alleviated, he reconsidered. What was this Brad's forbidden domain? How did he suddenly ascend to the sea realm and unleash powers akin to the infinite realm? Even the divine domain could not boast such strength. Crossing two realms was truly absurd. His forbidden domain was ranked 666, aptly named Moonslayer. This was a self-bestowed title, unprecedented in Huaxia. Yet transcending two realms was indeed remarkable. Quite formidable, indeed. Perhaps even the divine domain could not match his prowess. Xian Lung assisted Si Xiaonan over, with Wu Xiangnan trailing behind, and soon the five gathered around Fang Yu. Zhao Kongcheng observed Fang Yu's empty hands and asked, "Where is my knife?" "Disposed of." Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. "Zhao Kongcheng." Hong Ying stepped forward, retrieving the knife from behind her. "He was deceiving you. Here it is." She had taken advantage of Fang Yu's moment of distraction while he collected his gun to pick up Zhao Kongcheng's knife. Fang Yu, with a resolute gaze, looked at Chun Mai and asked, "Captain, what about the matter you promised me?" Chun Mai sighed heavily. "I am growing old. Do what you must. I will handle the matters ahead." Fang Yu stated earnestly, "I still require a demon-slaying gun. Old Zhao, lend him the demon-slaying gun you carry. We shall arrange for another for you later." Upon hearing of the equipment exchange, Zhao Kongcheng eagerly produced his demon-slaying gun, handing it to Fang Yu with a pat on the shoulder, enviously remarking, "Here, that knife you wielded earlier was truly impressive. Care to learn?" Fang Yu accepted the gun with both hands and continued, "Once you fulfill the task I assign you, I shall teach you." "Hey, you, all bet without me? If you lose, it's just me bearing the brunt." "What kind of deal is that?" Zhao Kongcheng complained. "By the way, to the north, there is a follower of the ancient god church, along with 99 corpses of ghost-faced beings. Remember to handle that." After Fang Yu finished speaking, he turned and boarded the vehicle. A top-secret document was delivered to Yuan Gang. Upon reading the contents while seated, he immediately stood in astonishment. Name, Fang Yu. Cultivation, pinnacle of the river realm, capable of unleashing infinite realm strength. Forbidden domain, Moonslayer, ranked 666. True identity, specially recruited night watchman. Undercover within the ancient god church. This is a matter of utmost secrecy and must not be disclosed to others. Yuan Gang's lips quivered as he murmured. To unleash infinite realm strength at such a young age places him among the top 10 in all of Huaxia's history. How can we assign him as an undercover agent? Has old Chun lost his mind? This secret was known only to Chun Mai and Yuan Gang. The other 136 squad members remained oblivious. As the fewer who knew, the better regarding the undercover operation. A night passed without incident. "Pretty boy, it's time to pay the rent." The voice outside jolted Fang Yu awake. He quickly dressed and approached the door. A week had passed, and today marked the appointed time. Fang Yu had long been prepared, having withdrawn 7,000 Huaxia coins and placed them on the table. Upon entering, the landlady immediately spotted the stack of cash, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Behind her trailed a man in black, wearing a mask. This was the same individual who had previously sought Fang Yu's participation in the ancient god society. To Fang Yu's surprise, he had tracked him down to this location. Fang Yu's expression grew grave as he inquired, "What does this mean, landlord? Why have you brought an outsider here?" The fact that this man had found his residence indicated that it was no longer safe. A change of location was imperative. The landlady, picking up the money from the table, explained with a smile, "I thought you were no longer renting. He is here to view the place. 800 a month, which totals 4,008 for 6 months. Am I calculating correctly?" With a generous demeanor, Fang Yu replied, "There are 7,000 here. No need for change." The landlady, seizing the money, promptly turned to flee, seemingly unconcerned about the masked man. Fang Yu took the initiative, asking, "It has been a week. You mentioned preparing 100 faceless ghosts. Yet where are they?" The masked man's gaze was deep and resigned as he responded, "There were some issues along the way. It cannot be resolved immediately. How about we alter the terms?" Although 100 was no small number, he was uncertain how the night watchers had learned the route, as they had eliminated all the faceless ghosts en route. There had been suspicions about Fang Yu, but since he had never disclosed the location and time, they should not have known the path. After investigating Fang Yu's background, the masked man found him to be quite clean, a mere slacker high school student, not a night watcher at all. This situation felt peculiar, with something amiss. "Let us make a significant impact. Procure 10 faceless ghost kings for me," Fang Yu stated calmly. To preempt any potential system tasks, the next mission might very well require 10 faceless ghost kings. 10? The masked man exclaimed in disbelief, refusing. "That is far too many. 2 or 3 can be managed." Were it not for Fang Yu's potential, having reached the pool realm without guidance, he would not have agreed to his demands. Fang Yu displayed a look of disappointment. "So few? Your ancient god society lacks prowess, if this is all you can muster." The masked man scoffed, "You underestimate us. Young man, we possess not only 3 deities but also numerous divine agents, like myself. This Changnan city is merely a dilapidated place, and our headquarters would not allocate excessive resources here." Could he be an agent of Set, the god of sand? He had once caused quite a stir at the Gusa temple. "With that said, you seem rather formidable. How does one formally join the ancient god society?" "Quite simply," the masked man replied. "One must become a believer through a soul contract with one of the 3 divine agents of the ancient god society, namely the Whisper." A soul contract? Fang Yu mused, realizing that Whisper was indeed no benign entity. The desire to control others for one's own ends, with the threat of endless torment upon betrayal, was evident. "But I possess the 72 transformations. Should I fear you?" "Very well," Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. The masked man was taken aback, surprised by Fang Yu's swift agreement. Seemingly without hesitation. There were indeed other methods that did not require a soul contract, but they necessitated a period of testing, while the soul contract required none at all. However, the murmurs shall not reach Changnan City. You must journey to the headquarters to accept the soul contract. Headquarters? Fang Yu expressed some surprise and inquired, "When do we depart?" "A month from now. I shall return then as well. We will revisit the matter of the ghost-faced king after a fortnight." "Very well. We shall set out in a month. I have another query. I plan to purchase an apartment in the city center to prepare explosives, yet I am short on funds. What do you think?" The masked man's countenance darkened. "Are you asking for money again?" He handed Fang Yu a bank card, stating, "Here, this card contains 5 million. As long as you do not make exorbitant purchases, it should suffice." The password remains the same as before. With that, he left, his face clouded with discontent, as if he had lost 6 million without accomplishing anything. Fang Yu pressed a kiss to the bank card. "The ancient god society is indeed my fortunate star. Not only do they provide financial support, but they also facilitate the completion of system tasks. It appears that infiltrating the ancient god society was the wisest decision." Chapter 12. The plan in a dimly lit room. Zhao Kongqing's fingers, clasping a cigarette, trembled slightly ash cascading onto the weathered wooden tabletop. As he raised his gaze, his eyes pierced through the swirling smoke, fixing upon the face of the young man across from him. However, upon hearing the words Ancient God Society, his expression abruptly tightened. The cigarette, burnt down to the filter, fell to the ground, scorching a black mark into the cement floor. The young man, Fang Yu, spoke with an air of indifference. I want to join the Ancient God Society. Could you repeat that? Zhao Kongqing's voice emerged as if forced through clenched teeth, his knuckles whitening from strain. Fang Yu noticed the veins in the back of his neck pulsating with his rapid breaths, while the hands that had long wielded a gun had formed tight fists beneath the table. Kid, what did you just say? Zhao Kongqing repeated ominously, raising his voice. I said I want to join the Ancient God Society. To be... Fang Yu's words were cut short as Zhao Kongqing's fist descended rapidly. An undercover agent. Fang Yu's palm firmly grasped Zhao Kongqing's incoming fist, the rough texture of callous skin meeting the hard knuckles. He observed the shock in Zhao Kongqing's eyes gradually transform into skepticism before releasing his grip and retrieving a shimmering gold coin from his pocket. At this, Zhao Kongqing's expression instantly calmed, and he awkwardly returned to his seat. You should have mentioned that earlier. Now my hand hurts. He blew gently on the burnt spot. Fang Yu glanced at him with a hint of exasperation. I hadn't finished my sentence before your fist came flying at me. By the way, I called you here to stage a performance. A performance? Zhao Kongqing shook his head. I'm not an actor. I can't perform. Fang Yu replied, it's quite simple. You just need to play dead. You won't have to do anything. The rest will be up to me. Zhao Kongqing expressed disbelief. Is it really that easy? Easy? This dead man role may need to be played for quite some time, perhaps until the Ancient God Society crumbles. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing grasped the implication of Fang Yu's words, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. You mean you want me to disappear completely and become your informant? Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. You've got the wrong person. My face has been seen by too many. Who in Sangnan City doesn't recognize me? Zhao Kongqing pointed at himself defiantly. In the next moment, Fang Yu exhaled softly, and the coin transformed into a delicate golden light that enveloped his entire being. Zhao Kongqing's pupils reflected another version of himself, complete with the hidden mole on his chin, yet possessing a demeanor that was markedly more formidable than his own. This scene left Zhao Kongqing utterly astonished. It was almost akin to magic. How is this possible? Am I really that oily? Fang Yu reverted to his original form and spoke slowly. This is the transformation of 72 changes. Transformation of 72 changes? That sounds familiar. Yes, and your iron staff is the Golden Cudgel. The divine being Sun Wukong. Are you the representative of Sun Wukong? Zhao Kongqing exclaimed loudly, his heart brimming with astonishment. As there has never been a divine agent in Huaxia, if Fang Yu were to become the agent of Sun Wukong, he would be the first of his kind, thereby shattering the myth of a godless Huaxia. The longing for a deity has consumed Huaxia for years, yet none have been found. This realization sent Zhao Kongqing into a whirlwind of excitement, his heart brimming with joy that he could scarcely contain. Today, I bear witness to history. Soon my name, Zhao Kongqing, will be inscribed in the annals of Huaxia, heralded for my substantial contributions to our land's divine legacy. The thought drove him nearly to madness, as he frantically tugged at his hair, fantasizing about a day when he too would be immortalized in textbooks. Calm yourself, Fang Yu admonished, somewhat at a loss for words. At last, Huaxia has its own divine agent. Zhao Kongqing's voice trembled, and in a sudden fit of frenzy, he seized the thermos on the table and struck it against his forehead. The dull thud of metal meeting bone made Fang Yu's eyelids twitch. Yet he was taken aback as Zhao Kongqing grinned foolishly, his hand pressed to the bleeding wound. It hurts. It truly hurts. I'm not dreaming. Fang Yu, with a sigh of resignation, took a tissue and pressed it against the injury, feeling the heat radiating from beneath the skin. You don't understand. Zhao Kongqing suddenly grasped his wrist, the calluses on his fingertips brushing against Fang Yu's palm. When we night watchers fight valiantly on the front lines, those scoundrels always say Huaxia has no gods, and thus deserve to be trampled upon. But now that has changed. His voice caught suddenly in his throat, and as he released Fang Yu's wrist, his sleeve slipped back to reveal a scar from a burn. Fang Yu paused for a moment, gently patting his shoulder. Thus, secrecy is paramount. Understood. Zhao Kongchang wiped away the blood, suddenly flashing a cheeky grin. But it's a deal. Once I transform into a handsome figure, you must grant me a fiery undercover identity, like that of an amnesiac genius hacker. Fang Yu fell silent at this, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the remnants of the golden hoop rod in his pocket. The rumble of traffic outside echoed like distant thunder, and he abruptly stood, the breeze from his movements sweeping away the ash on the table. Here, as the plan, after your faked death, you will operate from the shadows as an informant. Quite cunning. Zhao Kongcheng raised his thumb in approval. By the way, has Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers? That stubborn lad is quite resistant to joining. He mused, realizing his words bore little weight. My plan will proceed like this, then that, and finally conclude in this manner. That's an excellent strategy. Chapter 13. The demon-faced king as the sun dipped below the horizon. The lamps flickered to life. Dark clouds crept closer, heralding an impending downpour. The earth became sodden, and passers-by hurried along their way. Fang Yu leaned against the wall, one hand holding an umbrella while the other clutched a cigarette. Beside him, Zhao Kongcheng turned curiously and inquired, "Will the demon-faced king truly come here?" Exhaling a plume of smoke, Fang Yu replied slowly, "Do not worry. The demon-faced king will undoubtedly pass this way. You should first set up the boundless void and wait for it to take the bait. When did you start smoking? You seem more adept than I. Let us not squander time on such trivialities. The demon-faced king will arrive shortly. We must get to work," Zhao Kongcheng retorted. At that moment, a voice crackled in his earpiece. Wu Xiangnan's voice pierced through. "Old Zhao, the demon-faced king may be heading in your direction. Do not act impulsively. Hong Ying is already racing towards you. Your task is to evacuate the residence." Zhao Kongqing's heart sank. His fears had been confirmed. "I have already set up the boundless void. There is no time to explain. Too many residents are behind me." Wu Xiangnan replied with a pause. Fang Yu shot him a glance, then gazed at the remaining 2 notice boards, remarking, "There is no need to fear falsehoods. Giving birth requires no eyes. That is not a falsehood. It is a benevolent lie." Zhao Kongcheng countered as he deftly moved to secure the 2 notice boards. With his hands clasped together, he murmured, "Boundless void, activate." As his words echoed, 3 beams of light erupted from the ground, forming a sealed space. Once this task was accomplished, Zhao Kongcheng clapped his hands together, only for Wu Xiangnan's voice to resound once more in his earpiece. "Old Zhao, you are no match for the demon-faced king. Do not engage recklessly in direct confrontation, even though it is gravely injured. The demon-faced king's strength remains formidable, and it has awakened the demon-faced realm. Wait for us to provide support. Do you hear me, Old Zhao?" They feared that Zhao Kongcheng might act foolishly, rushing in recklessly. Currently, he was the weakest among them. Merely managing to evacuate the crowd would already be a significant achievement. Yet, as a night watchman, Zhao Kongcheng would not retreat. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I am also a night watchman. Why should I be the one to flee? Have you forgotten the oath of a night watchman? This time I shall stand before countless souls. I, Zhao Kongcheng, will not yield." With that, he cut off the earpiece. At that moment, a foul stench wafted from the manhole cover. Fang Yu warned, "It is coming out. Be cautious." Zhao Kongcheng gripped his straight knife tightly, the rain drenching his cloak. He gazed at the manhole cover and said, "Let me take the first strike. When Lin Qiye arrives, we can switch roles." Fang Yu nodded in agreement. This approach would suffice for the time being. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the manhole cover was hurled aside, flying several meters away, and a colossal humanoid creature leapt forth. The demon-faced king stood 3 meters tall, nearly reaching the height of a floor. Its grotesque visage was adorned with a long, scarlet tongue that writhed incessantly, exuding a foul odor. A pair of crimson eyes surveyed the surroundings, its body marred with wounds, and in the deluge of rain. It appeared as a malevolent deity descended from the heavens. Zhao Kongcheng swallowed hard, his grip tightening around the straight knife he held. Fang Yu exhaled a breath of mist and slowly spoke, Old Zhao, are you capable? If not, allow me to take over. Zhao Kongchang curled his lips in disdain, replying, a man should never utter such words of defeat. Stand aside and observe the spectacle. With that, he drew his straight blade, the sound of the blade being unsheathed, ringing clear like a bell. Rainwater cascaded down the blade, accentuating its sharpness. Zhao Kongchang bent low and launched himself forward, splashing water beneath his feet as the glint of his sword illuminated the air, a palpable aura of impending violence enveloping the scene. The ghost-faced king fixed its gaze on the foe before it, revealing a grotesque visage and letting out a chilling laugh that echoed eerily, mocking the mere mortals before it. It regarded Zhao Kongchang as nothing more than an insignificant insect. How dare you disregard me? Zhao Kongchang retaliated with a swing of his blade, aiming for the ghost-faced king's head. The creature sidestepped, one of its sharp claws meeting the blade with a resounding clash, sending droplets of water splattering in all directions. In an instant, the ghost-faced king's other claw struck Zhao Kongchang's body with tremendous force. He was propelled several meters back, crashing to the ground and rolling in the mud. Damn it, do you think I grew up eating grass? He quickly rose, gripping his straight blade tightly, charging once more, fury burning in his eyes as he summoned all his strength for a leap. But the ghost-faced king was swifter, evading his assault effortlessly. This time, Zhao Kongqing's target was not the head, but the scar on its back, intent on worsening its wound. He pivoted sharply, his blade slicing fiercely towards the creature's back. Each strike rang out like a bell, landing upon the wound, blood gushing forth, only to be washed away by the relentless downpour. Yet the ghost-faced king, being of the Chuan realm, was not mortally wounded by such injuries. It swiftly turned, unleashing its claws in retaliation. Zhao Kongqing retreated, his body angling as the razor-sharp talons whistled past his face, forcing him to distance himself. The ghost-faced king's expression twisted into a more sinister snarl, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson. It had underestimated its opponent, failing to anticipate the harm inflicted upon it. Zhao Kongqing shouted triumphantly, refreshing, now you see my worth. But soon, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. For the ghost-faced king was now in a furious frenzy, its speed and strength significantly amplified. Even without activating its ghost-faced domain, it was capable of such ferocity. Truly, the ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm was formidable, and in its injured state, it remained a terrifying adversary. The ghost-faced king splashed through the rain, darting left and right to distract its opponent. Its speed was so astonishing that, were it not for the rain, one might struggle to discern its position. Zulfust. Zhao Kongqing's focus sharpened as he fixed his gaze ahead, swiftly unleashing his blade. The crisp sounds of clashing metal rang out, blending with the rain-esque rhythm. He continuously swung his blade, parrying the ghost-faced king's talons. It still found himself struck by one of its claws. He fell to the ground, muddied and disheveled. However, the ghost-faced king did not relent, leaping forward once more, its claws slicing through the air with deadly intent. Zhao Kongqing rose, wielding his blade to deflect the attack of the claw, yet the opponent's immense strength sent him flying. This time, however, he managed to steady himself without falling. Here it comes again. The ghost-faced king approached using the same method, employing the same technique for the second time. Zhao Kongqing had already devised a strategy. He swiftly dodged to the right, gripping the hilt of his sword, and aimed for the deepest scar. The wound erupted like a volcano, impervious to even the rain's cleansing touch. A roar escaped the ghost-faced king, echoing its agony. Soon after, a colossal, menacing visage of a demon materialized beneath the feet of the ghost-faced king, a countenance brimming with resentment and malevolence. Zhao Kongqing's expression grew grave. Ghost-face Earth, unleashing such a formidable attack so swiftly, especially at the rank of 176 in the Forbidden Ruins, indeed presents a considerable challenge. Chapter 14. The demon god summons the ghastly visage of the demon, surrounded Zhao Kongqing within its grasp. The very fabric of space was turned upside down, with directions shifting erratically, rendering him utterly disoriented. Waves of dizziness surged into his mind, compelling him to maintain his balance with great effort. Within the confines of this infernal realm, agility in combat was significantly hampered, and his fighting prowess diminished substantially. A cacophony of roars emanated from the Demon King, echoing from various directions. Zhao Kongsheng found himself unable to ascertain his location, as the surrounding space began to sway, and the world around him became a tumultuous whirl. In stark contrast, he remained motionless in reality. "Old Zhao, wake up!" Fang Yu called out. Unaffected by the disorienting effects, Fang Yu had employed his transformative abilities, attaining formidable prowess. The Demon King stealthily approached, its claws poised to strike at Zhao Kongsheng's throat, reveling in the anticipation of victory and the impending feast. Its excitement grew, tongue lolling out in a grotesque display akin to savoring a delicacy. Just as the claws were raised, Fang Yu swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the beast was sent hurtling away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, encrusted in mud. Fang Yu pinched Zhao Kongsheng's cheek, exclaiming, "Old Zhao, wake up! Your wife has run off with someone else." "Run off? What is run off?" Zhao Kongsheng's lips moved slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, shouting, "The Demon King has fled? Do not let it escape. It must not get away." Misunderstanding the situation, he believed the Demon King was retreating, and clarity returned to him in an instant. The Demon King had not fled. Fang Yu glanced back at the distant figure of the Demon King and declared, "Leave the rest to me." Zhao Kongsheng nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a crest from his pocket and placed it in Fang Yu's hand, stating gravely, "I am relying on you for what comes next. I shall prepare for what lies ahead. Do not worry. That beast shall not escape," Fang Yu assured him. He then stowed the crest away, transforming into the likeness of Zhao Kongsheng, while simultaneously turning Zhao Kongsheng into an extraordinarily handsome figure. He hastily glanced at his reflection on the water's surface, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Not bad at all. I am quite pleased. Now I take my leave." With that, he vanished into the night, leaving only Fang Yu and the Demon King in the scene. Were it not for the ruse, the Demon King would likely have met its demise. At this moment, Zhao Kongsheng, as Fang Yu, awaited the Demon King's assault with measured patience. The earlier kick had been immensely powerful, nearly extinguishing his breath, but fortunately, the Demon King's tenacity allowed it to rise again. With a roar, the Demon King rallied itself, oblivious to the identity of its assailant. The force of that blow had been akin to that of the sea's depths, nearly costing it its life. It had come so close to securing its prey, unaware of the cunning ambush. Scanning its surroundings, it sought any signs of additional attackers, but aside from the earlier figure, none were in sight. Fang Yu, cloaked in his attire, exuded an air of nonchalance, entirely devoid of the tension from their previous skirmish. The Demon King's pupils constricted. It perceived Fang Yu as a mere triviality and charged forth, sending splashes of water flying. Fang Yu, blade in hand, remained unhurried, poised to strike. The clash of blades and claws resonated in the air as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Fang Yu swiftly distanced himself, fearing that a single strike from the Ghost-Faced King could spell his demise. He diligently restrained his own power. His combat experience, albeit a mere fraction of that of Sun Wukong, was not that of a novice. Moreover, his forbidden domain, moon cutting, was related to blades, and he had mastered some fundamental techniques which were sufficient to contend with the Ghost-Faced King. Additionally, his strength was at the sea realm, a complete, overpowering presence. Fang Yu murmured to himself, "What an excellent opportunity for practice." He aimed to enhance his combat experience, as the Ghost-Faced King, being of the river realm, was quite suitable for honing his skills. What followed was a session of sparring. Nearly every strike he unleashed found its mark on the Ghost-Faced King. Yet he failed to breach the skin. Fang Yu had deliberately reduced his power to the minimum, while the Ghost-Faced King could not touch him even once. The Ghost-Faced King was immensely frustrated, as this adversary had suddenly grown stronger, managing to evade a single hit for several minutes. In that moment, the call of Zhao Kongsheng, resounded over the rain, clear and distinct in Fang Yu's ears. A smile crept upon his lips as he responded loudly, "Here, I've always been here." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye expressed his joy his voice rising again as he shouted, "Open the boundless void. Let me in. The night has fallen. Your aunt is calling you home for dinner. Did you hear that? Get lost. This is not your place." The booming voice echoed forth. Lin Qiye, in a state of urgency, pounded against the colorless wall, exclaiming, "I'm struggling here. 10 ghost-faced men are no match for me. Aren't you the one who slays ghost-faced men? Let me in quickly. This is the ghost-faced king, not the ghost-faced men. You, a mere lad of the Lantern Realm, cannot handle this. Go home, eat dinner, and focus on your studies." "Focus on my studies?" Lin Qiye was taken aback, incredulous that such a matter would be broached amidst a life-and-death battle. He shouted hoarsely, "Look around. Everyone else is at home having dinner, and here you are, facing the ghost-faced king alone, playing the hero. No one will ever know. Open the forbidden domain and let me slay the ghost-faced king so we can return for dinner." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's heart sank. If Lin Qiye were to slay the ghost-faced king, his own mission would be in jeopardy. No, he resolved to take care of it himself. "You, Lantern Realm, cannot possibly breach the boundless void. Just go back home, eat your dinner, and finish your homework. Leave the rest to us, the night watchers." Homework. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, halting his assault on the colorless wall. "Old Zhao, has your head been injured? Are you out of your mind? What does homework have to do with this time?" After a brief pause with no response, Lin Qiye scrutinized the colorless wall. At that moment, Fang Yu refrained from speaking, realizing that no matter how much he said, Lin Qiye would undoubtedly reply. The longer he shouted, the more his throat ached. The two were separated by dozens of meters, and with the relentless rain pouring down, it took all their strength to hear each other. Meanwhile, the ghost-faced king continued to leap about, brimming with vitality, seemingly having regained considerable strength. Fang Yu retrieved a medallion from his pocket, the very emblem belonging to Zhao Kongsheng. The inner side of the medallion contained a switch, which unleashed a potent substance known as the ghostly spirit inducer. This remarkable elixir enabled those unacquainted with the forbidden ruins to awaken their intrinsic life essence, granting them access to the forbidden ruins. However, for Fang Yu, who had already attained mastery over the forbidden ruins and stood at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, employing the ghostly spirit inducer would unleash formidable power. Yet, the side effects of the substance would plunge him into a state resembling death, though he would not perish. Gazing at the silver needle, Fang Yu inhaled deeply. With a swift motion, the needle pierced the center of his right palm. This is excruciating," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Had I known, I would have preferred to feign death outright." As the elixir coursed through Fang Yu's veins, every cell within him ignited with vitality, infusing him with overwhelming strength. His power surged directly into the infinite realm. Chapter 15. This strike is remarkably impressive. A rift appeared in the sky, shattering the formless canvas as the boundless domain vanished completely. At that moment, the ghost-faced king charged towards Fang Yu, but this time he intentionally took off. With a loud thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. Fang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he was not at all hurt. As Lin Qiye entered, he immediately noticed Zhao Kongsheng sprawled on the ground and dashed over. Zhao Kongsheng, Fang Yu, struggled to rise, propping himself up with one hand. Astonished, he exclaimed, "How did you break the boundless domain?" Lin Qiye pointed at his own eyes, which glimmered brightly, and replied nonchalantly, "I merely glanced at it, and it opened on its own." If I hadn't read the original text, I might have almost believed him, invoking divine might without uttering a word. At this moment, the ghost-faced king grew increasingly vexed. A moment ago, he was overwhelmingly powerful, yet now he seemed diminished. The sheer pressure emanating from him was unbearable, placing them on entirely different levels. Zhao Kongsheng, Fang Yu, staggered to his feet and said, "Enough of the chatter, step aside. This ghost-faced king is mine to slay. You're injured, so don't interfere. I know you are formidable." Zhao Kongsheng, Fang Yu, turned to Lin Qiye, requesting, "Let me strike once more. If it doesn't perish, you may follow up." "What ist? I want to allow you the chance for a follow-up. A single blow that does not vanquish the ghost-faced king would render my effort futile." Lin Qiye stood solemnly, nodding gravely. Zhao Kongsheng, Fang Yu, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing slightly, radiating resolve and determination. Watch closely. Indeed, this strike is exceptionally magnificent. Zhao Kongcheng, Fang Yu, ceased holding back, unleashing all his power as he charged forward with unparalleled speed. He drew his sword. With a swift motion, the blade released an explosive surge of energy, emanating a dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent moon traversing the night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness in an instant. Carrying an endless ferocity, it surged toward the ghost-faced king with such velocity that it seemed to arrive in the blink of an eye. With a sharp sound, the radiant light vanished into the vast darkness, and the scene fell silent, save for the gentle patter of rain. No other sound could be heard. The ghost-faced king's body was cleaved in two by that fierce strike, and various innards spilled forth. Subsequently, the two halves of its body detonated. With a series of explosive sounds, its blood splattered everywhere, transforming into raindrops that slowly flowed into the muddy ground. A voice from the system echoed in Fang Yu's mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ghost-faced king. You have earned a chance to draw from the Sun Wukong entry, along with 100 points. There was no time to savor the reward, as the side effects of the medication began to take hold, leaving him feeling exceedingly weak. His body swayed, and he could not maintain his balance, gradually collapsing. At that moment, a pair of hands steadied him, and upon looking up, he saw it was Lin Qiye. Despite his injuries appearing severe, drenched in blood, and looking ghastly, in truth, he bore no internal wounds. Lin Qiye gazed at the blood-soaked figure, anxiety etched upon his face. Is it still possible to reach the hospital in time? It's too late. Cough, cough. What shall we do? If this continues, you will perish. Fear not. I have already chosen my burial site, conveniently located near home. Zhao Kongcheng, Fang Yu, felt his life ebbing away, his breath growing labored. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, I have stained the heavens with blood, traversed the forbidden abyss, and even vanquished the demon-faced king. Cough, cough. This bloodshed is not in vain. Lin Qiye was taken aback, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes as he murmured, What you have done will remain unknown to others. They gather at home for reunion dinners. Who would ever suspect that you stand guard behind them? Is it worth it? Absolutely worth it, Zhao replied, coughing. This is the duty of a night watchman. Lin Qiye fell silent. Perhaps his choice was indeed correct, for he was not a night watchman. Could you do me a favor? Zhao Kongcheng, Fang Yu, retrieved a badge from his pocket, his breath growing ever fainter, coughing as he spoke. Cough, cough. My position as night watchman is yours now. Take this badge and this blade, guard for me for the next decade. Lin Qiye responded, Very well, I shall protect it for 10 years. His eyes reddened, trembling as he insisted, but you must survive. Zhao had little strength left. His breathing slowed and his eyelids grew heavy, uttering his final words with the last of his energy. Am I? Very cool. With that last strike? Indeed. Very cool. Exceptionally cool. Lin Qiye hurriedly replied. Yet, he would hear no further response. Zhao Kongcheng, Fang Yu, slowly closed his eyes, his hands falling limply. The effects of the medication had induced a state akin to death, indistinguishable from actual demise, requiring a wait of 24 hours for revival. Lin Qiye slumped to the ground, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the badge in his hand, his fist clenched tightly. Rain soaked his clothing, mingling with his tears. He gradually rose, picking up the straight blade and caressing the 3 characters inscribed upon it. Zhao Kongcheng. He then cradled the corpse and departed. Reading, old Zhao's position has shifted, perhaps. He still lives, Wu Xiangnan communicated into his earpiece. Reading felt a surge of joy, exclaiming excitedly, I knew he was resilient and would not perish easily. Where is he? Old Zhao's position is drawing closer to you. Reading was momentarily stunned, glancing at the locator. He was just around the corner, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Amid the rain, the silhouette of a youth appeared, cradling a man in his arms. Lin Qiye's voice resonated like thunder, shaking the heavens. Junior, Lin Qiye, honors General Zhao's triumphant return. At the crematorium, the night was still and quiet, the heavy rain having ceased long ago. A black SUV approached slowly, and several individuals emerged, each bearing a grave expression. Red Ing, her eyes swollen from weeping, continually wiped away her tears. They all stood in silence, gazing motionlessly at Zhao Kongqing's corpse in the vehicle. When Qima appeared haggard, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly, "Captain, what shall we do with old Zhao's body?" Chen Mai gradually closed his eyes and replied, "Let us proceed with cremation. Is it not too soon to cremate? Given that less than 24 hours have passed, the sooner we cremate, the sooner he can be reborn. Isn't it rather hasty to proceed with cremation at such a rapid pace? I have examined him. There is no longer any sign of breath. Though it is difficult for everyone to accept, this is indeed the reality." Two individuals emerged from within, bearing the body towards the crematorium. The flames at the crematory blazed vigorously, emitting hissing smoke. The following morning, the peace office received a finely crafted urn. Chapter 16. The perfect plan. Tombstone Park. A freshly raised mound of earth stood out, surrounded by newly turned soil, with a gravestone before it yet to be inscribed. A handsome young man approached the gravestone, gently placing a flower at its base. "Farewell, perhaps this person shall never return," he murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow, his face a mask of regret. This young man was none other than Zhao Kongqing, transformed. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. In the distance, a dark figure loomed over the grave. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow, inhaling sharply, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, there's something foul." The shadow drew nearer, its approach unsettling despite his military background. Witnessing such a sight stirred unease within him. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, hand brushing against his firearm, knees bending in preparation to flee. The shadow paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating something, before continuing its advance. Zhao Kongqing's brow knitted tighter as he drew his weapon, aiming it at the figure, and declared loudly, "Come any closer, and I shall fire." The shadow spoke, "It's me." The voice resonated with a hint of familiarity, as if he had heard it before. It dawned on him. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival?" he exclaimed, lowering his weapon in relief. The figure emerged slowly. It was Fang Yu. He pressed his lips together and replied, "I just woke up and knew you'd be here, so I came. It's too dark to linger at a grave. You nearly scared me to death." "You're used to it?" Zhao Kongqing asked, taken aback and curious. "Do you grave rob?" Fang Yu gazed at the cemetery, his expression wistful as he replied, "Not quite. I often come here at night to watch ghost films." Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, this guy is certainly audacious. Although few believed in such things, not many possessed the courage to do so. Observing the flowers at his feet, Fang Yu inquired, "Are you paying homage to yourself?" "One must bid farewell to one's past with a flower, of course," Zhao Kongqing retorted. "But it shouldn't be a rose, right? Mind your own business." Zhao Kongqing shot him an annoyed glance before continuing. "To be frank, your plan was quite ingenious. I suspect everyone else has been deceived. I nearly ended up in a crematorium. Had I not prepared beforehand, I would likely be mere ashes now." It turned out their scheme had been meticulously orchestrated. On the day of the cremation, they had intended to disguise Zhao Kongqing as an attendant, executing a switcheroo. As for why the night watchman was certain to go to the crematorium, it had been previously arranged with the captain to stage a performance, instructing the captain to take him there. Thus, the body that was incinerated was not his. Everyone else had been left in the dark, weeping profusely, while no evidence remained at the scene, and Zhao Kongqing's body had already been cremated. With the aid of substances, Fang Yu's strike had approached Klein-level intensity, obliterating the spectral figure. Aside from conversing with Lin Qiye, even if the night watchers were to investigate, they would find no useful evidence. Coupled with the captain's collaboration, it can be said that they have successfully deceived everyone. Later, a black dog sought to find the soul of Zhao Kongqing, but was astonished to discover that it was absent, forcing it to retreat with its tail between its legs. The system task had been completed, yet Fang Yu had not yet had the chance to check. He proceeded to examine the panel. Current points, 260, granting one opportunity for a lottery draw of the Sun Wukong entry. He began the draw. The system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Eye and Golden Sight. Fire Eye and Golden Sight. It allows one to perceive the essence of things, rendering all demons and spirits unable to hide. It also possesses the efficacy of a 1,000-mile eye, allowing visibility of 100 miles by day and 10 miles by night. During combat, it enables insight into an opponent's movements, allowing for preemptive strategies. It can directly pierce through illusions, such as the ghostly visage of the previous Ghost Face King. Even without the strength of the river boundary, one would not be deceived. Furthermore, it can ensnare others within one's own illusion, provided it does not exceed one's level. While in use, perception increases by 200 and agility by 50. No wonder everyone aspires to be like Sun Wukong. This is indeed extraordinary. The body freezing technique, the 72 transformations, fire, iron, golden sight, the somersault cloud. Each of these is beyond the norm. Alas, the Monkey King is not human and remains unaware of the pleasures of the mortal realm. Presently, he possesses 260 points, with fire, eye, and golden sight. There is no need for the Eye of Reincarnation, and he intends to save his points to purchase from the Divine Ruins. He reviewed the tasks. Eliminate Snake Demons, 100. Reward, 200 points. Progress on Sun Wukong, 40. Fang Yu was taken aback. Could it be that his fire, eye, and golden sight were intended for dealing with snake demons? Snake demons can disguise themselves as humans, making it difficult for ordinary night watchers to distinguish them. Moreover, their eyes can share information, meaning that any movement on one's part will quickly be known to them. Another 100? Previously, a special task was triggered upon detecting 100 nearby. This task should be similarly activated. However, snake demons are not like ghost-face humans. They possess high intelligence and would not congregate in a manner conducive to being captured. At the slightest whisper of the wind, they would likely vanish without a trace. 200 points, enough to exchange for 2 forbidden ruins. What a pity to let it go to waste. He still needed to devise a plan to capture them all at once. There was no need to rush. Fang Yu's eyes glimmered with golden light, and out of curiosity, he employed his fire eye and golden sight to survey the surroundings. In the distance, a graceful woman bit her lip. "Come here, handsome." A soft voice echoed in his ear. "What the heck?" Startled, Fang Yu shouted, hastily deactivating his fire eye and golden sight. "Damn it." Curiosity killed the cat. Zhao Kongcheng was also startled by his sudden exclamation. "What is the matter? Why the fuss?" "It's nothing, just reminded me of my great-grandma. I must go home for dinner." He decided to leave. Next time, he would refrain from using it recklessly. There were indeed many unsavory entities around. After speaking, as Fang Yu turned to depart, he noticed a red figure not far away. That slender waist was even more enticing than before, and it was evident that her figure was commendable. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As he tightened his grip on the golden rod in his pocket, I distinctly recall having extinguished the fiery gaze. How is it that I can still perceive? Alas, had I known, I would have refrained from recklessness. Although previously unperturbed, that was merely due to ignorance. Now, having encountered it, unease inevitably takes root. The crimson figure approached with increasing proximity, pausing momentarily before calling out, "Fang Yu?" At this moment, Fang Yu stood frozen, hesitant to answer. Goodness, I truly have encountered her. And she knows my name. This voice seems somewhat familiar, as if I have heard it before. "Fang Yu, what are you doing?" The figure's melodious voice resonated once more. "Fang Yu." No, this voice is unmistakably familiar. "Sister Hongying?" Fang Yu inhaled deeply and replied, "Sister Hongying?" The red silhouette gradually materialized, revealing none other than Hongying herself. Chapter 17. The monument Hongying donned a form-fitting crimson attire, intricately embroidered with elaborate cloud patterns and golden thread at the hem and cuffs. And she bore a uniquely crafted short sword. Pouting slightly with her brows raised, she placed a hand on her hip and exclaimed, "I've been calling you for ages. Yet you remain unresponsive. What are you daydreaming about?" Seeing a beautiful woman had rendered Fang Yu momentarily speechless. His lips curled into an awkward smile. He was indeed not lying. The beauty he encountered was strikingly different. Hongying clicked her tongue disapprovingly and remarked coolly, "You certainly have a silver tongue. So, what brings you here?" Delivering takeout." "Delivering takeout?" Hong Ying paused in disbelief. In this desolate place, who would order takeout? Fang Yu pointed to a handsome man ahead and explained. He ordered a rose. Hong Ying furrowed her brows. Who presents roses at a grave? Except for lovers. Zhao Kongqing's secret lover? It can't possibly be a man. Old Zhao certainly has a colorful life. A shiver ran down Hong Ying's spine, and she shook her head. By the way, why haven't you joined the Night Watchers? Fang Yu was the most gifted individual she had ever encountered. Even divine agents paled in comparison to his brilliance. It would indeed be a pity to miss such a prodigious talent. Previously, when she inquired with the captain, he mentioned that Fang Yu had declined to join the Night Watchers, leaving her perplexed as to why someone so powerful would refuse to enlist. Others clamored to join, yet he outright rejected the opportunity. Fang Yu retrieved a lighter and a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it slowly as he spoke. Everyone's path is different. I have my own. Without hesitation, Hong Ying stepped forward, snatched the cigarette from his hand, and discarded it. Who taught you to smoke? At your young age, you should be focusing on your studies, not pretending to be a philosopher. After her outburst, Hong Ying grasped Fang Yu's hand and declared, let us hurry back to the Peace Affairs office to report. Fang Yu, however, was strong enough to shake off her delicate grasp. The two locked eyes for a few seconds, the surrounding silence chilling. Moments later, with a serious expression, Hong Ying earnestly asked, if you're short on money, I can help. You could also move into my villa. Why won't you join the Night Watchers? She found it hard to comprehend how a high school student could face such difficulties. Aside from academic pressures and financial woes, what else could weigh on him? It's not about money. Don't view me through the lens of a typical high schooler. I am mature beyond my years, Fang Yu stated resolutely. He had traversed dimensions, and perhaps his maturity surpassed hers. Most importantly, as an undercover agent, it was best for fewer people to know his true identity. Hong Ying's expression fell, her sadness palpable. After contemplating, she realized she could not force him nor view him through conventional expectations. She untied a red string from her wrist, firmly clasping it around Fang Yu's hand, her gaze unwavering. Though I do not understand your reasons for not wanting to join the Night Watchers, this red string will safeguard your well-being. Fang Yu was left momentarily speechless, rendered silent by this gesture. A token of love? The original text does not specify the purpose of the red thread or if it triggers hidden plots. The protagonist merely embraced Hong Ying twice. The first instance was a reluctant act to seize a monster, and the second was a regular sparring session. It appears that neither was intentional on his part, and yet this could lead to subsequent developments. He is not a cold-hearted individual. Upon witnessing a beautiful maiden fall before him, it is only natural to extend a helping hand. Fang Yu gently brushed his head with one hand while bringing the other to his nose, inhaling the scent with a smile, remarking this, the red thread has a delightful fragrance. It also carries a hint of her natural scent, likely retained from prolonged wear. Hong Ying pursed her lips, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she turned away, saying, do remember to keep it safe. Also, should you wish to join the Night Watch, you are always welcome. Fang Yu nodded slightly. He was uncertain when he would be able to eradicate the ancient gods cult, and with his impending departure from Sangnan City in a month, it would be quite some time before he could return. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Under the distant glow of the street lamps, it resembled a gentle snowfall, adding a somber chill to the air. I'm leaving, goodbye. Goodbye, Hong Ying replied, approaching the gravestone, drawing out a dagger, and engraving words upon it with force. Her delicate brows arched like a crescent moon, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. At that moment, she could no longer contain her sorrowful tears. Fang Yu gazed at her lonely silhouette, murmuring to himself, what a tragedy. How could such a lovely girl be deceived to tears? He looked up, noticing that the area had become crowded with people. All members of Team 136 had arrived, each at different locations. Some even pulled out cameras to capture and document this sorrowful moment. Fang Yu spotted Lin Qiye and Wen Qima lurking nearby and approached them. Lin Qiye, Fang Yu called softly. Lin Qiye turned, recognizing Fang Yu, and greeted him. Fang Yu, what is the matter? Wen Qima, taken aback, queried, do you two know each other? Classmates. Fang Yu replied succinctly. Wen Qima exclaimed in surprise, wow, what an extraordinary class to have both of you prodigies. One is a divine agent, and the other is at the peak of the Chuan realm, capable of unleashing boundless strength. Lin Qiye disregarded Wen Qima's surprise and continued. Fang Yu, are you looking for me regarding something? Could I borrow your homework to copy? Lin Qiye responded with a pause. Just kidding. Fang Yu gestured for him to come closer, indicating he had a secret to share. A secret? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, but then approached. Fang Yu whispered, do you recall what I mentioned earlier about infiltrating the ancient goddess cult as an undercover agent? In truth, I'm already a member of the Night Watch. Aside from the captain, no one else is aware of my undercover status. Now that you're also a member, please keep this secret. Lin Qiye frowned, questioning why only he should know. ISNT it, because I can't compete with you, even with his peak Chuan realm prowess and divine artifact. Lin Qiye had the Archangel and Nyx as guardians, along with several other deities by his side. The greatest advantage remained Lin Qiye himself. Being a part of the cosmic consciousness, he truly could not compete, unless one awakens to a higher dimension than this universe's mythological figures. It is nearly impossible to prevail in the early stages. Therefore, I have no desire to meet my demise, and I must convey this to you. Because I cannot defeat you. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding that expressing his thoughts directly was more comfortable. Admitting defeat to the protagonist is not a source of shame. Had he not resorted to other powers, I could have reduced him to tears. Lin Qiye was taken aback. It seemed this reasoning was somewhat valid, especially considering his own awakening to the divine ruins. Very well, I shall keep this secret for you. Upon hearing these words, Fang Yu exhaled in relief. There was little else to discuss, and the two parted ways. Upon returning to his previous position, Lin Qiye curiously inquired of Wen Qima. What is Fang Yu's strength? He had never witnessed Fang Yu in action and was unaware of his capabilities. Wen Qima furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath as he recalled that unforgettable memory. Well, he eliminated our entire team 136 with a single strike. Lin Qiye. Chapter 18. Feedback in Sangnan City. At Hepping Bridge, the Hepping office was adorned with an abundance of white flowers, a wreath inscribed with the character for death, indicating that someone had recently passed away. In the distance, a masked man lurked in the shadows of a narrow alley, surveying the surroundings. He murmured to himself, who could have killed the night watchman Zhao Kongcheng? A mere ghostly-faced king should not have been capable of slaying a night watchman. After all, there are those of the Chuanjing among the night watchmen. A few of them could easily handle a ghostly-faced king. It is inconceivable that a night watchman would fall in battle. This situation is exceedingly peculiar and defies logic. Above, sparrows circled, their eyes glinting as they observed the unfolding scene below. One such sparrow, transformed from Fang Yu, was keenly searching for the location of the masked man within Sangnan City, eager to discern the purpose of his visit. After spending 2 days scouring the city in pursuit of the masked man's whereabouts, Fang Yu finally located him. He flew to an uninhabited area and reverted to his human form. Hastening his pace, he trailed the masked man until they reached a secluded corner, where he waited in silence. Yet, he was soon discovered. The man exhibited a high degree of vigilance. "Speak, what brings you to seek me?" the masked man inquired, his tone unhurried. Fang Yu produced a cigarette and lighter, igniting it and taking a deep drag before asking, "Are you aware of the funeral at the office?" The masked man nodded. "This has been all over the news. Who isn't aware?" Exhaling a plume of smoke, Fang Yu slowly declared, "I was the one who killed the night watchman. His name was Zhao Kongcheng." At this revelation, the masked man was taken aback, unable to accept Fang Yu's assertion. Words without proof are mere bravado. One must substantiate their claims. "Who cannot boast?" he retorted, casting a skeptical glance. "Where is your evidence?" "Follow me," Fang Yu commanded, promptly departing. The masked man followed, curious to see what trickery was at play. They arrived at an abandoned factory, where Fang Yu picked up a blood-stained sack and hoisted it onto his shoulder, trudging several meters before discarding it onto the ground. With a thud, the sack began to ooze blood. Fang Yu gestured toward the sack. "Here is the evidence you seek. Open it and take a look." He untied the rope and spilled out the corpse, its body drenched in blood and marred with numerous wounds. The injuries were starkly visible, and the lifeless face was recognizable. Fang Yu transformed a dead pig into the body of Zhao Kongchen. The blood bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. He had previously devised a plan to incinerate the body, leaving no witnesses, and then conjure a corpse to gain the trust of the ancient god society. The masked man stared in shock. Did you truly kill him? He struggled to comprehend the reality that a mere individual of the pool realm would dare to slay a night watchman. Indeed, Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. Your strength is evidently still in the pool realm. How could you have possibly defeated Zhao Kongchen, especially with a ghostly spirit guiding him? The masked man questioned, puzzled. Who says I'm limited to the pool realm? Fang Yu declared, unleashing his spiritual power at the initial stage of the Chuanjing. Chuanjing. The masked man exclaimed in excitement, realizing that this explained why Fang Yu was capable of killing Zhao Kongchen. If Fang Yu were to possess the attributes of the 72 transformations, he could indeed reach the sea realm. Revealing a bit of information would not pose a significant issue, and perhaps the ancient god church would even invest heavily in his development. Do you now believe? The masked man nodded, having no reason to doubt. The process held little significance for him. The ancient god church was solely concerned with the outcome. Much like in a workplace, a boss is indifferent to the number of hours you toil. What matters is the result. If the outcome is satisfactory, all is well. If not, one is dismissed. As someone who has traversed realms, Fang Yu is well aware of their nature. Before performing, he prepared himself to provide feedback to the ancient god church to earn their trust. Otherwise, gaining entry into their inner circle would prove arduous. You're quite bold. Unafraid of being pursued by the night watchers, remarked the masked man. Rest assured, my plans are flawless. They will remain oblivious. To have the ability to slay a night watcher prior to joining the ancient god church makes you the first of your kind. We shall certainly report this upon our return. By the way, what brings you to Sannan City? Perhaps I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's heart raced, fearing he might raise suspicions. The masked man glanced at him and slowly replied, It's nothing much, just passing through. The headquarters instructed me to investigate matters concerning the agent of the deity Michael. Fang Yu feigned surprise, asking if there were indeed a divine agent in Sannan City and what findings had emerged. I only recently awakened, and my strength is likely still limited. I am but a high school student. If not for my injury, I wouldn't have taken so long to investigate. We should wait for the headquarters to send someone over. Thus, it was decided. They would discuss matters further upon returning to headquarters. The night watchers had been patrolling frequently of late, and he preferred to remain hidden until further notice. All right, no problem. As he observed the masked man's retreating figure, Fang Yu activated his keen sight. He discovered that the man bore grave injuries, his cultivation having plummeted from the infinite realm to the sea realm. This elucidated his reluctance to engage in combat. It seemed the investigation extended beyond merely tracking Lin Qiye. Perhaps it also concerned the captain's suppression of the Shiva's grievance incident. Or was it possible they were probing into the secrets of why Sannan City still existed a decade later? Such a lengthy investigation suggested deeper motives. To the ancient god church, a divine agent was hardly noteworthy. They had plenty of them, and sending a powerful figure from the sea mirror realm for such an inquiry was no trivial matter. It was likely that the masked man was concealing further information he was reluctant to share. Within the room, Zhao Kongchen was engrossed in the messages on his phone, grinning broadly. Sweetheart, are you there? Brother, I miss you so much. In recent days, his account had nearly reached its limit, as numerous young ladies approach him on the street, seeking his contact information. Zhao Kongchen, cigarette in mouth, typed furiously with both hands. Dragon baby, I'm here, little sister. What can I do for you? Fang Yu, sitting beside him, craned his neck for a glimpse, nearly losing his dinner. How excessively indulgent. And to name oneself dragon baby. Old Zhao, were you as flamboyant in your youth? Fang Yu inquired curiously. When I was young, suitors for my sister lined up to the capital. That was merely a small affair. Fang Yu cast a glance at him and inquired. Do you have news to relay to the captain? What news? Zhao Kongchen asked. The revelation that Lin Qiye is the agent of the celestial being, Michael, has reached the ears of the ancient god church. They have been advised to exercise caution. Understood. By the way, what is the strength of the person you are coordinating with from the ancient god church? Sea realm, but he is injured and will not take action. See realm. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback, putting down his phone as he continued. I didn't expect them to dispatch such a formidable individual. It seems this situation is far from simple. We should certainly alert the captain and the others to remain vigilant. Indeed. Furthermore, I need you to accompany me to school the day after tomorrow. To school? Zhao Kongsheng's eyes brightened at the thought. With his handsome visage, he would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of adolescent girls. Absolutely. Chapter 19. Strategies against the Serpent Demon Sangnan City. Second high school. As dawn breaks, the thin mist gradually dissipates, revealing outlines that become increasingly distinct in the interplay of light and shadow, heralding the awakening of all living things. Zhao Kongsheng stretches languidly, inhaling a breath of fresh air. It has been a long while since he felt the sensation of attending school. Hurry up, we're going to be late, Fang Yu urges. At this moment, the gatekeeper observes the two and blocks their path, inquiring, which class are you in? Second year, class 2. Student ID? Zhao Kongsheng is taken aback, having infiltrated the school. He naturally possesses no student ID. However, Fang Yu remains unfazed, retrieving 2 student IDs from his pocket and presenting them to the gatekeeper, explaining, his is with me. The gatekeeper inspects the IDs closely, but finds no discrepancies. You may enter. Fang Yu takes back the IDs and swiftly steps through the school gate. His eyes turn to a golden hue as he glances back at the gatekeeper, realizing they have already succumbed to the serpent demon's influence. I knew it. The gatekeeper usually doesn't stop anyone. Why has he become so vigilant today? Fang Yu muses. It seems the serpent demon is quite cautious, fearing that the night watchman might infiltrate the school. What shall we do next? Zhao Kongsheng inquires. Fang Yu hands him a student ID, saying, you should go to class 5 for the second year. This ID belongs to a friend of mine who called yesterday to say he wouldn't be attending today. The classmates are unaware, and I will transform you to resemble him. We will discuss further after class. With that, the two dash toward the academic building. As Fang Yu enters the classroom, an eerie silence envelopes the room, all eyes turning toward him. It has been a week since he last attended. Fang Yu hastily returns to his seat and leans down, employing his keen eyesight to discreetly survey the surroundings. He notices that numerous classmates have been infected by the serpent demon. To avoid drawing attention, he feigns sleep. His purpose today is to assess the extent of the infection, and to his dismay, it appears quite severe. If this continues, many lives will be at stake. Directly addressing the source of the infection would hinder his mission. He must complete his task before eliminating the source. The situation is exceedingly precarious. Apart from Zhao Kongsheng, he has no other allies, making it overly ambitious to eradicate 100 demons in a short time. Moreover, the original text indicates there are only over 60 demons present, far from sufficient. He can only lure in the infected from outside. 80% of the infected students have parents who are also afflicted. Enticing them over would yield 100 victims. The challenge lies in the fact that the serpent demon shares its sight with its kin, maintaining high vigilance, detecting the slightest disturbance. A foolproof plan must be conceived, or accomplishing the task will be exceedingly difficult. The night watchmen are likely already aware of the infection and will soon dispatch personnel to address it, potentially interfering with his plans. The thought of this sends a pang of frustration through Fang Yu. This task is rather daunting. He examines the system for any prohibitive measures that might resolve the issue. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration strikes him. Prohibition of heaven. This ability can confine this realm, controlling the entrance and exit of designated targets within a confined space. The attributes of those targeted can be reduced by 50, ineffective against divine entities. This prohibition of heaven could work if he can deceive them into coming and encircle them for extermination. However, the risk is considerable. Should the task remain unfulfilled, he would lose 200 points, a significant setback. Fortune favors the bold. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Forbidden Heaven. Remaining points, 160. When will these points reach 1,000? I was hoping to exchange them for the Divine Ruins, but the number is dwindling. The school bell rang. Zhao Kongsheng hurried over and asked Fang Yu, do you have any plans? Last night, you mentioned dealing with the infected snake demon, yet there seems to be no strategy in place. Fang Yu took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly replied, "It's a bit challenging. This snake demon is quite cunning. The two of us are barely enough. However, there's a potential approach." "What approach?" "I could directly transform into the principal and have the school organize a large parent-teacher meeting, but I'm unsure of the rationale to provide." "A parent-teacher meeting?" Zhao Kongcheng paused in contemplation, resting his chin on his hand. "We could stage an exam and then claim a parent meeting is necessary." "That won't work. We don't have that much time. The longer we delay, the more people become infected. We need to act swiftly." "Ugh, it's fine to make me work, but asking me to devise such a complex plan is beyond my capacity." Fang Yu gazed at the fire safety cabinet, lost in thought. He caressed the water pipe and suddenly brightened. "That's it. We could conduct a fire safety drill and require parents to participate in the learning. I am truly a genius." Many schools have implemented such drills before, addressing both school and home safety issues. This would lower the snake demon's guard and allow us to capture them all. "This plan is indeed quite good, but..." Zhao Kongcheng paused. "But what?" "But, could you spare me a cigarette? I've finished my own, and I'm craving one." Fang Yu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and tossed it over. Zhao Kongcheng caught it, lit it, and took a puff before asking, "How can you distinguish between the infected and normal individuals?" Suddenly, Fang Yu's eyes sparkled as he pointed to them and proclaimed, "Do you see? I possess fiery eyes. The snake demon cannot escape my gaze." Zhao Kongcheng was somewhat astonished. "I almost suspect you are the true Sun Wukong. You have all his skills. Surely, not every divine agent could possess such powers." Fang Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette and shook his head, saying, "No comment." He certainly wouldn't divulge matters concerning the system to him. "Do you night watchers possess those demon exorcising guns that emit blue light? Did it a type?" Fang Yu inquired. Zhao Kongcheng looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. "What kind of weapon is that? I've never heard of it." "Ah." Fang Yu felt awkward, assuming people in this world would understand. Thus, he explained, "It's a rapid-fire exorcism gun with magazines holding hundreds of rounds." Zhao Kongcheng. He had never seen such a thing and shook his head vigorously. An exorcism gun would be ineffective against ordinary people. If it could sweep through foes, there would be no need for such complications. A massacre would suffice. Fang Yu shook his head helplessly. "Fine. You take 2 guns, and I'll be there to wreak havoc." "So fierce. Can the 2 of us handle over 100 of them?" "Aside from their stronger disguise, they are weak in terms of power. We can easily eliminate them. At the pinnacle of strength lies the realm of the most formidable talents, while others merely dwell in the realm of lesser abilities. For Fang Yu, it is astonishingly effortless." Zhao Kongcheng exhaled a plume of smoke and slowly began to speak. "Indeed, you have vanquished even the ghost-faced king. This serpent demon is hardly a challenge. However, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance." "What is it?" "Could I borrow your homework to copy?" Fang Yu replied, "You rank first in the entire grade, and you wish to copy my work? It's been so long since I've done it. I've forgotten everything. What shall we do? It's due tomorrow. I just saw in Yu, the academic prodigy, finish his work and leave it in his drawer. Shall we not take inspiration from his? As long as we can submit it, let us go and glean from his efforts." Chapter 20. The Anqing fish conjecture in the principal's office. A middle-aged man with a round belly sat leisurely in his chair. "Siping there. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" The principal called out, his voice raised. "It's Fang Yu from the 2nd year. Could you please open the door?" "Fang Yu? I've never heard of you," the principal replied, shaking his head. "If you have something to say, come in. The door is unlocked." Upon entering, Fang Yu's captivating, gleaming eyes mesmerized the principal, who, upon making eye contact, promptly fainted. This was the effect of his fiery gaze, capable of plunging others into a fleeting illusion. Fang Yu transformed the principal into a vase, setting him aside to automatically revert in 2 days. Subsequently, he assumed the principal's likeness and confidently strode to the broadcasting room. He spoke into the microphone. "Hello, hello, hello. There is an urgent announcement for today. Tomorrow, there will be a safety drill demonstration that requires everyone's participation. This drill is not only crucial at school, but also at home. For instance, how to use electricity safely, how to escape a fire, how to operate a fire extinguisher, and other safety issues will be addressed and practiced tomorrow. The demonstration will take place in the afternoon, so students should remind their parents to attend. Safety is everyone's responsibility. The announcement sent waves of excitement throughout the school, signaling that there would be no classes the following afternoon. Students rejoiced, wholeheartedly supporting this decision. However, the teachers were left bewildered, as the principal had not mentioned any changes to the schedule. They rushed into the principal's office, clamoring for answers. Fang Yu, seated in the principal's chair, raised his voice silence. I too received this notification on short notice. Please reschedule your classes and ensure that tomorrow's safety drill is well promoted. Remember, every student as parent should come, as this safety issue is a top priority from above and must be implemented thoroughly. The teachers, resigned to the situation, returned to their classrooms to spread the word. However, the infected snake demons were perplexed, their vigilance heightened. Despite mobilizing all their infected subjects, they failed to uncover any anomalies. The requirement for parents to attend raised suspicions. After all, the parents of the infected students were also snake demons. What was the purpose of gathering them together? Avoiding attendance could lead to scrutiny. Something felt amiss, yet they could not articulate it. They remained alert to the movements of the night watchmen, who seemed to be inactive, even with their high intelligence. They could not grasp the unfolding situation. In the classroom, students chattered excitedly. This is great. We don't have class tomorrow afternoon. I need to tell my mom. Haha, I'm heading straight to the internet CAF tomorrow. Who cares about safety? Count me in. I'll be playing mid lane Yasuo. Yu, resting his chin on his hand, closed his eyes in contemplation. His drawer had been tampered with. Something was off, very off. There were too many points of concern. Suddenly, Yu opened his eyes wide, murmuring to himself, who touched my assignments? Could it be the snake demons? Lin Qiye was in a state of bewilderment. He had just learned about the school being infected by serpent demons, and now he was faced with the prospect of gathering so many of them. What could their intentions be? Were they planning to transform the entire school into an area of infection? Lin Qiye inhaled sharply and called his captain. Captain, there's a situation here. The school has announced a safety drill demonstration for tomorrow, requiring parent participation. I suspect the serpent demons plan to act tomorrow and turn the entire school into an infected zone. The captain's voice came through the phone. This matter is likely more complicated than it appears. Return to the peacekeeping office first and discuss how to arrange our response for tomorrow. I'll inquire whether your school is indeed holding a safety demonstration. Shen Mai attempted to make a call, but was informed that there was no such event, suggesting it might be an initiative organized by the school itself. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. How strange. There had been no official notification regarding a safety drill at the second high school. Who was spreading this information? Was Lin Qiye correct in suspecting the serpent demons were behind it? If that were the case, it would indeed spell trouble. The situation was urgent. He decided to summon Team 136 back for a night shift to strategize. Meanwhile, Fang Yu lounged in the principal's office, casually resting his legs on the desk while savoring a cup of tea. Goodness, this principal knows how to enjoy life. This chair is incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Fang Yu quickly lowered his legs and called out, "Come in." And Xing Yu entered, eyes sharp and scanning the surroundings. Principal, you haven't filed the paperwork for the safety drill demonstration yet, have you? Fang Yu was taken aback. He was unaware of this detail. He smirked. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your studies and stop fretting over unnecessary matters. And Xing Yu had already sensed something was amiss with the principal before him. Tentatively, he inquired, in truth, you don't know? Or perhaps you're not the principal at all? Am I right? Fang Yu stroked his chin, pondering. This individual was indeed astute. Having learned to read the subtleties of human behavior, it seemed Xing Yu had already deduced that he was not who he claimed to be. But what of it? After all, this world revered strength above all. No matter how clever one might be, it would not alter the reality. I am indeed not the principal, but what of it? Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, and Xing Yu appeared perplexed and asked, Who are you then? A serpent demon? Or some other mysterious being? Fang Yu lifted the teacup to his lips, savoring its warmth before responding slowly. You are quite clever, yet lacking in strength. Return and study diligently. This is not a matter you should involve yourself in. And Xing Yu was momentarily stunned, loosening his grip on the poison he had been holding, allowing it to slip into his pocket. He had not anticipated being allowed to leave. Shouldn't he had been imprisoned instead? It was evident that his captor bore him no malice and was unafraid of him revealing anything to others, which left him utterly confounded. In Fang Yu's perspective, Yu barely reached the threshold of a mere candle-less light, presenting no threat whatsoever. Whether he chose to inform others mattered little, for no one would believe him. Would they accept that the principal was not human, but a serpent demon? Or that students had already been infected by serpent demons, with the safety drill being a trap? In the next moment, he would likely be carted off to a psychiatric hospital. The realm of geniuses is entirely distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Thus there is no cause for concern. Yu furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, "Why gather so many serpent demons together?" Fang Yu closed his eyes, his lips subtly moving as he spoke. "I grant you 10 breaths to vanish from my sight. Otherwise you shall cease to exist." He emanated an overwhelming aura of mental force. 10. A cold sweat trickled down Yu's forehead as she reluctantly turned to leave, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. It was only after crossing the threshold and shutting the door that she finally exhaled in relief. Fang Yu understood that engaging in excessive dialogue with intelligent individuals was futile. When faced with a threat, they would assess the pros and cons themselves, for that is the essence of their cleverness. The simplest approach is to compel them to retreat without the need for elaborate explanations. Chapter 21. The Secret of Liu Xiaoyan. The following afternoon, a ray of sunlight filtered through the grove on campus. Thud! Lin Qiye tumbled down from the wall, rubbing his sore spot and exclaiming, "Why must you scale the wall when the main entrance is right there?" Hong Ying, with her school uniform tied around her waist and chewing bubble gum, replied nonchalantly, "Climbing over the wall is so cool." Si Xiaonan, dressed in a cartoon long-sleeve shirt and carrying a black box, landed softly. She had scaled the wall and opened the box, declaring, "Our target for this mission is Liu Xiaoyan. If we eliminate the serpent demon's true form, the other offspring will perish, thus resolving this crisis. The safety drill demonstration is about to commence, so we must act swiftly." Lin Qiye turned to Lin Qiye and inquired, "What is the dormitory number of Wu Shujia?" Lin Qiye awkwardly shook his head. I don't know. Aren't you fond of her?" "How did you know?" Lin Qiye shot him a glance. "Isn't it obvious? You send her love letters daily. Her drawer is overflowing." Lin Qiye was at a loss. "I recall her being in the same dormitory as Liu Xiaoyan." "What number is it?" 405, Lin Qiye replied helplessly. "Hong Ying and Xiaonan, you head to the girls' dormitory. I will accompany Lin Qiye to the classroom building. Let's split up." Hong Ying paused her chewing and asked, "Where is the girls' dormitory?" 300 meters ahead. "Turn right for 100 meters, building 2, Lin Qiye answered. "Do you often visit the girls' dormitory?" "No, I merely pass by occasionally." "At the girls' dormitory, 401. 402 this is it." Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying halted, their expressions serious, taking positions on either side. Hong Ying drew her long weapon, while Si Xiaonan readied her exorcism gun, prepared for action. Knock, knock, knock. Silence enveloped the scene, with no response. Hong Ying gestured to charge the door, and Si Xiaonan nodded. Hong Ying took a few steps back, bent her knees, angled her body forward, and sprinted a few paces. With a powerful kick, she thrust the door open. Si Xiaonan, armed with the exorcism gun, led the way, with Hong Ying closely following. They scanned the surroundings, discovering no one present. Si Xiaonan observed a half-filled cup of water on the table and said, "Hong Ying, they must have gone to the scene. We have arrived too late." Hong Ying stowed her long gun and remarked, "Let us see if they left any clues." Just as they approached the restroom, Si Xiaonan paused and asked, "Hong Ying, do you smell something?" Hong Ying sniffed the air, quickly covering her nose with one hand. There's a foul, sour odor, like socks that haven't been washed in centuries. She pushed open the balcony door to let in fresh air. As the door swung open, their pupils dilated. Hanging on the clothes rack were several grotesque pieces resembling human skin, evoking terror. "This is human skin?" Hong Ying gasped in disbelief. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow, took a deep breath, and reached out to touch it, stating, "It is not human skin. It appears to be serpent skin. It appears that Liu Xiaoyan's skin, which had shed after her infection, is the subject of discussion, as Hong Ying analyzed. It is possible. Send this news to the group, take a photo, and everyone. Upon saying this, Si Xiaonan took out her phone and captured a few images. At that moment, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei were on their way to the classroom. Li Yifei glanced around and quietly inquired, Lin Qiye, isn't it cool to join the Night Watchers? Why do you say that? Because many girls in our class are fond of you. Lin Qiye responded with a raised eyebrow, including Wu Shujia. Li Yifei, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied softly yes. Every time I send her love letters, she discards them. Then she writes one herself and secretly slips it into your drawer. Since you haven't been around these past few days, I suspect your drawer is now overflowing with love letters. Lin Qiye sighed, is being handsome a crime? We should first locate Lu Xiaoyan. The crisis remains unresolved. He deftly changed the subject. Upon arriving at the classroom, they found it eerily empty. Most had already descended to observe the safety drill demonstration, with only 10 minutes left until it commenced. They approached the classroom windows, and Lin Qiye cautiously peered out, his eyes scanning the room. No one. Could she have known I would come? Qiye, is there anyone? Li Yifei whispered. Lin Qiye shook his head and activated his earpiece. Sister Hong Ying, have you spotted Lu Xiaoyan on your end? Hong Ying replied, no, what about you? None here either. She has likely fled to a crowded area. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip, her hands clenched, and exclaimed, wow, so handsome. Upon hearing that two dashing safety instructors had arrived at the school, she hurried down to see. The pair, clad in SWAT uniforms and sporting sunglasses, exuded an aura of rugged handsomeness and solemnity as they traversed the campus. One held a firearm while the other wielded a fire extinguisher. Old Zhao, shouldn't safety be discussed using the fire department's approach? Fang Yu questioned while grasping the extinguisher. Zhao Kongcheng, with the gun in hand, turned and replied, what do you know? That method is the least appealing. Trust me, you will be satisfied later. Having served in the military, his imposing presence left no room for doubt. Zhao Kongcheng halted, removed his sunglasses, and kindly asked, little sister, how do we get to the playground? Lu Xiaoyan's heart raced, her eyes sparkling as she stammered, I can show you the way. All right, thank you. Zhao Kongcheng replied gratefully. After walking a few meters, Lu Xiaoyan inquired, you are here for the safety demonstration, right? Indeed, Zhao Kongcheng affirmed, then discreetly turned to Fang Yu, whispering, is she an infected serpent demon? Fang Yu shook his head. She is not a serpent demon. Fang Yu paused, realizing something. The anime also stated that she was not a serpent demon. The crux of the matter lies in the peculiar circumstance that her entire dormitory, including her parents, consists of individuals infected, yet Lu Xiaoyan remains unscathed. Why is this so? It is indeed perplexing. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she employed her keen insight to scrutinize Lu's physique. However, an unseen force obscured her vision, rendering her unable to penetrate the veil of mystery surrounding Lu. How could this be possible? The keen insight is purported to unveil all illusions beneath the divine. Could it be that she transcends the divine realm? Perhaps she is a concealed powerhouse? According to the narrative, with the fog invasion, the deities of Huaxia sacrificed their lives to safeguard the nation, entering reincarnation. It is highly plausible that she is the reincarnation of a certain deity, much like Lin Qiye's brother, Yang Jin, who is in fact the reincarnation of the Erlang god, Yang Jian. Yet, the identity of this deity remains entirely unknown. Chapter 22. The true identity of Lu Xiaoyan. Fang Yu swiftly approached Lu Xiaoyan, gently inquiring, dear sister, do you happen to have a pet rabbit? Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief as she responded, how did you know I have a rabbit? This secret is even unknown to my parents. I fear they might eat it, so I've hidden it away. Fang Yu was astonished. It resonated perfectly. She was indeed a reincarnation of the celestial Chang'e, albeit yet to awaken her memories. He anticipated he would trigger a hidden storyline. Now, you must endeavor to enhance her affection towards him. I surmise that a charming girl like you must adore small animals. Fang Yu smiled, continuing, may I pose a question? Certainly. I would like to know, have you noticed anything peculiar about your roommates lately? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan perked up, whispering, let me tell you aside from me. It seems the others in the dormitory aren't quite right in the head. They want to even let me hang clothes on the balcony. and their tone of speech is rather strange, as are my parents. Her words plunged Fang Yu into contemplation. According to the anime, their target was Lin Qiye, and, initially, Li Yifei had claimed that Lu Xiaoyan was the embodiment of a snake demon, indicating that they were aware of some of her secrets. It appeared they might be unable to eliminate Lu Xiaoyan themselves, and would resort to utilizing the night watchmen to dispose of her. Such treachery! How could they treat a celestial sister so cruelly? Rest assured, once today passes, all will be well, Fang Yu reassured her. Throughout their conversation, the two continued to chat amicably. Zhao Kongcheng pulled Fang Yu aside, stating, "You seem off today. Typically, you don't engage in conversation much. And even when you see a beauty, you hardly glance. Have you taken a liking to her?" "You know nothing," Fang Yu retorted succinctly before returning to his conversation with Lu Xiaoyan. She was a celestial being. No ordinary beauty could compare. It was a rare chance, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Not only him, but even the likes of Yang Jian would find himself captivated. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye spoke into his earpiece. "I have located Lu Xiaoyan at the playground road. She is accompanied by 2 bodyguards. What should we do? There are too many people at the playground. It could incite chaos. I've observed that the number of infected individuals on site has likely exceeded 100. Lin Qiye responded, "Over 100. The other night, watchmen were taken aback. This was indeed excessive. Yes, even their parents have been infected, all gathered at the playground. And the infected are too close to ordinary people. If an outbreak occurs, many lives could be lost. Should we activate Wujikonyu? Captain, what are the next steps?" Lin Qiye inquired. Chenmai spoke into his earpiece. "Can we confirm that Lu Xiaoyan is the embodiment of the snake demon?" Lin Qiye turned to Li Yifei. Li Yifei moved closer to the microphone, declaring, "I can affirm with absolute certainty. I witnessed her transform into a snake demon that day." "Understood. Only Lu Xiaoyan is to be eliminated. Disregard the other offspring of the snake demons," Chenmai stated calmly. Cold Qian whispered in his ear, "Seven Knight, take a look. Are the 2 bodyguards beside Lu Xiaoyan infected?" Lin Qiye stood on the upper floor, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 3 individuals, unable to discern their true nature. The distance was too great, rendering the exorcism gun's accuracy insufficient. The only option was to approach and utilize the exorcism gun. Thus, they decided to gather at the playground. The other members of the Night Watch Squad 136 hurried towards the playground. The playground was already teeming with people, with parents accompanying nearly every student. Apart from a few vacant spots, it was predominantly filled. Fang Yu and Zhao Kongcheng also arrived backstage. Through a narrow gap, Fang Yu, with his keen eyes, estimated that there were over 100 infected entities, specifically more than 100 serpent demon offspring. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated. 100 serpent demons detected nearby, special mission activated. Eliminate 100 within 30 minutes for a reward of 200 points. Failure will result in a deduction of 200 points. Fang Yu felt a surge of joy. His suspicions regarding the initiation of the special mission were confirmed. There was no time to lose. First, they would demonstrate safety procedures on stage, then move to the center to initiate the forbidden domain, sealing off the surrounding area. They would patiently await their entrance. Fang Yu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the Night Watch members were converging towards them, evidently drawn by Lu Xiaoyan, whom they now regarded as the source of infection. This posed a dilemma. They were to eliminate the serpent demons. But what if the infected Li Yifei's target was not Lin Qiye, but rather Lu Xiaoyan? He pondered the situation and concluded that it might be prudent to stay close to her. Thus, Fang Yu turned to Lu Xiaoyan and asked, "Could you join us on stage for the safety demonstration later?" Lu Xiaoyan paused in surprise, contemplating for a moment before giving a slight nod. At that moment, the director of education took the stage with a script in hand to discuss various safety issues. The students below appeared dazed, with many closing their eyes, yearning for sleep. "Now, please welcome our safety team to demonstrate various safety concerns." Fang Yu and Zhao Kongcheng stepped forward, with Lu Xiaoyan trailing behind. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Wow, that equipment is incredibly impressive. Do you think the gun is real? Hey, stop staring. It would be bad if Dad found out." Fang Yu took the microphone and announced, "Hello, everyone. Today, we are here to discuss safety issues. What should you do if there's a fire at home? Do you have a fire extinguisher? If so, please raise your hand. A few students tentatively raised their hands. Fang Yu continued, I see many households lack fire extinguishers. So, what will you do in the event of a fire? Do you know how to use one? If so, please raise your hand. A handful of students raised their hands. Excellent. Next, I will demonstrate how to use a fire extinguisher and how to escape in a situation where a fire extinguisher is not available. What's going on? Liu Xiaoyan is on stage. Hong Ying, just arriving at the playground, looked bewildered and scratched his head. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. If we are unable to swiftly eliminate the source of the infected, we may face a riot, as there are simply too many of them. At that moment, Lin Qiye hurried over, gesturing, Sister Hong Ying, we are here. He trotted closer and continued, Liu Xiaoyan is on stage, and she may prove difficult to handle. Do we have a plan? We can only have Lung Xian take a shot at her to force out her true form. Allowing us to swiftly move in and eliminate her, Li Yifei interjected from the side. That won't do. What if she isn't the serpent demon in her true form? Lin Qiye countered. Lin Qiye, take a look at the messages in the group. The picture I sent is from Liu Xiaoyan's dormitory. She has likely already been infected, Si Xiaonan replied. Lin Qiye was taken aback, pulling out his phone to glance at it, his expression growing somber. He had observed earlier from above that Liu Xiaoyan's roommates were all infected, leaving little probability for her to remain unscathed. Si Xiaonan spoke in her earpiece. Lung Xian, aim at Liu Xiaoyan. Can you force out her true form? We need to get there now. After a moment of hesitation, Lung Xian kept his gun trained on Liu Xiaoyan. Chapter 23. A Massacre on the Rooftop. Cold Xian, armed with a sniper rifle and an 8-fold scope, was attempting to take aim at the stage. However, Liu Xiaoyan found herself sheltered behind two individuals, unable to identify a suitable shooting angle. On stage, Fang Yu continued his explanation. Next, I will simulate a fire scene, and everyone must participate actively. Please cooperate enthusiastically. Fang Yu tossed the microphone aside and turned to Liu Xiaoyan, whispering, stay close to me. With that, he descended from the stage to a central position, while Liu Xiaoyan followed closely behind, Cold Xian still struggling to find the right angle. Now, we will mimic a fire scenario. Everyone prepare something to cover your noses, towels, or clothing. If you have nothing, use your hands. It's about to begin. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Fang Yu bent down and struck the ground with his palm. Forbidden Heaven activated. With a resounding impact, a force radiated outward, encircling the area within 100 meters as if 4 walls of flame had sealed off the surroundings, gradually forming a confined space. Yet, the flames appeared devoid of substance. No smoke, no heat. The students were astonished. Wow, their special effects. When did they become so impressive? At that moment, Cold Xian aimed at Liu Xiaoyan and fired a shot. Bang! Just as Fang Yu had unleashed Forbidden Heaven, he sensed an incoming force and immediately heightened his perception to 200. The bullet traveled at a speed of 1,500 meters per second. Whoosh! Before it could enter the sealed zone, Fang Yu turned his head, employing the art of transformation to alter its trajectory. Ding! The bullet embedded itself deeply into the concrete, landing 30 centimeters from Liu Xiaoyan. Her pupils dilated, and she gasped, nearly crying out, only to be silenced by Fang Yu's hand. With Forbidden Heaven completed, the space around them became sealed. Fang Yu's eyes sparkled as he glanced towards the rooftop. Cold Xian happened to look back as well, their gazes locking, and he fell into a trance, collapsing unconscious. For Fang Yu, endowed with the ability of clairvoyance, this distance posed no challenge. A frown creased his brow. Sister Fairy, you too? Do you truly trust Li Yifei's words? He is your father. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The atmosphere was rife with chaos. The earlier gunfire entirely drowned out. The special effects were so realistic that animated discussions erupted. Meanwhile, the infected snake demons began to panic, sensing the encirclement of the space around them. Fang Yu seized a microphone, shouting, everyone, the drill has commenced. Cover your noses and rush towards the fire. Fear not. You are safe. Charge boldly ahead without harm. Yes, yes, hurry. Run faster, or you'll be consumed by the flames. The quicker, the better. Observing this, Many students hastened their pace to flee. Utilizing his clairvoyance, Fang Yu manipulated forbidden heaven, guiding the uninfected students and their parents to safety. The students who dashed through the defense line wore broad smiles, exclaiming how exhilarating the safety drill was. However, some students and parents found themselves seemingly obstructed by an invisible wall, unable to escape. While the majority of students and parents rushed outside, they turned back to see many still trapped within. In an act of bravery, one student re-entered the barrier and, witnessing others inside, frantically struck at the air wall with his hands. Approaching with curiosity, he inquired, "Why aren't you going out?" The others wished to exit, but were regrettably confined. Receiving no response, he leaped out and then back in again. At that moment, a cursed serpent demon, unable to bear the sight, revealed its grotesque visage and, with a flick of its long tongue, lunged forward to bite. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. He had been bitten, struggling to crawl outside, leaving a trail of blood that stained the grass. "Someone has been killed," a voice cried out, sending the crowd into a panic and resulting in utter chaos. Fang Yu exclaimed, "Truly, those who court danger shall meet their demise." The serpent demon, no longer concealing its true nature, displayed its elongated tongue and fearsome countenance. Suddenly, a sharp clang resounded as Hong Ying thrust her spear toward the air wall. What a remarkable method of spatial confinement. I've never encountered anything like it. It must surpass the boundless domain by several tiers, Si Xiaonan remarked while examining the air wall. "Allow me to give it a try," Lin Qiye said, his eyes gleaming with determination. However, this attempt yielded no results. A piercing scream drew their attention, prompting them to investigate. Within the forbidden heaven, Zhao Kongsheng, armed with 2 guns, whispered, "Why did you leave her behind? She is not a serpent demon, yet the night watchers seek to kill her. It's safer for her to remain inside for now." "What do you mean? Why would the night watchers want to kill her?" Zhao Kongsheng's expression was one of confusion. With no time for elaborate explanations, Fang Yu urged, "Just remember, Lu Xiaoyan is not a serpent demon, and we must protect her." With that, Fang Yu produced the golden staff, transforming it through the 72 transformations into a straight blade. Lu Xiaoyan lay paralyzed on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. Fang Yu approached her to offer reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safe return home." At that moment, the serpent demon grew increasingly frenzied, realizing it could not escape, and turned its attention toward the trio in the center. Fang Yu, brandishing the straight blade, commanded, "Old Zhao, retreat to the platform. There are fewer demons on that side. Xiaoyan, stay close to us." Zhao Kongsheng acknowledged, understood. With a series of gunshots, 2 serpent demons were dispatched. The cacophony continued as more and more serpent demons emerged. As Fang Yu sought to protect Lu Xiaoyan, he refrained from charging forth, waiting for the demons to present themselves. 5 serpent demons approached, their tails thrashing wildly as they quickened their pace. In 2 swift movements, Fang Yu drew his blade and retracted it. With a sharp slice, 5 serpent demons were severed in half. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. After dispatching a dozen, 5 more surged forth. Even the infected beings, not yet expelled from their bodies. Consequently, Fang Yu transformed the more than 20 that had not been expelled into dolls. He can only manipulate 30 transformations out of the 72, as his mental energy is insufficient beyond that limit. The glint of blades flashed like lightning. In less than 10 breaths, over 30 serpent demons were slain. Fang Yu gripped his sword tightly and urged, "Old Zhao, quicken your pace. There is still more to be cut down." Zhao Kongsheng, with 2 guns in hand almost smoking from use, replied while firing, "This is already my maximum speed. I need to change the magazines. Hold them off for a few seconds." Having said that, he tossed aside 2 spent magazines, retrieved new ones from his pocket, and reloaded before continuing to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 10 minutes, the serpent demons had been nearly annihilated. The ground was littered with their corpses, alongside the bodies of classmates who had succumbed to infection. Yet, the majority remained alive, with only a few having their hearts devoured. The system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have won a chance to draw from the Sun Wukong entry, plus 300 points. Current points, 460. Task: Eliminate the serpent demon's true form. Completing the task will grant another opportunity to draw from the Sun Wukong entry, along with 200 points. Fang Yu was not in haste to draw, for the next task was already at hand. Chapter 24. The Truth Outside the Forbidden Realm. Those on the outside were utterly unable to discern the situation within, still devising ways to breach the barrier. Hong Ying furrowed her delicate brows, gripping her spear, and remarked, "This damned spatial blockade has persisted for over 10 minutes, leaving us in the dark about what transpires inside and how many remain. Xiaonan, do you have any knowledge of this barrier?" Lin Qiye inquired. Si Xiaonan shook her head, confessing that she had never encountered such a spatial blockade, and even in her recent research, she found no mention of it, as if it had materialized out of thin air, impervious to any attempts at breach. At that moment, the barrier slowly parted. Before them lay a gruesome tableau, the lifeless bodies of serpent demons scattered about, alongside numerous students and parents lying still. Hong Ying, Lin Qiye, and the others were taken aback by the horrific scene. Only 3 figures stood resolute in the center. Fang Yu brandished a straight blade with an imposing demeanor. Zhao Kongchang clutched 2 pistols tightly, and Lu Xiaoyan stood behind them. Before anyone could process the situation, Li Yifei shouted across the way, "Lu Xiaoyan is the leader of the serpent demons." "I'm not." Lu Xiaoyan fervently shook her head, her voice trembling with distress, tears brimming in her eyes. Fang Yu's brow furrowed at this accusation. The thief cries, "Stop thief." How fitting for a serpent demon. He raised his blade, pointing it accusingly. "You dare call her the leader? You got a watermelon for a head. Speak another word, and I shall come over and slay you. Do you dare bully the celestial sister Chang'e? Let's see if my blade agrees." Li Yifei, intimidated, quickly fell silent. As Hong Ying regained her composure, she glanced over and asked, "Are you also a night watcher?" Given that all the serpent demons had been slain, she could not fathom who else possessed such strength. Ruling out the ancient god church, as they would relish in the chaos rather than intervene to eliminate serpent demons. They might even be the ones orchestrating the mayhem behind the scenes. "I'm not a night watcher," Fang Yu replied, shaking his head, then pointing at Lu Xiaoyan, adding, "However, if you dare to lay a finger on her, do not blame me for my actions." Si Xiaonan interjected, "But she is the true form of the serpent demon." "You claim she is the true form? I would argue that the fellow from earlier is. If you doubt me, test it with the demon-repelling gun and see for yourself," Fang Yu countered. "If you do not believe it, you can fire the demon-repelling gun at Lu Xiaoyan." "It is ineffective against ordinary people," Lin Qiye suggested. Fang Yu was somewhat speechless, astonished that they could be so easily swayed by a few words. It seemed that the combined intellect of the Night Watchers from Squad 136 did not match that of Qingyu. They were dancing to the serpent demon's tune without even realizing it. "Enough chatter. If you use the demon-repelling gun against that fellow from earlier, I shall believe you." At this juncture, Li Yifei began to panic, explaining, "Qiye, I have been with you all along. How could I possibly be a serpent demon? The ones opposite us must have been infected by the serpent demons." Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "He has been by our side the entire time. He cannot be a serpent demon." Hearing this reply, Fang Yu shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. Just then, a figure approached, and Qingyu gently pushed his eye sockets and calmly stated, "I know the answer, and I also know who the serpent demon is." Everyone turned to look at him. As the top student in the city, his judgment far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps he could uncover the identity of the serpent demon. And Qingyu approached Lin Qiye and inquired, "You're Lin Qiye, correct? How do you know my name?" Lin Qiye asked curiously. "You are quite famous at school. Your name adorns the confession wall." Lin Qiye was left speechless, and Qingyu continued, "May I borrow your gun for a moment?" "My gun?" Lin Qiye muttered, feeling a bit strange, yet he handed over his exorcism weapon. Taking the gun, and Qingyu stepped into the center and adjusted his eye sockets. He raised the weapon and declared, "One of you two must be lying. The one who is lying is undoubtedly feeling quite nervous right now. Am I correct?" He then aimed the gun at Lu Xiaoyan and added, "Lu Xiaoyan, is it?" After speaking, he swiftly turned and pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot struck Li Yifei's forehead. In an instant, the true form of the serpent demon revealed itself. A creature with a human body and a serpent tail. The Nanda serpent demon. Everyone, except Fang Yu, was left in shock. Lin Qiye was indeed the serpent demon in disguise. With astonishment, it gazed at Qing Yu, questioning, "Did you not just mention her? Why did you turn and shoot at me?" "Because you have been concealing your identity," while she displayed no such pretense. "Only those who lie will attempt to mask themselves." "That is the correct answer," Qing Yu explained. The others were taken aback. The analysis was undeniably sound. Fang Yu believed that the night watchman needed someone like Qing Yu. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to internal threats when enemies infiltrate. Wisdom is equally vital. Reliance on brute force is insufficient. The Nanda serpent demon turned its gaze towards Fang Yu, asking, "And you, how did you discover my existence?" "Even my progeny was deceived, and not a trace of you was seen." Initially, it had harbored doubts, but could find no flaws, unaware of who orchestrated the scheme, and was certain that the night watchmen were not involved, thus forcing itself into confrontation. "It's simple. I use my eyes," Fang Yu replied succinctly. The Nanda serpent demon responded, "You must possess special eyes that can discern my true form, correct?" "Yes, indeed you are absolutely right," Fang Yu affirmed, not contesting, and proceeded with another query. "One final question. Did the ancient god church instruct you to kill Lin Qiye or Liu Xiaoyan?" Lin had barely uttered the first syllable when Fang Yu's figure flashed like lightning, unleashing his formidable strength, and with a single stroke, he cleaved the Nanda serpent demon in two. As long as he knew the name, it was sufficient. Presently, the ancient god church was aware only of Lin Qiye and had not noted Liu Xiaoyan. It appeared that the Nanda serpent demon sought to possess Liu Xiaoyan's body, for she was a vessel of divinity. How audacious for a mere serpent demon to covet a deity. Liu Xiaoyan, being a reincarnation of a god, must remain a secret until her awakening. A system notification echoed. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a lottery draw for the Sun Wukong entry, along with an additional 200 points. Current points, 660. The progress bar for Sun Wukong stands at 60. Fang Yu refrained from hastily participating in the lottery, opting to wait until his return. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying were still reeling from the shock of the earlier strike. "See Realm? Senior, would you be interested in joining the Night Watch?" Hong Ying inquired respectfully. Fang Yu was taken aback. Yet again, this marked the 800th invitation. He firmly declined, stating, "I shall not join the Night Watch, nor the ancient god sect." He felt it necessary to clarify this, lest he be mistakenly regarded as belonging to the ancient god sect, which could lead to conflict. Hong Ying sighed in resignation. Initially, encountering a young master such as him could have strengthened the overall prowess of the Night Watch, but it seemed that he would not be joining their ranks after all. Chapter 25. Erlang Shun and Qing Yu blinked and turned to Fang Yu, inquiring, "Was that person from yesterday you?" Fang Yu was taken aback, despite having altered his appearance. The other party could still deduce his identity as the principal from the previous day, indicating Qing Yu's remarkable intellect. Alas, without the current forbidden ruins, joining the Night Watchers would have been splendid. However, as the Night Watchers were unwilling to accept him at present, he was left to pursue his studies in solitude. With insufficient strength, the less you know, the better it is for you, Fang Yu cautioned. And Qing Yu's gaze was resolute as he took a few steps forward and declared, "I wish to accompany you." Having sought to join the Night Watchers only to be turned away, he was eager to grow stronger, and this was his only recourse. The individual before him possessed not only wisdom, but also considerable power. Following him would surely be wise. Fang Yu sighed in resignation, replying, "I do not lack manpower at the moment. I cannot take on a subordinate. Were it not for his undercover status, he would undoubtedly have accepted him. But the current situation rendered it impossible to bring him along. After all, he was a teammate of Lin Qiye. It was best to let it be." And Qing Yu, disheartened, lowered his head and retreated behind the others. His eyes remained fixed on the head of the Nantua snake demon, silently resolving that he would not abandon the path to becoming a strong warrior. He had found his answer within. Eventually, Fang Yu and Zhao Kongsheng departed with Liu Xiaoyan, leaving the Night Watchers to clean up the aftermath. Not long after exiting the school, they encountered a young boy. Accompanying the boy was a black dog. Panting with its tongue lolling out, patiently awaiting their arrival. Seeing the trio ahead, Yang Jin inquired with confusion, "Who are you? Where's my brother?" He had been waiting for several hours, calculating that his brother, Lin Qiye, would bring Lu Xiaoyan out, but was surprised to find two unfamiliar faces instead. Fang Yu felt a sinking sensation within. This fellow certainly knew how to make an entrance. According to the anime's storyline, Lin Qiye was supposed to emerge from school carrying Lu Xiaoyan, yet here was his brother waiting. Why was he not around during the fight, but chose to appear now to embrace the damsel? "How would I know where your brother is? Go and ask him yourself," Fang Yu retorted. Yang Jin shot a glare at Lu Xiaoyan, saying, "Are they kidnapping you? If so, just blink and rest assured I will rescue you." Lu Xiaoyan clicked her tongue and shook her head frantically, quickly hiding behind Fang Yu. Fang Yu was left speechless. "Come on, brother, if you're going to play the hero, at least show up earlier. Classes have already ended." Yang Jin was on edge, if not for the fear of exposure. He would have charged in long ago instead of waiting now. "I was merely passing by," he said awkwardly, scratching his head. Fang Yu pointed at his forehead and continued, "If you're going to flirt, at least do it without shame." Yang Jin was taken aback. He had awakened memories, yet his strength was still in the process of recovering. How could anyone possibly recognize him? The Xiantian hound was equally unsettled, baring its teeth at Fang Yu in a frenzy. Woof woof. If not for the presence of others, it would likely have unleashed a torrent of insults. "You little black dog, cease your barking, or I shall unleash my dog-slaying technique upon you." "Who are you?" Yang Jin demanded, his eyes filled with determination. Fang Yu turned his head and said, "Old Zhao, take Lu Xiaoyan and leave. I have something to discuss with him." Zhao Conqing nodded and led Lu Xiaoyan away. At this moment, only Fang Yu and Yang Jin remained, accompanied by a dog. "Speak, who exactly are you?" Yang Jin inquired. Just now, Lu Xiaoyan was the goddess Chang'e, and even the illustrious Erlang Shun resorts to the age-old trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress. TSK. Fang Yu shook his head in exasperation. Yang Jin interjected, "Nonsense. How can my master employ such a trivial method?" The celestial dog, unable to contain itself, retorted. Fang Yu brandished his golden staff at the black dog, warning, "Keep talking, and you might find yourself as dog meat." Both man and dog were momentarily stunned. They were all too familiar with the golden staff. They had endured its strikes more than once. "You are that dead monkey," the celestial dog exclaimed in astonishment. "Weren't you dead? How can you still be alive?" Yang Jin echo equally shoket. In an instant, Fang Yu transformed into the visage of the great sage equal to heaven, adorned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, clad in golden chainmail, wielding the Rui golden staff, and draped in a scarlet robe billowing in the wind. He stood resplendent, his furry visage and bright eyes gleaming. "Indeed, I, the old sun, am the great sage Sun Wukong." With that declaration, he slammed the golden staff onto the ground, sending a gust of wind swirling around. Fang Yu's 72 transformations were beyond Yang Jin's comprehension, leaving him unable to discern the truth of the matter. "It truly is you. Did you know that the goddess Chang'e had also been reincarnated here?" Yang Jin expressed his displeasure, feeling that his meticulously crafted plan had been disrupted by this monkey's antics. Fang Yu chuckled, as you would say, "I was merely passing through. I shall be on my way in a few days." "Where to?" Yang Jin queried. "To cleanse some pests of Huaxia. The ancient god church?" "Indeed. Would you care to join?" Yang Jin shook his head. "No. I wish to remain here and await the restoration of my strength." "In my opinion, you are reluctant to part with the goddess Chang'e?" Yang Jin retorted. "Enough of this chatter. Upon your return, will you consider reorganizing the heavenly court?" "Reorganize the heavenly court? You must be aware of why I, the old sun, stormed the heavenly court in the past. Do you truly dare to ask me to assist in its reformation?" "Absolutely not." Fang Yu imitated Sun Wukong's tone, resolutely refusing. Fortunately, after having read Journey to the West countless times, he had perfectly mastered the essence of Sun Wukong's speech. It was indeed a thrill to embody Sun Wukong, even managing to deceive Erlang Shun. Yang Jin shook his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the matter further, recalling that it was he who had once brought Fang Yu back to the heavenly court. "Let me share something about the ancient god church. The president, Yu Huai, is the embodiment of the world-destroying Brahma, and he possesses the divine artifact, the Black Lotus of world destruction. Be careful not to fall victim to his schemes. Yang Jin cautioned. Upon hearing this news, Fang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Jin, without venturing outside, could acquire such knowledge. Alas, this information was of little use to him, as he was already well aware of it. This news is somewhat outdated. Do you have any more recent updates? Fang Yu inquired. New information. Let me think. Ah, yes. Recently, a mythical creature emerged from the mist, reportedly possessing strength of the sea realm, only to be captured by the ancient god church, resulting in the loss of several of their followers. Fang Yu's eyes lit up. This news was indeed intriguing. Something he had not heard before. Thank you. Remember to take the initiative. With that, he vanished from sight, wielding his golden staff. Take the initiative? Yang Jin fell into contemplation. It seemed he had scarcely spoken a few words over the years, while she remained unawakened. It was the perfect opportunity to make his presence felt. Chapter 26. Departure. Fang Yu returned to the dimly lit room, only to realize that he had yet to utilize his lottery opportunities, of which he had 2 remaining. This task was rather commendable, having been completed consecutively, and with the Sun Wukong entry reaching 60. This indicated that he needed to undertake 4 more tasks to unlock the true Sun Wukong. He reviewed the system panel. Currently, there are 2 lottery chances for the Sun Wukong entry. Let the lottery commence. The system is conducting the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Fang Yu, is it truly possible to receive thank you for your patronage again? Have my previous good fortune been exhausted, leaving me empty-handed? Nevertheless, I still possess 1 more lottery opportunity. I hope this time yields something worthwhile. I shall draw once more. The system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have received a hair from Sun Wukong. A single hair? What use is that? System, please provide an explanation. Sun Wukong's hair can manifest a clone with 80 of its original power and can be controlled by the user. This is vastly different from the 72 transformations, which only allow transformation into objects other than oneself without any control. However, this clone is distinct. It can embody 80 of the original's capabilities, meaning he will no longer need to perform tasks himself, relying entirely on the clone. Fang Yu immediately utilized the hair from the Monkey King to manifest a clone. Gazing at his identical counterpart, endowed with the same prowess, he found the experience exhilarating. This clone could not stray too far. If it exceeded 100 kilometers, he would lose the ability to sense it, and controlling it would require a portion of his mental energy. In one city, this was feasible, but in distant cities, his mental energy would prove insufficient. As his realm advanced, the controlling distance would also extend, making it possible to operate anywhere in Huaxia in the future. Although the 2 lottery draws were not as fortunate as before, one yielding a mere thank you for your patronage, the other reward was immensely advantageous for his impending mission to the ancient god church. He examined the task at hand. Task: eliminate AC realm mythological creature, which must have emerged from the mist into Huaxia. Completion reward: 1 lottery draw for the Sun Wukong entry, along with 300 points. Fang Yu discerned that each task was invariably linked to Huaxia. After all, it was a Huaxia system, naturally harboring a deep-seated aversion to the incursion of other mythological beings. It was hardly surprising. He speculated that future tasks might involve purging the ancient god church, which was precisely why he had chosen to join it. Furthermore, he relied on the ancient god church to provide task resources. His current strength rendered him unfit to venture into the mist. Fortunately, the ancient god church had captured a sea realm mythological creature, perfectly aligning with his task requirements. 10 days later, Fang Yu received 2 ghost face kings from the masked man. He was not in haste to eliminate them. Instead, he employed them as sparring partners. Ghost face kings from the Chuan realm were notoriously elusive, and he was in dire need of battle experience, necessitating their use for training. Fang Yu stood before an abandoned building. The 2 ghost face kings charged towards him at full speed, leaping into the air, their 4 claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, withdrew his foot, and raised his hand. Wielding a straight sword with remarkable speed, 4 strikes in a second. Clang, 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 clang. The claws were repelled by the sword, causing their bodies to involuntarily retreat. Confronted by two ghost face kings, he remained undaunted, growing more valiant with each clash. This practical combat far surpassed any training camp experience, for they had never encountered such mythological beings to hone their skills against. The crucial difference was that the opponents showed no mercy, engaging in a battle of life and death, unlike the sparring sessions in the training camp, where instructors would hold back. In recent days, Fang Yu had made astonishing progress. No longer relying solely on his realm to overpower foes, he was now capable of contending with the Ghost Face Kings even at his current level. As time approached its limit, he ceased to play and deliberately sought out the masked man, orchestrating a performance around him. First, he inflicted severe injuries upon the two Ghost Face Kings, leaving them on the brink of death, then contacted the Night Watch captain, feigning a few rounds of combat before retreating under the guise of injury. The masked man had been under Fang Yu's surveillance for days and witnessed this scene unfold. Observing the wounded Fang Yu, a hint of concern crossed his face. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard? They are merely two Ghost Face Kings. It hardly seems worth it. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all right?" Fang Yu coughed lightly. "I'm fine, just a minor injury. I'm not dead yet. It's a pity I nearly succeeded, but I didn't anticipate the Night Watch's arrival." The masked man refrained from further comment and instead instructed Fang Yu to be at the airport the following day in preparation for their departure. His investigations were nearly complete. 3 months had passed, and it was time to report back. The next morning, within the Peace Affairs office of Sangnan City, Wu Xiangnan held documents in hand and remarked, "Isn't it a remarkable coincidence that the two Ghost Face Kings were eliminated by the captain yesterday? Particularly the one that was close to death. They had no chance to resist." When Shima pondered, resting his chin on his hand, "The captain has been acting strangely lately, not informing us." By the time we arrived, the two Ghost Face Kings were already dead, and we only caught a glimpse of a figure telling us not to pursue. Such behavior from the captain was rarely seen, yet no one dared to question him. If he had something to say, he would surely voice it. Meanwhile, Hong Ying seemed lost in thought, entirely oblivious to the conversation. Sitting at the table with one hand propping her chin, contemplating. "How peculiar. Why has Fang Yu vanished without a trace? I can't seem to find him anywhere." Lin Qiye observed the distracted Hong Ying and inquired, "Sister Hong Ying, what are you thinking about?" Hong Ying snapped back to reality, looking up at Lin Qiye and forcing a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, why has T. Fang Yu from your class shown up? He was absent even when we dealt with the Nantua serpent demon." He dropped out." "Dropped out?" Hong Ying was taken aback. Ever since she discovered that Fang Yu was in the same class as Lin Qiye, she had hoped to encourage Lin Qiye to foster a good relationship with him, intending to persuade Fang Yu to join the Night Watch. She never expected him to simply vanish. What a peculiar individual, playing the part of the elusive. Hong Ying shook her head in resignation, realizing her hopes for him to join the Night Watch were dashed. Lin Qiye fell silent, lost in thought as well. Although he had never witnessed Fang Yu in action, the information he received from the Night Watcher team, 136, indicated that Fang Yu was extraordinarily formidable, even more so than himself, the divine agent. Having already reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, he feared that without the skill of the Starlit Dancer, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Why, then, did he claim he could not defeat him? This perplexed him. He was undeniably powerful, yet insisted he could not prevail. At the airport security checkpoint, Fang Yu was placing his luggage onto the conveyor belt. Beep, beep, beep. A nearby machine emitted a sound. Security personnel swiftly approached, surrounding Fang Yu. "Sir, please open your luggage. We have detected prohibited items." "Prohibited items?" Fang Yu was taken aback, as he had not packed anything of the sort. Gradually, he unzipped his suitcase, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. A mask came into view. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. Earlier scans had detected a human face, leading them to suspect a deranged killer. However, since the mask was merely plastic and posed no threat, it was deemed permissible. This mask belonged to the masked man of the ancient god society. It was impractical to wear it while flying, as it would attract undue attention and raise suspicions. Thus, it was stowed away in Fang Yu's suitcase. The masked man appeared to be middle-aged, somewhat mixed race, and sported a beard. Cliff patted Fang Yu on the shoulder, offering reassurance. There's no need to be nervous. It's just a minor issue. With that, the two boarded the plane. Woohoo! Take off. Chapter 27. Headquarters of the Ancient God Church. Cliff led Fang Yu into the headquarters, where the ambience was dimly lit by a few oil lamps emanating an eerie green glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. On either side of the corridor, ancient portraits adorned the walls, depicting figures with distorted faces, their eyes betraying a sense of malevolence and madness that sent shivers down one's spine. The main hall of the headquarters was exceedingly spacious, with a soaring dome overhead. 3 statues stood silently, each accompanied by a chair, corresponding to their respective representatives. The central figure was Yu Huai, appearing youthful, yet actually nearing 70, representing the world-destroying deity, Mythology Fan Tian. To the right was Yu, exuding an air of elegance while possessing the ability to tarnish souls, conjuring nightmares and binding soul contracts, representing the nightmare deity. Surrounding him were church followers clad in black robes, the weakest among them being at the Chuanjing level. Cliff respectfully bowed to the president and reported, through my investigations, it appears that the Shiva's grievance from a decade ago has been suppressed thanks to the Night Watcher Team 136, led by Chun Mai, who utilized the Black Wu Chang for the task. I also discovered the representative of the deity Michael, but alas, he has already joined the Night Watchers, making him unattainable. However, I have brought back a promising candidate who has already reached the Chuanjing level and has even slain the Night Watcher Zhao Kongchen. Yu Huai cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yu, discerning nothing unusual. The Ancient God Church was not an organization one could easily infiltrate. Had it been so, it would have been exposed long ago. Even if he surpassed Klein's realm, he would still be unable to perceive Fang Yu's true identity. For now, he was merely a fragment of himself, not showcasing his full prowess. This body was merely a manifestation created by Fang Yu using a single hair from the Monkey King, with his original self absent from the Ancient God Church. After all, the original text never specified the realm of the world-destroying deity. What if that deity were an exalted god, employing divine consciousness to observe from the shadows? Fang Yu was concerned that his identity might be revealed. For safety's sake, he opted to send his avatar forward. He understood that all the representatives of the Ancient God Church were essentially pawns, including Yu. To dismantle the Ancient God Church, it was imperative to eliminate the deities behind it. Merely destroying their representatives would not suffice, as they could very well re-emerge. However, dealing with deities was no trivial matter. Those who had attained such heights possessed exceptional strength and intellect. Should their representatives perish, the deities of the Ancient God Church would vanish without a trace. If I cannot suppress the foreign deities, I am unworthy of possessing this Huaxia Deity System. This time, I shall suppress them all. None shall escape. Yu Huai's lips moved slightly as he solemnly remarked, to possess the Chuanjing level at such a young age is indeed commendable, with proper guidance. He could potentially become a deity representative. The president suggested that he join EU's followers, which would facilitate management since he was not yet a deity representative. Cliff added, the Ancient God Church does not accept just anyone. One must either become a follower or be a deity representative. Individuals like the Snake Woman and Cliff are deity representatives and thus do not require membership among the followers. Yu Huai nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. As he was not a deity representative, he could only join the followers. As the whispers echoed, a surge of joy filled his heart. He sought individuals who could become his followers, never anticipating that one would come to him so readily, a serendipitous windfall. What is your name? He inquired. Fang Yu bowed respectfully and replied, Fang Yu. Since Cliff had previously investigated Fang Yu, he could not adopt another name. Doing so would raise suspicion. The more Yu observed him, the more he favored him. Very well. You shall form a soul contract with me shortly, and you will become my disciple. No problem. Moon Huai turned to those gathered below and asked, what are your thoughts on this representative of the divine Michael? The members of the ancient church began to murmur among themselves. If we cannot possess him, we must destroy him. After all, as the supreme deity, Michael's agent was not to be trifled with. Should we attempt to court him instead? He has already joined the Night Watchers. It is likely he cannot be swayed. The atmosphere became as chaotic as a bustling marketplace, with some advocating for persuasion while others sought destruction. Moon Huai commanded silence. He then turned to Yu and asked, "Elder Yu, what is your perspective?" After all, Yu commanded the most followers, making him the most suitable to handle the situation. Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, Lu Liang, you shall go to Changnan City. If you cannot persuade him, eliminate him." As a disciple, Lu Liang had no choice but to comply. He stepped forward and respectfully said, "Understood, Lord Yu. I shall fulfill the task." Lin Qiye had only recently become an agent, merely at the dream realm, perhaps at the pool realm. Sending Lu Liang was more than sufficient. Lu Liang had already reached the pinnacle of the river realm, his foot poised on the threshold of the sea realm, 2 levels above. Moon Huai nodded in satisfaction. This plan was indeed commendable. Next came the discussion regarding the sorrow of Shiva, which primarily involved the higher-ups, and Fang Yu had no authority to listen. Before long, Yu summoned Fang Yu. With a broad smile, Yu felt as though he had struck gold today, astonished to find someone so eager to become a disciple. A rarity indeed, as most were compelled to join against their will. Yu began, "Upon signing the soul contract, your freedom will not be excessively infringed upon by me, and you will also receive rewards from the ancient church, as long as you follow me and embark on a new chapter of life." Others may have been unaware, but Fang Yu understood all too well. Once the soul contract was signed, the bound individual would be entirely under Yu's control, unable to refuse or impede the execution of his commands. Disobedience would transform the disciples' nightmares into tangible calamities. Furthermore, Yu could siphon power from his followers through the soul contract, augmenting his own strength. The more disciples he amassed, the more formidable he became. Yu approached Fang Yu, leaning in to whisper, "Tell me your answer. Are you willing to join as a disciple?" He was already crafting a dreamscape for Fang Yu, warping the surroundings as the scene shifted into an eerie tableau. This was the divine realm of Yu, sequence 018, Dream Crossing. In the realm of dreams, Fang Yu found himself engulfed in flames, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. He was consumed by the inferno, reduced to charred flesh, an embodiment of death, despair, helplessness, and unending agony. As fragments of his blackened body fell away, fresh flesh began to emerge, as though countless cells were frantically differentiating, perpetually striving for survival. His heart resumed its rhythmic beating, heralding a rebirth. With great effort, he pried open his eyelids and slowly uttered, "I am willing." The murmurs dissipated as the dreamscape receded, and with a satisfied nod, the figure smiled with narrowed eyes, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, you shall hold the 20th seat of the believers. As long as you do not resist, I shall refrain from interfering with your thoughts." None beneath his divine realm, Dream Crossing, dared to oppose him. There was no need for doubt. Meanwhile, Fang Yu's true self outside cursed under his breath. What a fool. Chapter 28, The Cell at Present. Fang Yu has joined the ancient god church, tasked with conveying the news of Liang's plot to assassinate Lin Qiye in Changnan City. He finds himself unable to relay this information directly, as the entrance signals have been jammed, and his avatar cannot stray too far from his true self. Thus, he must rely on Zhao Kongsheng to deliver the message. Fang Yu's true self meets with Zhao Kongsheng, deliberately leaving a signal for him to follow. As Fang Yu puffs on a cigarette, he spots a familiar figure and calls out, "Zhao Kongsheng, over here." Upon noticing him, Zhao Kongsheng cautiously scans the surroundings before approaching. "Do you have any news to share?" Fang Yu discards his cigarette, and replies slowly, "Indeed. The ancient god church's devotee, Liang, is en route to Changnan City to assassinate Lin Qiye. It is likely that there are members of their organization at the new recruit training camp. Inform the captain that the ancient god church is investigating the grievance of Shiva, and he should exercise caution." These revelations, while not particularly extraordinary in the original narrative, may hold some utility as Lin Qiye and his companions are likely unaware of them, albeit limited in significance. What about the headquarters of the ancient god church? Zhao Kongsheng inquires. If they could ascertain its location, they would be able to apprehend them all. Fang Yu shakes his head. "I do not know." "Do not know?" Zhao Kongsheng expresse surprise. "Haven't you been there before? How can you not know?" The headquarters of the ancient god church resides within an independent dimension, devoid of a specific location. There are not merely one but multiple entrances, making it impossible to ascertain its whereabouts. Fang Yu elucidates. It is likely that the deity behind this has long devised a strategy, deliberately creating a unique space. Otherwise, how could it remain undiscovered after all these years in Huaxia? Very well, I will take this information back. Should new developments arise, I will return. With that, Zhao Conchang vanishes without a trace. In the meantime, EU contemplates the mythological creature from the maritime realm that has recently been captured and designated as a devotee. However, this creature, emerging from the mists, possesses a severely disordered soul, making it exceedingly difficult to establish a soul contract. It can only be regarded as a mere specimen for experimentation. EU wonders if allowing it to consume a soul from the forbidden abyss would restore its soul to completeness. It appears that among the maritime devotees at the headquarters, only Fang Yu remains, as the others are preoccupied with their own missions, leaving him as the sole candidate for sacrifice. Alas! Knock, 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 enter. Fang Yu opens the door. Lord EU, you summoned me? EU instructs, there's a task I need you to undertake. The ancient god church's prison holds a maritime, mythological creature. For the next month, you will feed it. It consumes ghost-faced men, and there are ample specimens available within the prison. Fang Yu is taken aback. The notion of feeding it ghost-faced men is repulsive, yet it is astonishing that other beings require such sustenance. A maritime, mythological creature? A thought crosses his mind. Could it be the one Yang Jin mentioned previously? If so, this would enable him to fulfill his system task as well. Fang Yu smiles in response. No problem. I assure you the task will be completed. EU please smiles back, go now. The 8th seat will escort you to the cell. EU has never encountered such an adept devotee. If he survives, he shall be promoted to the 15th seat. Among the top 10 believers, even the weakest among them possesses the boundless realm, with the 2nd and 3rd ranks belonging to the Klein realm. Currently, Fang Yu holds the position of the weakest at the Chuan realm. Upon exiting his chamber, Fang Yu noticed a figure waiting for him in the distance. This individual was the 8th rank believer, whose prowess had already reached the boundless realm. The 8th ranked cast a glance, surprised to see that the newly recruited believer by Lord Yu was so youthful and yet still at the Chuan realm, truly a rare talent. Greetings, 8th ranked. Fang Yu said politely. Lord Yu has instructed me to take care of the living sea realm mythical creature for the next month. Please guide me. The 8th ranked scrutinized Fang Yu before responding slowly. Very well, that creature looks repulsive. I shall lead you there, and you will be its keeper from now on. He pondered why EU would assign a Chuan realm individual to guard a sea realm mythical creature. Could there be ulterior motives? With this thought, he inhaled sharply and chose not to dwell on it further. Inside the prison cell, upon entry, Fang Yu observed rusty iron chains and a large lock adorning the door, evoking a sense of impenetrability. The walls were cloaked in moss and filth, emanating a putrid odor. With a creaking sound, the 8th ranked gradually opened the iron door, revealing a space illuminated solely by 2 oil lamps, while the rest remained dark and damp. A foul stench wafted from within, reminiscent of decaying flesh and bacterial corruption. Curiously, Fang Yu inquired, while touching the iron door, what sort of individuals were previously confined here. In most cases, not humans, but those who were human could be transformed into ghost-faced individuals. Over 100 ghost-faced beings in Sangnan City were cultivated through special experiments on humans. And the ghost-faced king is even more difficult to produce. It takes 100 ghost-faced beings to yield a single ghost-faced king, explained the 8th ranked. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's heart sank. He had not anticipated that ghost-faced beings were cultivated from humans, each ghost-faced being corresponding to an individual. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to eradicate every member of this ancient cult, including the deity behind it. This was more sinister than a mere cult, specializing in capturing individuals for experimentation, yielding grotesque results. For where do you capture these individuals? Fang Yu asked. Typically from rural areas, but to cultivate a ghost-faced king, one must capture individuals unwilling to join the ancient god church. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Shortly, I will introduce you to the Sea Realm mythical creature. Lord Yu aims to have it become a believer, but thus far, he has failed in this endeavor and can only care for it in the meantime. After hearing this, Fang Yu's expression darkened. The ancient god church was indeed insidious. No wonder they established their headquarters in uniquely isolated space. It would be nearly impossible for the night watchers to uncover them, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate this malignant tumor from Huaxia. As the eighth-ranked ventured deeper into the prison, the suffocating silence enveloped them, with each step echoing ominously. The viscous substance on the walls exuded a repugnant odor. Familiar to Fang Yu, it was the bodily fluid of the ghost-faced beings. Ahead, a large iron door stained with the blood of ghost-faced individuals loomed, both revolting and malodorous. Seat 8 pointed towards the iron door and proclaimed, "Within lies the chamber where that monstrous creature is confined. This beast is ferociously formidable, even in my boundless realm. I would find it challenging to subdue it in a short span of time. Wait here while I summon a faceless phantom." With that, Seat 8 retrieved a faceless phantom from the previous cell. Given his boundless realm prowess, the phantom stood no chance of resistance as it was herded near the iron door. Upon hearing the commotion, the mythical creature within began to roar, its voice resounding like thunder. The faceless phantom, taken aback, pressed itself against the corner of the iron door. Suddenly, with a forceful thud, the door was wrenched open by two monstrous tentacles, which emerged from the gap to ensnare the phantom tightly, dragging it into the darkness beyond. Blood splattered as the phantom was pulled in, droplets cascading onto Fang Yu's feet. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this creature was even more repugnant than the faceless phantom. Observing this, Seat 8 instinctively stepped back a few paces, wary of being splattered by the grotesque spectacle. "Fear not," he reassured. "That beast is already trapped by a forbidden object. It lacks the power of the boundless realm and cannot break free." Chapter 29. The girl in the cell within the confines of the ancient god's church. A resounding crash echoed as an iron door was forcefully flung open. At that moment, four tentacles emerged from within, writhing chaotically in the air. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this what you call security?" The eighth seat, visibly uncomfortable, offered a nervous chuckle in response. "Well, perhaps it's because I haven't eaten enough today." Meanwhile, the mysterious creature's tentacles continued to elongate and twist, halting right at Fang Yu's feet. Restrained by some unseen force, its grotesque visage emerged, and it began to bellow. Roar, 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 a human-headed octopus monster, with the body of an octopus. Its supple and elastic limbs extended and contorted freely, adorned with numerous suckers. Yet, its head bore a human visage, complete with facial features, though the expression was distorted and menacing. Its eyes, typically a grayish-white, exuded a ferocious glare, while its mouth was lined with sharp fangs, exhaling a nauseating stench with every movement. Clearly, it was a creature from the misty ocean, possessing power that had reached the sea realm. A challenge even for those of the infinite realm. Had it remained in the ocean, even a Klein-level entity would struggle to capture it. It was only by expending considerable effort that the Whispering Flower managed to bring it here, with the intention of turning it into a follower. At this moment, Fang Yu took a few steps back, hesitant to approach the human-headed octopus. As this was merely a projection, its strength had only reached the river realm. However, if its tentacles were to ensnare him, he would likely lose this projection entirely. The eighth seat, equally troubled, had never encountered such a situation before and, with no other option, led Fang Yu away. As they progressed down the corridor of cells, Fang Yu's gaze inadvertently swept into one of the enclosures, where he discovered a young girl imprisoned inside. Her skin was as pale as snow, and despite her disheveled hair and tattered clothing, with mud smeared across her face, her innate beauty remained undeniable. She must be a stunning beauty. In that moment, she curled up tightly, her arms wrapped around her legs, huddled in the corner of the cell. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she lifted her head slightly, her large, clear eyes shining brightly. She glanced at Fang Yu, a hint of confusion flickering within her gaze. Fang Yu paused, inquiring, "Who is this girl in the cell? Why is she imprisoned here?" The eighth seat turned to look at the girl, and slowly began to explain she was once destined to become a saintess of the ancient gods' church. But she refused to accept the role of Medusa's divine agent. In her fury, Medusa commanded others to confine her. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was well known how many coveted the opportunity to become a divine agent, yet she had outright rejected the invitation. Furthermore, divine agents were few, possessing not only access to the divine realm, but also experiencing a significant increase in their own strength. She was indeed an anomaly, piquing Fang Yu's interest. Gazing into her clear eyes, he turned to ask, "What is her strength?" "She is at the sea realm." "Sea realm?" Fang Yu was taken aback. Such youthful presence in the sea is indeed rare, for he is a man of systems, while she relies entirely on herself. This character did not appear in the original text. It is likely that she perished in the confines of the ancient god church. The ability to alter certain circumstances is a pity if lost. I still wish to devise a means to salvage the situation. "May I see her?" The eighth seat pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you may look for yourself. The atmosphere here is quite unbearable. I shall take my leave." After taking a few steps, he paused and called out, "Remember to train her well." Train? What a predatory phrase. Fang Yu's thoughts became muddled. He ceased to dwell on it and opened the door. Upon entering, the young girl regarded Fang Yu with curiosity, her eyes shining with sincerity. "You are not from the ancient god church." Fang Yu hastily clarified, "I have just joined the ancient god church as a believer." The girl shook her head and stated, "You misunderstand my meaning. I am saying you are an undercover agent." Fang Yu. So direct? Does this girl possess the ability to foresee the future? He furrowed his brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" She could discern at a glance that he was an infiltrator. The girl's gaze fixed on Fang Yu, her pupils transforming to a shade of purple. "Because you are not one of them. You have joined as a believer, yet you lack a life essence. The murmurs of the soul contract are ineffective on you. What stands before me is merely a shell. Only an undercover agent would act in such a manner. Am I correct?" Fang Yu was taken aback. Fortunately, the eighth seat was absent, or he would have struggled to provide an explanation. This woman is somewhat terrifying. With just one look, she seems to understand everything. Fang Yu maintained an indifferent expression and replied. And then, the girl responded, "You're not surprised? Shouldn't you exclaim in awe and praise my abilities? Wow, you are quite impressive, truly remarkable. You are so perfunctory." The girl had anticipated accolades, but was taken aback by his calm demeanor. Externally composed, Fang Yu was internally astonished by the unfolding events. However, as an undercover agent, he knew he must maintain his faade until the end. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Bai Yi, and yours?" "Fang Yu." Bai Yi stood up, her little cherry lips parting as she asked, "Why did you become an undercover agent? You seem to be around my age. You should have reached the river realm as well." "Because I was hungry." "Hungry?" Bai Yi was utterly perplexed. What does hunger have to do with being an undercover agent? Fang Yu pressed his lips together and elucidated, "Because I was hungry. I joined the ancient god church to beg. They are generous, often giving millions. So you became an undercover agent for money. You are a fraud?" "Close enough." Bai Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Joining the ancient god church for wealth truly is peculiar. Fang Yu, unfamiliar with her, would not disclose his true motives for being an undercover agent, instead fabricating a casual excuse to veil the truth. "How did you come to know the condition of my body?" Fang Yu inquired with curiosity. Bai Yi raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. And with a squint of amusement, she chuckled, "Ha, you still asked me. You were just putting on an act earlier, and I must admit, your performance was quite commendable. Given your curiosity, I shall reluctantly elucidate for you. My eyes possess a unique ability, allowing me to perceive the essence of life itself. Every being is bound to its own fate, yet yours is devoid of such. It appears that your body is inhabited by a non-meaningful existence." Unique eyes? Much like the legendary fire-eyed golden gaze, they possess numerous extraordinary functions. Fang Yu did not feel astonished, for he too harbored similar abilities. Previously, he had believed that only the supreme deities could discern such truths, but encountering one now, he realized he must exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 30. The Maiden's Origin in the Dim Confines of the Cell. Fang Yu gradually rose to sit at the edge of his bed, casting a casual glance around. Might you enlighten me as to why you declined the invitation of a deity? In this realm where strength reigns supreme, such a temptation is not easily resisted by the average soul. After all, without formidable power to support one's endeavors, survival in this world is nearly impossible. Take Qing Yu, for instance. Due to his lack of a forbidden realm, he cannot ascend to the role of a night watchman. Relying solely on intellect, he finds it arduous to reach the pinnacle of human capability. Yet, Bai Yi resolutely rejected the deity's overtures, leading Fang Yu to suspect that there lies a complexity beneath this decision, undoubtedly shrouded in untold circumstances. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, a sorrowful expression gracing her visage as her gaze fell. Allow me to share a tale with you. Once, there existed a formidable warrior from the Klein realm of Huaxia, who by a twist of fate stumbled into a shrouded mist. Within the depths of that fog, he discovered a sanctuary untouched by its encroachment. In this secluded haven resided a lineage that had thrived for generations, their sole deity being Medusa. In time, this Huaxia warrior fell in love with a local maiden of striking beauty, unbeknownst to him that she was, in fact, Medusa's emissary. Upon learning of their union, her kin expressed vehement opposition, firmly disapproving of their relationship. Nevertheless, their bond was unyielding. Facing such adversity, they remained steadfastly together, weathering the storm of opposition. However, Medusa soon learned of their affair and vehemently opposed their marriage, threatening to sever their ties should they persist, even as the maiden bore child. Medusa demanded the termination of the pregnancy, threatening to take the life of the husband otherwise. Despite the warrior's stature in the Klein realm, he found himself powerless against the deity, forced to retreat into the mist, fraught with peril, where even a being of his caliber could scarcely navigate. During their harrowing flight, they encountered a mysterious creature of the Klein domain. After a fierce confrontation, he sustained grave injuries, yet he persevered, his determination propelling him forward. At that moment, his wife was nearing labor, compelling him to halt his advance, remaining by her side through her ordeal until the infant's arrival. His wounds worsened, reaching a point of no return, yet they were near Huaxia. He summoned all his strength to cling to life, driven by indomitable will, inching his way out of the mist. Tragically, what awaited them was not the dawn of hope, but rather a hellish abyss. The ancient god's church had been waiting for them, comprising 3 beings from the Klein realm and 10 from the Boundless realm. He found himself unable to elude their relentless pursuit. Ultimately, the Huaxia warrior perished at the hands of the ancient god's church, and his wife, too, could not evade her grim fate, succumbing to despair shortly after being captured and imprisoned. However, the followers of the ancient god church discovered that the newly born infant possessed a peculiar and extraordinary ability, perhaps owing to her birth amidst the mists. The ancient god church thus began to focus on her cultivation. To their astonishment, the girl's innate talent was remarkably high, and her progress swift. Within a short span, she had attained the strength of the sea realm. At this juncture, Medusa sought to make her a divine agent, yet the girl, exceptionally astute, had already discerned her own lineage and resolutely rejected Medusa. Consequently, she found herself imprisoned in this place. Fang Yu fell into a moment of silence, inwardly lamenting. What tragic tale! Who would have thought her origins were so sorrowful? Both parents deceased, and now imprisoned, a hellish beginning. Bai Yi concluded her story, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fang Yu reached out, gently wiping away the few tears that had already fallen, and offered comfort. Rest assured, I shall lead you out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was taken aback. In disbelief, she asked, Can you truly help me escape? It is important to note that this is the headquarters of the ancient god church. Even if one were to break free from the cell, there are other church members awaiting outside. Escaping the headquarters of the ancient god church is no simple feat. Not even a being of immeasurable power could force their way through. Escape? Fang Yu was momentarily stunned. When did I mention escape? How else would you propose I lead you out? Of course, we shall walk out in broad daylight. Why would we need to escape? Bai Yi furrowed her brows, perplexed by his words. Walk out in broad daylight? Do you think the ancient god church is your home, where you can come and go as you please? Observing her adorably bewildered expression, Fang Yu elucidated. Have you forgotten that this body is merely a fragment? I can also transform you into a fragment. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. This method indeed could work, as no one else would be able to discern her true identity. After all, her unique eyes were a gift from the mists, present since her birth. It is crucial to note that these mists have been tainted by Azathoth, far surpassing even the highest deity in power. Therefore, Bai Yi's eyes could perceive Fang Yu's transformations, rendering him unable to conceal anything from her. What shall we do next? Bai Yi inquired. Next, we await the arrival of my true self. If not today, it shall require a few days. True self? Bai Yi asked in astonishment. Are you saying this body is but a fragment? Fang Yu nodded, affirming that this body was merely a projection of himself. Bai Yi was flabbergasted. Previously, she had assumed it to be a puppet or the like, never realizing it was a fragment. It is well known that possessing a fragment is akin to having an additional life. And to achieve this at the river realm level was a revelation that overturned her understanding. As the eighth seat emerged from the cell, he was beckoned by the murmuring voice. The eighth seat respectfully bowed and inquired, "What command does the esteemed voice have?" The voice, turning slightly, instructed, "In a few days, release the creature from the cell. Be cautious not to let Fang Yu discover this. I wish to observe who among them can survive. Regardless of who survives, I shall be satisfied. If the octopus-headed creature survives, the experiment may continue. If Fang Yu were to survive, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable following, a win-win situation." The eighth seat furrowed his brow, realizing that his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. Fang Yu was being treated as a mere experiment. The thought sent chills down his spine. The formidable strength of that head-headed octopus monster had already reached the sea realm, and sending a mere river realm practitioner to confront it was tantamount to a death sentence. Even if he himself were to attempt slaying the octopus, he could not guarantee success, let alone Fang Yu. Yet, the command of the whispering voice was unassailable. Bound by a soul contract, he had no choice but to comply. The eighth seat composed himself and calmly stated, "I assure you, the task will be completed." As he stepped out of the room, he could only shake his head in resignation. Fang Yu was as good as doomed, his chances of survival exceedingly slim. Chapter 31. The headed octopus monster. A few days later, Fang Yu's true form stealthily infiltrated the prison cell. For his doppelganger was incapable of employing the transformative art of the 72 changes. If he wished to rescue someone, he had to personally lead the way. The prison cell bore an ominous atmosphere, and upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Bai Yi slowly opened her eyes. "You've come," she said. As Fang Yu deftly unlocked the prison door, he replied, "I shall take you away from here. Are you not leaving as well?" Bai Yi inquired with curiosity. Fang Yu shook his head. "I must remain undercover. Departing is not an option. If you're in need of funds, I recall that there is still 10 million in the bank outside. Once we escape, I will support you, and you need not linger in this dreadful place." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she was a hidden, wealthy individual. It appeared that the ancient god sect harbored no impoverished souls, leaving him as the sole pauper. However, discussing money at this juncture bore little significance. The mission was paramount. His brow furrowed as he lamented, "In truth, I have other objectives that I cannot disclose. It is not solely about money. And I cannot leave the ancient god sect just yet." Maintaining his guise as a night watchman was best kept from too many prying eyes. Bai Yi recognized that pressing further would only lead to annoyance, so she shifted the conversation. "How do you intend to rescue me?" A confident smile graced Fang Yu's face as he replied, "It is quite simple to rescue you. I shall transform you into another object, perhaps a cup, and then I will change into something else resembling you, allowing us to stride out nonchalantly." "Are you a magician?" she asked. "Something akin to that." As they conversed, a sticky, slithering sound drew near. It was the sound of some damp entity crawling slowly across the rough floor, each movement eliciting a peculiar sensation that sent shivers down the spine. Fang Yu's senses heightened instantly, and he directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, whispering, "It seems something is approaching. Be cautious." The eighth seat, acting under the orders of the Whispering Lord, had just secretly unsealed the confinement of the head-headed octopus monster, a creature of the oceanic realm. As the sound grew ever closer, a nauseating stench began to permeate the air, inciting a wave of revulsion. Suddenly, a vast and grotesque figure emerged within their line of sight. The headed octopus monster. Its human-like head bore a visage twisted with malice, eyes gleaming with cruelty and madness. While beneath the head lay a massive octopus body. Its tentacles were stout and adorned with suckers, oozing a foul slime that left cracks in the walls as it waved about. "This is troublesome," Fang Yu said, his brow knitted in concern. He turned to Bai Yi and asked, "Can you fight?" Bai Yi clicked her tongue and cast a glance. "Do not forget, I am of the oceanic realm. My mental prowess surpasses yours." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yu's mental energy surged, reaching the level of the oceanic realm. "You are also of the oceanic realm?" Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. It was remarkable for someone of his age to achieve such prowess. Apart from herself, she had not anticipated encountering another prodigy of her age. Fang Yu paid her no heed, his attention fixed intently on the headed octopus monster. "Do not be astonished. Let us instead contemplate how to confront this repulsive creature." To speak frankly, he lacked complete confidence in his ability to vanquish the monstrous being before him. However, he was fortunate to possess a divine artifact. Even if he could not overcome it, escaping should not pose a significant challenge. Fang Yu swiftly drew forth the Golden Cudgel, transforming it into a straight blade, as he had been practicing with blades recently and found them quite manageable. His eyes gleamed with intensity, his fiery gaze enhancing his perceptive abilities by 200%, rendering the surrounding environment crystal clear. Bai Yi, unwilling to be outdone, transformed her gaze into a vivid violet, enabling her to discern the creature's vital weaknesses. She glanced at Fang Yu, her luminous eyes widening in astonishment. Could he possess such a power as well? Fang Yu nonchalantly picked up a metal rod, similarly morphing it into a straight blade before tossing it to Bai Yi. In this critical moment, there was no time for hesitation. Utility was paramount. There was no opportunity for further contemplation, as the head octopus monster lunged forth. Fang Yu understood that retreat was not an option. He took the initiative, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the head octopus beast, drawing upon his prowess at the sea realm, coupled with his fiery vision. He sought to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. Channeling his inner strength, he swung the blade with resolute force, its edge gleaming coldly as it bore down upon the creature's head. Yet, the monster reacted with remarkable swiftness, its numerous tentacles rising to deftly evade the strike. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, the pinnacle of the sea realm. Fang Yu and Bai Yi were left astonished. Fang Yu's brow furrowed, his pupils constricting in alarm. One of the creature's tentacles had already collided with his body. With so many appendages, evasion was impossible. He involuntarily staggered backward, thrusting the blade into the ground to steady himself. Fang Yu cursed under his breath, cursing the beast's immense strength that nearly inflicted internal injury upon him. He had underestimated the head octopus, which, despite its outward appearance of being at the sea realm, possessed true power that had reached the boundless realm. No longer holding back, he pressed his palms against the ground and intoned softly, "Heaven's sealing activate." The surrounding space became constricted, and Fang Yu immediately employed the characteristics of heaven's sealing, reducing the head octopus monster's attributes by 50%. Its true strength still reached the advanced sea realm. Evidently, the disparity between the boundless realm and the sea realm was considerable. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was his sealing ability truly so formidable? In an instant, he had significantly weakened the head octopus monster. Shaking her head, Bai Yi dismissed further contemplation, gripping the straight blade tightly. She began to chant softly, a radiant glow coalescing upon her blade. The once ordinary weapon now shimmered brilliantly, becoming even sharper. This was her unique royal artifact, a phenomenon that had never been witnessed in the realm of divine slaying. Amplification, royal artifact, which enhanced the attributes of an object through mere contact. Seizing the opportune moment, She unleashed her violet eyes and darted toward the creature's flank, seeking to exploit its vulnerabilities and divert its attention. After repelling Fang Yu, the head octopus monster prepared to pursue its advantage, only to sense by ease impending assault from the side. Its enormous form, surprisingly agile, twisted abruptly, sweeping its tentacles toward Bai Yi in a fierce arc. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Yi swiftly employed her agility, gracefully leaping to evade the assault of the creature's tentacles. Upon landing, she deftly wielded her straight blade, aiming a strike at the side of the monstrous entity. The blade made contact, producing a faint white mark upon the creature's surface. Bai Yi's pupils constricted in alarm. She was astonished that her full-force strike had failed to breach its defenses. This octopus-headed monstrosity, seemingly supple in form, possessed an unexpectedly formidable resilience. Roaring in fury, the octopus-headed beast turned its gaze upon Bai Yi, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of dark green venom towards her. Bai Yi's expression shifted in horror as she hastily retreated. Yet the venom surged forth with alarming speed, threatening to splatter upon her. Chapter 32. Breaking through the sea realm. Fang Yu sprang into action, gripping his straight sword tightly as he unleashed a rapid strike, shouting, "Forbidden ruins, moon cleave." In an instant, a dazzling blade of energy cleaved the venom in twain, with the residual force striking the three tentacles of the head octopus monster. With a hissing sound, the three tentacles fell to the ground. "Thank you," Bai Yi called out to Fang Yu, her heart swelling with gratitude. Suddenly, the severed tentacles transformed into a putrid fluid, flowing into the wound, and the head octopus monster's tentacles regrew, returning to their original state. This spectacle sent a chill down the spines of both Fang Yu and Bai Yi. The creature's regenerative ability was astonishing. Bai Yi knew that this approach was futile. They had to locate the monster's vital weakness. Thus, she activated her purple eye, peering through the layers of cellular tissue, meticulously examining the internal structure of the creature in search of a lethal vulnerability. After thorough observation, Bai Yi deduced that a critical weakness lay in the creature's massive abdomen, where a pulsating heartbeat could be discerned. This was the location of its heart. Shattering it would deal a fatal blow. However, accessing that spot would prove challenging, for the head octopus monster's defenses were exceptionally robust, with its 8 tentacles constantly vigilant to their every movement. After some contemplation, Fang Yu opted to revert his golden staff to its original form. Although Moon Cleave was powerful, it consumed a significant portion of his mental energy, almost a quarter with each use. Grasping the golden staff, he leapt into the air, swinging it a few times, conjuring a tempest that ravaged the confines of the cell. Then, Fang Yu dove towards the monster, the golden staff crashing down toward its head with immense force. The head octopus monster raised 2 tentacles in a desperate attempt to defend itself. With a resounding boom, the golden staff collided with the creature's tentacles, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the entire chamber to tremble, fissures appearing in the walls as debris cascaded down. Though the head octopus monster managed to block the strike, its 2 tentacles were shattered, and its massive form staggered backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Seizing the moment while the head octopus monster was reeling from the impact of the golden staff, Bai Yi deftly charged toward the creature. An unspoken understanding seemed to exist between her and Fang Yu. He grasped her intent and continued to assault the monster with the golden staff, drawing its attention and creating an opening for Bai Yi. Swiftly maneuvering to the rear of the monster, Bai Yi surged toward the pulsating heart in its abdomen. The head octopus monster sensed her approach and attempted to pivot to intercept her, but Fang Yu's golden staff rained down relentlessly, making it difficult for the creature to divert its focus. Bai Yi stood before the monster, inhaling deeply as her straight sword radiated with an intense, searing light. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength and thrust the blade fiercely toward the heart. With a swift thrust, the dagger successfully pierced the creature's heart. Bai Yi felt a momentary resistance, yet without a hint of hesitation, she pressed forward with all her might, gradually embedding the blade deeper into the monster's form. The head of the octopus let out a chilling scream, a sound deafening and echoing throughout the confines of the cell. It began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Bai Yi while launching a furious assault with its tentacles towards Fang Yu, desperately seeking an escape from its dire predicament. Fang Yu, evading the creature's relentless strikes, continued to wield the golden rod against its head and back, striving to divert its attention and alleviate the pressure on Bai Yi. However, the octopus, now consumed by madness, unleashed a chaotic yet powerful barrage of attacks. In a moment of carelessness, Fang Yu was struck by a sweeping tentacle, sent hurtling like a cannonball against the wall of the cell, blood spilling from his mouth. Bai Yi, he called out, urgency lacing his voice. As she felt a pang of anxiety, she yearned to withdraw the dagger and check on his injuries, but it was firmly lodged within the creature's body, proving difficult to extract. Sensing Bai Yi's distraction, the octopus flung its body with great force, sending her sprawling to the ground, the dagger slipping from her grasp and falling aside. With immense pain coursing through him, Fang Yu struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, determination filling his eyes. Damn it, this has gone awry. This beast is formidable. Had it not been for the 50% power reduction, victory would have been impossible. I had thought the advantage of the golden rod would suffice, yet I find myself unable to harness its true strength. Once more, he lifted the golden rod, charging forward with a fierce battle cry. If I do not slay you today, I shall not bear the surname Fang. The rod swung in his hands with a fierce energy, each strike imbued with tremendous force, crashing down upon the octopus. It desperately defended itself with its tentacles, flesh and ichor splattering, only to regenerate anew. Bai Yi, too, rose with great effort, retrieving the dagger from the ground and rejoining the fray. Despite her numerous wounds and the dwindling reserves of her mental strength, she summoned her indomitable will, joining Fang Yu in a final assault from two flanks. Though gravely injured, the octopus continued to resist fiercely, its 8 tentacles flailing wildly as it engaged in a life-or-death struggle against Fang Yu and Bai Yi. In that moment, the cell was illuminated with flashes of light, energy surging as the battle reached its zenith. Amidst the fierce clash, Fang Yu seized an opening, leaping into the air, raising the golden rod high, channeling all his strength into this singular blow, aimed at the creature's abdomen, where its wounded heart lay. With a thunderous impact, the golden rod struck the heart, and this time the organ could no longer withstand such overwhelming force, shattering into pieces. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The head of the octopus monster emitted its final, eerie cries before its massive form collapsed to the ground, falling silent. The entire prison cell returned to tranquility, leaving only Fang Yu and Bai Yi, both panting heavily, their weary gazes fixed upon the vanquished creature, a wave of relief washing over them. Following this harrowing battle, both Fang Yu and Bai Yi bore varying degrees of injuries. Yet, they exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with mutual respect and trust. At that moment, Fang Yu felt a shift within himself, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursing through him as he transitioned from the pinnacle of the river realm to the sea realm. This time, he did not rely on the system. It was solely through his own relentless efforts that he broke through. Indeed, it is often in the face of dire adversity that the most profound breakthroughs occur. Had he adhered to conventional training methods, Fang Yu would likely have remained oblivious to the means of his ascension. Chapter 33. Together, Fang Yu successfully stepped into the sea realm. His entire being underwent a profound transformation, as if he had been reborn, and his strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. With the addition of the effects from the 72 transformations, he could attain the intermediate level of the sea realm, and Zhan Yu could also exhibit the mid-level power of the infinite realm, although at a greater expense of mental energy. He examined the system panel. Name: Fang Yu. Realm: Beginner Sea Realm. Prohibitions: Zhan Yu Jin Tian. Special abilities: Fiery Eyes, 72 transformations, cloning. Weapon: Golden Cudgel. 1 draw for the Sun Wukong entry has been obtained. The lottery commenced. System is drawing. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a summoning card for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong summoning card. Upon use, Sun Wukong's level will reach the Supreme God tier for a duration of 2 hours. 2 hours? This duration seems rather short, especially since a decisive victory in the divine battle may not be achieved swiftly. If it were not against the Supreme God, this would suffice, serving as a life-saving card to be employed when life is threatened. You check the tasks. Task: eliminate a divine agent of the ancient God Church to earn 1 draw for the Sun Wukong entry and an additional 400 points. Sun Wukong entry progress, 70. Current points, 960. Indeed, the Chinese divine system primarily involves tasks related to foreign invasions in China. It is likely that more such tasks will follow. With just 40 points shy of reaching 1,000, it is quite vexing. Completing the next task will allow him to exchange for divine relics. The next task is to eliminate the divine agent of the ancient God Church, which he now knows to be the serpent woman Medusa, whose strength is at the river realm, making her relatively easier to defeat. Cliff is the agent of the sand god Set, currently recovering his strength, and is at the sea realm. These two are his primary targets, and he must pay closer attention to them moving forward. However, now armed with a trump card, he felt a bit more confident. It is best to proceed slowly and maintain composure. Bai Yi, observing the dazed Fang Yu, could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Fang Yu replied, regaining his composure. "By the way, shall I escort you away next?" The commotion from the recent battle against the octopus monster was too loud. It would not be long before others arrived, so it was prudent to leave swiftly. Leave? Bai Yi pondered. Where shall we go? She was uncertain herself, having seldom ventured outside and lacking knowledge of the situation, particularly with regard to confronting the ancient God Church. Watching Fang Yu's retreating figure, she made a silent decision. Shall I also become an undercover agent? Determination shone in Bai Yi's eyes. Fang Yu was taken aback, somewhat perplexed, and asked, "Why do you want to be an undercover agent?" His own undercover status as a night watchman allowed him to contribute to China's defense. However, Bai Yi lacked such a status and would be pursued by both the ancient God Church and the night watchman, facing greater peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi asserted, "Of course, it is for revenge. They kill my parents, and I shall surely avenge them." Fang Yu sighed in resignation upon hearing this. "All right, I will assist you once more." Had it not been for Bai Yi's timely intervention, he would have been unable to discern the creature's vulnerabilities, making the task of vanquishing the head octopus monster exceedingly arduous. Assisting him would also serve as a gesture of goodwill. Medusa, now with a divine agent in the form of a serpent woman, could no longer appoint Bai Yi as her representative. Thus, the only feasible path was for her to join the Whisper believers. The Whisper, in turn, welcomed their inclusion, as the more individuals who joined, the stronger its power became. Fang Yu shared his plan with Bai Yi, proposing that he use a clone to replace her while she joined the believers first. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure approached. It was the 8th seat. Having heard the commotion, he had been waiting outside the cell, and, noticing the prolonged silence, decided to investigate. Upon seeing Fang Yu, his pupils constricted in disbelief. It was astonishing that Fang Yu had managed to slay the head octopus monster, a feat he himself could not accomplish. This young man harbored immense potential and might very well ascend to the position of chief in the future. He harbored no doubts about Fang Yu, for they were all believers, well aware that under the soul contract, none could resist. However, upon noticing Bai Yi trailing behind Fang Yu, the 8th seat expressed his confusion. "I never imagined you were still alive. Such a surprise. But did you two collaborate to defeat that creature?" He surmised that Fang Yu alone could not have vanquished the head octopus monster. Bai Yi's involvement was essential for such an extraordinary outcome. Otherwise, it would shatter his understanding. How could a mere individual from Chuanjing slay a being of nearly limitless divine power? Fang Yu affirmed, "Indeed, it was our combined efforts that led to the creature's demise. I have informed her that she will also join the believers, thus contributing additional strength to Lord Whisper." Upon hearing this, the 8th seat gasped in astonishment. It was known that Bai Yi had previously rebuffed even the divine agent's invitation. So her willingness to join the believers elevated Fang Yu's standing in his eyes. Observing Bai Yi dutifully following Fang Yu, he couldn't help but inquire, "Have you trained her well?" She previously declined Medusa's invitation, yet now she is willing to join the believers. You truly are impressive, Fang Yu. Trained? That term seems inappropriate. Fang Yu responded with a wry smile. It is merely my duty. You both shall meet Lord Whisper shortly, he continued, recalling the prior instruction that if Fang Yu emerged victorious, he would escort them to meet him. Initially, he had not held much hope, but the outcome was astonishing. Fang Yu, noticing his soiled appearance, suggested, however, we ought to clean ourselves before going, as this odor is somewhat unpleasant. The 8th seat nodded, acknowledging the foul stench. You have 2 hours to wash up. Upon discovering there is only one bathroom, Bai Yi frowned. Fang Yu blurted out together. Bai Yi's face flushed crimson. Her teeth clenched as she shot him a glare, exclaiming, You lecher. Are you trying to take advantage of me? I meant we would go together to see Lord Whisper. What are you thinking? Fang Yu attempted to clarify, but Bai Yi, her cheeks aflame, hurriedly interjected, I will wash first. You must not peek. Fang Yu retorted. Would I really peek? What does one take lousy for? Is he that kind of person? One must observe, and it should be a sincere observation. An hour later, Bai Yi emerged from her bath, radiating an alluring fragrance. Though her hair was somewhat disheveled, her face had been cleansed and appeared rejuvenated. With lips like cherries and a delicate, slightly upturned nose, her visage was exquisite. Her eyebrows arched gracefully like distant mountains, beneath which lay a pair of enchanting eyes. Her skin, as fair as snow, accentuated her remarkable presence. Bai Yi slightly parted her lips, asking, Am I beautiful? Fang Yu quickly averted his gaze, stammering air. Somewhat. Somewhat? Then why are you bleeding from your nose? It's just a reaction to the unfamiliar environment. Chapter 34. The place I shall not visit, with long hair, cascading like ink down her back, and a pair of slender phoenix eyes exuding an air of mystery. Yu sat elegantly upon the resplendent throne, clad in a meticulously tailored tailcoat. Fang Yu, it is indeed surprising to see you emerge unscathed from such peril. Pray tell, how did you manage to accomplish this? Yu inquired, his tone laced with incredulity and curiosity. In his initial estimations, Fang Yu was all but doomed. Thus, witnessing his safety felt nothing short of miraculous. Fang Yu, unperturbed, replied slowly, It transpired that I ensnared the head octopus monster using the forbidden abyss, forbidden heaven. And with the assistance of Bai Yi, we successfully vanquished it. Presently, Bai Yi aspires to become one of your esteemed followers. In truth, Fang Yu's decision to disclose the existence of forbidden heaven was a calculated one. After all, lacking a forbidden abyss would inevitably raise suspicions. It was far more prudent to reveal it voluntarily, thereby rendering it reasonable in the eyes of others. The forbidden heaven possesses 2 remarkable capabilities. First, it can confine any entity beneath the divine. Second, within the sealed spatial domain, it can diminish the opponent's power by as much as 50%. Such potent advantages are rarely known to others, allowing him to better conceal his true strength. Upon hearing this, Yu's lips curled into a smile, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Although the head octopus monster was formidable, the prospect of acquiring 2 powerful followers brought him greater joy. You have performed admirably this time. You shall henceforth hold the 15th seat. Yu tossed a small orb towards him, a forbidden object known as the Soul Capture Pearl, capable of safeguarding your life at a critical moment. Despite its size, it can even influence a soul at the Klein level. This was indeed a generous reward. Even the 8th seat nearby looked on with envy, as he himself possessed none. This gesture exemplified Yu's regard for Fang Yu, clearly indicating his substantial investment in him. Fang Yu smiled, hastily catching the orb and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Yu-sama. Thank you, great benefactor. One could only imagine the expressions of those who would discover that this soul capture pearl was specifically effective against the ancient god cult. Yu nodded with satisfaction, turning to say with a squint and a smile, Next, we shall have Bai Yi accept the soul contract. Bai Yi was not her true self, but rather an avatar conjured by Fang Yu. Yu approached Bai Yi, whispering the incantation in her ear, mirroring the process that Fang Yu had previously undertaken. It was entirely undetectable, allowing for a successful deception. From this day forth, you shall be my loyal follower, holding the 21st seat. And you shall devote yourself wholeheartedly to my service, striving towards our shared goal, Yu proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone imbued with an air of absolute confidence. Observing Yu's self-assured demeanor, Fang Yu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This old fellow certainly possesses a great deal of confidence. Bai Yi nodded and slightly bowed, stating, I shall faithfully adhere to Yu-sama's teachings. I will not fail in my mission. With a dismissive wave, Yu instructed them to leave, assuring them that he would call for them if necessary. Yes, Lord Yu, they replied before departing. Upon his return, Fang Yu observed the effects of the soul-capturing pearl. It was a high-grade forbidden object that influenced their very souls, reminiscent of an illusion akin to the ghost realm of the spirits. However, its capacity to affect the Klein realm was truly impressive. The Ghost King's ghost realm of the spirits could only impact the Chuan realm, underscoring the immense value of the soul-capturing pearl. Yu's generosity in presenting it was rather unexpected. Bai Yi approached and spoke softly. Though the soul-capturing pearl is indeed a remarkable artifact, it has now become a double-edged sword. Yu's gift might also be a means for him to scrutinize you. Fang Yu paused, realizing this perspective had eluded him. Yet, in the original narrative, Yu was portrayed as rather foolish, lacking the acumen to warrant such concern. Even the ninth seat, an undercover agent, could discern something amiss with Shun Qingzhu, while the two other agents remained oblivious. If they weren't foolish, what were they? The true adversaries lurked in the shadows, deities and characters like Yu. To reveal one's trump card too readily would be unwise. After all, such advantages should be wielded with precision. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, he is a fool. There is no need for concern. Bai Yi sighed, shaking her head. Observing Fang Yu's confident demeanor, she felt he was somewhat overestimating himself. Nevertheless, she gently cautioned, that may be so, but we should proceed with utmost caution. After all, Yu holds considerable influence within this ancient cult. If someone were to inadvertently alert him, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. Guidance from a sage? Nonsense. There's nothing to fear. I've read the original work. He is undoubtedly a fool. Fang Yu smiled broadly, asserting, a great fool who could become wise would already be wise. There's no need for worry. Days later, Fang Yu found himself in a state of vexation. The pressing issue was locating the serpent woman and Cliff, who had secluded himself for cultivation, his whereabouts entirely unknown. The serpent woman was also absent from the headquarters of the ancient cult, and, as mere believers, they were unable to inquire about the locations of divine agents due to their lower status. Should they not appear at the headquarters, finding them elsewhere or at a branch would be impossible, let alone executing a strike. Moreover, aside from the two of them, the other divine agents were all of at least the Klein realm. Utilizing trump cards to accomplish the mission would certainly lead to significant losses. After all, preserving one's life was paramount. Tasks were secondary. If one lost their life, what purpose would tasks serve? Noticing Fang Yu's troubled expression, Bai Yi inquired, "What is wrong? Do you know the serpent woman's whereabouts?" Fang Yu looked up at Bai Yi, his eyes filled with hope that she might possess some useful information. Having been at the ancient cult for a considerable time, she might indeed be privy to certain details. The Medusa agent? Yes, that is her, Bai Yi responded, shaking her head. I don't know, but I know a place she might go. What place? Fang Yu asked eagerly. Heaven on earth. Heaven on earth? Fang Yu took a deep breath and, filled with curiosity, remarked, could it possibly be inappropriate for children? Bai Yi shot him a glance, curling her lips as she retorted, this is a respectable place. What are you thinking? I refuse to go to a respectable place. Bai Yi added. Chapter 35, The Serpent Woman, Heaven and Earth. It is nestled in the most bustling area of the city, yet cleverly concealed within a lush garden. Without traversing the winding path, paved with smooth jade stones, it is nearly impossible to discern its existence. Fang Yu stood at the entrance, marveling at the audacity of the ancient god church for establishing its stronghold in the heart of the city. After all, one must ponder where the church's considerable wealth comes from. Money does not simply fall from the sky. Bai Yi produced a card, declaring, I still have 10 million. That should suffice for our expenses. Truly a wealthy lady. The ancient god church is indeed comprised of affluent individuals. Fang Yu, on the other hand, found himself devoid of funds. What remained of his several 100,000 had been entirely given to Zhao Kongqing. Presently, he could be considered a pauper. Little did he anticipate the day when he would be treated to a meal by a wealthy woman. As they stepped through the grand door, crafted from precious sandalwood and adorned with resplendent jewels, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. The ceiling of the hall soared high above, adorned with countless crystal chandeliers, each intricately carved, casting light that intertwined like a dazzling galaxy descending upon the earth. To one side of the hall stood a massive stage, where graceful maidens danced elegantly at intervals. This establishment surely demanded a hefty expenditure. Upon entering, they spotted Han Xiaoyan at table 13 and Ma Qianni at table 14, surrounded by several beautiful women eagerly pouring drinks for them. Let me tell you, Xiaoyan, the drinks here are potent. Should we give them a try? Ma Qianni inquired, lifting his glass. Han Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively. No need. This place is also quite satisfactory. His gaze drifted to the distance, where he noticed Fang Yu and Bai Yi approaching. Han Xiaoyan rose and extended his hand, blocking their path. You are the newly joined disciples of the ancient god church, table 15 and table 21, correct? Fang Yu was taken aback. How did he know? This must be their first encounter. How do you know us? Han Xiaoyan took a sip of his drink, slowly responding. I have heard that the newly joined disciples of the ancient god church, despite their youth, have the ability to slay mythic beings of almost limitless realms. Moreover, they have trained the previous saints to follow diligently behind them. Such remarkable feats are said to be the work of the legendary, newly promoted Table 15. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Fang Yu's eyes, who was spreading rumors and persistently using the term training. It must be Table 8. Should I catch you next time? I will surely flay your skin. Is there something you wish to challenge me about? Han Xiaoyan circled around Fang Yu, his hand resting on his shoulder as the power of the sea realm surged forth. Fang Yu felt a formidable mental force assault him before he could react. In an instant, Bai Yi unleashed her sea realm strength, raising her jade foot high and kicking Han Xiaoyan's hand away. With a resounding clap, Han Xiaoyan stumbled back several meters, shaking his hand, only to find it swollen. He grimaced, realizing how fiercely his opponent had retaliated, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how has Fang Yu trained her to be so fiercely protective? Even a dog wouldn't be this loyal. Bai Yi's expression darkened as she cast a glance. If you wish to fight, come to me. Bullying him is hardly an accomplishment. Fang Yu furrowed his brow. This narrative seemed amiss. The plot, a beauty rescuing a hero? It seems I have transformed into a delicate little wife. White Yi, though appearing petite and adorable, is, in fact, a formidable woman. Even Fang Yu was taken aback by her unexpected ferocity. Ma Qianni inhaled sharply and hurried to support Han Xiaoyan, recognizing that this woman was not to be trifled with. Han Xiaoyan rubbed his still aching hand, observing Fang Yu and White Yi. Today, I have been rather abrupt. I was merely curious about his capabilities and sought an opportunity for a friendly spar, but it seems that is no longer necessary. He had initially contemplated that if he could incapacitate Fang Yu, it would be all the better, as it would weaken the ancient god church's influence. After all, he had once been a night watchman, although he could not resist the soul contract of the murmurs. Diminishing the power of the ancient god church would still be beneficial. However, Fang Yu's displayed strength was exceedingly extraordinary, and should he continue to grow, he might very well become humanity's apex. Little did he know that Fang Yu was an undercover agent. Throughout history, those who are overly sentimental often harm themselves. Fang Yu's desire to rescue him would be futile. He had already been marked by the soul contract, and this was the divine ruins, which, with his current capabilities, he could not unravel. Before long, he would have to use Songnan City as cannon fodder, which he could not prevent. White Yi stepped forward, positioning herself before Fang Yu, and questioned, as a believer, why did you unjustly strike at him? She had just sensed an overwhelming power, one that the typical boundaries of the river realm could not withstand. Han Xiaoyan, with a grim expression, bowed and admitted, it was my error. I should not have tested him. Therefore, I shall cover your expenses later as an apology. White Yi wished to say more, but Fang Yu interrupted her. All right, if that is the case, may I request a few dance performances? No problem. White Yi asked. What does that mean? Given that Han Xiaoyan bears hostility towards you, why let him go? Furthermore, I am here to fend off enemies. And you wish to watch beautiful women dance? He had previously been part of the Night Watchman squad, and now he likely harbored ill feelings towards me. Do you understand my meaning? Fang Yu winked, subtly hinting, confident that her intelligence would lead her to comprehend. White Yi understood in an instant. Yet she wondered what this had to do with watching beautiful women dance. It has nothing to do with it. Then why request it? I simply want to see. As Fang Yu eagerly anticipated the next dance performance, a subtle commotion erupted in the hall. The previously light-hearted atmosphere was suddenly shrouded in a veil of foreboding, as all eyes turned toward the entrance. A woman clad in a flowing green gown entered with an elegant yet slightly eerie gait. She was none other than the Serpent Woman. The hem of her dress was intricately embroidered with a pattern of scales, which appeared to come alive, glimmering with a chilling luster as she moved. The Serpent Woman possessed an exquisite beauty tinged with an air of coldness. Her elongated eyes resembled a deep, mysterious pool, with rare vertical pupils that shimmered with both allure and danger. Upon her arrival, many instinctively took a step back, their faces reflecting awe, for she was renowned for her ruthless nature within the ancient god church. As Ma Tianyi beheld the emergence of the Serpent Woman, a shiver coursed through him, prompting him to approach respectfully, inclining his body in a slight bow. After all, the Serpent Woman, as an emissary of the divine, held a status superior to that of the followers. Even one of infinite realm must show deference. The Serpent Woman cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of aloof indifference, disregarding Ma Tianyi's gesture of respect as she proceeded directly towards Fang Yu and Bai Yi. She had long heard of Fang Yu, curious to witness the capabilities of this individual who had stirred such a tumult upon joining the ancient god society. Chapter 36. Date? The enchanting Serpent Woman glided across the carpet, extending a slender finger to tilt Fang Yu's chin. The young man possessed a certain charm, though it was regrettable he had aligned himself with the wrong crowd. She deliberately cast a glance at Bai Yi beside him. As Medusa's representative, her status within the ancient god church surpassed that of Bai Yi, despite her lack of prowess. Moreover, Bai Yi had spurned Medusa's invitation, which inevitably bred resentment. Fang Liang, with a gentle grasp on the Serpent Woman's waist, spun her around, producing a rose that he held with tender longing. Shall we go on a date? The Serpent Woman. Bai Yi. Han Xiaoyan, holy cow. Ma Tianyi, holy cow. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Though the Serpent Woman exuded allure, she could not withstand such overt flirtation, her cheeks tinging with a blush. She had not anticipated Fang Yu's audacity in making such a declaration before so many witnesses. I have a boyfriend. Perhaps Lu Liang will return soon. The Serpent Woman extricated herself from his embrace, regarding Fang Yu with an unusual gaze. Fang Yu smiled faintly. What of having a boyfriend? One more 1T matter. At this, the crowd collectively gasped. For the sake of this mission, Fang Yu was determined to seduce the Serpent Woman, creating an opportunity for them to be alone. Otherwise, he might never have another chance. Sacrificing a bit of his allure seemed inconsequential. The Serpent Woman trembled slightly at his words. She had encountered many men, but none quite like him. She would certainly agree, but her boyfriend would not. Are you not afraid Lu Liang will cause you trouble? Fang Yu chuckled nonchalantly. That little pauper? His peak strength in the Chuanjing realm is no match for me. In what aspects? In every aspect. The crowd gasped again. I suspect you're being suggestive, yet I lack evidence. The once fiery Serpent Woman was rendered speechless. Was he serious? Previously, she had been the one to flirt, but now she was the object of such bold advances, a first for her. She had initially intended to reprimand Bai Yi, but Fang Yu disregarded her entirely, focusing his fervent attention on the Serpent Woman. Casting a glance at Bai Yi, the Serpent Woman slowly inquired, What about her? Are you prepared to abandon her? Fang Yu's gaze deepened, and he blinked. Bai Yi, understanding the situation. After all, Fang Yu was an undercover operative, and his seduction of the Serpent Woman was perhaps a means to aid her, felt that even if he did pursue the Serpent Woman, she had little say in the matter, especially considering he had saved her life. Before Fang Yu could respond, Bai Yi interjected, "It's all right. You be the big one, and I'll be the small one." The serpent woman. Han Xiaoyan, holy cow. Ma Tianyi, holy cow. The crowd, holy cow. Everyone present was taken aback by Bai Yi's unexpected remark. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, surprised by her response. Although he recognized her intent to assist him in completing the task, he felt a vague discomfort within. The serpent woman was momentarily stunned before breaking into laughter. "Ah, you are quite perceptive. However, I never claimed I would accept you. Do not speak carelessly. There is no distinction of status here. With such beauty and grace, I merely wish to make your acquaintance." A faint smile played upon Fang Yu's lips, yet a glimmer of seriousness shone in his eyes. The serpent woman scoffed lightly, her smooth tongue betraying her skepticism. "Who knows what intentions lie within your heart? Nevertheless, since you seem earnest, I shall grant you this moment of trust." As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist closer to Fang Yu, her fingers tracing circles upon his chest with deliberate intention. Thankfully, this body is merely a projection. The serpent woman seems quite vigilant, likely having cast some curse. Yet, it matters not, for my true self is not present. Fang Yu felt a tingling sensation, yet maintained a composed smile. "It is splendid that she trusts me. I am aware of a delightful place nearby, serene and perfect for a conversation." "Just a chat?" the serpent woman murmured, raising an eyebrow, uncertain of Fang Yu's true motives. The curse she had cast upon him ensured that, regardless of his intentions, he would remain within her grasp. This curse was a sole contract of murmurs. Uttering the incantation would compel the follower to obey. She had struck a deal with the murmurs to gain this power, primarily aimed at controlling El Yang, but now it could be useful against Fang Yu as well. He was quite handsome and youthful, brimming with vitality. The serpent woman flicked her tongue, her excitement evident as she surveyed his robust physique. Fang Yu smiled slightly, suggesting, "Of course, if other activities are desired, it would require additional compensation." "Additional compensation?" The serpent woman paused, puzzled by the concept. Moreover, the ancient god church was never short on funds. "I do not lack money. What I lack is time. As long as I am pleased, I can spend freely." Fang Yu felt a wave of frustration. It seemed all the girls he knew were affluent and formidable. One might criticize the ancient god church for its nefarious nature, but one could never accuse it of poverty. All were wealthy. Fang Yu understood this well. Even the night watcher's Hong Ying was quite affluent. The realm of divine slayers was filled with wealthy women. An ordinary person encountering one could merely cling to their fortunes and relax. Fang Yu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he thought, "Since you are not in need of money, I must make an excellent impression to ensure your satisfaction." With that, he took the serpent woman's hand and gently squeezed it. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyan leaned closer to Bai Yi, lowering his voice. "Bai Yi, are you truly comfortable allowing Fang Yu to dally with that serpent woman? She is not one to be trifled with. What if he loses control?" He aimed to stir discord between Bai Yi and Fang Yu. Bai Yi bit her lip, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fang Yu, and replied firmly, "What business is it of yours?" Han Xiaoyan was momentarily rendered speechless, enveloped in a cloud of dejection. Why had things turned out this way? How had Fang Yu managed to cultivate such affection? Despite the fact that he was on the verge of a date with the serpent woman, she had said nothing, when one would expect her to be furious. Instead, her nonchalance left him utterly perplexed. The relationship is rather intricate. He helplessly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. "Is that so? Then lead the way. If it does not meet my expectations, you shall face the consequences." The serpent woman raised an eyebrow, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Bai Yi observed from the side. Though a twinge of discomfort stirred within her, she endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. She subtly nodded towards Fang Yu, offering a gesture of encouragement. This slight movement did not escape Han Xiaoyan's notice. His brow furrowed in a tight knot as he inhaled sharply. "What on earth are you truly cheering for him?" Chapter 37. Emotionless Fang Yu and the snake woman arrived at a tranquil pavilion, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers and plants, with a fragrant aroma permeating the air. The snake woman surveyed her surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. remarking on the pleasantness of the location. Fang Yu wore a confident smile, replying that it was pleasing to her. The snake woman swayed her hips as she settled onto a stone bench, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fang Yu. Meanwhile, a figure lurked in the trees. The form of Fang Yu disguised as Lu Liang, his true self. The series of actions taken moments ago were all part of a scheme to lure the snake woman, with the intention of assassinating her while assuming Lu Liang's appearance, ultimately framing him for the act. Though Lu Liang was currently in Sangnan City, and few would believe the accusation, Fang Yu had his methods to convince them. You have gone to considerable lengths to bring me here. But is it merely to admire the scenery? Surely there must be other intentions. The snake woman questioned, her eyes gleaming with fervor, her mind racing with provocative thoughts. Other intentions? Fang Yu feigned surprise, shaking his head. No, nothing of the sort. The snake woman's gaze turned icy as she coldly retorted, do not feign ignorance with me. What is your true purpose in summoning me here? It was evident that Fang Yu's motives extended beyond a mere rendezvous. Fang Yu pressed his lips together, speaking softly. In truth, there's a matter of great importance related to you. I brought you here to ensure that no one else overhears. A matter of significance concerning her? The snake woman paused, recalling their first meeting. What could possibly pertain to me? She inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Fang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, stating, to be frank, Lu Liang is an undercover agent. The snake woman was taken aback. How could Lu Liang be an undercover agent? He is a devoted follower and has been with me for quite some time. Her brow furrowed deeper in skepticism. You must be joking. How could he possibly be an undercover agent? This is hardly the way to undermine someone's relationship. Unperturbed, Fang Yu produced several photo albums, presenting them to the snake woman. The images depicted Lu Liang and Yuan Gang together, embracing and smiling radiantly. These images, however, were mere illusions conjured by Fang Yu's shape-shifting abilities. They did not depict the true individuals. The snake woman snatched the albums, scrutinizing them with furrowed brows as disbelief washed over her. This cannot be. Where did you obtain these photos? Lu Liang cannot possibly be an undercover agent. She flipped through the pages, muttering in astonishment. Where do they come from? They were captured by our associates. Fang Yu responded, aware that these photographs alone would not suffice as evidence. They were merely the beginning. Taking a deep breath, the snake woman regained her composure. After all, the existence of photo editing in this world meant that the images could be fabricated and thus could not be deemed as conclusive proof. She possessed her own means of divination. The truth could be revealed through her curse. As she began to chant incantations, a peculiar glow emanated from her hands, signaling the subtle activation of the power of the soul contract. She gracefully approached Fang Yu, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, tell me the truth. Where did these albums come from? At that moment, Fang Yu's gaze was unfocused as he murmured, I infiltrated the Night Watcher's base and stole them. The serpent woman was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Infiltrating the Night Watcher's base? She pressed further. Tell me, is Lu Liang an undercover agent? Or are you slandering him? Lu Liang is indeed an undercover agent. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He has joined the Night Watchers. And I swear by the name of a believer that I am not lying. Fang Yu replied, his words somewhat muddled. Upon hearing this, the serpent woman involuntarily shivered, instinctively taking a few steps back, her face a mask of shock. The news was utterly explosive for her. She could hardly fathom that Lu Liang, who had been so close to her, was actually an undercover agent. After all, a soul contract would neither lie nor defy orders. Doubts began to creep into her mind. She was now inclined to believe him, albeit to a degree. After a brief pause, a shadow suddenly darted from the side, moving with a speed akin to lightning. In an instant, several plant-based darts hurtled toward the serpent woman, reaching her in the blink of an eye. With her pupils dilated, she bent low to narrowly evade the onslaught, yet one dart grazed her cheek. In an instant, a crimson line appeared on her fair skin, fresh blood oozing forth. As she rose, her eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing a familiar figure. Lu Liang, you were in Sangnan. How did you end up here? Her voice trembled slightly. The serpent woman was filled with astonishment and incredulity, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, doubt mingled with resentment. Liu Yang, Fang Yu, responded coldly. I never anticipated that my long-hidden identity as a Night Watcher would be discovered by you. In that case, you shall all perish. You are a Night Watcher? The serpent woman glared at him intently. Damn it. If it weren't for that brat Fang Yu, I would never have been exposed as a Night Watcher. So you all will die. Liu Yang, Fang Yu, spoke with a chilling tone, laced with fury. With that, he hurled a plant-based dart once more. Then, with a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow, soaring high as he brandished a heavy blade, bringing it down ferociously toward the serpent woman. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous wave of blade energy erupted, radiating a brightness akin to the moon in the sky. Exuding a shilinyoha. This force was unfathomable. The serpent woman's pupils widened as she swiftly drew her trump card. A metallic sphere detached from her hand, instantly forming a protective barrier around her. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that enveloped the surroundings. With a resounding crash, the pavilion was shattered into fragments, reduced to mere ruins. The serpent woman felt a chill run down her spine, her gaze deep and filled with fury. Little did she anticipate that the man she once loved would now seek her demise without a hint of mercy. Had it not been for her life-saving measures to counter the attack, she would have surely faced grave injury or death in the earlier onslaught. Liu Yang, Fang Yu, seeing his first strike fail, was even more resolute, his eyes glinting with chilling determination. With a cold snort, he launched another assault, instantly unleashing his intermediate strength within the realm of the sea. Like a specter, he darted through the ruins, wielding his massive blade with relentless ferocity, sending forth waves of sharp energy that enveloped the serpent woman. The clashing sounds of metal echoed as the serpent woman struggled to shield herself behind the barrier formed by the metallic sphere. Liu Yang, do you truly intend to eradicate me? Have you completely disregarded our past affection? She implored, attempting to destabilize his resolve with her words, hoping to find a glimmer of reprieve. Yet, Liu Yang, Fang Yu, remained unmoved, sneering as he retorted, affection? From the moment I stepped into this ancient divine sect, all sentiment has been cast aside. What a jest, the notion that we ever shared any bond. Thus, he deliberately hurled more plants in her direction. For Liu Yang excelled in botanical assaults, and such tactics served to further conceal his true intent. Chapter 38. The Night Watchman L. Yang, intent on my demise, will find it no easy task. The serpent woman exclaimed sharply, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals, unleashing the full force of the divine ruins. In an instant, a closed space enveloped the surroundings, teeming with innumerable eyes that adorned the periphery, from which countless venomous snakes emerged. These serpents intertwined, coalescing into a colossal serpent-shaped puppet. Towering at several dozen meters, the puppet exuded an eerie aura as it lunged toward L. Yang, Fang Yu. Observing the approaching serpent puppet, he displayed no sign of trepidation. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed a formidable force from the ground beneath him, sending debris soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself at the puppet's head, raising his massive blade to deliver a fierce strike. Clang! The blade struck the puppet's head, igniting sparks, causing it to stagger backward, though its cranium remained intact, only marred by a shallow fissure. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting around the serpent puppet, wielding his blade with relentless force, each swing imbued with tremendous power. You truly excel at concealment. Employing flora is merely a fade. Wielding a blade is your true forte, the serpent woman hissed, her crimson tongue flicking across her lips, her visage transforming into a grotesque mask. As a night watchman, it is only natural for me to wield a blade. L. Yang, Fang Yu, retreated while surveying the myriad eyes surrounding him. He gently placed his hand upon the ground. Celestial restriction activated. Yet, there was no shift in the environment. Fang Yu surmised correctly. His celestial restriction was of insufficient caliber, while the serpent woman's divine ruins were formidable, rendering such a tactic ineffectual within her domain. This was the very reason he refrained from utilizing celestial restriction. Initially, he feared exposure and recognized its futility against an agent of the divine. However, dismantling her divine ruins was a relatively straightforward endeavor. As long as he identified the three true eyes, he could shatter this realm, much like an anime's narrative. Locating the three eyes proved to be remarkably simple. He activated his fiery ocular vision. In an instant, Fang Yu locked onto three specific locations. Moving with electric swiftness, he surged towards the first designated eye. His speed breathtaking. The serpent woman, initially taken aback, had not anticipated that Fang Yu would disregard the fearsome serpent puppet to pursue another target. Yet, realization struck her, and an ominous premonition welled within her. He had undoubtedly discerned something pivotal and aimed to dismantle her divine ruins. Attempt to destroy my divine ruins? Not a chance. The serpent woman shrieked, commanding the serpent puppet to pivot. Although the massive form moved with a hint of clumsiness, its speed remained formidable as it pursued Fang Yu. Concurrently, more venomous snakes surged forth from the multitude of eyes surrounding them, akin to a tide of darkness, intent on obstructing his path. As Fang Yu raced forward, he brandished his massive blade, its light flickering with each decisive swing. The venomous serpents that had approached were swiftly severed into multiple segments, their dark green blood splattering onto the ground, emitting a pungent, metallic odor. At that moment, the serpent puppet had caught up, its gaping maw lunging towards him with alarming ferocity. Sensing the immense threat looming behind him, Fang Yu swiftly altered his stride, evading the deadly bite with a nimble sidestep. Seizing an opportunity, he propelled himself toward his target once more. At last, he stood before the first eye, its eerie emerald gaze radiating an unsettling light, as if infused with some arcane power. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu raised his formidable blade, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike upon that eye. With a resounding clang, brilliant sparks erupted as the blade connected, causing the eye to tremble violently. Damn it! How dare you disrupt the foundation of my divine realm? The serpent woman, witnessing this, was both alarmed and enraged. She intensified her efforts to stabilize the eye and the entire sacred space. The eyes surrounding them glowed more fiercely, and the venomous serpents grew increasingly ferocious. While the serpent puppet relentlessly assaulted Fang Yu, he evaded the puppet's strikes with deft movements and dashed toward the location of the second eye. After narrowly avoiding wave after wave of attacks, he finally reached the second eye. This eye too emanated a heart-stopping aura. Taking a deep breath, he swung his blade once more. With a thunderous roar, the second eye was struck, its radiance dimming, and the fluctuations within the enclosed space intensified. The serpent woman, in a state of frantic urgency, understood that the destruction of all three eyes would spell her doom. Gritting her teeth, she commanded the serpent puppet and venomous snakes to halt his advance with all their might. Her hands transformed into sharp, glistening serpent claws, radiating a chilling luminescence as she clawed forward, her long tongue flicking out, her face a mask of fury as she shouted, "Die!" The clash of serpent claws and the blade resonated sharply. The serpent woman was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "What manner of weapon is this?" she gasped, wiping the blood from her lips, her expression one of astonishment. Fang Yu paid her no heed as he advanced toward the third eye, his blade imbued with unyielding determination as he brought it down upon the final eye. With a crisp snap, the third eye was extinguished in an instant, and the entire confined divine realm collapsed with a thunderous crash. The multitude of eyes, venomous serpents, and a massive serpent puppet dissipated into the air like mere bubbles. The serpent woman felt the backlash, spewing another mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. Spotting Fang Yu outside, she cried out in desperation, "Fang Yu, save me." "I'm on my way," Fang Yu replied with a slight smile, hastening toward her. He focused on both his original self and his clone, simultaneously launching an attack against the serpent woman. As his blade descended toward her, she tightly closed her eyes. a divine presence descended, radiating a resplendent light, with faint golden inscriptions enveloping her form. With a thunderous crash, the serpent woman remained unscathed, and shortly thereafter, she vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, Medusa utilized her divine power to rescue her. In a distant place, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide, murmuring, "Medusa has made her escape quite swiftly. Next time she descends upon Huaxia, I shall ensure she does not return." Fang Yu's lips twitched, realizing that the serpent woman had eluded capture. The power they had just witnessed surpassed that of the Klein realm, undoubtedly divine in nature, likely possessed only by Medusa herself. At that moment, Han Xiaoyun and Bai Yi arrived on the scene. El Yang, Fang Yu, proclaimed loudly, "I, the night watchman El Yang, shall surely uproot your ancient cult. Await your reckoning." Having uttered these words, he departed, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 39. The Moon Acacia bestows treasures at the headquarters of the ancient god church. Moon Acacia and Whisper sat in their chairs, while a multitude of disciples stood in silence before them. 2 disciples supported the serpent woman, who stood amidst the crowd. The serpent woman appeared exceedingly haggard, and after a feeble cough, she slowly began to speak. Cough. "President, that Liu Yang, he is a night watchman." Both Moon Acacia and Whisper were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. The presence of a night watchman within the ancient god church was indeed a matter of utmost seriousness. Moon Acacia's countenance darkened as he urged, "Serpent woman, explain the situation. How is Liu Yang an undercover night watchman?" Cough. "It is as follows. Here, extraneous details are omitted. Ultimately, it was Fang Yu who saved me." The serpent woman recounted the events, glancing at Fang Yu with eyes filled with gratitude. Unbeknownst to her, she had lost consciousness and awoken at the headquarters of the ancient god church, with no one else present but Fang Yu. Hence, she assumed he was her savior. Fang Yu's lips twitched. Such an imaginative leap. Were it not for Medusa's intervention, she would have been a cold corpse by now. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. Perhaps another opportunity would arise for a proper date. Upon hearing this, Whisper could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed passionately, "This is impossible. He has become my disciple. How could he possibly defy my commands?" His face was etched with disbelief, exhibiting unwavering confidence in the soul contract he had enacted. In his view, no one could contravene his will under the constraints of the soul contract, especially one he had personally executed, which, by all accounts, should not have gone awry. At that moment, Fang Yu stepped forward with a sincere expression. "I swear by the soul contract of the disciple. Every word spoken by the serpent woman is true." And Bai Yi, Han Xiaoyun, and others witnessed the situation firsthand. Bai Yi, Han Xiaoyun, and others also stepped forward, solemnly swearing by the soul contract of the disciple. The serpent woman found this credible. Whisper fell into a contemplative silence, questioning everything. The earlier individuals were his own disciples. Could they too be undercover agents? He deemed this notion utterly impossible. Observing Whisper's wavering conviction, the serpent woman raised her voice. "Cough. I swear by the name of Queen Medusa that everything I have just said is the absolute truth." This declaration rendered the room silent. A divine agent's oath, invoking the name of their deity, was a testament to their integrity. To doubt such an oath would be to show disrespect to the divine. Moon Acacia nodded slightly, compelled to believe. The night watchman Liu Yang was indeed despicable, daring to infiltrate our ancient god church. He must be unmasked. We cannot allow him to roam freely, jeopardizing the church's secrets. At this moment, Whisper clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. "President, I shall personally seek out Liu Yang. I must uncover how he has managed to deceive us and defy my soul contract." His hands instinctively formed tight fists. Yu Huai waved his hand and murmured, "Do not act impulsively. This matter requires careful consideration. Since Liu Yang has managed to remain undetected as an undercover agent until now, he must undoubtedly possess a complex nature." Fang Yu felt a surge of delight within, as the increasingly chaotic situation provided him with greater opportunities for maneuvering. Stepping forward, he earnestly proposed, "President, I shall infiltrate the night watchers and handle this matter, ensuring that Liu Yang's remains are returned." Yu Huai fell silent, not out of distrust in Fang Yu, but rather due to concerns about his limited strength to accomplish the task. President, allow Fang Yu to participate. Had he not saved me previously, I would likely be a mere corpse now. Lu Liang is utterly detestable. The serpent woman expressed her anger, her eyes blazing with hatred. Yu Huai frowned, contemplating the situation. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by a murmur. President, do not underestimate his lower strength. He has consistently brought surprises. Before joining the ancient god society, he had already slain the night watcher Zhao Kongsheng, and now he has discovered the night watcher Lu Liang. He is undoubtedly devoted. Among my followers, none are more loyal than he. Thus, I will send by Yi to deal with the night watcher Lu Liang, which should suffice. Fang Yu internally chuckled at the absurdity of being praised for his loyalty to the ancient god society, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing the recommendation from the murmur, Yu Huai felt compelled to comply. Very well, Fang Yu and Bai Yi, I entrust this mission to you. Fang Yu and Bai Yi bowed respectfully, vowing to complete the task and eliminate the night watcher Lu Liang. Serpent woman, you have sustained significant injuries. You should retreat and recuperate. Yu Huai cast a concerned glance toward the serpent woman. Thank you for your concern, President. The serpent woman was assisted by 2 disciples as she slowly withdrew. Fang Yu prepared to leave as well, but Yu Huai called out, Fang Yu, please stay a moment. A sense of unease gripped Fang Yu, yet he maintained his composure. President, is there something else you wish to discuss? Yu Huai was no ordinary figure. He might have uncovered something significant. As a manifestation of divinity, he was not to be compared to someone like the murmur, and Fang Yu felt a tinge of apprehension, especially with the artifact in his possession. Yu Huai regarded him intently. Your infiltration into the Night Watcher's base carries considerable risk. Here, I possess an artifact that can conceal your presence. With that, he produced a cloak adorned with intricate inscriptions. Yu Huai ran his fingers along its edge and continued, this artifact will render you undetectable to anyone below the Klein realm. Fang Yu was taken aback, initially fearing that Yu Huai had discovered something, but it turned out to be a valuable gift. It seemed the president was rather ordinary after all. He quickly stepped forward to accept the cloak, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, President. Thank you, my dear benefactor. He had acquired 2 high-level artifacts from the ancient god society. Previously, the murmur had gifted him the soul capture pearl, and now this cloak was a significant addition. These artifacts were far from trivial. They likely originated from powerful mythical beings, their residual strength imbued within these items after their demise. If it were to be auctioned, it would likely start at tens of millions, a rare find that one cannot easily acquire, even with wealth. Remember to complete the task, Moon Huai reminded. Fang Yu respectfully bowed, assuring the completion of the task. Moon Huai nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may go and prepare. Due to this mission, Fang Yu also received an asset from the ancient god church, valued at 10 million, to be used during the task. Indeed, one must say, the ancient god church is quite affluent and generous. Chapter 40, Slaying the Night Watchman. Lu Liang in Sangnan City. Lu Liang languidly reclined on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. His mind raced as he contemplated strategies to deal with Lin Qiye. Given that Lin Qiye was stationed at the new recruit training camp, a direct assault was out of the question. After much deliberation, he resolved to adopt a different approach, considering the prospect of bribing a few instructors. After several days of diligent effort, navigating various connections, and employing both charm and pressure, he finally managed to sway some instructors, albeit at a considerable cost. The thought of this made the corners of Lu Liang's mouth curve into a smug smile. To him, this was an exceptional opportunity to engage with Lin Qiye, when he would not allow to slip through his fingers. Lin Qiye, just you wait. Soon you shall witness the might of the ancient god sect. Lu Liang's expression twisted into a sinister grin, laughter bubbling forth. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden, crisp knock echoed through the room. Knocking, knocking, who is it? It is I, Wu Ruodong. The door swung open, and Lu Liang rose to greet her with a slight smile. Ah, it's Instructor Wu. Please come in. Have you come to a decision? Wu Ruodong cautiously entered, first ensuring the door was securely closed before scanning the room with vigilance. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, This is too risky. After all, Lin Qiye is an agent of the divine, and the higher-ups are vigilant. Any minor disturbance could alert them, so we must not act recklessly. Lu Liang's heart sank at her sudden hesitance. Her words felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his enthusiasm. His expression darkened instantly. The conditions I proposed are already quite generous. What more do you require? We need to increase the payment, Wu Ruodong replied somberly. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of hope ignited within him. As long as there was room for negotiation, he feared the worst, that she might outright refuse. By how much? He inquired. On top of the previous amount, an additional 30 million, she stated. 30 million? Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply. Nonetheless, he mused that if he petitioned the headquarters of the ancient god sect, there might be a chance for approval, albeit the sum was considerable. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to haggle. 30 million was excessive. Perhaps he could manage an additional 10 million. Wu Ruodong shook her head. If you can add another 30 million, I could enlist another assistant. If the other person has the same conditions as you, then negotiations are pointless. Lu Liang, having heard this, returned to the sofa and lit a cigarette. The burden of such a hefty price for one person was already daunting. He could scarcely bear the thought of another. Wu Ruodong waved her hand dismissively. The other assistant does not require payment, merely the fulfillment of my conditions. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang stood up, elated. Really? Of course. She affirmed. That is settled then. Let me apply to headquarters, and I'll get back to you in a few days. Lu Liang felt confident that this condition would be approved, and he decided to act on it. All right, I'll take my leave for now, Wu Ruodong declared before exiting the room. Lu Liang remained seated on the sofa, retrieving his communicator and activating a special signal. You have been removed from the group chat of the Ancient God Society. What on earth? I take a few days off and this happens? The signal here is terrible. I need to find another spot. Lu Liang muttered to himself as he searched for a signal within the room. In this backward place, even the signal is non-existent. Never mind, I will check on my little treasure for chatting. You have been blocked by the serpent woman. Damn it, has my account been hacked? Knock, knock. Knock. There came a knock at the door once more. Hadn't they agreed on a price? Why are they back? Lu Liang thought it was Wu Ruodong returning to negotiate terms. So he opened the door without hesitation. To his surprise, Fang Yu and Bai Yi stood at the entrance. Lu Liang was taken aback. He recognized Fang Yu and knew he was a follower under the command of the Lord of Whispers from the Ancient God Society. What brings you here? Does the Lord of Whispers have some plans? Lu Liang asked with a furrowed brow, filled with curiosity. After all, apart from himself, there were other followers present in Sangnan City, indicating that there must be other tasks to undertake. Could it possibly relate to Lin Qiye? Fang Yu and Bai Yi exchanged a glance and walked straight into the room. The Lord of Whispers asked me to inquire about the recent status of the Michaela agent. Have you captured him? Fang Yu inquired. Lu Liang smiled faintly and shut the door. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the Lord of Whispers. I've already bribed an instructor from the training camp, and in just a few days, I will be able to reach Lin Qiye. However, there is a minor issue. A minor issue? Fang Yu turned his head, asking what problem. Lu Liang rubbed his hands together. I've been a bit strapped for cash lately. That instructor, Wu Ruodong, is asking for a hefty sum, 30 million. I was just planning to apply to headquarters for it. 30 million? That's quite a sum. It costs a lot to bribe an instructor. Don't worry, I will apply when I return, Fang Yu replied as he walked. By the way, may I borrow your communicator? I cannot reach headquarters for some reason. It just won't connect. Lu Liang stared at the communicator, his expression filled with frustration. Little did he know that he had been mistakenly identified as a night watchman at headquarters, remaining oblivious to the situation, thinking it was merely a problem with his own communicator. Sure, I'll get it for you. As he spoke, Fang Yu pulled out the communicator and approached. The distance between them grew smaller, just as Lu Liang eagerly reached out to take the device. He suddenly saw the communicator in Fang Yu's hand flash with a brilliant light, transforming into an exceptionally sharp dagger in an instant. The cold gleam radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent. Before Lu Liang could react, the dagger pierced into his body without warning. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his clothes crimson. Lu Liang's eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. He instinctively clasped his hand over the wound. Yet blood continued to pour from between his fingers, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. He desperately clung to Fang Yu in an attempt to steady himself, his lips quivering as he struggled to ask why. What? Because you are a night watchman. Lu Yang. He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yang is the night watchman. The greatest joke beneath the heavens. Buffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Can you tell me the truth? His gaze became unfocused as he struggled to speak. Fang Yu calmly replied, very well, I am a night watchman. Upon learning the truth, Yang's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of bitterness, and he slowly closed his eyes. He departed in tranquility a few days later. At the headquarters of the ancient god church, Yu Huai gazed at Yang's corpse, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Indeed, Fang Yu is a remarkable talent. Having slain the night watchman Yang in such a short span of time, I knew he would bring surprises. He truly deserves the recognition of being my esteemed follower. The murmuring voice nodded in satisfaction. He met a fitting end, previously deceiving me emotionally and nearly costing me my life. Once again, Fang Yu has rendered me a great service. It seems I misjudged him before, and I must compensate him properly next time, the serpent woman exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 41. Elimination of traitors in the training camp in the Changnan City new recruit training camp. Yuan Gang wore a grave expression as he hurriedly made his way to his room. Upon reaching the door, he forcefully pushed it open and stepped inside, quickly shutting it behind him with a decisive bang. He cast a wary glance around the empty room before cautiously retrieving a letter and placing it on the table, slowly unfolding it. The words that leapt into view were alarming. There's a traitor in the training camp. Training must be suspended immediately. Names of the traitors: Li Yaowang, Wang Gui, Wu Ruodong. Han Li is a believer. Remember to mention Lu Yang as the night watchman in his presence. This intelligence was provided by Fang Yu, and the presence of 2 additional traitors was part of a prior arrangement made by the Whisper, even before Lin Qiye had awakened. The Whisper had covertly facilitated their infiltration into the training camp, not targeting Lin Qiye specifically, but rather scheming to gather various types of intelligence. This clandestine setup had remained deeply concealed, unbeknownst even to Lu Yang. Much like the original tale, where the Ninth Seat and Shun Qingzhu were unaware of each other's undercover roles, the Whisper, despite appearing somewhat foolish, was fully aware of its intentions. Damn it! Yuan Gang slammed his hand heavily on the table, his face darkening with rage. He had never anticipated that his own soldiers would betray him, inciting profound anger within him. Those ungrateful wretches. I have treated you well, yet you stabbed me in the back suddenly. The camp's loudspeaker blared. All instructors to the secure room. Urgent assembly. Before long, all instructors had gathered in the secure room, standing in orderly formation. However, every face bore an expression of grave concern, their eyes reflecting confusion and unease as they murmured among themselves. What had transpired? With the festival approaching, could there be an unforeseen crisis? Uncertain thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as Yuan Gang entered the room, his demeanor ominously dark. The other instructors immediately saluted. Greetings, Chief. Yuan Gang's icy gaze swept over the assembly, landing on Liao Guang. Why? Liao Guang appeared startled, looking around anxiously. Chief, are you inquiring about me? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed, his voice rising. Liao Guang, you enlisted in 1989. I have not forgotten you. Back when I was merely a captain, you were under my command. Now tell me why. Liao Guang opened his mouth, attempting to offer excuses. Chief, interrupting him, Han Li, who stood beside Yuan Gang, stated Liao Guang, on December 7th, your parents' bank account received 2 mysterious deposits. Additionally, you vanished for a month during which your spending exceeded normal limits. Moreover, you have been in frequent communication with a mysterious individual. What do you have to say for yourself? Liao Guang, weakened, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. I don't want this either. They have captured my parents and forced me to do this. Yuan Gang let out a cold snort, his gaze shifting to Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong, filled with disappointment and fury. Wang Gui, Wu Ruodong, do you share the same justification? I never imagined, truly never imagined, to think that this small training camp has been infiltrated by 3 spies from the ancient god sect. What an audacious maneuver. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong, realizing their scheme had been exposed, no longer concealed their intentions. They exchanged a resolute glance, swiftly drawing daggers from their waists, and charged at Yuan Gang without uttering a word. Their speed was astonishing, their movements ghostly. In an instant, the glinting daggers were almost upon Yuan Gang. With a burst of golden light emanating from his body, Yuan Gang effortlessly pinched the daggers apart with his fingers, unleashing a formidable mental force that sent the 2 of them crashing away. Bang! They both slammed against the wall. Yuan Gang frowned slightly at the sight, then retracted his mental energy and slowly turned, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Han Li, his tone gravely inquiring, "There's one more, isn't there?" Han Li, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly responded, "Instructor Yuan, the headquarters has confirmed these 3. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure." Yuan Gang's expression deepened, his eyes fixed intently on Han Li. "Our sentinel, LV Liang, has already received word. You, Han Li, are indeed a believer," in the whispers. Upon hearing this, Han Li instinctively recoiled a few steps, his face turning ashen. He had believed he had concealed his identity well, evading detection for so long. But he had not anticipated that he would still fall under LV Liang's scrutiny. Cursing inwardly, he thought, that damned LV Liang. After all my efforts to stay hidden, it has all come to naught. With his identity laid bare by Yuan Gang, Han Li ceased his pretense, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, his formerly amiable demeanor twisting into a menacing snarl. "Yuan Gang, you can perish," Han Li shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. Dark runes surged from his fingertips, intertwining in the air and coalescing into a fearsome black beast that lunged ferociously at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang maintained his composure, the golden light he had just retracted surging forth once more, even more dazzling than before. He did not flinch. As the black beast approached, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The beast's illusion shattered into fragments, the dark runes scattering like fireworks before dissipating into the air. Yuan Gang lifted his foot, dashing towards Han Li with the swiftness of lightning, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Whoosh! Han Li hastily produced a short knife emanating an eerie aura from his bosom, chanting incantations. The knife elongated in an instant, its blade wreathed in tendrils of black smoke. In that moment, the blade's radiance clashed against the golden light enveloping Yuan Gang. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls, with dust cascading down like a gentle rain. Han Li was forcefully propelled away. With a thud, he landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, utterly outmatched by Yuan Gang. Struggling to rise, Han Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He picked up the blade and charged forward once more. Yuan Gang's fingers, as unyielding as the hardest steel, firmly clamped down on the approaching blade. A faint smirk graced Yuan Gang's lips, his eyes glinting with disdain as he exerted his strength. With a sharp crack, the blade shattered into 2 pieces. Following this, Yuan Gang struck out with his palm, landing a blow on Han Li. He fell to the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Observing the unconscious Han Li, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow slightly. He then turned to the 2 instructors nearby and commanded, "Take him away and confine him under strict supervision." Chapter 42, Training the Protagonist Group Within the Training Camp. Yuan Gang observed the 2 individuals before him with a curious and friendly expression. "You must be Fang Yu, the undercover agent. I have long wished to meet you." Fang Yu nodded slightly. "Thanks to the information you provided earlier, we were able to eliminate the infiltrator hidden within the training camp." Yuan Gang's face radiated gratitude as he inquired, "Is there something significant that brings you here today?" "Indeed, there is an important matter at hand," Fang Yu replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Oh, do you wish to cease your undercover operations and return for a while?" Fang Yu shook his head and gestured towards Bai Yi beside him. "She wishes to join the Night Watchers." He believed it would be prudent to have Bai Yi join the Night Watchers, considering the potential danger if they were unaware of her identity and pursued her. Yuan Gang turned his gaze towards Bai Yi, scrutinizing her with a discerning eye. What is her strength? He inquired, for not just anyone could become a Night Watcher. One must possess considerable capability. Furthermore, combat experience was crucial. One could not rely solely on cultivation levels. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, "She is at the Intermediate Sea Realm." Intermediate Sea Realm? Yuan Gang rose from his seat, his expression one of astonishment. How is that possible? You are at the peak of the River Realm, and she surpasses you? He was taken aback by the extraordinary talent of the individual Fang Yu had brought, just 16 years old and already at the Intermediate Sea Realm. Fang Yu's mental prowess surged forth. I am indeed stronger than her, he declared. This revelation ignited his competitive spirit. How could I train her well if I am not her superior? Wait, why am I using the word train? Yuan Gong gasped, utterly astonished. Such unprecedented talent was something he had never encountered in all his years. Even among divine agents, none possessed a gift as remarkable as these two. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, but then furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of concern as he asked, "But what of your combat experience? If you possess only cultivation levels without corresponding practical combat ability, it could lead to overreaching." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu responded, "Recently, we collaborated to slay a mythic creature near the Infinite Realm. Does that count?" Yuan Gang's heart jolted at this revelation, his face a mask of disbelief. "What? You killed a mythic creature near the Infinite Realm?" he exclaimed. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Night Watcher squad, necessitating a specialized team. The fact that it was accomplished by just the two of them, challenging such a formidable foe, underscored the difficulty of the endeavor. Fang Yu nodded resolutely. "Indeed, we were the ones who killed it." He spoke the truth. They had indeed vanquished the head octopus monster, significantly enhancing their battle experience. This level of combat experience was more than sufficient for becoming Night Watchers. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's expression softened into a smile of reassurance. "It seems I have worried unnecessarily. Your abilities are indeed adequate to serve as Night Watchers." Having said that, Yuan Gang pulled Fang Yu aside and lowered his voice. "Where did you find such a stunning and powerful girlfriend?" "What do you mean find? She chose to follow me, all right?" Fang Yu rolled his eyes and continued. Bai Yi was previously the saintess of the ancient god church, but her parents were murdered by them. I rescued her and brought her into the Night Watchers, and later, she will return to the ancient god church as an undercover agent. Well, you certainly have some skills, Yuan Gang teased with a smile. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of grace. Seize the opportunity. Fang Yu responded with a sigh. By the way, there's something else I need to mention. Suddenly remembering, he asked, "What is it?" "I was thinking of staying here as a new recruit for a few months and participating in training. There was no choice. The ancient god church no longer had any presence in Sangnan City, and his mission to eliminate Lin Qiye was something he obviously would not undertake unless he were out of his mind. Thus, with nothing else to occupy his time, he considered the new recruit training camp for a few months. This way, he could not only enhance his combat skills, but also bolster his mental fortitude. He wasn't too afraid of the ancient god church discovering his whereabouts. Even if they did, he could simply claim to be an undercover agent within the Night Watchers. Getting closer to Lin Qiye, not only would this raise no suspicion, but they would also praise him for his audacity. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Yuan Gang bellowed, "You're going to be a new recruit? You're already at the Sea Realm and still want to be a new recruit? The instructors might not even be as formidable as you." Yuan Gang was at a loss for words. He understood his own strength, and he doubted the instructors could teach him anything. What to do then? Fang Yu scratched his head. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Gang's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. "We're in dire need of instructors lately. Why not you two take on that role?" "Instructor?" Fang Yu was taken aback. "You want me to train the main cast?" "Chief, that seems inappropriate." Although he was strong, he lacked the confidence to that extent. Seeing Fang Yu about to decline, Yuan Gang hurriedly waved his hand. "You both can slay nearly mythic beings in the Infinite Realm. Being instructors is more than sufficient. After all, losing 4 instructors at once has created an urgent need for replacements. And with you two, we can barely manage." Fang Yu thought for a moment and replied, But we have no experience. What if we fail to train them properly? To be honest, he was not keen on being an instructor at all. Being a new recruit sounded much better. Yuan Gang chuckled knowingly and patted Fang Yu on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as they don't die. We'll push them hard. There's no need to feel burdened. How many of these recruits can actually endure much? Aren't you referring to the main cast? If they can't handle it, no one else stands a chance. Fang Yu felt a heaviness in his heart. There seemed to be no reason to refuse, and he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. However, thinking it over, it wasn't too bad. Being able to train the main cast was a unique opportunity, as he would be the only one in the entire God-slaying fanfic to do so. While others were bustling behind the main character, he would be the one directly instructing them. By the way, if you two become instructors, what will happen if the ancient god church finds out? Yuan Gang expressed his concerns. Fang Yu immediately altered his appearance, ensuring he would remain unrecognizable. To guarantee his safety, he transformed into yet another guise. After all, he still needed to operate as an undercover agent and could not reveal his true identity. Yuan Gang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your ability to perform such illusions can even deceive me. Thus, there should be no further issues." Subsequently, Fang Yu made subtle adjustments to Bai Yi's appearance, accentuating her features where necessary. Upon noticing her transformation, Bai Yi stood in stunned silence for a few moments, then lowered her gaze before approaching Fang Yu and whispering, "Make it a bit larger." Fang Yu. Chapter 43. Unwilling? Let us settle this one-on-one. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the training grounds. In the dining hall, the rotund Bailey, adorned with a golden watch and clutching a steamed bun, murmured softly, "I've heard that 4 instructors have mysteriously vanished recently, and 2 new instructors have been dispatched from above." New instructors? Lin Qiye inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Indeed, I believe one of them is a female instructor," Bailey replied, taking a bite of his bun. "A female instructor?" The group collectively paused, as it seemed no female instructors had ever graced the training camp before. Regardless, the last mass team was defeated by us, so I suspect they'll concoct another scheme. Shen Qingzhu remarked indifferently, before reaching for some pickled vegetables. "Don't you think it's quite suspicious that 4 instructors have vanished without a trace, only for new ones to appear?" Lin Qiye pondered aloud. At that moment, Chao Yuan abruptly stood up. "Qiye." Lin Qiye was taken aback. Did he uncover something? He quickly asked, "Do you also sense that something is amiss?" Chao Yuan shook his head, holding out his bowl towards Lin Qiye. "You adore pickled vegetables. Here, these are for you." Lin Qiye. Within the training grounds, the recruits had assembled. Standing in neat rows, they exhibited a posture both erect and spirited. After months of training, their efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Instructor Hong stood at the front, proclaiming loudly, "Due to certain exceptional circumstances, 4 instructors from our training camp have been reassigned. However, we have been provided with 2 new instructors. To prevent panic from spreading, Yuan Gang specifically instructed that this matter be kept under wraps, ensuring the recruits remained oblivious. After all, it was not a matter of pride. Disgrace should not be publicly aired. Yet for the recruits, the absence of 2 instructors might mean a slight reduction in their training load, which could be seen as a silver lining. Let us warmly welcome our new instructors." A round of applause erupted from the audience. 2 figures, 1 male and 1 female, gradually approached. They appear to be around 16 years of age, strikingly similar in age to Lin Qiye and his companions. Whispers filled the air. "What? They're so young to be instructors? The girl is truly beautiful. Indeed, she is exceptionally well endowed." Standing nearby, Molly instinctively glanced down at herself, a blush creeping across her face. She lowered her head slightly, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy in comparison. Silence. Instructor Hong raised his voice, commanding attention. He then gestured towards the pair, introducing them. "This is Instructor Fang, and beside her is Instructor Bai." Upon the introduction, the ranks of recruits grew restless. After all, these 2 stood on the stage, seemingly younger than the recruits themselves. What credentials did they possess to be instructors? Was it not true that every individual in this training camp was exceptional, endowed with innate talent? In essence, the recruits felt a deep-seated resentment. Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and expressed his dissatisfaction, declaring, Instructor, I refuse to accept this. Instructor Hong was taken aback, furrowing his brow. To be honest, he too felt a sense of injustice. Yuan Gang had merely mentioned sending 2 instructors without specifying who they would be. Upon discovering that the 2 were merely 16 years old, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Why should he accept this? Very well. Who else among you dares to voice their discontent? Step forward. Instructeur en bilod. Bai Li Pang leaned closer to Lin Qiye and whispered, Qiye, I believe Xingu is right. We are the ones who defeated the mass team, and you are a divine agent. How could you be inferior? Lin Qiye lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before softly replying, I sense that the situation is more complex than it appears. Let us wait and observe. Bai Li Pang turned to Chao Yuan and inquired, What about you, Chao Yuan? Chao Yuan raised his eyes to glance at Lin Qiye and responded firmly, I trust Qiye. If he stands up, I will too. If he remains seated, then so shall I. Bai Li Pang was taken aback. Over 20 individuals had already stepped forward. Is there anyone else? After such extensive training, have you all lost your courage? Instructor Hong incited. Bai Li Pang, anxious, urged. Qiye, haven't you made up your mind yet? I believe the instructor is correct. We cannot allow our fears to grow with our training. Thus, he stepped forward and joined Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye was momentarily startled. It was not that he lacked courage, but he sensed that the matter was far from simple. If everyone else stepped forward while he remained behind, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn. What would others think if a divine agent lacked the audacity? Resolutely, Lin Qiye moved his feet and reluctantly joined them. Chao Yuan followed closely behind him. Instructor Hong, noticing the surge of spirited individuals stepping up, smiled knowingly. He too was curious about the capabilities of the newly appointed instructors. Very well. Who among you shall challenge first? Shen Qingzhu was the first to step forward, saying, Allow me. He shrugged and cracked his knuckles. Underworld, Shen Qingzhu, I await your guidance. Before the match even commenced, Bai Li Pang shouted from below, Go, Brother Zhu. Fang Yu spoke calmly. Are you intending to challenge at a higher level or at the same level? Shen Qingzhu was taken aback, unsure of Fang Yu's meaning. Who was to challenge him? The other party was only 16. How strong could they possibly be? My point is, do you require me to lower my strength to match yours? Fang Yu clarified. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu immediately rejected the notion. Who do you think you are to look down on me? Absolutely not. It was absurd to expect the opponent to lower their strength for him. What significance would his challenge hold then? Fang Yu smiled knowingly, recognizing the youthful bravado, the fearless spirit of the inexperienced. Just don't say I'm bullying you later. Enough chatter, let us begin. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed eagerly as he charged forward. Fang Yu remained motionless, suddenly unleashing a surge of oceanic spiritual energy. A powerful force that swept forth, sending Shen Qingzhu flying. Thud! He landed a considerable distance away, rolling in pain. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The ocean realm. This is utterly astonishing. Such a young sea realm practitioner. The once defiant expressions of the new recruits were now replaced with sheer astonishment and disbelief. Shen Qingzhu struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend that this youth, appearing even younger than himself, possessed the spiritual prowess of the sea realm, rendering him utterly defenseless. How could this be? Shen Qingzhu murmured, the pride within him subdued, though a glimmer of reluctance still shone in his eyes. Instructor Hong was equally taken aback. He had initially assumed that the 2 young instructors merely had some connections or were sent for special reasons. However, he never anticipated that Fang Yu would reveal such astonishing strength upon making his move. Chapter 44. Little Piglet, Do Not Run. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Fang Yu took a step forward, a mysterious glint shimmering in his eyes. He surveyed the newly emerged recruits and spoke softly. There is no need for such trouble. I shall single-handedly face all of you remaining. At these words, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Single-handedly challenging everyone, the air was thick with disbelief as all present inhaled sharply. The recruits who had just stepped forward rolled up their sleeves, their faces etched with defiance. This was utterly unfair. We are over 30 in number. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly contend with us all at once. Indeed, who fears him? We shall confront him together. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Two adversaries might pose a challenge, but one was another matter altogether. After all, he bore the weight of the divine ruins, which granted him a fair chance in battle. Nearby, several instructors exchanged glances of concern. Instructor Hong, particularly anxious, hurried to Fang Yu's side and lowered his voice. Instructor Fang, do not underestimate these individuals. They are not to be trifled with, especially Lin Qiye. He is an envoy of the divine, and should this situation spiral out of control, it may well become unmanageable. In all honesty, the instructor was apprehensive. If a major incident occurred, the consequences would be dire. Fang Yu, however, appeared unperturbed, a slight smile playing on his lips. You will soon understand. Prepare me 30 pig cages. Pig cages? Instructor Hong queried, puzzled. What do you need pig cages for? To capture piglets. Piglets? Instructor Hong was utterly bewildered, scratching his head. Where on earth will we find piglets here? It's too complicated to explain. Just follow my instructions. Fang Yu waved dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. Instructor Hong shook his head in resignation, still baffled by Fang Yu's antics, and turned to procure the pig cages. Fang Yu stood in the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm assurance. Lin Qiye's gaze remained fixed on Fang Yu, his heart filled with caution. He had witnessed the explosive manifestation of psychic energy moments ago and knew better than to let his guard down. Come at me together. Those wishing to unlock the divine ruins should do so quickly. Once the opportunity passes, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, scanning the crowd. Such arrogance. One recruit shouted, Brothers, let us charge together and show him our strength. With a unified roar, the 30-odd recruits surged forward towards Fang Yu. He shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, It is your choice not to unlock the ruins. Do not hold me accountable. With a snap of his fingers, he executed the technique of the 72 transformations. In an instant, the recruits who had charged forth transformed into adorable little piglets. Bili Pangu, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, Molly, recruits. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Bailey Pang Pang glanced at his diminutive piglet feet and exclaimed, What on earth? How have we all turned into little piglets? Frustrated, he continued, I suspected something was amiss from the very beginning, yet you all refused to believe me. It must be that Officer Fang's doing. We should flee at once. Lin Qiye, lifting his tiny piglet legs, swiftly turned to run. Upon seeing Lin Qiye dash away, Chao Yuan followed suit, shouting, Qiye, wait for me. However, these little piglets were undeniably slow, their legs too short for swift escape. Fang Yu observed the newly transformed piglet recruits, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His gaze soon fixated on the plumpest among them, none other than Bailey Pang Pang. With a swift motion, he darted towards Bailey Pang Pang. Sensing the commotion behind him, Bailey Pang Pang turned to see Fang Yu approaching and was instantly filled with dread. Desperately, he exerted every ounce of strength to accelerate his little trot. Yet, being but a piglet, his speed was woefully inadequate, and Fang Yu swiftly captured him. Lifting him by his front trotters, Bailey Pang Pang struggled wildly, protesting, Release me. What sorcery is this that has turned me into a pig? Fang Yu retorted, You should have kept quiet when you stepped forward. Now, into the pig pen you go. With that, he placed Bailey Pang Pang inside the enclosure. Despite the considerable number of over 30, their slow pace made it easy for Fang Yu to capture them one by one without haste. In a leisurely manner, he continued to corral the transformed recruits, and soon, more than half had been tossed into the pig pen. The remaining recruits, including Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, felt a mix of urgency and frustration. However, their piglet bodies were too clumsy to maneuver effectively, wobbling as they attempted to flee. As Lin Qiye struggled to escape with his short, stout legs, he internally lamented Fang Yu's bizarre methods, incredulous that he could transform humans into pigs. In a moment of inspiration, he activated Mortal Realm. A burst of golden light enveloped him, yet he realized he would require another minute to revert to his original form. Qiye, what should we do? At this rate, we'll all be captured. Chao Yuan gasped from behind, his rotund piglet form appearing particularly comical as he nearly toppled over several times due to his unsteady balance. Just one more minute, and I can return to normal, Lin Qiye reassured him. What about me? Chao Yuan pressed on. You will still be a pig. Lin Qiye replied. Chao Yuan was left speechless. Fang Yu, observing those confined within the pig pen, clapped his hands and proclaimed, Your arrogance has blinded you. Consider this a lesson. There are always greater forces beyond your comprehension. In this training camp, there is much for you to learn. Officer Hong, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, inquiring, Fang, your methods are indeed peculiar. But what if they cannot revert to their original forms? Fang Yu chuckled, Fear not. This is merely a temporary enchantment. Once they have reflected sufficiently, I shall restore them. My intention is to temper their arrogance, enabling them to dedicate themselves more earnestly to their training in the future. Meanwhile, the new recruits confined within the pig pen, although still seething with indignation at their conversation, realize that in this moment, there is nothing they can alter. They must remain obediently within their confines. Currently, there's still 3 piglets missing, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Molly. Shen Qingzhu gazes at the piglets in the pen, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, I am the first to challenge, able to recuperate off stage. Otherwise, I would be in the same predicament as them. Lin Qiye, laboriously propelling himself with his pig legs, anxiously glances at the time. That minute stretches unbearably, each second seemingly elongated. Chao Yuan trails behind, running desperately, hoping that once Lin Qiye reverts to his human form, he might devise a way to rescue him. Meanwhile, Molly hides in the nearby thicket, daring not to breathe, filled with a mix of anger and fear. She is incensed by the instructor's lack of martial ethics and terrified at the prospect of actually being captured and confined within the pig pen, which would be utterly humiliating. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. In 2025, may we step forth with renewed hope and boundless possibilities, shining like brilliant stars. May each person find joy and happiness, be favored by fortune, and experience a life as picturesque as poetry, filled with sunshine and laughter each day. Chapter 45. Do not wet your pants. Lin Qiye had reverted to his original form, cradling a small piglet in his arms. This piglet was none other than Chao Yuan. With a gentle nudge of his snout, the piglet inquired, Chia, what shall we do next? Lin Qiye shook his head, uncertain. He himself was at a loss. The crux of the matter was that Fang Yu was of the sea realm, and it was impossible for him to triumph alone. Moreover, with that peculiar ability, it was entirely plausible that before the battle even commenced, he might again be transformed into a pig. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging the strength of over 30 individuals to mount an assault, believing there was a glimmer of hope. Yet, who could have foreseen that in the blink of an eye, he would be left as the sole combatant? During his previous encounter with Wang Mian, his victory had stemmed from the latter's restraint in suppressing his own realm. Were Wang Mian to unleash his full power, Lin Qiye would likely struggle to withstand even 3 blows. Now, Fang Yu was not restraining his realm, making the prospect of defeating him seem as daunting as scaling the heavens. At that moment, Molly heard the commotion and cautiously peeked her head out from the thicket, lifting her gaze to see Lin Qiye passing by. Lin Qiye, I'm over here, she whispered softly. Lin Qiye halted, scanning his surroundings but failing to spot anyone. He called out, Who is there? Look down, came the reply. At his feet stood an adorable little piglet, gazing up at him with big, watery eyes. Molly exclaimed, 000. Lin Qiye smiled wryly. This is just too adorable. Noticing Lin Qiye lost in thought, Molly urged, Qiye, is there any way to revert to our original forms? Snapping back to reality, Lin Qiye replied with a pained expression, I have no idea. Fang Yu's methods are exceedingly mysterious. I have yet to decipher how he employed his techniques. Then how did you return? I possess the power of the divine ruins, mortal realm, which allowed me to break free from the spell and revert. What shall we do now? Should we return and concede, offering an apology to Fang Yu? Lin Qiye truly felt helpless. He could neither fight nor outplay the others, and conceding seemed to be the only option. Molly, upon hearing this, immediately became displeased. Pouting as she said, "No way. I haven't transformed back yet. Unless he reverts me, I refuse to concede." She had been avoiding exposure to prevent others from discovering her predicament. If they surrendered, surely everyone would find out, and that would be utterly humiliating. Just then, a figure approached. It was Fang Yu, who had been searching the training camp for quite some time. The three of them gathering together meant that he need not waste time looking for them. Fang Yu nodded and replied, "All right, as long as you concede, I can revert you." In truth, he felt somewhat helpless. This was his first time at the training camp, and he was entirely unfamiliar with the layout. He had been wandering around aimlessly for quite a while. In contrast, Lin Qiye and the others were well acquainted with their surroundings, making it quite easy for them to find hiding spots. Molly's eyes instantly sparkled upon hearing this, her expression radiating cuteness. Really? She is a girl, and if she continues to be seen in this pig-like form, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. It is imperative that she swiftly reverts to her human shape. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone imbued with a sense of certainty. "Of course, I, Instructor Fang, speak with conviction." Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan immediately perked up. With a swift leap from Lin Qiye's embrace, he shouted exuberantly, "Instructor Fang, I am here too," realizing that such an opportunity to regain his humanity was before him. He felt compelled to seize it and cherish the moment. Fang Yu smiled, sparing no further words, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a flicker of light enveloped them, and in an instant, the two transformed back to their original selves. Molly leaped for joy, her face radiating excitement. Finally liberated, as Chao Yuan resumed his human form, he began to stretch his limbs while murmuring, "At last, I'm back." Being a little piglet was truly uncomfortable. He recalled the experience of scampering away on those short legs, swaying precariously and nearly tumbling several times, sending a shiver of apprehension through him. At that moment, Lin Qiye recalled something and looked up at Fang Yu with curiosity, asking, "Instructor Fang, are you perhaps an agent of the divine?" After all, Fang Yu appeared to be of similar age to him, yet their realms were vastly different. The only explanation he could fathom was that Fang Yu might indeed be a divine agent, one who had awakened very early. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such mastery in a short span? Fang Yu shook his head. "I'm not a divine agent." "Not a divine agent?" Lin Qiye expressed surprise. If he were not a divine agent, yet possessed such extraordinary abilities, it was indeed perplexing. Subsequently, Fang Yu led the trio back. Many of the recruits, still trapped in their piglet forms, displayed disappointment upon seeing Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Molly return. For these three had been the hope of the entire village, expected to devise a solution to turn the tide. Now, however, that hope had been utterly extinguished. Consequently, many piglets chose to lie flat, languidly sprawled, and too lethargic even to move. It was not that Lin Qiye intended to concede defeat. Rather, he felt powerless. Alone, he was no match for Fang Yu. The latter had yet to exert himself, while all of his comrades had been captured. How could one possibly contend under such circumstances? "Qiye, Molly, how could you two also have been captured?" Li Pang called out loudly from his cage. Upon seeing the little piglet before her, Molly found it increasingly adorable, and without hesitation, she approached and seized Li Pang. Li Pang exclaimed, "Let me go." "Molly, what are you doing?" He struggled furiously, his short legs flailing in the air, determined to escape her grasp. "What am I doing?" "Why, I'm preparing to feast on roasted piglet." Molly chuckled. "I think pig trotter rice is more delectable. It embodies the romance of man." Shun Qingzhu teased. Li Pang began to panic. "Bro, this isn't fair. My meat isn't tasty." Molly playfully tapped the elastic pig's rear, exclaiming, "Look at all that flesh. It's so plump that it could yield 2 pounds of oil. I shall accuse you of misconduct." Bai Li, feeling wronged, protested, "No one has ever touched me there since childhood, especially not a girl." Who wouldn't be thrilled? Though his exterior appeared distressed, internally he was secretly delighted. At that moment, Lin Qiye could no longer bear to watch. A little teasing was fine, but there was no need to make him wet his pants. Bai Li remained silent. Chapter 46. A Room for Two? Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent as his gaze swept across the new recruits. He proclaimed loudly, "Is there anyone else who dares to dissent?" Even Lin Qiye had conceded. leaving the others in a state of utter silence, too intimidated to utter a word. Those who had previously shouted defiantly now wore furrowed brows, fearing that others might recognize the arrogance they had so recently displayed, now starkly contrasted by their humiliating defeat. The swift reversal of fortune had left them dazed, having suffered a crushing loss before they could even comprehend what had transpired. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Fang Yu's eyes settled on Sun Qingzhu. "Is it you who still contests?" Sun Qingzhu stammered, "I concede." At this moment, he dared not oppose, had he not been the first to challenge. He would likely have faced the same fate as the others, merely a pawn, led to slaughter. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, now was not the time for bravado. He had witnessed the true prowess of this young instructor, who had evidently earned his position through merit, not favoritism. Indeed, there are always those more capable beyond the horizon. It would be prudent to adopt a more modest demeanor in the future. Seeing that no one voiced any objections, Fang Yu continued in a resonant tone. "Since there are no dissenters, I shall henceforth be your instructor, Fang." As his words echoed, a wave of applause erupted from the recruits. "Hooray for Instructor Fang." The instructor Hong on the platform displayed an approving expression. He had initially suspected Fang Yu to be a mere beneficiary of connections, yet was pleasantly surprised to discover not only his competence, but also his ability to instill respect in the recruits. Previously worried about potential issues, he now recognized that his concerns were unwarranted. Fang Yu had exceeded all expectations. With this, Instructor Hong was thoroughly convinced, casting a look of admiration toward Fang Yu, who acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating that he was merely fulfilling his duties. Soon, the intense training commenced. "Chubby, pick up the pace. You're falling behind." Fang Yu called out. "And you, troublemaker Wang, I'm referring to you, Sun Qingzhu. Add 10 more pounds and practice diligently." "What are you staring at? I wasn't talking to you." "Lin Qiye, run another lap," Fang Yu admonished while munching on a watermelon. The recruits were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. They eyed the watermelon longingly, envisioning themselves beneath a great tree, indulging in its sweet, juicy flesh. Bai Li, breathless and weary, lamented, "Why is the one eating watermelon not me? Craving a taste?" Fang Yu teased. Bai Li's eyes lit up, and he promptly turned around. "Instructor Fang, I see you're without a watch. Allow me to gift you one." With that, he dashed over, removed his own watch, and fastened it onto Fang Yu's wrist. Gazing at the gleaming gold watch, Fang Yu inquired, "This must be quite expensive, I presume?" "Not at all, just a few million," Bai Li explained nonchalantly. "After all, I'm merely a child from an ordinary family." Fang Yu could only marvel at this reincarnation of the celestial treasure master. For him, such an item was trivial. Thus, Fang Yu offered a slice of watermelon to Bai Li. "Thank you, Instructor Fang." Bai Li Pang received the item with both hands, licking his lips as he began to savor the exquisite flavors, relishing the delightful taste. Fang Yu smiled knowingly, realizing that one must seize every opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, a day filled with rigorous training had come to an end. Weary, Fang Yu dragged his exhausted body to the dormitory, retrieved his keys, and entered the room while shrugging his shoulders. After a day of training, he felt the need to lie down and rest. The instructor's quarters were all single suites, featuring not only a comfortable large bed, but also a private bathroom. In contrast, the recruits were assigned to shared rooms with bunk beds, highlighting the disparity. Thankfully, he was an instructor. Fang Yu lunged onto the large bed, sinking into its softness. How delightful! Suddenly, he felt something remarkably soft, akin to tofu. Without warning, a deafening scream erupted. Following this, Bai Yi abruptly flung the covers aside, sitting up with a fierce expression. Fang Yu gasped, realizing the source of the softness. "I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" He stammered awkwardly. "You lecher. This isn't over between us," Bai Yi declared, her brow furrowed as she descended from the bed, unleashing her formidable power. Without a moment's hesitation, she clenched her fist and launched a powerful punch towards Fang Yu, fueled by her immense anger. Sensing the impending danger, Fang Yu quickly summoned all his mental energy, unleashing his full strength to block the blow. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, A wave of overwhelming mental force radiated outward from the epicenter, sweeping through the room. The sheer intensity was so great that the light fixture on the ceiling could not withstand it. Outside, the resting recruits were startled by the commotion, erupting into chaos. An earthquake? That's impossible. This place has never experienced one. Instructor Hong, sensing the powerful mental energies, hurried over. Bai Yi trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Yu. Who permitted you to enter my room? Your room? Fang Yu was taken aback. He distinctly remembered this being his room. How could it have transformed into hers? No, this is my room. You must have entered the wrong one. Your audacity is laughable. I have no respect for you. Bai Yi scoffed, her disdain evident. The more Fang Yu pondered, the more bewildered he became. This was undoubtedly his room. After all, the key was given to him by Yuan Gang. Could it be that Yuan Gang had mistakenly given him the wrong key? He quickly dismissed the idea. Such a trivial error could not possibly occur with him. Do not slander me. If I were to act, it would be with utmost integrity, never through such despicable means. Bai Yi retorted, you are all bravado and no substance. Your words are as empty as your character. Fang Yu was taken aback, muttering under his breath about the foulness of her insults. Although devoid of profanity, her words were far more cutting. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, Instructor Hong rushed to the door. Upon entering, he was met with the tense atmosphere and promptly inquired, what is happening? What has caused such a ruckus? Bai Yi, in an irritable tone, interjected, Fang Yu dashed into my room and even burrowed beneath the covers. What do you mean your room? It is unequivocally mine. I possess the key to this room. Fang Yu produced the key, affirming that he had spoken no falsehood. Instructor Hong wore an awkward smile. Scratching his head as he explained, it is as such, the chief instructor stated that you two are in a romantic relationship. Hence, only one room was arranged for the two of you to share. Bai Yi, Fang Yu. The two stood awkwardly in place, enveloped in a heavy silence. Observing that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Instructor Hong promptly took his leave, reminding them before closing the door. The chief instructor mentioned that there are no other available rooms, so you will have to make do. Bai Yi and Fang Yu exchanged glances, each surveying the other. Chapter 47. A beautiful woman's uninvited affection? Please restrain yourself. It seems I may have misunderstood you. Bai Yi turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed. The two fell into silence once again, the room enveloped in a stillness that allowed only their slightly hurried breaths to be heard. Fang Yu cleared his throat twice, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, it's all right, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Shall we tidy up the bed first? Bai Yi nodded gently, and together they began to arrange the bedding. However, during their efforts, their fingers occasionally brushed against one another, causing them to withdraw as if shocked. This was merely static electricity. Those who have studied physics would understand. That night, Fang Yu found himself sleeping on the sofa, as there was only one bed available. Bai Yi gazed at him, her heart racing uncontrollably, her mind in disarray, far from her usual composure. Hey, are you cold? It's summer and I don't want to be called hey. Bai Yi. Once again, silence enveloped the scene. It seemed that Fang Yu had been scolded into silence, hardly wishing to speak. The girl could indeed be fierce when angry. Are you upset? Bai Yi asked in a hushed tone. Fang Yu pursed his lips, replying, no, it's just that being wronged feels unpleasant. After all, I have a virtuous image to uphold. Engaging in such petty antics is a grave affront to my character. The large bed, intended for two, now felt rather empty with just one person. Bai Yi turned over, contemplating, and decided to draw an imaginary boundary in the middle. You can sleep on the bed. You take that side, and I'll take this side. Fang Yu's heart leapt with joy as he sprang to his feet. Really? Sleeping on the sofa was hardly conducive to rest, and nothing compared to the comfort of a proper bed. Bai Yi nodded slightly, biting her lip, and warned, but if you cross the line, I will not hesitate to retaliate. As they lay on the bed, it felt as though an invisible chasm separated them. The following morning, sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the room. Fang Yu was the first to awaken, groggily opening his eyes to discover something soft and heavy resting upon him. Upon closer inspection, he realized Bai Yi was sprawled across him, her delicate hands tightly embracing him. Fang Yu froze, instantly alert, his sleepiness vanishing as he noted the imaginary line still intact. Thankfully, he had not crossed it. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. He dare not move, opting instead to steal a glance at Bai Yi. She was far from her usual fiery self, her lips slightly pouting and rosy, exuding an unexpected charm. Coupled with her exquisite oval face, she appeared utterly enchanting. Fang Yu felt an urge to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, his heart racing and his face involuntarily heating up. Yet, fearing he might awaken her, he refrained, maintaining his rigid position. At that moment, Bai Yi stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Fang Yu sensed the change and quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. As she blinked awake, her gaze fell upon Fang Yu's face. Mere inches from hers, she was momentarily taken aback before fully waking, realizing she was sprawled atop him. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly scrambled away from Fang Yu, retreating to the far side of the bed. She enveloped herself tightly in the quilt, leaving only her eyes visible, which shimmered with a mix of panic and shyness. I didn't mean to. I must have been restless in my sleep. Bai Yi mumbled softly, her voice laced with tremors. Earlier, she had fervently warned Fang Yu not to overstep boundaries, yet here she was, having thrown herself onto him, feeling utterly embarrassed. She had assumed it would be like before, merely in a light sleep state, waking at the slightest disturbance. Instead, she found herself in a deep slumber, clinging tightly to whatever she encountered. This was likely due to a profound lack of security, possibly stemming from her experiences in the ancient god cult, where she had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Fang Yu feigned waking, stretching lazily. "Good morning." Bai Yi shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "You mustn't tell anyone." She was aware that Fang Yu had only pretended to be asleep, as the movement had been rather pronounced. How could he not have reacted? Yet, her glare lacked any real menace. To Fang Yu, it resembled more of a playful pout. With a chuckle, Fang Yu replied, "I won tea. But if you ever wish to embrace again, you're always welcome." Such occurrences could only be beneficial. The thought of the earlier scene caused Bai Yi's cheeks to flush even deeper. "Are you actually hoping for next time, you old lecher?" she exclaimed, cursing under her breath as she promptly descended from the bed. Fang Yu displayed a look of feigned helplessness, remarking, "You were the one who threw yourself at me. Have some dignity." Soon after, the two of them completed their morning routines and set out. They exchanged little conversation along the way, the atmosphere thick with an awkward tension. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Instructor Hong glanced at them with a teasing smile. "How did you sleep last night?" Bai Yi's face turned scarlet once more as she chided, "Instructor Hong, please don't tease us. Let us get on with the new recruit training." Before long, the assembly was complete. "Bai Liping, you performed admirably today. Enjoy a 10-minute break." "Shen Qingzhu, you've dropped 10 pounds. And you, Lin Qiye, reduce your laps." Fang Yu grinned at them, his smile unwavering. At noon in the mess hall, Bai Yi inquired, "What is up with Instructor Fang? Yesterday, he pushed us to our limits, and today he eases up on the training volume." Bai Liping asked in confusion. Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is possessed? Possessed? The others were taken aback. How could someone of such high caliber be afflicted in such a manner? Shen Qingzhu continued, "I've heard tales of ancient curses that cause one to alternate between manic laughter and frigid aloofness." This explanation began to gain traction among the group, as it fit the situation perfectly. Could he be mentally ill? Lin Qiye, familiar with mental health issues, noted the similarities. At that moment, Molly glanced over, having overheard their conversation, and shot them a disdainful look. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "What a bunch of lonely souls. This is romance." Bali Pang Pang. Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye. In a moment, they managed to offend the entire table. Molly, being a girl, could discern the situation with just a glance. To her astonishment, this group of single men took an eternity to come up with a diagnosis of insanity. Molly leaned in and whispered, "Let me tell you, Instructor Fang's romantic interest is Instructor Bai." At that moment, everyone gathered around, eager to hear the gossip. Molly continued, "Do you know about the commotion last night?" The crowd nodded in response. Instructors Fang and Bai shared a room, and the noise emanated from there. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. How bold! At that moment, Bai Yi happened to pass by, standing behind Molly, her face dark with displeasure upon hearing the revelation. Bai Li Pang frantically gestured for silence. Molly, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What are you doing, you fat oaf? I haven't finished yet." Chapter 48. The revelation of the dual deity agent. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yi's brows furrowed in anger, her complexion flushed with indignation. This has spiraled into sheer absurdity, a blatant fabrication that is rapidly turning into a sensational story. Molly, turning her head in surprise, felt her pupils constrict as she stood up, exclaiming, "Instructor Bai?" The atmosphere shifted, with the gossip now having reached the ears of the principal subject. She could only stand there, a wry smile plastered on her face, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Bai Yi approached with a somber expression, each step seemingly imbued with an invisible pressure. Her gaze, icy and displeased, fixed on Molly. "You dare to speak so freely?" Molly's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she stammered, Instructor Bai, we were merely engaging in casual conversation. There was no malice intended." Bai Yi let out a cold snort. "This afternoon, the training will be intensified, lest you still possess the energy to spin such wild tales." Molly bit her lip, wanting to protest, but unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and the others kept their heads down, focusing on their meals, wary of incurring Bai Yi's wrath and fearing an increase in their training regimen as well. Following the decision to intensify Molly's training, the rumors surrounding Bai Yi and Fang Yu in the camp finally subsided. At the headquarters of the ancient god church, Yu Huai received a message from his entity. Lin Qiye had become a dual deity agent. The second deity was Nyx, a being of supreme power. His brow furrowed slightly as he slowly closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The news was overwhelmingly shocking. If Lin Qiye were to be eliminated, it would undoubtedly offend both supreme deities. He resolved to inform Fang Yu to secure Lin Qiye's allegiance, cautioning that if Lin Qiye did not join the ancient god church, he would not hesitate to act without mercy. Yu Huai opened his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within. He called forth a trusted confidant, his expression stern as he commanded, "Go. Immediately inform Fang Yu to devise any means necessary to win over Lin Qiye. As long as Lin Qiye is willing to join our ancient god church, any conditions can be negotiated. However, should he remain obstinate, he is to be dealt with on the spot." The confidant accepted the order and departed hastily, not daring to delay for a moment. One evening, after training had concluded, Fang Yu and Bai Yi strolled along a narrow path outside the camp, the golden hues of the setting sun casting long shadows upon them. The surroundings were tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Bai Yi tilted her head slightly, gazing at Fang Yu with a look of curiosity. She softly inquired, "Why did you choose to save me back then?" The act of saving someone inherently carries risks. Yet this was their first encounter. She found it difficult to comprehend why he would take such a chance for a stranger. Fang Yu glanced at the evening sky, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It was merely a convenient act." Bai Yi, taken aback by his response, could only roll her eyes in disbelief. She then shifted the conversation, her brow furrowing with concern. "What should we do about the mission assigned by the ancient god church? I've just learned that other deities are now aware that Lin Qiye has become a dual deity agent. The ancient god church demanded, at all costs, to win over Lin Qiye. After all, he was the dual deity's agent. Given that such agents had never appeared before, and particularly two representatives of the supreme gods, Fang Yu fell into contemplation. It was clear that winning him over was impossible. Lin Qiye would undoubtedly refuse, merely putting on a facade. Thus, the current strategy was to buy time, stretching it for as long as possible. Patience was essential. They would endure one day at a time. The key was to wait until the snake lady recovered, as her whereabouts remained a mystery. After all, he had no knowledge of her secluded retreat for recuperation. Otherwise, he would have gone to eliminate her long ago. Bai Yi furrowed her brow slightly, her expression tinged with concern as she remarked, "While stalling is a tactic. The individuals from the ancient god church are not easily deceived. What shall we do if their patience wears thin?" Fang Yu sighed gently, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, and responded, "Indeed, it is a tricky situation, yet there is no better alternative at present." As they spoke, a sudden chill swept through, causing Bai Yi to instinctively shiver. Observing her discomfort, Fang Yu promptly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. A warmth spread through Bai Yi's heart, and she smiled faintly at him, whispering her gratitude. In the distance, Molly was peeking inquisitively, half her head exposed as she curiously surveyed the unfolding scene. "I told you, Instructor Fang and Instructor Bai are in a romantic liaison, but you wouldn't believe me," she declared. Shen Qingzhu leaned in, intrigued, and whispered, "What are they discussing?" Lin Qiye shook his head, uncertain. "Why don't you go and ask them?" Just then, Bai Lipong seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I know what they're talking about." The group turned their attention to him, clearing his throat. Bai Lipong deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking Fang Yu and Bai Yi's tones. "Instructor Fang must be saying, 'My dear, is it cold today? Here, wear my coat.'" To which Instructor Bai replies, "Not at all, wherever you are is warm." The crowd erupted in laughter at Bai Lipong's embellished rendition. Molly shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "You're so cheesy." As they continued their hushed banter, Fang Yu seemed to sense the commotion, turning slightly in their direction. "Oh no, we've been discovered," Molly gasped, quickly retracting her head. The others tensed up, holding their breath, pressing against the wall in fear of being spotted by Fang Yu and Bai Yi. Bai Yi huffed, "They are indeed too idle. All they do is gossip. We must intensify the training when we return." Fang Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Why stoop to their level? Let be." Bai Yi pouted slightly, murmuring under her breath, "Fine." Meanwhile, hiding by the wall, Molly and Lin Qiye remained silent, straining to listen to the sounds outside. After a considerable time, hearing the footsteps of Fang Yu and Bai Yi gradually fade away, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Molly patted her chest, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation as she exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death." Thank goodness for Instructor Fang, who spoke up for us. She had intensified her training previously, almost rendering herself incapable of rising from bed the following day, which left her with a tinge of resentment. Lin Qiye cast a glance at them, saying with a hint of resignation, "This time, we were merely fortunate. Next time, we may not be so fortunate." The others murmured in agreement as they departed from the wall, making their way towards the camp. As soon as Molly entered the tent, she plopped down onto her bunk, muttering to herself, "Why am I so inquisitive? Is it simply because I am a woman?" She was uncertain why her curiosity was so insatiable, a compulsion she could hardly suppress. Chapter 49. The end of training, time flows gently, and over the course of 2 fleeting months, the long-awaited holiday finally arrives. The new recruits bustle about the camp, each laden with bags, eager to return home. Bai Li, affectionately plump, gives his belly a pat while standing at the entrance of the training camp. "At last, the holiday is upon us. I have slimmed down considerably, and I must make up for it once I return home." He turns to Lin Qiye beside him and inquires, "Qiye, what do you plan to go back?" Lin Qiye drags a suitcase behind him and glances at Bai Li, responding, "Someone will pick me up shortly. It's not time yet." Upon hearing this, Bai Li turns his attention to Molly, enthusiastically offering, "Molly, how will you return? I have room. Would you like me to give you a ride?" Molly rolls her eyes at him. "No, I can manage on my own." At that moment, a buzzing sound fills the air as an aircraft descends near the camp. Several bodyguards, donning sunglasses, approach Bai Li and respectfully bow. "Young master, please board the plane." This spectacle draws the attention of all, curious to see which wealthy heir has arrived. Bai Li frowns and admonishes, "I told you to be discreet. After all, I'm just a child from an ordinary family." Lin Qiye. "Molly, if you're a child of an ordinary family, then what am I, a beggar?" Many silently curse his pretentiousness. Molly feels a twinge of regret. She had anticipated that Bai Li would be flying home. Had she known, she would have accepted his offer. Fang Yu, drawn by the commotion, approaches. It's clear that the ruckus is a result of Bai Li's antics. Who else possesses such wealth? "Hello, Instructor Fang." "Hello, Instructor Bai." Lin Qiye, Bai Li, and Molly greet the 2 approaching figures. Fang Yu waves his hand in acknowledgement, replying, Hello? Remember to keep training hard when you return. I want to be your instructor next year. Not going to be our instructor? Lin Qiye, somewhat bewildered, asks curiously why not. Molly tugs at Lin Qiye's sleeve, casting a meaningful glance toward Bai Yi. In an instant, he comprehends. It seems a wedding and honeymoon are in the works. Fang Yu observes their peculiar gestures. Raising an eyebrow, don't let your imaginations run wild. Training should be your priority. He inwardly curses, thinking, damn, this bunch is certainly overthinking. At that moment, a sleek black car halts at a distance. The door opens slowly, revealing long, elegant legs clad in a fitted red outfit. The person is Hong Ying. Come to fetch Lin Qiye. Qiye. Hong Ying waves and strides over. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Qiye turns, Sister Hong Ying. I didn't expect you to pick me up. Hong Ying smiles gently. Others were unavailable. How was your training, little brother Qiye? Lin Qiye responds with confidence. I've made rapid progress. Once we return, we shall spar, and you will see. Hong Ying raises an eyebrow, playfully feigning disapproval. Oh, very well. But I want to go easy on you. All right. No problem. With that, Lin Qiye prepares to enter the car. Just then, in an inadvertent glance, Hong Ying's eyes fell upon a familiar silhouette. Her footsteps abruptly halted, leaving her momentarily stunned, an expression of disbelief flickering across her gaze. Qiye, wait for me, she exclaimed hurriedly, then dashed towards the figure, reaching out to tap the person's shoulder, her tone imbued with a hint of trepidation as she called out, Fang Yu? Fang Yu was taken aback. This voice was far too familiar. The last time he heard it, it nearly sent him into a panic. Deep down, he recognized this voice was unmistakably that of Hong Ying. As he slowly turned around, his heart raced. Yet at that moment, Fang Yu had transformed. He was no longer the person she once knew. Hong Ying was momentarily bewildered. The individual before her bore no resemblance to Fang Yu. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Your figure resembles his. However, she had not truly erred in her recognition. A woman's intuition is remarkably precise. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, grasping a red string tucked in his pocket. A keepsake from Hong Ying, still cherished. It's nothing, Fang Yu replied politely. Hong Ying was filled with confusion. Despite the man's altered appearance, the sense of familiarity lingered. Unable to resist, she scrutinized Fang Yu again, her probing gaze inducing a flutter of unease within him. Though he endeavored to maintain an air of composure. I sincerely apologize. It's just that you look so much like my friend, whom I haven't seen in ages. I momentarily got carried away. Hong Ying explained once more, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Fang Yu chuckled awkwardly. It's all right. Perhaps there are indeed people in this world who share similar silhouettes. Don't dwell on it. Still chatting? Bai Yi's voice pierced through the air, abruptly halting their conversation. Hong Ying scratched her head, opting not to prolong the exchange, and hurriedly turned to leave, making her way towards Lin Qiye. Curiosity sparkled in Lin Qiye's eyes as he inquired, Sister Hong Ying, do you know Instructor Fang? Hong Ying was taken aback. He is an instructor? So young? Lin Qiye nodded. Indeed, he is the most formidable instructor in our training camp. Do not let his youth fool you. His prowess has already reached the sea realm. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying fell into contemplation. If he is indeed at that level, then it seems your training camp harbors quite the talent. Indeed, the esteemed instructor Bai is also at the sea realm, and they appear to be a couple, Lin Qiye added. Hong Ying retorted, why are you telling me this? Their relationship is of no concern to me. Hurry and get in the car. I have no time for idle chatter. Bai Yi trotted along, and Fang Yu quickly caught up, calling out to her, why are you walking so briskly? Are you trying to save on fare? Bai Yi halted, turning to retort. If you're not seeking out your old flame, then don't linger around me. And don't tell me you don't know him. He directly called your name. Bai Yi exhaled dramatically, while Fang Yu shook his head in exasperation. Stop fabricating stories. He is just an ordinary friend. In the office of Yuan Gang. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright, yet somewhat shadowy glow upon the floor. Fang Yu and Bai Yi stood before the desk, both exhibiting an air of solemnity. Fang Yu took a slight step forward and said, Commander, we are returning to the ancient divine sect regarding Lin Qiye's matter. It is anticipated that the sect will undoubtedly send more individuals to eliminate Lin Qiye. It will depend on how Yuan Gang chooses to arrange this. As I also need to make a trip to the sect. Yuan Gang nodded, offering a word of caution. No worries, you may go. Just remember to exercise caution. If things become problematic, feel free to return here. You're always welcome. Fang Yu responded with unwavering determination. Rest assured, Commander, we will proceed with caution. Chapter 50. The Automated Bed. An invitation to experience it in the solemn and austere assembly hall of the ancient God Church. Yu Huai sat regally in the central position. His gaze swept across the gathered assembly, ultimately settling on Fang Yu. Fang Yu, enlighten us regarding the situation. Fang Yu had already briefed Yuan Gang and hastened back to the ancient God Church to report. After all, this matter had lingered for over 2 months. Any further concealment could arouse suspicion. Thus, he found himself compelled to confront the assembly. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he spoke slowly. President, the spies I had positioned there have all been eradicated by that detestable Elvilion. Nevertheless, I remained diligent over these past months, and through unwavering effort, I finally seized an opportunity. I approached Lin Qiye, inquiring if he would consider joining our ancient God Church, but he rejected me without a moment's hesitation. Without further ado, I launched my attack, initially believing I could easily subdue him. At first, I did manage to pin him down, swiftly knocking him to the ground. As I recounted this, a hint of resignation crossed Fang Yu's face. Suddenly, an astonishing golden light erupted from Lin Qiye, radiant and resplendent as though a deity had descended upon the earth. Instantly, this divine brilliance enveloped him in a protective embrace. Sensing the anomaly, the other sentinels hastened to intervene, and thus ensued a fierce battle of 300 exchanges. I barely escaped with my life intact. Bai Yi listened intently to this account, her heart sinking. The little golden man deserves an award on stage, murmured Yu Fengyan coldly. Lin Qiye is utterly ungrateful. If that is the case, we must eliminate him. Even if he is the agent of 2 deities, what of it? Now that Lin Qiye had joined the Sentinels, he would inevitably oppose the ancient God Church, presenting a significant threat. After all, should Lin Qiye ascend in power, even the president himself might struggle to overcome him. The ancient God Church regarded Lin Qiye with considerable trepidation, and thus could not allow him to flourish unchecked. It was universally acknowledged that agents of the dual deities were formidable opponents, and Fang Yu's failure was understandable. The adversary possessed means of self-preservation, making his defeat a formidable challenge. Yu Huai spoke gravely. In light of this, let us devise a plan. After a lengthy silence, an elder with a long scar upon his face voiced, President, in a small place like Sangnan City, we could simply execute a direct assault. They have scant sentinels in Sangnan City. Yu Huai nodded slightly, finding merit in this suggestion. Yu Fengyan narrowed her eyes and continued. Then let us dispatch more peripheral members to serve as cannon fodder. A few internal members will suffice. Within the ancient God Church, only those who had formally joined were considered internal. Aside from the deity agents, the rest were merely believers. However, the periphery is quite different. There is no opportunity to enter the headquarters, and one can only receive tasks at the branch, never reaching the core. The periphery is rather chaotic, yet most belong to the river realm, with only a few from the sea realm. Yu Huai stroked his beard and nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a prudent strategy to let the expendables take the lead, thereby minimizing losses. In their eyes, the demise of peripheral members was inconsequential. As long as there was ample compensation, there would always be those willing to risk their lives. Yet the internal ranks are divergent. Not only are they powerful, but they are also meticulously selected. They do not accept ordinary refuse. Just like the believers, if one has not reached the river realm, the murmurs will not transform them into a new believer. Who specifically should be sent? The elder inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the murmurer replied, Han Xiaoyan. He was previously a night watchman and should be quite familiar with the situation over there. His presence will facilitate our operations significantly. Let Fang Yu and Bai Yi go as well. They are acquainted with Sangnan City, which might help avert any unforeseen complications. Yu Huai commanded. The murmurer hesitated, wanting to voice an objection, but ultimately refrained, shaking his head in resignation. He had intended to prevent Fang Yu from going, Yet the president had spoken, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Just then, Fang Yu suddenly stood up. "President, I believe we should dispatch one more person." "You why?" intrigued asked who? "The serpent woman," Fang Yu exclaimed, having just noticed her standing beside him. This opportunity was too significant to overlook. He estimated that after several months of recuperation, her injuries should be nearly healed, otherwise, she would not be present here. However, upon hearing this, the serpent woman furrowed her brow. She had just recovered and was reluctant to undertake a mission. Yet, Fang Yu was her savior, and the weight of this obligation made it difficult for her to refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and spoke, "President, let me go as well. An additional person would provide further assurance." Yu Huai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fang Yu felt elated, surprised by the serpent woman's swift acquiescence. It was crucial to complete the task, considering they did not know when they would next meet. After the meeting concluded and everyone departed, only Yu Huai remained. At that moment, a small-framed man with a cunning glint in his eyes suddenly appeared, respectfully stating, "President, I sense something amiss. I believe there are inconsistencies in Fang Yu's account. I excel in the arts of concealment and tracking. Perhaps I should investigate Sangnan City." Yu Huai scrutinized the man and recognized him as Mo Ying, the steward responsible for intelligence gathering within the sect. He was neither a divine agent nor a believer, but rather a trusted confidant cultivated by the president himself. "Montak Ying, you're the most loyal believer of the Murmurer. It would not bode well if others overheard. You have just entered the boundless realm. You may assess the situation." Yu Huai instructed. Mo Ying acknowledged and then withdrew. Subsequently, Yu Huai began to orchestrate the forthcoming operation. He sent out orders to gather peripheral members from various branches, publicly declaring that those who participated in this mission and excelled would receive substantial rewards, and even the opportunity for exceptional promotion to the headquarters, becoming part of the core reserve. As the news spread, many external members were irresistibly drawn in, eagerly signing up. After all, for them, the ability to earn money was paramount, disregarding any notions of vigilante duty. Along the way, the serpent woman licked her lips, curiously observing Fang Yu, and inquired, "What makes you want me to join this mission?" Fang Yu responded with a nonchalant smile. "There's a couple's hotel in Sangnan City, with a bed that moves on its own. I thought you might enjoy the experience." The serpent woman replied, "However, I have already repaid my debts. I'm not inclined to assist again in the future." Fang Yu smiled slightly and nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, there will be no next time. This time, let us see who comes to your rescue." Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown, casting a sidelong glance at him while inwardly cursing. Lecherous old man. Chapter 51. The calm before dawn in Sangnan City. Delicate snowflakes gently descended, blanketing the ground with a sheer layer of pristine white. The ancient eaves lining the streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, their striking hue standing out against the muted gray tiles of the rooftops. Each household displayed couplets, meticulously crafted and elegantly inscribed, on their doorways, the black characters on red paper brimming with heartfelt wishes for the new year. As Bai Yi strolled along the streets, her curiosity piqued by her surroundings. "Is it a festival?" she inquired. Fang Yu turned to answer, "This is our spring festival, a cherished traditional celebration in Huaxia. At this time of year, everyone rushes home to reunite with family, creating a lively atmosphere that symbolizes togetherness." Bai Yi had never witnessed such a vibrant scene. Having dwelled too long in the shadows, she had forgotten that the world could be so beautiful. "Spring festival," she murmured, her brows furrowing slightly as a hint of loneliness flickered in her eyes. What does it feel like to have a home? She had never even met her parents, and in this vast world, she had no kin. The concept of home felt foreign and distant to her. In the next moment, crystalline tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, a loud voice broke through her reverie. "Tudaula! Tudaula!" Following the sound, she spotted a vendor enthusiastically demonstrating a peculiar toy, his eyes wide with excitement as he squeezed it, a broad smile plastered across his face. Fang Yu found it amusing and thought of purchasing one for Bai Yi, hoping to alleviate her momentarily melancholic mood. "How much is this?" he inquired. "2 daula," 2 Daola. What colors do you have? The vendor repeated his chant, seemingly oblivious to the questions. Fang Yu, slightly baffled, simply handed over some money and took one before departing, suspecting that the vendor might just be a fool, forever repeating the same phrase. Ding dong, welcome. Happy New Year. How may I assist you? A cheerful waitress greeted him. Fang Yu quickly replied, Do you have gloves? The waitress paused, slightly taken aback by his rapid speech, and replied, What kind of suit do you need? No gloves. Gloves. What on earth are you thinking about? Fang Yu muttered in frustration. Why are there so many misunderstandings in this place? Aren't glove suits? The waitress chuckled awkwardly and gestured toward his second cabinet. After completing his purchase, Fang Yu led by Yi to a secluded spot. He halted, sinking into the deep snow. This is the place. Next, we must undertake something of great significance. Something significant? Bai Yi pondered, wondering if it was related to the task of the ancient god's church. Upon their arrival in Sangnan City, Lin Qiye had already been shielded by Yuan Gang, while the members of the ancient god church had begun to lie in wait, biding their time. On the surface, all appeared tranquil and harmonious. Yet beneath it lay a tumultuous undercurrent. Fang Yu cast her a sidelong glance, remarking that at such a time, the ancient god church's affairs could wait until after the new year. No, let's build a snowman. A snowman? Bai Yi shot back with a glance. How childish. Fang Yu, weary of further debate, donned her gloves and made her way to the pristine expanse of snow. Finding a clean spot, she crouched down, beginning to mold a snowman with her hands. This was a pastime Fang Yu often indulged in at home, and now, in this foreign land, constructing a snowman seemed to serve as a conduit for her homesickness. Bai Yi pursed her lips and teased, It looks terrible. Let me take over. With that, she too put on gloves and joined the endeavor. Through their combined efforts, the snowman gradually took on a round and endearing form, adorned with thoughtful embellishments. Now that's much better. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the peace affairs office, a rich aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, its vibrant hues suggesting delectable flavors. The table was laden with an array of dishes, a sumptuous spread of both meat and vegetables, their fragrances intermingling and permeating the entire room. Hong Ying sat at the table, her gaze fixed on a platter of braised pork, her eyes brimming with longing as she could hardly restrain herself. She reached for a piece, but before she could bring it to her lips, Si Xiaonan swiftly intercepted it with her mouth, savoring it with a look of pure delight before giving a thumbs up. So delicious. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. With a sidelong glance, Hong Ying attempted to grab another piece, but suddenly the door creaked open. A figure appeared in the doorway, and Hong Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Qiye. Lin Qiye smiled slightly. Sister Hong Ying, I hope you don't mind an extra pair of chopsticks? At that moment, the others took notice of the commotion and converged around Lin Qiye, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Weren't you sent to a special space? How did you get out? Hong Ying inquired curiously. To protect Lin Qiye, Yuan Gang had placed him in a special space, yet proved ineffective. He could exit at will. I cannot allow you all to take risks on my behalf. The ancient god church seeks me. If I remain hidden, I will be failing you all, Lin Qiye declared earnestly. Deep within, he could not bear the thought of so many facing danger for his sake while he hid in safety. That was not his way. Thus, he had resolved to emerge. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, the group initially stood in shock, quickly followed by a swell of admiration and emotion in their hearts. Chen Mai frowned and stepped forward to pat Lin Qiye on the shoulder. In the stillness of the night, Qiye, your unwavering sense of justice is commendable. However, the ancient cult is not to be trifled with, and they may prove formidable adversaries. Lin Qiye's gaze deepened with resolve as he declared, I too am a night watchman. Have you forgotten the oath of the night watchman? I shall stand before countless souls rather than cower behind you. A profound silence enveloped the group, for it seemed futile to persuade him further. Words would yield no fruit. When Shima shifted the topic, suggesting let's dine first, the dishes will grow cold if we delay. After a moment's pause, Hong Ying remembered that she still held a piece of braised pork. She took a bite, savoring the flavor, and exclaimed, Qiye, this braised pork is exquisite. You must try it. At last, everyone found their seats. Chimai warmly encouraged, please, help yourselves to the food. If there isn't enough, we can always prepare more. Chapter 52. 800 million patrons within the dimly lit tavern. A few worn tables were occupied by several peripheral members of the ancient divine church, idly engaged in conversation. I have uncovered an astonishing piece of news. One of them remarked. The foolish son of the landlord, Bailey Tumming, is now in Songnan City. Can you guess the bounty on his head? A staggering 800 million. A shifty-eyed individual proclaimed. The others gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. It is worth noting that the mission assigned to the dual divine agents scarcely offered a bounty of 100 million. Yet, Bailey Tumming's price reached an astonishing 800 million. Meanwhile, they had been desperately searching for Lin Qiye, who seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving them with no leads. However, a plump little sheep had presented itself before them, and they exchanged avaricious glances. Regardless of Lin Qiye, capturing the foolish son of the Bailey family was their priority. Indeed, securing him would allow us to lie back and relax. Once we complete this job, we can return home in glory, marry 8 wives, and lead a life of luxury. Just thinking about it is delightful. The group erupted into hearty laughter, exuding an air of greed and recklessness. In a hotel room, Bailey Pang was busy preparing a gift. Scratching his head in confusion, he pondered aloud. Chao Zhe, what do you think Qiye would like? A Rolex, a Patek Philippe, or perhaps an Imperial Green? Chao Yuan shook his head and replied thoughtfully, I don't know. He loves pickled vegetables. Perhaps we should send him a truckload of pickled vegetables so he can enjoy them every day. Bailey Pang shot him a disapproving glance. What kind of gift is a truckload of pickled vegetables? In our Guangdi, one would be the laughingstock. Chao Yuan, however, remained undeterred and insisted, given Qiye's nature. He might appreciate something so practical. Besides, he eats 3 meals a day. A month's supply would be gone in no time. Bailey Pang. As the two continued their debate, a sudden knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Knock, 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 Bailey Pang, puzzled, approached and opened the door to find a hotel staff member standing there, holding a beautifully crafted gift box. Good day, Mr. Bailey. A gentleman asked me to deliver this to you, the staff member said politely. Filled with curiosity and confusion, Bailey Pang took the gift box. Wondering who would send something at this hour, he examined the box from every angle, hesitating for a moment before his curiosity compelled him to slowly untie the ribbon. Bang! An ear-splitting explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave surged through the room. Fortunately, Bailey Pang reacted swiftly. In the instant of the explosion, he activated the protective artifact before him, and a faint glow enveloped him, swiftly forming a protective barrier around him and Chao Yuan. However, the force of the blast was overwhelming, and despite the artifact's protection, the two were propelled from the high-rise, plummeting towards the ground below. As they fell, Bailey Pang shouted, Chao Zhe, someone must have discovered you when you booked the room. Do you have any idea how many people are after my life? Chao Yuan replied nonchalantly, I do not know. Bailey Pang let out a low growl. Yao Wang, a golden lock shot from his hand, firmly binding it to the steel reinforcement on the rooftop, while the other end ensnared Chao Yuan. At that moment, a robust man suddenly leaped forth, launching a powerful kick at the two suspended in midair. With a resounding thud, they crashed heavily to the ground. Abruptly, 2 flying daggers hurtled toward them. Chao Yuan sprang to his feet, deftly using a spoon to parry the oncoming blades. The sound of 2 crisp clangs echoed as the daggers clattered to the ground. Bailey Pang, rummaging through his pocket, threw a wad of cash into the air, shouting hoarsely, I'll give you 100 million. Leave at once. 100 million? The muscular man smirked. Killing you will earn me 800 million. Anyone would know how to choose. Who would refuse more money? Bailey Pang was taken aback, not anticipating his bounty to be so substantial. Suddenly, the muscular man's muscles swelled, exuding an overwhelming power. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the technique. Sequence 214 of the Forbidden Ruins, allowing for muscle recomposition, enabling a terrifying enhancement of speed and strength. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the muscular man lunged at Bailey Pang. In response, Bailey Pang quickly summoned a protective artifact, forming a golden wall around him. With a resounding crash, the man's massive fist struck the barrier, producing a dull thud. The artifact's shield cracked, splintering under the force. Another blow sent by Li Pang stumbling several meters back. He quickly regained his footing, shouting, "Chao thief, come help me." Chao Yuan responded calmly, "I'm busy," as 3 flying daggers approached him. With ease, he deflected the daggers with his spoon, demonstrating remarkable skill. And after several exchanges, not a single blade found its mark. From a distance, the dagger-wielding man paused, surprised, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "A spoon?" He had not anticipated that his attacks could be evaded with such a simple utensil. Chao Yuan affirmed, "Indeed, it is a spoon." The dagger-wielding man snorted in amusement. How intriguing. Just then, a swift arrow struck Chao Yuan's spoon, causing it to drop to the ground. The dagger-wielding man, seeing this, felt a surge of triumph as he swiftly maneuvered his hands, merging the 3 daggers into a single long blade. He directed this formidable weapon, akin to a flame, charging aggressively toward Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan's expression shifted. He dared not underestimate the attack and swiftly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Li Pang, overwhelmed by the muscular man, found himself with no means to retaliate and could only flee desperately. In a frantic attempt, he produced another artifact, which transformed into 2 small golden birds, lifting him into the air. "Chao thief, I'm off to fetch reinforcements. Wait for my return." As soon as he uttered these words, an arrow pierced through the clouds, striking his golden birds and sending him plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, the abundance of forbidden items ensured that no significant harm was inflicted. Li Pang murmured softly, relieved that there was no need to call for reinforcements. A robust man approached, chuckling, embodying the essence of a wealthy benefactor with an extraordinary bounty of 800 million. It was no wonder he commanded such resources. The formidable man relentlessly advanced, forcing Li Pang into a series of retreating blows, leaving him with several new abrasions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Yuan was similarly struggling. Under the fierce onslaught of the knife-wielding assailant, he gradually found himself unable to withstand the assault and ultimately fell to the ground. Just as Li Pang and Chao Yuan found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, sensing that escape was but a distant hope, a figure suddenly darted forth like a specter from around the corner. Chapter 53. This blade will inflict great pain. The one who approached was none other than Lin Qiye. With a swift leap, he landed on the sturdy frame of the burly man beneath him. A resounding crash echoed as the solid ground yielded to form a substantial crater. At that moment, 2 gleaming flying daggers hurtled towards Lin Qiye. Reacting with remarkable speed, he deftly bent low to evade the lethal projectiles. They traced an unusual arc in midair before returning with renewed ferocity. With a swift flick of his long knife, Lin Qiye dispatched the 2 incoming daggers to the ground with remarkable precision. Li Pang, filled with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qiye, you truly are the savior of Bailey Tumming." However, Lin Qiye paid him no heed. His gaze was intensely focused on the dagger-wielding adversary as he propelled himself forward with the force of a gale. His movements were as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the dagger thrower, his long knife carving through the air with deadly intent. The dagger thrower, agile in his evasion, nimbly sidestepped the fierce slash. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye struck again with even greater vigor. The dagger thrower swiftly raised his straight blade to parry the attack. A sharp clang resonated as their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. In an instant, both combatants leveraged the force of their strikes to retreat, eyeing each other warily. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the dagger thrower gripped his twin blades tightly and launched them at Lin Qiye with tremendous force. The 2 blades spun rapidly through the air, akin to 2 radiant moons, hurtling towards Lin Qiye with lethal intent. Yet, he remained unperturbed, seizing the perfect moment to evade the onslaught effortlessly. He advanced once more, closing in on his opponent in an instant. With a decisive swing, he struck the dagger thrower, crimson blood erupting forth as the man crumpled to the ground. At that moment, an arrow whizzed towards him. However, Lin Qiye, with keen awareness, deftly swung his long knife, cleaving the arrow in half with precision. He raised his gaze, quickly identifying the archer's position atop a nearby high-rise. Without delay, he charged forward, but several arrows rained down upon him en route. Lin Qiye, refusing to let his guard down, skillfully dodged left and right, evading each projectile. He leapt into the air, raising his long knife high, and aimed a fierce strike at the archer. The archer's face turned pale with terror at the sight. Before he could react further, Lin Qiye's overwhelming blow struck true, ending his life instantly as he collapsed to the ground in a heap. Seeing the danger dissipate, Bailey Pang Pang rushed over to embrace Lin Qiye. If you hadn't arrived in time, I fear the worst would have befallen me. What gift do you desire? Lin Qiye pushed him away, frowning as he replied. No need for anything. Your safety is sufficient. I told you he wouldn't appreciate such superficial gifts. Chao Yuan interjected, turning to Lin Qiye. Do you enjoy pickled vegetables? Lin Qiye nodded slightly. Then I prepared a whole truckload of pickled vegetables for you, ensuring you have enough for all 3 meals. Chao Yuan declared with unwavering confidence. Lin Qiye could only respond with a silent contemplation. As evening descended, the sky gradually darkened. Most people returned home early, gathering around the dining table to relish the warmth and joy brought by the reunion dinner. Consequently, the streets became eerily quiet, devoid of the usual bustling vehicles and throngs of people. Fang Yu and Bai Yi were strolling along the road, the streetlights casting a yellowish glow that elongated their shadows. At that moment, the serpent woman, clad in a flowing green gown, approached with an elegant gait. Fang Yu, are you here? Do you have any news about Lin Qiye? She inquired. Fang Yu shook his head, indicating he had none. Just then, swish, 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 several figures rushed towards them, standing ominously behind. Serpent woman, you must not forget that you have taken the lives of several in Sangnan City, Wu Xiangnan spoke up. It turned out that the serpent woman had come to Sangnan City with lethal intent, having already killed numerous individuals without hesitation. Unfazed by the accusation, she slowly turned around, extending her long tongue to lick her lips, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. And what of it? As long as you refuse to hand over Lin Qiye, I shall kill 10 each day. Let us see how long you can endure. Fang Yu also turned to face them, maintaining his original demeanor. Upon recognizing him, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Hong Ying exclaimed in shock. Fang Yu? She never anticipated encountering both Fang Yu and the serpent woman together. Observing their astonished expressions, the serpent woman smirked, a touch of smugness curling at her lips. Fang Yu now holds the position of a disciple within the Church of the Ancient God. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Why? Fang Yu, tell me why? Hong Ying cried out, her emotions ablaze with fury. She could not fathom that the person she had longed for had suddenly aligned with the Church of the Ancient God. Fang Yu had believed this day would come much later, yet he found himself caught off guard by its swift arrival. What need is there for so many questions? Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. You may choose not to join the Watchers, but you must not align yourself with the Church of the Ancient God, Wen Shima said. His brow furrowed, his expression a mix of confusion and sorrow. Their captain had gone to intercept Han Xiaoyun and was not present. However, apart from the captain, the others were unaware of Fang Yu's true identity. Hong Ying's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her gaze filled with the anguish of betrayal. Fang Yu, is this truly the path you have chosen? At that moment, the serpent woman shifted impatiently beside them. Who are you performing this tragic play for? Fang Yu is now one of us in the Church of the Ancient God. You are no longer on the same side, so cease your futile words. Hong Ying shot the serpent woman a venomous glare, filled with disdain, before turning back to Fang Yu. Fang Yu, have you completely turned against us? Fang Yu opened his mouth to respond, but his throat felt constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless. If only Qingyu were here, there would be no need for explanations. She would understand the reasons without hesitation, but they were unlikely to grasp the situation. If we must fight, then let us do so. There is no need for further chatter. The serpent woman remarked impatiently. In a fleeting moment, she darted forward like a wraith of emerald hue, her hands transforming into sharp serpentine claws, targeting the foremost figure, Hong Ying. With a swift motion, Hong Ying brandished her spear, its tip glistening with a vivid crimson hue. Thrusting fiercely towards the serpent woman, The impact sent both of them staggering backward. Observing the unfolding scene, Fang Yu promptly called out to the serpent woman. "Leave this to me. You should go and find Lin Qiye." Although the serpent woman felt a tinge of confusion, she refrained from inquiring further. After exchanging a glance with Bai Yi, she quickly turned and departed. The others, eager to seize the opportunity, launched their attacks, but all were thwarted by Fang Yu. Holding his straight blade with an air of nonchalance, he declared, "Behold, this strike will bring great pain." The memory of that blade lingered vividly in their minds, its formidable power casting a shadow over them. Han Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and the others braced themselves for defense. In the next instant, Fang Yu had vanished without a trace, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. "What do we do now?" Six Xiaonan inquired. "Let's first assist our captain in dealing with Han Xiaoyan." Wu Xiangnan replied with a resigned shake of his head. Chapter 54. The Death of Han Xiaoyan at the Cross River Bridge. Han Xiaoyan stood atop the bridge, indulging in a cigarette, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. "Disciple, you have arrived?" Chun Mai furrowed his brows and spoke slowly. "Han Xiaoyan, you are unworthy of addressing me as disciple. Once the captain of the Gusa team, 5 years prior, they ventured into the mist where out of 8 members, 3 perished and 3 were injured. And it was during this fateful expedition that you went missing. It was not until 3 years ago that you re-emerged as the 13th disciple of the ancient God Church. Am I correct in my assertions?" Han Xiaoyan had no desire to join the disciples. As captain, he was forced to sacrifice himself, faced with the life and death of his teammates. He had to either watch them perish or abandon his dignity and freedom to ensure their survival. In this moral quandary, he reluctantly relinquished his self-respect to save his comrades, a burden heavier than any other. Han Xiaoyan turned slightly, nodding, and resting his hand against the railing, he inquired, "Speak, where have you concealed Lin Qiye?" Shimai, with unwavering determination in his gaze, declared, "If you wish to learn of Lin Qiye's whereabouts, you must first step over my corpse." "Is it just you? Where are the other 136 team members?" Han Xiaoyan questioned. Chun Mai resolutely replied, "I alone suffice. The disparity between the sea realm and the river realm is vast." "Are you certain?" Han Xiaoyan asked, perplexed. "Against scum like you, what difference does the sea realm make? In the river realm, I can contend at the pinnacle." Chun Mai retorted, drawing 2 blades with a sharp, resonant sound. With a swift motion, he charged forward, leaping into the air, dual blades slicing through the air. In response, Han Xiaoyan unsheathed his Fang Tianji to defend himself. A powerful force surged around them, and in an instant, they distanced themselves from one another. Chun Mai darted sideways, launching a frenzied assault with his blades. Han Xiaoyan stomped on the bridge, propelling himself backward while swiftly maneuvering the Fang Tianji. The weapon emitted a series of dark flashes, entwining around Chun Mai's blades like a serpent, attempting to counter the fierce onslaught with cunning finesse. The sound of their blades clashing echoed twice more. Chun Mai felt a tremendous force transmit through his blades, causing his arms to tingle. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and utilized the recoil to kick towards Han Xiaoyan midair. Han Xiaoyan raised the Fang Tianji to shield himself. Chun Mai's legs struck the weapon, causing him pain in his feet, prompting him to leap back to safety. "Disciple, why go through such trouble? With your strength, you cannot impede me," Han Xiaoyan remarked, tightening his grip on the Fang Tianji. A white mist enveloped his arm, spreading to the weapon, lending it an even colder aura. "Spare me your words. A traitor deserves their fate. Today, it is either your demise or mine." Chun Mai's eyes brimmed with determination as he gripped his blades tightly. He thrust both hands forward, the blades' gleaming edges slicing through the air with a whistling wind, striking fiercely towards Han Xiaoyan. The chilling energy emanating from Han Xiaoyan's Fang Tianji surged violently, coalescing into a massive iceberg that opened its gaping maw, rushing to meet the oncoming blades. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the Jiang Bridge. Chun Mai collided with the railing, plummeting from the bridge. With a thud, he hastily rose to his feet, revealing several scratches upon his face. Han Xiaoyan gracefully descended from the bridge and calmly remarked, "Junior brother, it would be wise to provide me with Lin Qiye's whereabouts, lest you endure a beating. In your dreams, Chun Mai glared fiercely at him. Han Xiaoyun, shaking his head in resignation, raised his Fang Tianji once more. The residual chill from the dissipated icebergs swirling around the weapon, rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen, an icy tendril extending toward Chun Mai. Without hesitation, Chun Mai launched his assault, propelling himself off the ground like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Han Xiaoyun. His twin daggers danced through the air, creating a dazzling display of light, each flicker imbued with formidable power, as if seeking to envelop Han Xiaoyun entirely. Han Xiaoyun's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his Fang Tianji spinning rapidly. The spear transformed into a white whirlwind, intertwining with the cold air, violently colliding with Chun Mai's blade lights. The sound of intense impacts echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers bursting. Chun Mai was sent reeling backward. At that moment, Captain Hong Ying shouted, rushing toward Chun Mai to assist him up. The other team members arrived, glaring angrily at Han Xiaoyun, adopting a combative stance. Han Xiaoyun smiled knowingly, unperturbed, but rather invigorated. Come on, I have awaited this moment for far too long. Chun Mai's expression hardened as he initiated another attack, darting toward Han Xiaoyun like lightning. Hong Ying followed closely, her spear trembling, transforming into several streaks of cold light. Behind them, Lin Qiye, wielding a firearm, seized the moment to pull the trigger repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. Han Xiaoyun remained unfazed, deftly wielding his Fang Tianji to parry each relentless assault with ease. Even amidst the combined onslaught of 6 individuals, he appeared remarkably composed. Inserting his Fang Tianji into the ground, a powerful wave of frigid energy radiated outward. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and the others unleashed their signature moves, sending a barrage of fierce attacks toward Han Xiaoyun. Yet, he remained unyielding, his eyes glimmering with determination and excitement, effortlessly countering with his spear. Amidst the fervent onslaught, Wu Xiangnan, with keen insight, seized a fleeting opportunity, his form flickering as he approached Han Xiaoyun like a specter, suddenly wrapping his arms around him. Using the momentum, they leaped into the adjacent river. With a splash, they both plunged into the water, which quickly enveloped them. Moments later, Wu Xiangnan emerged slowly from the river, drenched, droplets cascading from his hair and clothing. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyun opened his eyes wide beneath the water, a glint of determination flashing within them as he unhesitatingly activated his forbidden domain. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed their hues. The already somber sky grew even darker, and a fierce wind howled, ravaging the land. Han Xiaoyun leapt high from the river, soaring into the air, his figure unwavering amidst the tempest. He calmly declared, "To think there are still the undying members of the Blue Rain team. This must come to an end." As he spoke, the surrounding winds began to converge rapidly around him, gradually forming a colossal eye of the storm. The mighty tempest whirled furiously, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour its prey, its terrifying pull and force sweeping outward in all directions. Chun Mai furrowed his brows, instantly activating his forbidden domain. Black Wuchang. However, he had but 30 seconds to defeat Han Xiaoyun. Otherwise, he would be unable to contain Shiva's grievance. At that moment, the twin blades in Chun Mai's hand seemed infused with immense soul energy, their blackened edges glowing fiercely, as if ignited by an inferno of shadows, emanating an aura that chilled the spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he propelled himself fiercely from the ground, launching a ferocious assault upon Han Xiaoyun. In an instant, the clash of blades and flashes of light intertwined in a magnificent display, as Chun Mai wielded his twin swords with impenetrable precision, each strike imbued with titanic force. Seizing an opportune moment, he ensnared Han Xiaoyun. As the eye of the storm neared completion, Han Xiaoyun bellowed, "Forbidden Domain 079, Great Wind Calamity." The already formidable winds intensified, resembling a tornado. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Chun Mai recognized the urgency of his situation and knew he must act swiftly. Wuchang slash. He leaped forcefully, propelled by the black blade aura towards Han Xiaoyun, yet the gale was overwhelming, hindering his every move. At that moment, Sun Qingzhu appeared seemingly from nowhere. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Great wind calamity?" Utilizing his own forbidden domain, he effortlessly neutralized the calamity. Sun Qingzhu's forbidden domain completely countered Han Xiaoyun's, not through sheer superiority of realm, but through unparalleled suppression of the forbidden domains. Seeing the absence of resistance, Chunmai rejoiced, unleashing a terrifying force from his twin blades, striking Han Xiaoyun. In an instant, Han Xiaoyun plummeted from the sky, spitting blood as he aged before their eyes, trembling as he murmured, "One can sever the flesh, the soul, and even lifespan. Your forbidden domain, I shall witness it once more, and that is enough." With that, he revealed a contented smile and slowly descended, resembling a figure finding liberation in his demise. Chapter 55. New Year red envelopes in the room. An old television displayed a photograph. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast, featuring an array of fish, meat, and vegetables, alongside two meticulously prepared red envelopes. Yang Jin sat nearby, dialing a familiar number. "Beep, beep, beep. Brother, aren't you coming home for dinner?" The voice of Lin Qiye resonated from the other end. "No, I'm staying at the training camp. You and Annie can eat first." Yang Jin pressed his lips together, sensing that this fellow was lying without a hint of shame. He was aware that Lin Qiye was within Sangnan City, yet he refused to return. Auntie leaned closer and said, "Qiye, it's all right. You must take care of your health." "All right. Auntie, the same to you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year." After the call ended, Yang Jin paced back and forth, clutching his phone tightly. His eyes fixated on the number on the screen, his heart in turmoil. Furrowing his brow, after a few minutes of hesitation, he decided to make the call. "Beep, beep, beep." A melodious female voice answered. "Hello. Hello, it's me. There will be a fireworks display shortly. Would you like to join me for the New Year countdown?" Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced. After a moment, the voice on the other end replied, "All right, see you at the usual place." "No problem." Yang Jin smiled knowingly, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Annie, who had just overheard the conversation, chuckled. "When taking a girl out, remember to ensure safety measures." Yang Jin was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "Mom, it's not what you think." Annie laughed heartily. "A mother knows these things. Hurry along, and don't keep the girl waiting." Yang Jin. Beside an ancient tree, Yang Jin anxiously awaited, frequently glancing into the distance. Suddenly, a girl in a light blue dress approached gracefully. Her hair was slightly straightened at the ends, and her features appeared as though sculpted from ice and snow. Her skin was nearly translucent, flawless like a celestial being, cradling a cute little bunny in her arms. Yang Jin gazed at her in astonishment. "You've awakened your memories?" Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth with her small hand, giggling. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Yang Jin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He had initially thought Lu Xiaoyan had yet to awaken her memories, remaining the naive girl she once was. In truth, he had just invited the goddess Chong. She actually agreed. Had this occurred in the celestial realm previously, it would have been monumental news. Seeing Yang Jin's expression, Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a light, melodious laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells, echoing beside the tranquil ancient tree. With a light step, she approached Yang Jin, tilting her head, her bright eyes glimmering playfully as she teased. "What's wrong? Now that you see me, have you become shy? Where did that courage go from when you called me?" Yang Jin awkwardly scratched his head, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he hurriedly explained, I simply didn't realize that you had awakened your memories. I thought you still regarded me as that naive little girl." Lu Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to intervene, gently patting the small rabbit nestled in her arms. The rabbit seemed to sense the light-hearted atmosphere, nuzzling against Lu Xiaoyan's arm. Their interaction, no longer as carefree as before, had taken on a certain charm. Yang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly been so oblivious in the past? Aside from suppressing his own sister, giving a sound thrashing to his nephew, preventing them from reuniting and capturing monkeys. Well, she had a point. Yang Jin chuckled helplessly, a tinge of nostalgia in his gaze. Indeed, he had engaged in many vexatious antics before. Lu Xiaoyan nodded slightly, a delightful smile gracing her lips. Let's go watch the fireworks. With that, she lifted her foot and walked towards the direction of the blossoming fireworks, prompting Yang Jin to quicken his pace to keep stride with her. As they traversed through the bustling crowd, surrounded by laughter and joy, all reveling in the festive spirit of the new year, Yang Jin's thoughts lingered on their previous conversation. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured to inquire, "Do you, now that your memories have awakened, find the contrast between your current life and your past in the heavenly court rather stark?" Lu Xiaoyan gently shook her head, her hair fluttering with emotion, shimmering softly in the night breeze. "It's not so bad, really. The heavenly court has its own splendor and rules, but here, there's a warmth of humanity." Just as they were conversing, a young girl approached them, glancing around curiously, her eyes darting here and there until she inadvertently bumped into Lu Xiaoyan. "I'm so sorry." Bai Yi immediately apologized. It turned out that after parting ways with Fang Yu, the snake lady had suggested they split up to search more efficiently. Thus, Bai Yi found herself wandering alone, meandering until she arrived at this unfamiliar place, completely unaware that she was lost. Lu Xiaoyan looked up, scrutinizing Bai Yi closely, and was startled to discover a connection between them. She calculated, her expression suddenly turning grave, as if she had uncovered something extraordinary. Yang Jin noticed the change and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoyan merely gestured to him with her eyes. Understanding her cue, Yang Jin also calculated, his face reflecting disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in shock. Bai Yi, puzzled by their reactions, asked, "What is going on with you two?" Yang Jin snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. Just contemplating other matters." Bai Yi sincerely apologized once more. "I'm truly sorry. It's a trivial matter. By the way, did you receive a New Year's red envelope?" Lu Xiaoyan inquired with a smile, looking at Bai Yi. "What is a New Year's red envelope?" Bai Yi scratched her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. She had indeed never heard of such a thing. Lu Xiaoyan felt a sudden inspiration, and a red envelope materialized in her pocket. She reached out, retrieved it, and placed it in Bai Yi's hands. "Here, this is a New Year's red envelope. Be sure to keep it safe. Do not lose it." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as she examined the envelope with curiosity, exclaiming, "Thank you, fairy sister. I will take good care of it." After expressing her gratitude, they parted ways. "Will this really work?" Yang Jin inquired, leaning closer to Lu Xiaoyan. Curiosity etched on his face. Lu Xiaoyan gently shook her head and replied, "I am not entirely certain, but one must always repay kindness." Yang Jin pondered her words thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Chapter 56. The Serpent Woman's Despair. As Lin Qiye hung up the phone, he noticed a figure standing before him. The Serpent Woman stood at a distance, flicking her long tongue and murmuring, "Lin Qiye, you're not easy to find. I never imagined you would hide in such a place." Before her words faded, she waved her delicate hand, and a swirling mass of eerie green gas surged toward Lin Qiye, ensnaring him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Serpent Woman darted forward, enveloping him in her embrace, muttering incantations. "You appear quite youthful. Let us see if I can extract some essence from you." With a swift motion, she brandished a glinting dagger, lunging fiercely toward Lin Qiye's face. However, Lin Qiye reacted with remarkable agility, twisting his body just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Nonetheless, the dagger's sharp edge grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow wound from which droplets of blood began to seep. Unperturbed by her missed attack, the Serpent Woman licked the blade of the dagger with a seductive air. Instantly, several long serpents materialized beneath Lin Qiye's feet, swiftly coiling around him. Caught off guard, he soon realized that he was firmly bound, unable to move. Yet, he remained composed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he summoned strength into his arms. The knife in his hand transformed into a blur of motion, slicing through the serpents with precision. In an instant, they lay severed upon the ground. Seeing this, the Serpent Woman's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she transformed into a streak of lightning, charging at Lin Qiye. The clash of dagger and knife rang out with a sharp, clear sound. Their movements were akin to phantoms, and in a heartbeat, they had exchanged dozens of blows, creating a dazzling display of shimmering light. Lin Qiye's gaze remained steady and resolute as he gripped his knife tightly, executing rapid strikes that severed several strands of the serpent woman's hair. Those fallen locks instantly morphed into venomous snakes, lunging toward him. With quick reflexes, Lin Qiye swiftly bisected the serpents. The serpent woman, in a flash, circled to Lin Qiye's side, her green dagger imbued with an icy chill aimed directly at him. Lin Qiye hastily sidestepped, and, in his retreat, he countered with a slash at the approaching dagger. The collision resonated with a sharp clang, forcing both combatants to stumble back a few steps. Suddenly, Lin Qiye felt an immobilizing force seize his body. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent woman coiled around him like a serpent, raising her green dagger once more, ready to strike. A flicker of determination passed through Lin Qiye's eyes as he unleashed a formidable aura. From a nearby box, a straight knife seemed to be summoned, soaring toward him, which he deftly grasped. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye thrust the straight knife toward the serpent woman's eyes. She desperately attempted to retreat, but was a moment too late. The blade's edge grazed past her hands. Suddenly, blood splattered forth, and a fleeting expression of agony crossed her face, quickly replaced by a surge of fury. The visage of the serpent woman contorted into a grotesque mask as she clenched her teeth and unleashed her divine powers. In an instant, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, with countless eyes densely affixed all around. Lin Qiye, welcome to my divine realm. From each eye, several venomous serpents surged forth, racing towards Lin Qiye. Yet, he remained unperturbed, wielding his twin blades with impeccable precision, each flash of steel dispatching the approaching serpents. At that moment, a small white mouse scurried up to the serpent woman's face. She reached out to seize it, but the mouse darted away with surprising swiftness, evading capture. Lin Qiye, it has been a while. A voice resonated from behind him. It was in Fang Yu. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, for he did not expect in Fang Yu, lacking in abilities, to dare intrude upon this divine realm. And Fang Yu adjusted her glasses and spoke solemnly. To obliterate the divine realm, we must locate 3 true eyes. Grant me a moment. Can you hold off the serpent woman? Lin Qiye nodded affirmatively, no problem. With that, and Fang Yu swiftly identified the location of the first eye and lunged towards it. A dull thud echoed as the first eye was destroyed. The serpent woman's face twisted in rage, her fury palpable. She began to doubt the authenticity of her divine realm. Once before, someone had swiftly pinpointed its location, and now it was happening again. Utilizing the shared vision ability of the small white mouse, and Fang Yu soon discovered the position of the second eye, which was much closer to Lin Qiye. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiye dashed towards the eye. The serpent woman, realizing that the small white mouse was the source of their success, immediately set out to capture it. She sensed its position within her divine realm and attempted to seize it, but alas, there was more than one present. At that juncture, and Fang Yu had located the third eye. She retrieved a handgun and fired directly at it. With a resounding bang, the entire divine realm collapsed into nothingness. The serpent woman was struck by a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face a mask of disbelief. Why have you destroyed my divine realm so swiftly? No sooner had she spoken than a figure emerged, Fang Yu, who approached with calm deliberation. The serpent woman's heart leaped with hope. It was as though she had found a lifeline. Fang Yu, come quickly. Lin Qiye is right here. She firmly believed that with Fang Yu's presence, the tide of battle could be turned. Lin Qiye stood momentarily stunned, recalling Fang Yu's prior words, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. Fang Yu turned and inquired, Serpent woman, where is Bai Yi? Why is she not with you? I do not know. We acted separately, and I am unaware of her whereabouts. The serpent woman hesitated, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes before she continued. Do not concern yourself with her. Our immediate priority is to deal with Lin Qiye. Fang Yu contemplated for a moment before slowly advancing. The serpent woman smiled, sensing salvation at hand and the potential to eliminate Lin Qiye, a perfect resolution. As the distance between them narrowed, her anticipation heightened. Suddenly, the small iron rod in Fang Yu's hand glimmered with light, transforming instantaneously into an exquisitely sharp, straight blade. The cold gleam of the blade shimmered, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Before the serpent woman could react, the dagger had plunged into her body without warning, staining her garments with crimson blood. Her eyes widened in disbelief, pupils constricting in shock. "Why?" Fang Yu leaned close to her ear, softly uttering, "You chatter too much." Upon hearing these words, the astonishment on the serpent woman's face swiftly morphed into fury and despair. She attempted to struggle, yet with the dagger piercing through her body, every motion sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her, leaving her only able to weakly utter, "You actually plotted against me. I have done so much for you." As she finished speaking, Fang Yu violently yanked the dagger from her, causing a spray of blood to erupt. The serpent woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body uncontrollably toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. And Fang Yu adjusted her glasses, her expression composed, as she clapped her hands and remarked, "Magnificent, simply magnificent." Suddenly, something nearby stirred slightly. Fang Yu immediately activated his keen eyesight, discovering a figure lurking in the distance. The figure, momentarily taken aback by being spotted, quickly turned and fled. Observing this, Fang Yu immediately gave chase. Chapter 57. The Ultimate Trickster. Two figures darted across the rooftops with astonishing speed. Fang Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as the recent memory of slaying the serpent woman lingered, potentially known to the person before him. Swish, swish, the individual ahead moved with the grace of startled phoenix. And despite Fang Yu's utmost exertion, he found it impossible to close the distance between them. In front of an abandoned building, Fang Yu made a swift decision, unhesitatingly hurling the soul-capturing orb in the direction of that person. In an instant, the orb erupted, releasing a torrent of black smoke that seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring the individual with menacing tendrils, rendering them immobile. Without a moment's delay, Fang Yu chanted softly and invoked the heaven's restriction. An invisible force enveloped the surrounding space, sealing off the entire area in the blink of an eye. The figure trapped in the black smoke succumbed to an illusion, momentarily ensnared by its ethereal bindings. Observing this, Fang Yu hastened forward, gripping a dagger that glinted with a chilling light. Just as he approached the entrapped individual, poised to strike, a sinister cackle erupted from the depths of the black smoke, laced with mockery. Startled, Fang Yu faltered in his motion. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth from the smoke, violently dispersing the black mist formed by the soul-capturing orb. Fang Yu was knocked back several paces, barely regaining his footing. Unimaginable, a being of the infinite realm. To think that someone of such caliber would resort to fleeing without even attempting to fight. As the smoke cleared, he beheld a slight figure clad in a black robe. "Fang Yu," the figure spoke, a tone of disdain lacing his words. "You thought to use the soul-capturing orb against me, but you have miscalculated. For my forbidden abyss is also an illusion. Perhaps another would have fallen prey to your trickery, but I am far too cautious for that, and nearly met my downfall." His deep, shadowy eyes brimmed with lethal intent. He had merely come to investigate, with no desire to engage, but circumstances now compelled him to act. The sight of Fang Yu slaying the serpent woman had startled him into revealing himself, and he had inadvertently made a sound while preparing to retreat. Yet, Fang Yu's piercing gaze had captured him, compelling pursuit. Fang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" He had never encountered this individual within the ancient divine church, and was unaware of their origins. The figure, with an ominous demeanor, replied, "A man on the brink of death. It matters not to reveal my identity. I am Mo Ing, the confidant of the president." Having learned that Fang Yu was merely at the river realm, while he himself was of the infinite realm, he felt entirely superior. A fire of defiance ignited within Fang Yu's eyes. "Today, I shall claim your life." Should Mo Ing escape, he would undoubtedly invite endless troubles upon himself in the future. Thus, he resolved that this day would not see Mo Ing evade his grasp. The shadow of Mo sneered disdainfully, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "There exists an insurmountable chasm between the river realm and the infinite realm. Do you truly believe you possess any measure of victory, river realm?" Fang Yu responded with a knowing smile, instantly unleashing his mid-level prowess within the sea realm. Is this all you've got? I expected much more from you. Unfazed, Mo dismissed it entirely, regarding Fang Yu as nothing more than a larger ant. Without delay, Fang Yu activated the Heavens Band, reducing Mo's strength by 50%. Mo's countenance shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in shock. How have I fallen to the high level of the sea realm? He exclaimed, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been at the infinite realm, and now he plummeted to the high sea realm. What sorcery have you employed? In a panic, Mo scanned the surroundings, realizing the space was sealed. This is your forbidden abyss. How terrifying, he exclaimed, rushing towards the barrier of air, thrusting a sharp dagger against it. Clang, clang, clang. An echoing series of metallic strikes resounded. Fang Yu momentarily paused, taken aback. This old fox's first instinct was to flee. He had no intention of fighting. Starting off arrogant and domineering, the moment the situation turned unfavorable, he sought to escape without a hint of hesitation, a classic move of a cunning trickster. Damn it, why can't I break through? Mo furrowed his brow, pounding against the barrier while grumbling. Yet, the air wall remained unyielding, impervious to his attempts. Don't waste your energy. Even a Klein realm expert would struggle to breach it, Fang Yu advised. Mo stiffened, turning around to mutter softly, I am 2 minor levels above him. There must still be a chance. Previously, my victory over the infinite realm was guaranteed, but now it stands at a mere 70%. The risk is exceedingly high. Such a considerable risk was unprecedented for him. Fang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. This was his first encounter with such a cunning adversary. Clenching his teeth, Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. He understood he could not simply wait for defeat. Since escape was futile, he resolved to unleash his full strength, gambling for that 70% chance of victory. With swift hand seals, a dense layer of black radiance enveloped him, revitalizing his previously diminished aura, propelling him to the pinnacle of the sea realm. Fang Yu's pupils dilated, his body freezing in place. This fellow had concealed his true power. What the hell? Shouldn't I be the one fleeing? However, disabling the Heavens Band would complicate matters further. The black luminescence surrounding Mo intensified, swirling with ominous dark currents. His gaze bore malevolence as he glared at Fang Yu. You force me to exert my full strength. Prepare to meet your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged at Fang Yu with ferocity, his hands conjuring sharp dark claws that radiated a chilling aura. Fang Yu propelled himself off the ground, leaping high into the air while swinging his blade downwards with tremendous force. Bang! An explosive sound erupted, sending sparks flying. Mo felt a jolt of pain shoot through his arms as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground not far away. He struggled to rise from the ruins, his face a mask of incredulity. What kind of weapon is this? Fang Yu stepped forward, the glint of his blade flashing as he slowly spoke. Are you blind? Can't you see it's a knife? Mo retorted, I believe you like I believe in ghosts. Not a word of truth escaped your lips. Fang Yu's gaze hardened, and without further ado, he charged ahead, wielding his straight knife with swift precision, clashing continuously with Mo Ying's dual claws. In that moment, the clanging of metal resounded ceaselessly, their figures intertwining in a chaotic dance before the derelict building. Alas, Fang Yu's weapon was formidable, compensating for the disparity in their realms. Each collision unleashed powerful waves of force, causing the nearby structures that had not yet collapsed to tremble precariously, with stones and dust cascading down incessantly. Chapter 58. Acquiring the celestial transformation of the divine, ruins. The fierce battle raged on. As the shadowy figure wielded its dual claws, it lunged toward Fang Yu, the swirling black currents resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Fang Yu deftly maneuvered through the air, evading this assault with a series of agile flips. However, before he could regain his composure, the shadowy figure surged forward, its dark claws aimed menacingly at Fang Yu's throat, moving with a velocity that sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh. A shiver ran down Fang Yu's spine. He steadied himself, gripping his broadsword firmly in preparation to endure the blow. With a resounding clang, they both stepped back, creating distance between them. The shadowy figure realized the significant disadvantage posed by Fang Yu's weapon and decided to abandon all restraint. In an instant, he activated his forbidden ruins. A thick cloud of black smoke erupted from his body, soaring toward Fang Yu like a colossal ebony eagle. Fang Yu swung his sword, cleaving the smoke in two, but swiftly reassembled, enveloping him entirely in a heartbeat. Surrounded by the black mist, Fang Yu felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, and the objects around him began to warp in bewildering ways. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself in a bizarre realm. The ground beneath him oozed with blood, which flowed languidly, releasing a pungent metallic odor. The walls around him were adorned with grotesque patterns that seemed to writhe and shift as if alive, subtly crafting scenes that sent chills down his spine, silently narrating tales of endless resentment. At that moment, the figures of Liu Yang and the serpent woman emerged in the distance, their faces contorted into horrific visages. Mouths agape as they emitted piercing, anguished cries. Fang Yu return our lives. Fang Yu's brow furrowed as he gazed upon this terrifying spectacle. A flicker of fear stirred within him, but he quickly steeled himself. He understood that this was merely an illusion conjured by the shadowy figure's forbidden ruins, intended to disrupt his mental fortitude and create an opportunity for attack. Yet, Liu Yang and the serpent woman slowly advanced toward him, each step causing the blood on the ground to ripple ominously. The eerie patterns on the walls animated, twisting and transforming, evoking chilling images that seemed to convey boundless hatred. Fang Yu, you cannot escape. You have slain us, and now you must pay the price. Liu Yang's voice echoed through the space, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Fang Yu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he endeavored to dismiss the external distractions. In the realm of reality, the shadowy figure observed Fang Yu, completely engulfed in black smoke, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Hee, let's see how you escape this time. Submit to your fate. With that, he stepped forward, his dark claws reaching for Fang Yu's throat. Suddenly, Fang Yu's eyes gleamed with determination as he shattered the illusion of the forbidden ruins, gripping his sword tightly. With a fierce shout, he swung his blade, unleashing the technique. Forbidden ruins, moon cleave. A blade of energy, reminiscent of a crescent moon, surged forth, carrying an immense power of the boundless realm, hurtling towards Mo Ying with a fierce howl. Mo Ying's pupils suddenly constricted, his countenance paling in an instant, fear gripping his heart. Could this young man still possess a forbidden domain? He had deliberately entered his own forbidden realm to lower his guard and strike more effectively. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Ying swiftly transformed his shadowy claws into a dense black mist, which rapidly coalesced into a formidable defensive shield before him. With a resounding crash, blinding light flickered. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the dilapidated structures nearby to crumble under the pressure. Mo Ying was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yu was taken aback. He had not perished. That had been his most potent strike, and he was astonished that his opponent could withstand it. After all, Mo Ying possessed the strength of a peak Sea Realm warrior, and enduring such an assault was not enough to claim his life. Mo Ying furrowed his brow tightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing under his breath. Curse it, this kid is even craftier than I am, hiding his trump cards. I cannot afford to conceal mine any longer. At this moment, he made a small incision on his palm, allowing blood to flow forth, which he drank while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a surge of black energy erupted from his body, catapulting him into the boundless realm. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing in concentration. Damn it, what were you running from earlier? I truly admire your cunning. If I were to unleash my moon slasher again, it might drain my mental energy without necessarily guaranteeing the demise of this opponent. Now what other cards do you hold? Montauk Ying sneered coldly. He lunged forward, transforming into a streak of black light, racing towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu dared not underestimate him. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, his straight blade held defensively across his chest. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ying was upon him, the black radiance on his claws swelling to monstrous proportions, resembling two unparalleled blades, aimed to cleave down upon Fang Yu with devastating force. Clang! Clang, clang! Mo Ying felt an intense ache and numbness in his arms, the impact splitting his palms, blood trickling down his shadowy claws. Internally, he was taken aback. This is a weapon. Even in the boundless realm, I can withstand it. He had assumed he would secure victory in a matter of blows, only to find it akin to their previous encounter. The issue lay with this weapon. Thus, Mo Ying set his sights on Fang Yu's weapon. Although Fang Yu wielded a divine artifact, the speed of the boundless realm far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to connect. Zeitzing an opportunen Moment, Montag Ying attacket, and Fang Yu, unable to evade in time, could only forcibly twist his body to absorb the blow with his arm. Tuda! Fang Yu cried out in pain, his straight blade clattering to the ground, revealing claw marks on his right arm, blood seeping from the wound. Subsequently, Fang Yu delivered a kick to Mo Ying's body, stumbling back several meters before regaining his balance. Without that broken blade, let's see what you can use to fight me. Mo Ying scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with mockery as he caught his breath and advanced once more towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, yearning to retrieve his straight blade. How could Mo Ying possibly grant him this opportunity? A surge of black mist enveloped the weapon, instantaneously ensnaring the straight blade in place. To reclaim the weapon? A mere dream. Now, I wonder what means you have left. With that, Mo Ying's figure flickered, his speed abruptly increasing, and he instantly appeared beside Fang Yu, his right claw striking fiercely towards Fang Yu's back. Fang Yu managed to shift his body to evade the claw, but Mo Ying's foot landed heavily upon him. Bang! Fang Yu crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to rise, yet the Shadow's claw was poised to descend. Without the artifact, Fang Yu was no match for Mo Ying, especially given their disparity in realms. Once again, he narrowly dodged the claw, only to be struck by another kick, sending him sprawling to a distance. Time and again, he barely evaded Mo Ying's lethal dark claws, yet he could never escape the subsequent kick that followed, being repeatedly kicked away and crashing onto the ground. Fang Yu painstakingly climbed back to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Was it time to resort to his trump card? It would be a pity to use it, but if he didn't tee, he would surely perish. Wait, I just killed the serpent woman. The system task should be complete. Damn it. I was so dazed from the beating that I forgot about the system. System, come forth and allow me to exchange for the divine ruins. Current points, 1360. Exchange for the Chi Tian Dharma appearance, divine ruins. Congratulations on obtaining the Chi Tian Dharma appearance, divine ruins. Current points, 360. Chapter 59. Only one life remains. Fang Yu promptly invoked the Chi Tian Dharma form. In an instant, the appearance of the Chi Tian Dharma form shattered the constraints of the world, emanating an unstoppable and majestic aura that reverberated throughout the space. It stood tall and imposing, reminiscent of a deity emerging from ancient mythology, radiating an archaic and mysterious essence that instilled fear in all who beheld it. The visage of the Dharma form was solemn and dignified, its eyes resembling two brilliant stars, deep and luminous. Its towering figure, with muscles like forged bronze and iron, exuded an indomitable sense of power. Surrounding it were strands of auspicious light, vibrant and kaleidoscopic, occasionally transforming into golden streams, symbolizing nobility and invincible strength. As Fang Yu summoned the Chi Tian Dharma form, the very forces of the space seemed to be drawn towards it, converging frantically into swirling vortices that spun faster and emitted a deafening roar. With his hands swiftly forming seals, Fang Yu commanded the Chi Tian Dharma form to launch its assault. The Dharma form slowly raised its enormous palm, upon which a dazzling barrier of light coalesced. This barrier, while appearing gentle, concealed the cataclysmic power capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Once it descended, the world itself would tremble. The Chi Tian Dharma form struck down towards the location of Mo Ying, the force of the blow stirring a tempest. The winds howled as they swept through, carving deep ravines into the ground, lifting debris and dust into the air, transforming the enclosed space into a chaotic maelstrom, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Mo Ying's pupils constricted, his brows knitting tightly together as his heartbeat quickened. Overwhelmed with terror, he shouted, "How do you still possess the Dharma form?" However, Fang Yu offered no reply. Instead, he was met with a terrifying strike. Aware that he could not withstand this blow, Mo Ying's figure flickered as he attempted to evade it, relying on the speed of the infinite realm. Yet the surrounding space was sealed off, and no matter how he accelerated, he could not escape the shadow of that descending palm. With a thunderous crash, the Qitian Dharma form's palm forcefully struck the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. From the point of impact, massive fissures radiated outward, seemingly bottomless, as if they could swallow all existence. With all his might, Mo Ying narrowly avoided the fatal strike at the last moment. He was propelled backward by the force, blood spurting from his mouth, his garments shredded to reveal a body marred with wounds. He fell heavily into the ruins, continuously coughing blood, his breath growing faint. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, unable to fathom the terrifying power of the Qitian Dharma form summoned by Fang Yu. Struggling to speak, Mo Ying gasped, "Cough. Why didn't you use it from the beginning?" Now, he was on the brink of exhaustion, devoid of any will to resist. Fang Yu, retracting the Qitian Dharma form, replied nonchalantly, because it was not necessary before. With a sudden spurt, Mo Ying expelled a mouthful of blood, and I knew then that not a single word he uttered was sincere. It was perhaps better left unspoken. I had not anticipated that my vigilance would still lead to such treachery. Fang Yu gazed at Mo Ying's pitiful and despairing figure, shaking his head in resignation. This deadly confrontation was a matter of life and death, allowing no room for mercy. Were it not for the numerous cards I held, I might very well have been the one meeting my demise. Yet, despite possessing such an arsenal, I had sustained considerable injuries. Mo Ying lay quietly, his breath growing increasingly feeble, each labored inhalation accompanied by violent heaves of his chest that expelled more blood, staining the ground around him a deep crimson. "Fang Yu, should I perish, the esteemed lord will undoubtedly discern the truth of your involvement," Mo Ying rasped. "Do not concern yourself with that. I have my methods to handle such matters. Alas, the ancient divine sect has lost a talent like you." "Rest in peace," Fang Yu replied flatly. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in Mo Ying's eyes. Breathing had become an arduous task, let alone articulating further thoughts. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but instead, he merely coughed up more blood. His already faint presence grew even more ephemeral with this fit of coughing. Fang Yu watched silently as Mo Ying's breath dwindled, his heart devoid of much pity. Mo Ying gradually closed his eyes, the dark aura surrounding him dissipating, signaling the extinguishing of life. Suddenly, Fang Yu sensed a faint yet ominous surge of black energy emanating from Mo Ying's lifeless body. The fluctuation was so subtle that had it not been for his extraordinary perception, he might have overlooked it entirely. Startled, Fang Yu instinctively took a few steps back, his vigilance renewed. Could he still be alive? Damn you! Mo Ying's corpse began to form a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, manifesting an eerie expression. Despite his lack of life force, that smile radiated a sense of triumph and madness. "Ha ha ha! Fang Yu, if you manage to survive, perhaps we shall meet again," came his hoarse and frenzied laughter, echoing hauntingly through the desolate space. Fang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the grave situation. This fiend intended to self-destruct. In his current state, should he be caught in the blast, even survival would come at the cost of grievous injuries. Mo Ying's body was surging with power, reaching a critical threshold. With a thunderous roar, Mo Ying's body could no longer withstand the tempestuous energy and exploded violently, igniting the entire space with its ferocity. Fang Yu's protective barrier shattered instantly amidst the cataclysmic explosion, and he was hurled like a marionette with severed strings by the shockwave. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground some distance away, blood gushing from his mouth and multiple wounds marring his body, staining his garments crimson. At that moment, he felt as though his very organs had been displaced, every inch of him aflame, with excruciating pain as he struggled to rise. That cunning wretch. If I had not been cautious, he might have claimed my life, he muttered after a prolonged silence. Fang Yu, enduring excruciating pain, activated his keen vision, meticulously surveying the surroundings. His gaze, sharp as lightning, missed not a single corner that might harbor hidden peril. Only after confirming the absence of anomalies did he allow himself a moment of respite. Clutching his wounds, he staggered away from the treacherous locale, his mind singularly focused on one thought. He must swiftly locate Bai Yi. After a prolonged moment, the charred remnants of the blasted corpse began to manifest an eerie phenomenon. The surrounding dark mist, once dissipated, gradually coalesced into a swirling black mass. This ominous formation undulated in the air, seemingly imbued with a will of its own. It emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. To have caused me to expend 2 lives and still fail to extinguish you. You truly are formidable. However, it matters not. I still possess one final life. For now, it is prudent to conceal myself. Chapter 60. Siege with a resounding crackle. The brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky, illuminating the expanse with their dazzling glow. Si Xiaonan, filled with excitement, grasped Hong Ying's hand and exclaimed, "Sister Hong Ying, look at the fireworks." Hong Ying instinctively lifted her gaze towards the magnificent display, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes as she gently nodded in response. Indeed, quite beautiful. However, we have a mission at hand. Let's save it for another time. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, offering a gentle reminder. Si Xiaonan lowered her head, pursed her lips, and muttered softly, "Ah, if only the captain were here. The captain has already done more than enough. Just now, He Wuchang left, and we cannot afford to be tethered to him, especially with the Shiva's curse pressing down on us," Hong Ying reassured, giving Si Xiaonan a light pat on the shoulder. At that moment, the voice of Lin Qiye crackled through the intercom. "I have spotted a member of the ancient god church, apparently one who was previously with the snake woman, nearby. Hurry over." Received. Bai Yi was momentarily lost in the beauty of the fireworks when she inadvertently turned her head, her gaze sweeping towards the adjacent skyscraper. On the building, Lin Qiye instinctively shrank back, drawing a deep breath as he murmured to himself, "They can detect me even here." When he peered out again, he had vanished without a trace. Lin Qiye communicated over the intercom, "The target has disappeared, heading south." "South? Understood. We shall proceed at once. Be cautious and do not act recklessly." Wu Xiangnan responded swiftly through the intercom. When Shima's expression turned serious, "Let's move quickly. We cannot allow that ancient god church member to escape." Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, and the others advanced through the narrow alley on the left, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Only the echo of their footsteps resonated within the alley, occasionally accompanied by the distant sounds of fireworks exploding. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past overhead. When Shima seemed to sense something amiss, halting his steps, he lowered his voice, addressing the others. "It seems there is movement on that rooftop. I just saw a shadow dart by." Wu Xiangnan nodded slightly before looking up. "Pursue." Like arrows released from a bowstring, they sprang into action, swiftly leaping onto the rooftops, the tiles beneath their feet producing faint sounds. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow moved at remarkable speed, darting across the rooftops like an agile owl in the night. When Shima led the charge, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow ahead, each powerful leap propelling him forward as if he were an arrow in flight. Lin Qiye followed closely behind when Shima, remaining vigilant for any signs of ambush. Although Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying lagged slightly, they gritted their teeth and pursued with all their might, not daring to show any signs of faltering. "This fellow runs quite swiftly. Everyone, keep up the effort," Wu Xiangnan shouted, drawing his weapon, which gleamed coldly as he hurled it towards the shadow, slicing through the night sky. Sensing the impending danger, the shadow swiftly evaded the attack, narrowly escaping, but its pace faltered momentarily. As when Shima seized the opportune moment, he abruptly accelerated, narrowing the distance between himself and the shadowy figure. The shadow turned to flee once more, but after a short sprint, it realized that ahead lay a broad street at the edge of the rooftop. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, when Shima and his companions caught up, surrounding the figure entirely, "You have nowhere left to run. The ancient god church has committed numerous atrocities, and yet you still contemplate capturing Lin Qiye. Wu Xiangnan responded coldly, gripping his weapon tightly and preparing for battle. Recently, the ancient god church had lost many lives in their pursuit of Lin Qiye, and naturally, all blame fell upon them. Bai Yi's expression darkened as her gaze swept over the group, filled with confusion. When did she ever say she wanted to capture Lin Qiye? However, upon reflection, she understood the situation. There was little point in explaining now. The priority was to escape. Determined to break through the youngest-looking member of the group, Bai Yi swiftly made her way towards Si Xiaonan, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "Xiaonan, be careful," Hong Ying called out loudly. When Shimo reacted the fastest, his figure flickering as a powerful force sent him stumbling back a few steps before he regained his balance. Bai Yi attempted to turn and flee, but Cold Xian had already aimed his gun at her. Bang! Bang! The sharp sound of 2 gunshots rang out. Instantly, Bai Yi halted, managing to evade 1 shot, but the others had already closed in on her. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Hong Ying's brows furrowed, and with a fierce cry, she swung her spear, summoning crimson flames that surged towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi darted away with remarkable agility, employing her nimble movements to dodge the fierce strike. Her figure on the rooftop transforming into a series of afterimages, ghostly and elusive. Yet, the crimson flames followed relentlessly, obstructing many of her escape routes. "Do not force my hand." Bai Yi spoke softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination. "You brought this upon yourself by attempting to harm Xiaonan. The ancient god church has committed countless wrongs. Today, you shall not escape." Wu Xiangnan replied coldly, fully prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. After stabilizing his stance, when Qimo advanced toward Bai Yi once more, his gaze frigid. "As a member of the ancient god church, you must be accountable for the evils you have wrought. Your intent to capture Lin Qiye makes you our enemy." Cold Xian remained vigilant, keeping his gun trained on Bai Yi to prevent her from slipping away again. As Bai Yi found herself besieged from all sides, her anxiety grew. She realized that if this continued, she might truly be unable to escape today. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to employ her long-concealed, life-saving technique. Suddenly, her figure began to fade, becoming increasingly ethereal, as if she intended to meld into the night, merging with the surrounding darkness. "Planning to flee? Not on my watch." Wu Xiangnan scoffed, swinging his weapon toward Bai Yi's gradually vanishing form. Hong Ying also did not relent, her spear moving with even greater ferocity, the surrounding crimson flames surging forward in an instant. When Qimo, swift as lightning, seized a moment Bai Yi was momentarily hindered by her secret technique and charged fiercely toward her. Lung Xian remained utterly focused, gun aimed unwaveringly at Bai Yi, his finger firmly gripping the trigger. Even if he could not take her life, he aimed to inflict injury, thereby incapacitating her escape. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the crowd, a bittersweet smile appeared on Bai Yi's face as she forcefully halted her half-prepared means of self-preservation, her figure flickering. The sounds of clashing echoed, clang, bang. A cacophony ensued. Fortunately, Bai Yi deftly evaded the barrage of attacks. Had she not, she would have surely sustained grievous harm. Witnessing her narrow escape, the crowd remained vigilant, encircling her tightly to prevent any further attempts at flight. Chapter 61. Fierce battle, a pang of anxiety gripped Bai Yi's heart. She understood that if she could not overcome the 5 adversaries before her, she might not leave this place alive. In an instant, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her. Sea Realm. Hong Ying and the other team members were momentarily stunned. How could she possibly have reached the Sea Realm? Si Xiaonan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Yi transformed into a specter, dashing forward with remarkable speed, brandishing 2 long knives that had mysteriously appeared in her hands, their chilling gleam aimed directly at Wu Xiangnan, striking with ferocity. The blades flashed suddenly, unleashing 2 fierce arcs of energy that sliced through the air like a tempest. Wu Xiangnan's expression tightened as he hastily raised his weapon to shield himself. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. 2 shallow gashes appeared on Wu Xiangnan's face. a trickle of blood seeping from them. "Vice Captain, are you all right?" Hong Ying rushed forward with concern to provide support. Wu Xiangnan gently wiped the blood away. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Everyone, be cautious. This opponent may prove formidable." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ying's spear whirled in a sweeping motion. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit and joined the fray. In an instant, sparks flew, and the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Bai Yi relentlessly wielded her dual blades, retreating a few steps. After all, the coordinated assault of these five was extraordinarily intricate, far surpassing the typical synergy of 5 individuals. Even having entered the sea realm, she dared not underestimate them in the slightest. Their teamwork was impeccable, leaving no room for Bai Yi to catch her breath. After several exchanges, Wen Shima seized an opportunity and approached Bai Yi from behind. Sensing the chilling presence, she swiftly sidestepped. Yet, she was grazed by a blade across her arm, leaving a wound. Simultaneously, Hong Ying's weapon struck fiercely, and Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as she crossed her knives in defense. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Bai Yi was sent crashing from the rooftop, landing heavily on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Slowly, she rose, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and in that moment, her eyes transformed into a profound shade of purple. Instantly, everything around her became startlingly clear, as if the minutiae of the world were laid bare before her. Seeing Bai Yi sway slightly, Hong Ying seized the moment, thrusting her spear like lightning, aiming directly for Bai Yi's throat. In a critical moment, Bai Yi leaped backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Upon landing, she infused her spiritual energy into her blades, causing them to radiate with brilliant light. She then unleashed a series of ferocious techniques, each strike resembling a tempest as she charged toward her opponents. The others' expressions shifted as they hastily employed their skills to defend themselves. Wu Xiangnan's weapon clashed with Bai Yi's dual blades, sending countless sparks flying. Amid this fierce exchange, Bai Yi identified a slight opening in the coordination between Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. With a sudden exertion of force, a powerful wave of blade energy erupted, knocking both of them back several paces. Seeing this, the remaining 3 intensified their assault. Bai Yi took a deep breath, pushing the power of the sea realm to its limit, a soft blue glow enveloping her. She moved like a wraith amidst her foes, her dual blades weaving a relentless dance, each attack imbued with formidable strength. In an instant, the battlefield was ensnared in a stalemate, with both sides exerting their utmost, unwilling to yield even an inch. When Shima's gaze turned icy as he wielded his long knife, creating intricate patterns in the air, charging forward. Bai Yi swiftly sidestepped, the blade narrowly grazing her neck. Simultaneously, the crimson spear darted towards her like a flash of red, thrusting from the side with ferocity. Bai Yi crossed her dual blades to defend. The clash echoed. Though she deflected the fierce strike, her arms were jolted, leaving them numb. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan flanked her, with Wu Xiangnan's knife descending with tremendous force, while Si Xiaonan aimed for her midsection. Bai Yi leapt backward, evading their combined assault, but inadvertently stepped on a protruding stone, causing her to stumble. When Shima seized this fleeting moment, ghosting in with lethal intent, his long knife aimed at her neck. Bai Yi's pupils contracted. In a moment of peril, she plunged her dual blades into the ground, sending a spray of white snow that obscured Wen Shima's vision. With this brief distraction, she forcefully twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The crimson spear flicked, scattering the snow, and immediately thrust forward again. Bai Yi, without a moment to catch her breath, wielded her dual blades with rapid precision, clashing against the spear with sparks flying. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan renewed their assault, encircling Bai Yi, their onslaught relentless as a tide. Aware that defeat was inevitable if this continued, Bai Yi steeled herself, disregarding her newly acquired wounds, and unleashed the full might of her maritime power. In an instant, azure light erupted around her, a powerful wave radiating outward, forcing all 4 adversaries to stagger back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, her dual blades transformed into two streams of blue light, surging towards Hong Ying. With unwavering determination, Hong Ying wielded her spear with impenetrable precision, attempting to fend off the attack. Yet, Bai Yi's strike, infused with her entire strength, was unstoppable. In a moment of shock, Wu Xiangnan rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bai Yi flying. Witnessing this, Wen Qima, Wu Xiangnan, and Si Xiaonan surged forward once more. Rising, Bai Yi faced the trio with unwavering resolve, her violet aura intensifying. Taking a deep breath, the violet light surged within her, preparing to confront all three. The air around them seemed ignited by the ferocity of their clash, the sounds of explosions ringing incessantly. Leading the charge, Wen Qima's long knife sliced through the air with the force of a mountain crashing down. Bai Yi advanced, rather than retreating, crossing her blades to meet him. A thunderous crash ensued, with sparks flying from the metallic collision, both warriors' arms trembling from the impact. Almost simultaneously, Wu Xiangnan attacked from the left, his knife striking towards her ribs like a bolt of lightning. Bai Yi sidestepped, the blade grazing her clothing. In a swift motion, she launched a kick, forcing Wu Xiangnan to retreat several steps. Meanwhile, as Bai Yi dealt with the two, Si Xiaonan stealthily circled behind her, thrusting his knife with ferocity. Bai Yi, keenly aware of the movement behind her, spun around abruptly, blocking Si Xiaonan's attack with one long knife, while launching the other like a meteor toward Wen Qima. Wen Qima did not anticipate Bai Yi's audacity. In a moment of haste, he evaded by swiftly turning to the side, the long blade narrowly grazing his body before embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk, emitting a resonant hum. Despite losing a weapon, Bai Yi's offensive remained undeterred. Like a flash of lightning, she charged at Wu Xiangnan, who, upon realizing her intent, braced himself with his sword. Bai Yi advanced with determination, striking Wu Xiangnan's arm with her palm as if it were a blade. Wu Xiangnan grimaced in pain, nearly losing grip on his weapon. At that moment, Wen Qima regained his composure and launched another attack. Bai Yi deftly sidestepped and dashed toward Si Xiaonan. Alarmed by Bai Yi's fierce approach, Si Xiaonan faltered, his strikes becoming disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi grasped his arm and twisted it forcefully, causing Si Xiaonan to cry out in pain as his weapon clattered to the ground. However, just as Bai Yi subdued Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying arrived, brandishing her spear, thrusting it menacingly towards Bai Yi's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Bai Yi had no time to evade. She released Si Xiaonan and lunged forward. The spear struck her back, and although the angle prevented a fatal injury, it elicited a muffled groan as blood stained the back of her white attire. Slowly rising, Bai Yi's eyes shimmered with a near-physical violet glow, her surrounding blue aura swelling once more. She turned gradually, her gaze as frigid as frost, a tangible pressure emanating towards the onlookers. A shiver coursed through them, prompting an instinctive tightening of their grips on their weapons. Chapter 62. The curtain falls. Bai Yi, akin to a cornered beast struggling for survival, unleashed her full strength, extracting every ounce of potential from her body. At this moment, she emanated a chilling aura of terror, resembling a Shura from the depths of the underworld. Hong Ying, observing the fearsome presence of Bai Yi, felt a flicker of dread within her. Yet she resolutely gripped her spear tighter. Wu Xiangnan rubbed his arm, which had been struck by Bai Yi, the sharp pain causing his brow to furrow as he whispered, "We cannot allow her to unleash her full power again. Let us strike together and conclude this swiftly." The others exchanged glances and nodded slightly, forming a triangular formation to encircle Bai Yi. Crack! Cold Xian decisively pulled the trigger. Wen Qima charged forward, his long blade carving a fierce arc through the air, imbued with lethal intent, aimed directly at Bai Yi's shoulder. Bai Yi sidestepped the attack, while simultaneously striking out with her palm, generating a fierce gust that forced Wen Qima to stagger back a few steps. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan launched their simultaneous assault from either side. Wu Xiangnan's blade descended heavily towards Bai Yi's head, while Si Xiaonan, agile as a shadow, thrust her dagger towards Bai Yi's waist. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as she swiftly danced her hands, using her palms as blades to engage in close combat with both assailants. In a flurry of strikes, the clash of palm winds and flashing blades intertwined. Despite being unarmed, Bai Yi, wielding formidable power and fierce techniques, fought fiercely against the two, achieving a stalemate. Witnessing this, when Qima rejoined the fray, his long blade weaving around Bai Yi in search of an opening. Hong Ying, observing from the sidelines, sought her opportunity, aware that her spear would be of little use in such chaotic close-quarters combat. She bided her time for Bai Yi to reveal a weakness that she could exploit for a decisive blow. As the battle intensified, Bai Yi sustained several new wounds, crimson blood gushing forth, staining her garments ever more vividly. Yet, she appeared tireless, suddenly exerting herself with a powerful force that sent Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan staggering back several paces. Ignoring Wen Qima's long blade, she turned and lunged at Hong Ying like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Hong Ying's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly raised her spear in defense. However, Bai Yi seized the broken spearhead directly, blood trickling down the shaft. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, she yanked forcefully, wrenching the spear from Hong Ying's grasp. In an instant, she wielded the spear as a weapon, striking fiercely at Hong Ying. Unable to evade in time, Hong Ying felt a tremendous force collide with her shoulder, sending her crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan cried out. Seeing this, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima closed in once more. Without a hint of fear, Bai Yi stood resolute against three adversaries. Despite the excruciating pain, Hong Ying struggled to rise, lifting her spear to make a sweeping attack towards Bai Yi. The sharp tip sliced through the air, piercing Bai Yi's arm directly. In retaliation, Bai Yi kicked her away, sending her flying several meters. Clang! The long blade clattered to the ground. Bai Yi slowly retrieved the fallen long knife from the ground, her arm trembling slightly. Wounds on her body still oozing blood, dyeing her garments an increasingly deep crimson. The ground around her was already stained red with blood, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of iron. Rising to her feet, Bai Yi's steps were somewhat unsteady, yet she resolutely made her way towards Hong Ying. Her eyes, glimmering with a violet hue, radiated determination and resolve. With each step she took, it seemed as though she bore the weight of the world, causing the very air to quiver. Seeing this, Si Xiaonan gritted her teeth and drew a concealed weapon from her waist, aiming it at Bai Yi. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy, akin to cold stars twinkling in the night sky. She swiftly wielded her long knife, flashes of steel dancing in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp sounds echoed as the concealed weapons were deflected, scattering across the ground. In an instant, she surged forward with incredible speed, her form resembling a bolt of black lightning as she charged at Hong Ying. Hong Ying attempted to evade, but her previous injuries hindered her movements. With a swift motion, Bai Yi unleashed a fierce wave of cutting energy from her blade, akin to a roaring beast. The force of the strike carved a horrifying wound across Hong Ying's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Although Hong Ying's body swayed precariously, she clung to her long spear, refusing to succumb. Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima, witnessing the scene, were filled with both shock and fury, exchanging glances. Wu Xiangnan bellowed, her long knife slicing through the air with ferocity as she launched a frenzied assault aimed at Bai Yi's vital points, each strike imbued with a sense of desperation. Si Xiaonan maneuvered behind Bai Yi, her dagger glinting ominously, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at her back. Wen Qima gritted his teeth, gripping his long knife with his other hand, coordinating with Wu Xiangnan's attack in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Yi. Surrounded by the three, Bai Yi exhibited no fear. Her gaze grew ever colder, the violet light surrounding her akin to flames, dispersing the surrounding stench of blood. With swift footwork, she engaged in a deadly melee, her long knife dancing in the air against her adversaries. Utilizing her violet-eyed advantage, she seized a fleeting opportunity in Wu Xiangnan's attack. Lunging forward with a decisive step, her knife striking out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Clang! Clang! The gunfire from Lin Qiye struck Bai Yi's long knife, neutralizing her assault. Wu Xiangnan summoned all her strength, raising her long knife high to cleave down upon Bai Yi, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Bai Yi's eyes flared with violet light as she deftly sidestepped, the blade barely grazing her cheek, cutting through her skin and leaving a trail of blood. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yi retaliated, her knife slicing through Wu Xiangnan's thigh, blood streaming down her calf. With a fierce cry, Bai Yi delivered a powerful kick to Wu Xiangnan's chest, sending her tumbling backward. At that moment, Si Xiaonan unleashed a sharp dagger with all her might towards Bai Yi. Sensing the movement from a distance, Bai Yi evaded to the side, the dagger grazing her shoulder and inflicting a deep gash, blood flowing freely in its wake. Red Ing trembled as she raised her spear, channeling the last vestiges of her strength to charge at Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi evaded the dagger, she swiftly turned and caught the thrusting spear barehanded. With a sharp sound, the spear pierced through her palm, blood dripping from its tip as she clutched it tightly. In a swift motion, she kicked Red Ing in the abdomen, causing the spear to be wrenched free, blood gushing forth once more. Red Ing was sent flying several meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The once pristine white snow had transformed into a crimson sea, the scent of blood permeating the air. Red Ing crawled up along the spear, taking a deep breath as she summoned all her strength to wield her most powerful thrust. This strike, imbued with formidable spiritual energy and enhanced by her own forbidden technique, was far more ferocious than before. At that moment, Fang Yu staggered into view, his body similarly stained with blood, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Upon witnessing the blood that surrounded Bai Yi, he shuddered slightly, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. He quickened his pace, focused solely on reaching Bai Yi, oblivious to the others around him. Seeing Fang Yu, Red Ying's fury reached its zenith. Her hatred for him surpassed that for Bai Yi. Noticing Fang Yu's severe injuries, she unleashed the spear she had been charging, which cut through the air with a dragon-like roar, resembling a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at him. Just then, Lin Qiye, having just arrived, felt his pupils constrict and his face paled as he shouted, "No, Sister Hong Ying." This cry caused Fang Yu to instinctively turn his head. However, the spear had already been released, racing through the air like an arrow shot from its bow. Fang Yu's heart raced as he unhesitatingly played his final card. Suddenly, a swift figure flashed before him. The spear ruthlessly pierced through Bai Yi's body. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Everyone stood in stunned silence, shocked by this abrupt turn of events, while the snowflakes continued to fall gently from the sky. Chapter 63. The dark great saint emerges. Bai Yi's body trembled slightly as the long spear pierced through her, blood gushing along the shaft, staining the pristine snow beneath her. She slowly turned her head, her gaze intersecting with Fang Yu's. The violet light in her eyes gradually dimmed, yet there remained a hint of tenderness and resignation. Fang Yu's voice quivered, laden with boundless terror and sorrow. He staggered towards Bai Yi, his hands frantically attempting to staunch the flow of blood seeping from her wounds. But the crimson liquid cascaded like a torrent through his fingers. Drip, drip. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Bai Yi's mouth, her voice feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, each word seemingly drawing upon the last vestiges of her strength. See you again. Brings me joy. No, no, you mustn't leave. Fang Yu clutched Bai Yi tightly, as if by holding her close enough, he could tether her waning life. Hong Ying stood frozen, her hands still poised in the throwing gesture, her eyes brimming with disbelief and regret. The impulsive strike born of anger had inadvertently allowed Bai Yi to shield Fang Yu from the fatal blow. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Her heart struck hard, drowning in waves of guilt and anguish. Si Xiaonan, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Shima were also rooted to the spot, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions in the face of this sudden tragedy. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, filled with sorrow and self-reproach, yearning to act, yet paralyzed by uncertainty. Bai Yi's breath grew increasingly faint as she slowly lifted her bloodied hand, gently brushing away the tears from the corners of Fang Yu's eyes, her lips trembling as she spoke. "Thank you for showing me the world outside." With a soft hiss, blood continued to spill from her lips, staining her garments crimson. Fang Yu held Bai Yi tightly, tears mingling with the blood as they fell upon the snow. His fingers trembled, desperately trying to cover her wounds. But the blood flowed relentlessly, like an unyielding spring. "Don't go. Please don't go." Fang Yu's voice was hoarse, thick with pleading. Bai Yi's lips quivered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her voice faint as a flickering flame in the breeze. I want to sleep. I feel so tired." Though her voice was frail, it carried a weight of exhaustion, her body feeling unbearably heavy. She fought to keep her eyes open, fearful that should she close them, she might never awaken. "Don't sleep," Fang Yu urged gently, an overwhelming aura erupting around him. A cataclysmic pressure swept across the city of Changnan, freezing the festivities of the new year. The celebrants suddenly paused, ensnared by a divine-like force that rendered their breaths nearly suspended. "What is happening? I feel unable to move." "I can't move either. Something foul is afoot." "During New Year's? Don't scare me. I haven't even received my red envelope yet." Clearly, they were oblivious to the turmoil unfolding beyond their immediate perception. Above the sky, a massive black absorbing entity continuously amassed energy within itself, growing larger until it formed a sphere that emanated a terrifying pressure. Lin Qiye, shielded by the realm of mortals, remained unaffected. He looked up, his heart gripped with astonishment. What was that? This phenomenon invoked an unsettling feeling within him, far too bizarre. Qiye's eyes darkened with gravity as he spoke heavily. The power of the supreme deity. As a deity, she could sense the horror of this force. In her prime, she might have stood a chance, but in her current wounded state, all she could anticipate was defeat. Upon hearing the term supreme deity, Lin Qiye was struck dumb. If even Qiye's could not oppose it, what hope did others possess? At that moment, the black energy coalesced into a figure, revealing a darkened Sun Wukong. His entire being was enveloped in shadows, the golden staff and the phoenix-winged purple-gold crown gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, while the swirling black mist in his eyes seemed poised to devour all existence. Merely the release of his aura brought the citizens of Changnan City to their knees, rendering them immobile. Hong Ying felt an icy chill course through her as she gazed at the shadowy figure, unable to fathom the dire consequences that had unfolded. Si Xiaonan, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima found themselves paralyzed by the oppressive force, unable even to utter a word. They had relentlessly pursued Bai Yi, yet now they could only tremble in fear. In this moment, their reliance lay solely upon Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Feeling powerless, he called out, "Fang Yu, there must be some misunderstanding. Let us remain calm for now." However, what met him in response was Fang Yu's hollow, abyss-like gaze. Alongside Bai Yi's gradually ceasing breaths in his arms, the blood from her chest curiously no longer flowing. In an instant, memories flashed like fragments. The first encounter with Bai Yi, when she hid in a corner, her violet eyes filled with wariness, yet concealing a yearning for freedom. The first time he took her away, she pointed at the starry sky and asked, "Is that the night sky that belongs to me?" The moment she shielded him from a bullet, the tenderness and relief in her eyes, alongside a memory not belonging to him, beneath the Five Fingers Mountain, the stone monkey gazed at the drifting clouds, softly uttering, "If one day I become a demon, please use the golden staff to shatter this sky." The dark sage opened his eyes, the black mist swirling within them like a demon, as the golden staff crashed heavily against the ground. Bang! Qiye struggled to uphold the dark god ruins against the oppressive force, yet witnessed his dark domain being torn asunder like thin paper before this might. The black energy erupting from Fang Yu surged forth. The dark sage's golden staff descended once more, aimed directly at Hong Ying. "Stop!" Lin Qiye interposed himself in front of Hong Ying, a moonlit glow cascading over him, the golden radiance illuminating his entire form. Michael's eyes snapped open, the true realm of mortals manifesting upon Lin Qiye. The realm of mortals unfolded into a golden barrier, yet it was concave by the impact of the golden staff. The overwhelming divine might reverberated throughout the entire space, as the rampant energy threatened to obliterate all of Songnan City. Michael's golden eyes locked onto the ferocity within the dark sage's gaze, which was intermingled with Fang Yu's anguish and the defiance of the great sage equal to heaven. Nyx seized the opportunity, channeling the remnants of his strength to coalesce the eye of the abyss. A beam of darkness shot forth, striking the dark sage at the center of his brow. In that instant, the dark sage's body became rigid, as Fang Yu felt his consciousness being torn asunder by two opposing forces. One was the dark sage's fury, intent on annihilating everyone before him, while the other was the rationality of a mortal, compelling him to hold tightly to the girl in his embrace. After a brief moment, Fang Yu opened his profound black eyes. Suddenly, the dark sage jolted awake from his chaotic state. The aura of darkness surrounding him surged violently, coalescing into a palpable black mist at a visible speed. The mist transformed into grotesque, demonic patterns that slithered up his spine and neck, causing even the void around him to succumb to the oppressive force, fracturing like a spider's web. Chapter 64. The purpose of the red envelope just moments ago. He had barely grazed the threshold of the divine realm with his suppressed power. Now, however, the aura radiating from him had already ascended into the domain of the high gods. The dark saint gazed down at the bright moon, and the swirling black mist within his eyes sent shivers through Michaela's heart. A deity should not evoke such profound dread, yet in that brief exchange of glances, he had genuinely glimpsed the abyss of death. It was evidently a warning. Suddenly, the dark saint's golden staff, imbued with cataclysmic force, descended without the slightest restraint. If this strike were to land, the city of Songnan would likely repeat the fate it narrowly escaped from due to Shiva's wrath. Just as the shadow of the staff was about to crash down, Fang Yu's wrist was unexpectedly grasped by a bloodied hand. "No, please let this be. My final request." Bai Yi's fingers curled weakly, the bloodstains at the corners of her lips stark against the glistening snow. Here, she found joy. While others celebrated the new year in unity, she did not wish to disrupt this beauty. The people of Songnan were innocent. She did not want to embroil them in her misfortune. As her aura waned, that hand gradually slipped away, leaving a solitary tear to fall onto Fang Yu's hand, igniting a tremor throughout his being. Fang Yu was thoroughly awakened, rendered motionless. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, enveloped in silence. He found himself at a loss, silently standing guard. Unlike others, he did not weep or wail. He merely gazed at her bloodied cheek, devoid of tears and cries. Only pain, helplessness, and an overwhelming sorrow. He trembled as he tore a corner of his garment, gently wiping the blood from her face, as if this act could erase all her suffering. At this moment, the dark saint's golden staff retracted, crashing to the ground, creating a chasm that seemed unfathomably deep. He looked down, and the fissure reflected countless versions of himself across parallel realms. Some had become tyrannical gods, treading upon the ruins of Olympus, enveloped in destructive black mist. Others remained mere mortals, filling psychiatric records with drawings of the golden staff. Yet in the clearest vision, he held Bai Yi's hand, crafting a snowman in the snow, her laughter curving like a crescent moon. "Indeed, you are my anchor," Fang Yu murmured. The black mist coalesced in his palm into the silhouette of Bai Yi, only to disintegrate into ashes. Simultaneously, the dark saint's form grew ethereal, slowly vanishing from sight. Ultimately, only Fang Yu remained, cradling Bai Yi's figure as he wandered alone through the snowy streets. He glanced at the two dilapidated snowmen, emotions surging within him that were difficult to articulate. Then he turned, retrieving a red string and casting it upon the white snow, its vibrancy starkly contrasting the landscape. "This is for you," he declared before turning to leave. Lin Qiye hurriedly made way for his departure. Hong Ying watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotions, uncertain of what to say, ultimately deciding that silence was best. The convenience store closed, leaving behind an empty street blanketed in falling snow. Lu Fan stepped forward, each stride leaving a heavy imprint behind. Suddenly, Bai Yi's red envelope transformed into countless transparent threads. Transparent, fine threads weave into a chain resembling a spider's web, with links crystallizing the wishes of mortals. The New Year's red envelopes, the full-month gifts for newborns, the elderly's savings tucked beneath their pillows, and the coins children save to purchase candied hawthorn, all carry the aspirations of humanity, anchoring her soon-to-fade soul firmly to the earthly realm. This is the bond of existence. The worldly domain of Michael reflects the trajectory of golden threads, each line connecting to the heartbeat of a corner in Songnan City. The red envelope contains not merely money, but the fervent desire of mortals for fulfilled wishes. The darkest abyss of Nyx sees a bustling scroll unfold behind Bai Yi. As the chains entwine around her waist, a glimmer of golden scales suddenly appears. The scales fall to the ground, transforming into coins that clink and roll into the snow, leaving behind a trail of crooked footprints. The golden thread follows the prints, coalescing in Fang Yu's palm into a coin warm to the touch. Inscribed with the words, "Though the world is splendid, having you is the best." In that moment, Fang Yu could no longer restrain himself. The final shackle was shattered. Tears streamed from his eyes. He understood this was the last memento left for him, meant to ensure his survival. Two figures emerged from the alley. "She's not dead yet. Don't cry again." Liu Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the lane. Beside her stood Yang Jin, Lin Qiye's younger brother. Fang Yu froze, urgently asking, "You mean she's alive?" He saw Bai Yi's eyelashes trembling in the snowstorm, her fingertips instinctively clutching her sleeve, as if driven by the instinct of one on the brink of death. Liu Xiaoyan approached, speaking softly, "Hand me the coin you hold." Although Fang Yu was uncertain of the coin's purpose, he still placed it in her hand. Liu Xiaoyan took the coin, and the golden thread suddenly buzzed, descending upon Bai Yi's head. The coin emitted a golden glow, weaving invisible fine lines that strung together the years of mortal life and death, intertwining the wishes and thoughts accumulated over 5 millennia of civilization, reconstituting the dissipated soul. Above Songnan City on this snowy night, the golden threads of mortal wishes continue to weave glimmers of light, forming a temporary vessel crafted from the fervent desires of humanity. Bai Yi's body floated in midair, her skin coursing with intricate golden veins, resembling a dynamic ukiyo-e of the bustling world. The soul serves as the foundation of the body, while the desires shape the soul. Liu Xiaoyan wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her fingertips touching Bai Yi's forehead, where a phantom of a coin materialized. Seeing this, Yang Jin stepped forward to support Liu Xiaoyan, concerned. "Are you all right?" Liu Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just used a bit of divine power. I'll need a few months to recuperate." At that moment, the coin suddenly vanished into thin air, merging into the unfinished arm of Bai Yi. In the distance, the convenience store flickered to life as the first customer of the new year pushed open the door, the bell ringing like the sound of coin dropping. The distant crowd brought with it the essence of human warmth and life. Mother said that once I save enough red envelopes, I could buy new medicine for my younger brother. Boss, I would like to wrap this string of candied hawthorn for my daughter as a New Year gift. Before he left, the old man said that the money under the pillow should be reserved for the grandson to marry. Watching the scene, Liu Xiaoyan remarked softly, "The desires of mortals not only serve to restore her spirit, but also bind her to the smoky essence of this city. She is not merely an obsession, but rather a tangible embodiment of human aspiration. Logically, it should be capable of mending her soul. Yet she is missing one soul and one spirit." Fang Yu was somewhat astonished. Hadn't it been restored? How could she be lacking a soul and a spirit? The crucial point is, how could a person survive with a missing soul and spirit? Yang Jin replied, "Prior to this, she had already been deprived of one soul and one spirit, and there exists a force sustaining her, a force that emanates from the mist." Azathoth, Chapter 65. 3 extraordinary treasures in the dimly lit room. A solitary lamp illuminated the space, while an unopened packet of cookies rested upon the table, and the clock on the wall ticked rhythmically. Bai Yi lay quietly on the bed, adorned in a beautiful outfit, resembling a sleeping beauty. Fang Yu gazed at her and remarked softly, "What connection does Azathoth have with her?" Azathoth is the ultimate adversary. It seems premature for any association to manifest now. Even the highest deities would falter before him. His emergence feels rather untimely. Lu Xiaoyan picked up a cookie, tearing it open, and replied as she chewed, "It may seem unrelated, but it is merely a coincidence." Coincidence? Fang Yu echoed, a hint of surprise in his tone. Lu Xiaoyan took a sip of tea and continued, "Indeed, it is a coincidence. She was destined to perish. You saved her, and thus all karma will fall upon you. Originally, you were the one meant to die, but she has taken that fate upon herself. I'm afraid I cannot shield you from this karma." At that moment, a figure entered through the door, interrupting their conversation. Do not blame her. Those who intervene meet their demise. The speaker was none other than the celestial master of spiritual treasures. Lu Xiaoyan and Yang Jin bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet the master." Fang Yu held no ill will toward Shang'e. He was merely astounded by the weight of karma involved. The celestial master glanced at Bai Yi and remarked indifferently, "She bears the aura of Azathoth. This intangible essence is likely undetectable to ordinary deities. Even a slight brush would ensnare one in karma. I too would encounter immense trouble if I were to touch her. This exemplifies the terror of Azathoth. Although he has not invaded Huaxia, he is perpetually casting his net and scheming. It is akin to the resentment of Shiva. On the surface, it appears to be the forbidden grounds and souls of the deity Shiva, yet it may very well be a trap laid by Azathoth to weaken Huaxia's power. Of course, this is merely speculation, but all signs indicate that Huaxia's strength is waning." Fang Yu nodded slightly, aware that the deities of Huaxia have largely vanished in their efforts to resist Azathoth, striving to protect a sacred land. In truth, they have only managed to slow his invasion rather than eradicate him entirely. Were it not for Lin Qiye being a part of the cosmic consciousness, the karma tied to Tsangnan would be insurmountable for anyone. What means are there to save her? This was Fang Yu's foremost concern, as Azathoth was not something he could confront at this moment. The celestial master pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "There exists a method, albeit it is exceedingly stringent and somewhat difficult." Given that even the highest deity found it challenging, it was apparent that the situation was far from simple. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, rising to his feet, and proclaimed, "No matter the method, if it can save her, I am willing to confront Azathoth." The celestial master narrowed his eyes, speaking softly, "You have indeed hit the mark. It will require confronting Azathoth." Fang Yu was rendered speechless. Seeing his astonishment, the celestial master quickly clarified, "Not at this moment, as I am also unable to contend with him now. However, there is an object connected to him." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the window, lifting the cookie bag from the table into the air. Fang Yu noticed intricate patterns forming on Bai Yi's wrist. "This is..." Lu Xiaoyan's pupils constricted abruptly, "the taint of Azathoth." Ling Bao Tianzuan gazed at the mark of corruption and remarked casually, "One of her souls has been eroded by Azathoth's essence. Only the fragrance of the Higanbana can awaken the tainted fragments of her soul." The Higanbana. Lu Fan displayed astonishment. Ling Bao Tianzuan continued, "The Higanbana, also known as Manjusaka, symbolizes endless immortality, a harbinger of annihilation, a summons of death. It provides a guide to the soul, capable of evoking the memories of the deceased, allowing the spirit to return home. The river of forgetfulness in the underworld is a stream believed to connect the mortal realm and hell. The Higanbana blooms on the riverbank, serving as a flower that guides lost souls. As they traverse the river of forgetfulness, they follow the Higanbana's guidance to the realm of the dead, its fragrance capable of invoking the memories of the departed." Fang Yu furrowed his brow tightly and inquired, "Does this flower bloom in the underworld? How do I get there? Must I first descend into hell?" Ling Bao Tianzuan shook his head. "Certainly not. This matter is also related to Azathoth. When he descended, the mists corrupted the river of forgetfulness. However, the Higanbana will never be tainted. It resides in the deepest part of his mists, a place I have yet to visit." Lu Fan curiously asked, "Is there truly an underworld?" "Once there was, but it no longer exists," Ling Bao Tianzuan replied sorrowfully. Clearly, the outcome was evident. Yet entering the depths of the mist was no simple feat. Even the supreme deities would not dare to intrude forcefully, let alone mere mortals. Aside from Higanbana, is there anything else? Fang Yu inquired. Lingbao Tianzuan squinted in contemplation, then slowly spoke. The Higanbana is merely to save her soul. There is still a spirit to restore. To mend her spirit, one requires the ghost-devouring liquid. As the northern winds rise, the ghostly souls gather. Countless ethereal spirits condense into a single drop of liquid, replenishing the missing spirit. Fang Yu had never even heard of this ethereal spirit, let alone locating enough to coalesce into a single drop. Lingbao Tianzuan continued, in truth, I have never encountered the ghost-devouring liquid. It exists solely in legend. This revelation chilled Fang Yu's heart. If even the celestial deity had not seen it, its existence was uncertain. Lingbao Tianzuan added, there is one final item needed to bring her back to life. The ancient artifact, the soul-infusing pendant. The soul-infusing pendant is forged from the purest essence of soul energy in existence, originally a treasured relic of the heavenly realm, now lost to the mortal world, transformed into a sacred object. It has the power to purify all impurities, allowing the soul to return to its original clarity. This treasure possesses sentience. Should it find a connection with you, it will reveal itself. If not, you shall never locate it. Thus, it seemed the Higanbana was the easier of the two to find. One was a legend, while the other was scarcely known. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging the search may be, having a goal suffices. What is most daunting is having no leads at all, feeling utterly lost. Fang Yu clasped by Yi's hand, speaking gravely. Regardless of how difficult it may be to procure the 3 items, I will certainly find them, allowing you to attain new life, even if it costs me my own. Yang Jin felt a pang in his heart, instinctively glancing at Liu Xiaoyan. The two exchanged a glance, quickly lowering their heads in bashfulness. Lingbao Tianzuan mused, this atmosphere feels rather peculiar. What was my purpose for being here? I seem to have suddenly forgotten. He sighed, deciding to make a hasty retreat, promising to address the matter another time. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Lingbao Tianzuan had initially intended to discuss affairs of the heavenly court, but in this awkward situation, he would have to seize the opportunity at a later date. Bai Yi should remain here. The desires of mortals are safeguarding her soul, preventing her from fading away, Liu Xiaoyan remarked. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall endeavor to locate the 3 items as swiftly as possible. His current objective was to continuously grow stronger. Otherwise, he would be unable to venture into the depths of the mist. Chapter 66. Acquiring the Divine Artifact. Nimbus Fang Yu opened the system panel. Name, Fang Yu. Realm, initial stage of Sea Realm. Forbidden Ruins. Moon Slayer, Heavenly Restriction. Divine Ruins, Qi Tian Avatar. Special abilities, Fire Eye Golden Sight, 72, Transformations Clone. Weapon, Golden Cudgel. Sun Wukong Entry Progress, 85. Current points, 360. 1 lottery draw available for Sun Wukong entry. It seemed he still had 1 draw left and used. The previous Divine Ruin was exchanged, not drawn. With the progress bar reaching 85, the last task accounted for a 15 increase. This meant that completing another task would fully unlock Sun Wukong. He pondered whether it would be the Dark Great Sage or the Light Great Sage. Lottery, lottery. The system is drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Nimbus. 1 somersault covers 100,000 and 8,000 miles. No more need for subways. Quite satisfactory. It compensated for the lack of speed. Fang Yu glanced at the task. Eliminate a divine agent. Another similar task. Killing a divine agent once more would unlock Sun Wukong, enhancing his power further. The first person that came to his mind was Cliff, who had been evading him and rarely showed himself. Since the last healing, he had not seen him again. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. At this moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Zhao Kongsheng appeared somewhat grave. He cleared his throat and spoke. It's me, Zhao Kongsheng. Fang Yu replied, come in. Soon after, Zhao Kongsheng and Yuan Gang entered quietly, closing the door behind them. Yuan Gang bowed slightly. Apologies, it was our fault. We did not foresee that things would escalate into such a calamity. Do not blame Chinmai. He is still occupied. I shall take full responsibility. Faced with such a respectful demeanor, Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words. It felt as if the heavens had orchestrated this moment, where no matter the actions taken, the outcome remained unchanged. He retrieved a lighter, inhaled deeply from his cigarette, and slowly spoke. Commander, you are overly humble. Let us sit and discuss. Do not hold him accountable. If blame is to be placed, let it be on me for not being present at the scene in a timely manner. Zhao Kongcheng also offered his apologies. Yuan Gang and Zhao Kongcheng were unable to confront the members of the ancient god church immediately. Fang Yu extinguished his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. It is not your fault. There is no need for guilt. Clearly, Fang Yu had forgiven them. After all, the circumstances were too coincidental to attribute blame. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that Fang Yu would succumb to darkness, which would have been a significant loss for Huaxia. With the malice dissipated, he felt considerably relieved. Given this situation, what are your plans moving forward? Will you return to the training camp? Return to the training camp? Fang Yu furrowed his brow and shook his head vigorously. I shall not return, nor will I act as an undercover agent. I have my own matters to attend to. Seeing Fang Yu's refusal, Zhao Kongcheng attempted to persuade him. Fang Yu, would you not reconsider? Fang Yu fell into a momentary silence before he spoke slowly. From now on, I am no longer a night watchman, nor a member of the ancient god church. I simply desire to be myself. After all that he had endured, he no longer wished to be a guardian or an undercover agent. The most crucial task was to locate 3 items and to continually grow stronger. Yuan Gang sighed helplessly and spoke emphatically. Very well, we respect your choice. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. The training camp will always welcome your return. He understood that he could not retain Fang Yu, but could not regard him as an adversary either. Showing respect was the wisest course of action. Thank you for your understanding. From now on, Zhao Kongcheng will accompany you, Fang Yu replied. Although Zhao Kongcheng felt reluctant, he nodded in agreement. Whether to reveal his identity was not Fang Yu's concern. He too respected Zhao Kongcheng's decision. It's bewildering how things that once appeared stable have transformed into this. Zhao Kongcheng sighed in resignation. As the sole divine representative in Huaxia, he earnestly wished for Fang Yu to remain with the night watchman. Yet, the situation had nearly spiraled into a tragedy, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating it all. Clearly, they were unaware of the matters concerning Azathoth, for he was the ultimate antagonist. Presently, they struggled to grasp the mysteries of the fog, let alone the complexities surrounding Azathoth. Fang Yu offered a wry smile. Although he was aware of it, given Huaxia's current capabilities, it was inconceivable to contend with Azathoth, let alone the supreme deities. While the 5 pinnacle figures of humanity were formidable, they were not capable of vanquishing a supreme deity. Azathoth, in fact, surpassed even the supreme deities in power. Overall, humanity remained woefully weak. Rest assured, when Huaxia faces adversity, I shall intervene, Fang Yu reassured him. Yuan Gang nodded with satisfaction. For Fang Yu's promise was more than enough. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Gang and Zhao Kongcheng closed the door behind them as they departed. As night enveloped the city, stars twinkled brilliantly above. Fang Yu stood upon a cloud, surveying the illuminated city below. Every household glowed with light, and the occasional sounds of street vendors echoed through the air. Skewered chicken, 1 yuan per skewer. In an instant, Fang Yu vanished, arriving 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. The speed nearly caused him to tumble. It was simply too swift. Mo Ying felt a meteor streak overhead and immediately halted. What was that just now? It appeared to be a person, soaring through the air, his mouth agape. He wore an expression of disbelief. Even the realm of Trellin could not match such speed. Who could this individual be? The figure fortuitously halted before him. As an experienced individual, he knew he should run at this moment. Only a fool would approach to ascertain the identity of such a being. Silently, he turned and stealthily made his escape. Fang Yu inhaled the crisp mountain air and turned to see a figure behaving suspiciously, akin to a thief. Curiosity piqued, he decided to follow. Hey, what are you doing? He called out, nearly startling Mo Ying out of his wits. The voice was unmistakably familiar. It could only belong to the harbinger of mischief, Fang Yu. What a coincidence. I've run 1,000 kilometers. How could he possibly catch up? I came to collect goods, Mo Ying stammered. Collect goods? Fang Yu perceived a discrepancy, pondering what goods could be transported without a vehicle. The figure before him was obscured, merely a shadow reminiscent of a thief. Car. Mo Ying meticulously surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing until a sudden insight struck him. The car has fallen into the ravine. Fang Yu cast a glance, still unable to discern the so-called vehicle. It was evident that this was indeed a thief. Should I call the police for you? Mo Ying hastily declined. No need. I will summon a tow truck shortly. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened, realizing that the scoundrel below was persistently lying. With his nimbus cloud and the power of Hai Jing at his disposal, apprehending the miscreant and delivering him to his uncle would take no more than a moment. Let me escort you back. With that, Fang Yu swiftly approached Mo Ying. The two erupted in exclamations. What the hell? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Damn it. How did you, the harbinger of doom, manage to come back? Chapter 67. The quest for the target. Divine agent fate often weaves its own intricate tapestry. It seems as though some encounters are predestined. Fang Yu suppressed the astonishment surging within him, glaring fiercely at the other party, while the golden cudgel in his grasp radiated a chilling golden light. How can you still be alive after being obliterated last time? The figure, who should have perished, now bore a pale visage adorned with a familiar mocking smile. Yet, in the realm of divine slaying, where even deities exist, what appears unreasonable can indeed become reasonable. The sudden reappearance of this infuriating face made blood rush to Fang Yu's head. If it weren't for this rascal, Bai Yi would never have. Mo Ying spread his hands, feigning innocence. By the heavens, it's not my fault. You were the one who chased after me, initially intent on fleeing. He never anticipated encountering this calamity mid-escape. Fang Yu's golden cudgel emitted a resonant tremor, its length extending by 3 inches in a flash. Enough with the nonsense. He stepped forward, the power of the forbidden abyss coalescing into dark golden patterns beneath his feet. Old Six, let us battle. He remained cautious. This top-tier Old Six might still possess hidden cards. Suddenly, Mo Ying raised both hands. Wait. I surrender. Is that not sufficient? There's no way to fight. With the forbidden abyss, the divine abyss, coupled with his divine artifact, and now the nimbus cloud, Fang Yu was simply unbeatable. What choice did he have but to surrender? The crux of the matter was that he had but one life left. No resurrection armor remained. Surrender? Fang Yu scoffed, the golden cudgel slicing through the air towards Mo Ying's face with a fierce whoosh. Take this blow first. The survival principle of the top-tier Old Six was to weave lies as naturally as breathing. Thus, Fang Yu was not swayed. Mo Ying rolled away, barely evading the thunderous strike, cold sweat trailing down his back. I truly surrender. Does your Huaxia not have a rule against killing those who yield? Fang Yu was taken aback. This fellow truly seemed genuine. Could he be genuinely surrendering? Though he thought this, an unease lingered in his heart. What does that have to do with me? Besides, you Old Six are notorious for your tricks. There's bound to be some ulterior motive. Mo Ying paused, his expression gradually contorting into a sinister grin, revealing a chilling smile. Heth. The familiar eerie cackle echoed. In that case, I have no choice but to unleash my full power. Prepare yourself. This move may be beyond your capacity to withstand. His voice rose, brimming with momentum. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, readying himself for defense. Mo Ying abruptly tore open a pouch at his waist, releasing a cloud of golden powder that filled the air. Instinctively, Fang Yu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he beheld a rusted iron pillar standing under the moonlight, devoid of any human shadow. Damn! Fang Yu wiped the golden powder from his face, slamming the golden cudgel against a tree trunk, startling the night owls into flight. He resorted to using smoke powder? This Old Six even has such despicable tactics prepared? He leaped onto the nimbus cloud, his fiery gaze scanning the desolate forest for miles. Sure enough, a figure was curled up in a decrepit, 3 miles away, peeking out cautiously. With a flick of his fingers, Fang Yu cast a spell, ensnaring that area with the web-like domain of the forbidden abyss. Stop hiding. As the golden staff pierced through the well's wall, Mo Ying was curled up, trembling in fear, with the hidden eagle claw weapon dropping at his feet. He had not anticipated Fang Yu's swift discovery, leaving him no chance to hide. The golden staff gradually enlarged, descending upon him with a powerful strike. Mo Ying's heart jolted. He swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping as a massive crater formed beneath him. After all, the golden staff was a divine artifact, impossible to withstand head-on. Fang Yu immediately invoked the forbidden void Jin Tian, sealing the surrounding space and creating an isolated domain. Under the influence of Jin Tian, Mo Ying's strength diminished by 50%. There was no escaping this time. Fear radiated from Mo Ying's eyes. He had truly miscalculated. Casting aside any pretense, he unleashed his limitless realm power. Although he was at a higher level than Fang Yu, in reality, his combat prowess was inferior, as he had already tested this twice before. With the aid of the somersault cloud, Fang Yu appeared before Mo Ying in an instant, raising the golden staff to deliver a crushing blow. Seeing this, Mo Ying drew forth the eagle claw to defend himself. The sound of clashing metal echoed as his eagle claw fell to the ground, and he shook his aching arms. He had thought he could evade with the advantage of speed from the limitless realm, but Fang Yu's newfound ability elevated his combat prowess to a new level. Realizing he was no match for Fang Yu, Mo Ying hastily pleaded, "Fang Yu, I can divulge everything I know. Grant me a chance to live. Moreover, I will not reveal your secrets to the ancient god church." Fang Yu paused, intrigued, and inquired, "Do you know where Cliff is?" Mo Ying took a deep breath and slowly responded, "Of course, he is my good brother. Apart from me, no one knows his whereabouts." Fang Yu's eyes brightened. If Mo Ying knew Cliff's location, his mission could indeed be accomplished. "Where's Cliff?" Mo Ying feigned hesitation, glancing at Fang Yu. After all, he was his good brother. He couldn't reveal his location unless... Unless what? Fang Yu pressed anxiously. "Unless you release me first," Mo Ying added. Fang Yu's mouth twitched. Truly a pair of good brothers, adept at stabbing each other in the back. No way. What if he mislead me? I would be at a terrible loss. Mo Ying recognized the validity of Fang Yu's concern and proposed, "How about this? I will help you locate his lair, and you can release me 10 miles away." "Why 10 miles? Fang Yu inquired curiously. Mo Ying licked his cracked lips, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains. "That old rascal Cliff has set up 3 layers of deceptive illusions in the Valley of Execution, and only I know the location of the exit. But that place..." He suddenly shivered, his throat tightening. 10 miles away is the death warning line. Crossing it is perilous even for those in the limitless realm. Fang Yu furrowed his brows. He had heard the name Valley of Execution in the forbidden grounds of the ancient god church. This valley lay to the west, akin to the inferno of evil, accessible only through the great void desert. If Cliff had indeed established his lair there, it would align perfectly with his modus operandi. No wonder this fellow had not shown his face. He had gone to such a remote location. Fang Yu inquired with curiosity, how did he manage to enter the depths of the Zhuji Valley? Mo Ying, smacking his lips, replied, "It is because his divine abode, as the agent of the god of yellow sand, Set, fortuitously aligns perfectly with the Zhuji Valley." Fang Yu furrowed his brow. According to the records of the God-slaying chronicles, the god of yellow sand, Set, was slain by Zhou Ping. Although he has become little more than a backdrop, his name remains illustrious, etched in the memories of all. As his close brother, are you not able to enter either? Mo Ying responded without hesitation, "Of course not." Fang Yu was taken aback. A mere surface brother? Chapter 68. The 3 illusory shadows, the 2 figures ventured into the vast desert, where 2 towering black monoliths stood in silent majesty. The endless yellow sands shimmered under the scorching sun, casting a blinding glare. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as the searing winds, laden with dust, rushed toward them, nearly suffocating. A sharp gust howled past, echoing ominously across the desolate expanse. Fang Yu, observing the scene before him, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you certain this is the cursed place?" He attempted to soar above on his nimbus, but despite flying in circles, he found himself returning to the same spot, as if ensnared by some illusory barrier. Reluctantly, he resorted to walking forward. Mo Ying crouched, sifting through the sand beneath his fingers, and replied, "There is no mistake. This is indeed the place. He brought me here last time." At that moment, the yellow sands began to spiral like a tornado, forming a vortex that moved slowly. Did you not mention that Cliff set up 3 layers of illusory traps in the Eradication Valley? Is this not the first? Fang Yu, drawing his golden rod, prepared himself for what lay ahead. Mo Ying nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is the first. Anyone who enters will be ensnared by the illusions before them. If they harbor any doubts, they will naturally hesitate to proceed. In reality, that sand vortex is but a figment, invisible to the naked eye. Although the illusion was not particularly potent, it could easily instill a sense of retreat in many. Fang Yu began to trust Mo Ying's words. Yet for the sake of caution, he decided to test the waters. "You should enter the tornado and prove your claims." Mo Ying frowned, although he understood the ruse. Being urged to step inside directly was daunting. What if Cliff were to deceive them? Fang Yu, wielding the golden rod behind him, urged, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." With a clenched jaw, Mo Ying dashed into the vortex, laughter erupting as he exclaimed, "It's fine. I can enter." He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Cliff's words had proven true, as though he had found a true brother in arms. Thus, the two continued onward for some time. In the distance, they spotted an oasis, complete with crystalline waters. Fang Yu swallowed hard. After traveling for hours without a sip, his thirst was insatiable. He rushed forward, but paused midway. Was it reasonable for an oasis and a lake to exist in the desert? The abnormality hinted at deeper troubles, compelling him to suppress his thirst. Turning to Mo Ying, he asked, "Surely the oasis and lake are illusions as well?" Mo Ying flashed a grin and replied nonchalantly, "No, those images ahead are indeed real." Fang Yu was taken aback. There was something decidedly amiss. Most oases in the desert were mere illusions. Otherwise, where would the water come from? He approached cautiously, kneeling to touch the icy water, his face a mask of disbelief. The water was astonishingly real. Mo Ying, lurking behind, wore a sinister smile. "Drink up quickly." He clearly understood the peril of the water, knowing that most individuals would find it irresistible to quench their thirst in the desert. Fang Yu held the water in both hands, slowly raising it to his lips, only to hesitate abruptly. Something was not right. The water should not be this clear. The water before them was evidently stagnant, likely harboring viscous algal blooms, yet its surface remained unblemished and mirror-like. As Fang Yu hesitated to take a sip, Mo Ying felt a creeping unease. "Lao Lu, come over and test it first." At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly recalled Mo Ying. Mo Ying furrowed his brow, hastily feigning concern. "That water is poisonous. Do not drink it." It was indeed impossible to consume, for the toxin could cost him his life. At this, Fang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, he had refrained from drinking. It was clear that Lao Lu was aware of the danger and chose not to warn him. "Were you doing this on purpose?" he retorted, ready to unleash a torrent of blows, brandishing his golden rod as he charged forward. Mo Ying quickly pleaded for mercy. "Big brother, you ran too fast. I hadn't the chance to explain before you nearly drank it." Fang Yu halted, casting a skeptical glance his way, disbelieving the excuse. Without further ado, he proceeded to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. After a prolonged moment, Fang Yu shook his sore hand, spitting in frustration. "Damn it, if there's a next time, I'll break your third leg." Mo Ying, nursing his swollen face, conceded, "A 1T run ahead next time." "Oh, my face burns." Were it not for Mo Ying's usefulness, Fang Yu would have had no qualms about eliminating him. Gazing at the crystalline waters, Fang Yu inquired, "Is this the second illusionary barrier set by Cliff?" Mo Ying nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the first is an illusion, while the second exists in reality, designed to ensnare those who enter, leaving them unable to return." Fang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, stating coldly, "How insidious. This idea must have originated from you, right?" With that, Fang Yu instructed Mo Ying to lead the way, so any lurking dangers could be detected in advance. Hours passed, and Fang Yu spotted an ancient palace in the distance, its facade adorned with intricate carvings. These designs emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly resonating with the phenomena of the universe. Surrounding the palace were enormous bronze statues, each figure rendered with remarkable lifelikeness. "Is this real or not?" Fang Yu asked, and Mo Ying turned to respond. "Half real, half false." "Half real, half false?" Fang Yu expressed his bewilderment. "Truth is truth, and falsehood is falsehood. How can something be half real and half false?" And Mo Ying elaborated. "This is likely a mirage, a natural phenomenon of refracted reflections. The palace ahead is an illusion, yet there exists a genuine palace as well." At this revelation, Fang Yu's understanding crystallized. He recognized that a mirage requires a real scene to be projected, and what lay ahead was merely a phantom. However, locating the true palace would prove challenging. If one continued to pursue the false palace, they might find themselves trapped for eternity. "How can we identify the real palace?" Fang Yu inquired. "This is the third illusionary barrier set by Cliff. Only by discovering the birth gate can we locate the palace," Missouri Ying clarified. "Birth gate?" Fang Yu surveyed the surroundings, seeing nothing but desert. "This birth gate is not what you think," and Mo Ying interjected. "Speak plainly." Fang Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "Montak Ying Huaxia explain it. The true palace will only manifest when the sun sets." Fang Yu found some logic in this, yet sensed an underlying inconsistency. But what connection did this have with the sunset? And Mo Ying continued. "The setting sun signifies the absence of a refractive point, causing the palace to vanish. Do you recall that lake we spoke of earlier?" Fang Yu nodded, as if grasping the concept. "Only with water can there be refraction. Thus, the direction of the palace aligns with an arc connecting the lake and the palace, with the true palace situated in the opposite direction from the straight line between the lake and the false palace." And Mo Ying nodded, very astute. "But there is one aspect you have overlooked. The sun is in constant motion, altering the angle of refraction, which in turn causes a shift in the palace's direction. If you seek along a specific point, you will undoubtedly fail to find it. Therefore, we must wait for the moment the false palace vanishes to accurately ascertain its location." Fang Yu was taken aback. "What the hell?" Chapter 69. The Ancient Palace 7 hours ago. "Captain, how did that monster arrive here?" Rose wielded her hefty hammer, her diminutive frame seemingly harboring immense strength. Wang Mian gazed out at the endless expanse of desert and spoke slowly. "That creature is injured. It cannot have escaped. Otherwise, the nearby inhabitants would have been devoured." Tian Ping asserted gravely, "We must eliminate this monster. If it escapes again, who knows when we might find it next." Yu Gui knelt to touch the sand, inhaling deeply, and then took a few steps, detecting a peculiar scent. "Captain, the monster must have fled in this direction." 2 hours later, they stumbled upon an oasis, with crystalline waters shimmering before them. Xianwu exclaimed in delight, "Captain, look, water. I'm parched." Without hesitation, he dashed forward, followed closely by Rose. Wang Mian frowned. It was illogical for an oasis to appear in the desert, and more so that the water was genuinely present. As Li Xian and Rose were about to drink, he shouted, "Hold on." The two paused, and Xian returned to ask, "Captain, is there a problem?" Wang Mian explained, "This is serious. An oasis does not appear without reason. We must first ascertain the water's safety." Observing this, Chang Tianping produced a silver needle to test the water, which turned black, capable of killing an elephant. Clearly, the water was highly toxic. Xianwu lamented, "Who could be so heartless as to pollute such a precious water source?" After walking for a while, they halted. In the distance, a majestic palace emerged in the sky. "A mirage," Rose exclaimed. Wang Mian analyzed. The presence of a mirage indicates that the palace truly exists, and it must have water to create such a reflection. Given the sun's position, the mirage shifts constantly. To locate the real palace, we must calculate the angle of deviation. Upon finishing his explanation, Wang Mian began to calculate in the sand. Assuming the sun shifts by X degrees in 1 hour, the ground soon became inscribed with intricate formulas. And Wang Mian quickly deduced the direction of the palace. Pointing toward a specific direction, he declared, "If we follow this path, we will find the palace. As for the distance, we shall walk until we reach it. I cannot calculate that." "Wow, Captain, you're incredible." Yu Gui cast an envious glance. I didn't realize our captain was also a scholar. Rose was taken aback. As expected of you, my esteemed captain. The grand doors of the palace stood firmly shut, adorned with countless dazzling gemstones that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. What opulence! Fang Yu remarked as he stood before the palace. In modern times, those gems would have vanished without a trace. Montauk Ying interjected. This palace was once the abode of Set, the god of sand, though for reasons unknown, he vacated this place, leaving behind this vast, empty palace. As Fang Yu pushed open the grand doors, a wave of antiquity washed over him. The walls of the palace are adorned with ancient scrolls and shields, while the floor is cluttered with an array of bizarre weapons. Deep within the palace, there stands a colossal statue of Set, the god of the yellow sands. Set's physique is as imposing as a mountain, his muscular contours sharp as if chiseled from stone, each bulging muscle exuding an aura of formidable strength. His bare torso is inscribed with golden runes, from which liquid golden sand flows, undulating gently in the heat like a shimmering mirage. A chill envelopes Fang Yu's heart, as if the statue were coming to life. He senses an invisible weight pressing upon him, and he wonders if this is the divine pressure of a god. Although ultimately slain by Zhou Ping, Set remains a true deity, one that even those of the Klein realm regard with trepidation. Fang Yu feels stripped of any trump cards. Should he encounter a god, he knows he would be utterly powerless. Mo Ying, on the other hand, wears a look of disdain. This old fool, why choose Cliff as his agent? Can't he see such a prodigy standing before him and still not select him? Truly blind. Despite his thoughts, he manages to force a smile. Crossing his arms in a show of respect, he declares, "O great god of the yellow sands, Set, you are the bravest of warriors. I beseech you to grant me immense power." After a lengthy pause, it becomes clear that Mo Ying's prayer bears no fruit, as the statue remains unchanged. Fang Yu exhales in relief. This guy really knows how to stir things up. I thought Set's avatar might descend. He jestingly remarks, "You old rascal. Can't sit still, can you? Feeling a bit restless?" Mo Ying chuckles, trying to lighten the mood, at least showing some respect towards the deity. Fang Yu rolls his eyes and inquires about a creature depicted on the wall. What is that four-headed beast? The creature's body resembles a massive python, covered in dark brown scales. Its serpentine forms spirals in a triple helix, with its tail splitting into four barbed, venomous stingers. Most terrifying are its four heads, each exhibiting starkly different biological traits, grotesquely fused at a single neck. The heads belong to a jackal, a vulture, a cobra, and a human. This abominable amalgamation sends shivers down one's spine. Mo Ying gazes at the monstrosity, his heart tightening. It is the living curse of the desert. A pet of Set himself. A pet? Fang Yu gasps. What kind of twisted individual would keep such a creature as a pet? Mo Ying continues. It is said that ancient sorcerers, in their quest for favorable weather, forcefully fuse these four abominable beings as a sacrifice, inadvertently birthing this life-devouring monster. The creature is enveloped in a stench of rotting flesh and sulfur, inducing violent nausea within 100 meters of its presence. Any area contaminated by its bodily fluids becomes a barren wasteland, creating a deathly ring with a diameter of several kilometers. Fang Yu quickly interjects, "Stop, just stop. You're making me queasy. By the way, do you have a way to contact Cliff?" After a moment of contemplation, Mo Ying replies solemnly, "I can, but I cannot guarantee that he will show himself." Upon concluding his words, he produced a dark, gelatinous object and immediately recited an incantation. Crimson blood flowed from the black substance, which ultimately reverted to its original hue. After performing these actions, Mo Ying spoke softly. "I have already informed him. It remains to be seen whether he is willing to come." Meanwhile, 10 miles away, the torches on the altar ignited suddenly. This unique ritual had been divulged to no one but Mo Ying, indicating that the visitor must indeed be him. It had been quite some time since they last communicated, and he wondered what had prompted this sudden recollection of him. Was it another invitation to unwind? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. After all, he had been in seclusion for too long, his body yearning for movement. It was time to stretch his limbs. Chapter 70. I consider you a brother, yet you treat me as a performance? As Cliff arrived at the palace, he spotted two figures in the distance. His brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the scene ahead, confirming that it was Mo Ing who had made his appearance. Cliff greeted him warmly. "My dear brother, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. Where are we headed this time?" Mo Ing wore a bitter expression as he approached for a grand embrace, whispering, "There is an enemy presence." After saying this, he proclaimed loudly, "My good brother, this time I shall take you to an even better place. I hear the women there are even more alluring." Upon hearing Mo Ying's words, Cliff immediately became vigilant. When he recognized that the individual was Fang Yu, his surprise was palpable. Fang Yu was the very person he had recommended for joining the Ancient God Society, possessing a remarkably clean background. "Fang Yu, what brings you here?" Cliff inquired. Fang Yu smiled faintly. "I am here to express my gratitude for your introduction to the Ancient God Society. I have achieved a modest success and wish to thank you in person." Cliff, however, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Aside from Fang Yu and Mo Ing, there was no one else present. Just a few months had passed since Fang Yu was merely at the River Realm, and he could not have changed significantly. Cliff boldly advanced, but at that moment, Mo Ing tugged at the hem of his garment, signaling him discreetly. Cliff was puzzled, wondering why he was being pulled back when there were no outsiders around. Fang Yu's gaze was fixed intently on Mo Ing, who gasped in realization and quickly released his grip, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Cliff, ever enthusiastic, suggested, "How about the three of us become sworn brothers? It would be fitting to have the great deity as our witness." "Sworn brothers? You wish to seal your fate by making such a pact?" Mo Ying's heart ached. He was a loss. Clearly, Cliff was unaware of Fang Yu's true strength, believing him to be merely a talented individual from the River Realm. Yet, Mo Ing was acutely aware of Fang Yu's formidable prowess, which had shifted from a competitive exchange to a state of overwhelming dominance. It was crucial to note that only a few days had passed. If Fang Yu continued to grow stronger, even deities might fall before him. As Fang Yu readied the golden staff in his hand, he approached step by step. Cliff suddenly halted, smacking his forehead. "How could we become sworn brothers without wine?" With that, he retreated, approaching Mo Ing and asking, "Did you bring any wine?" Mo Ing, startled, shook his head. "I did not." Fang Yu, utilizing the art of transformation, turned the golden staff into the appearance of wine, holding it aloft and responding, "I have brought some." At this sight, Cliff's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried over. A glint of cold light flashed, revealing a golden glow. Cliff paused, sensing danger, and immediately drew his weapon to defend himself. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed. Cliff was sent flying 100 meters away, struggling to rise, his face a mask of disbelief. He shouted, "Fang Yu, what are you trying to do?" Just months prior, he had been the one to introduce Fang Yu to the Ancient God Society, and he had never anticipated that, in less than half a year, Fang Yu would become so powerful. "My apologies, but I am a good person," Fang Yu declared candidly. He no longer wished to remain an undercover agent. There was no shame in acknowledging the truth. Cliff suddenly comprehended that the young man had been performing all along, his true intention being to eliminate him. He turned to face Mo Ing, his eyes brimming with resentment, and questioned, "Mo Ing, are you in league with that boy?" Before Mo Ing could respond, Fang Yu interjected, "Indeed, he is a night watchman." Mo Ing nearly spewed blood in indignation, exclaiming, "How could I possibly be a night watchman? I have diligently served in the ancient God Church for over a decade. Then how do you explain bringing Fang Yu here?" Cliff shot him a dubious glance. Bringing an enemy before him hardly suggested camaraderie. Mo Ing stammered. He was at a loss for words. To claim he was overpowered by Fang Yu and was forced to come here, that would be tantamount to betrayal, which would surely incite even greater disdain from Cliff. Fang Yu chuckled, "Just admit it, and once I eliminate him, there will be no need for explanations." Cliff glared intensely at Mo Ing. "How amusing. I considered you a brother, yet you regard me as a mere statistic?" Mo Ing bit his lip, helplessly stating, "He forced me to come here. I only wished to survive. There was no other choice." Cliff appeared astonished. He understood that Mo Ing was notoriously survival-oriented, even as a divine agent. He may not stand a chance. Moreover, Claiming to be threatened by a mere river realm individual was absurd. Who would believe it? You, a being of the unmeasured realm. Fear a young man from the river realm? And Mo Ing clarified, he is not of the river realm, but of the sea realm. Cliff rolled his eyes. And what of that? Isn't he merely one realm above you? How is it possible for you to be unable to contend with him? And Mo Ing felt a pang of despair. Just wait and see. You will understand soon enough. Just do not expect my assistance. Cliff dismissed him nonchalantly. Had that boy not ambushed me earlier, I would not have sustained injuries. In a direct confrontation, I would surely prevail. Keep your eyes wide open. And Mo Ing shook his head in exasperation. This fellow had never tasted defeat and was unaware of Fang Yu's terrifying prowess. He might soon find himself begging for mercy. Cliff wielded a massive fork, entirely metallic and weighing 500 pounds. Most would struggle to even lift such a weapon. Young man, I was careless before, but now I have entered the unmeasured realm. You will soon witness my true prowess. With that, he charged forward without hesitation. Fang Yu gripped his golden staff firmly, ready to meet the challenge. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as Cliff's fork slipped from his grasp, the sheer force rendering it impossible to hold onto. Something was amiss. How could a sea realm individual possess such immense strength? He had just entered the unmeasured realm, and logically, he should be far stronger than his opponent. Yet he could barely muster a fraction of that power. And Mo Ing sneered from the sidelines. Oh, this is just the beginning. He hasn't even employed the Forbidden Ruins or the Divine Ruins yet. Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins? Cliff paused momentarily, perplexed. How could one individual wield both? Though confused, he quickly retrieved his weapon to continue the battle. As Fang Yu declared, Forbidden Sky. Activated, the surrounding space became ensnared, resembling a cage for a bird. Gradually, Cliff's strength began to wane as he entered the sea realm. His pupils dilated, his expression one of incredulity. What manner of forbidden ground was this? Capable of diminishing an opponent's power? Such a formidable forbidden domain was entirely unfamiliar to him. Its capabilities rivaled that of divine realms. And Mo Ing coldly remarked, "Did you not look down upon that boy? Laugh now. Why have you ceased your laughter?" Cliff was filled with immense frustration. He had indeed underestimated Fang Yu, assuming him to be merely a novice from the river realm. Little did he know that within a short span, Fang Yu had ascended to the sea realm and wielded such a terrifying forbidden ground. Without uttering a word, Fang Yu brandished his golden staff and struck down with a straightforward and forceful blow. Cliff recognized that he could not confront this assault directly and swiftly evaded it. Lifting a 500-pound fork, though heavy, he wielded it with ease, thrusting it rapidly towards Fang Yu. In response, Fang Yu retracted his golden staff and raised it defensively. The immense force propelled him backward until he came to a halt after 10 meters. Chapter 71. The Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might. Truly deceived, Cliff gazed at the golden staff before him, its intricate golden patterns hinting at its extraordinary nature. It seems the issue lies with your weapon. I had wondered how you could possess such immense power. Relying on external objects will not secure victory over me. He was acutely aware that Fang Yu's weapon was formidable and that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Seizing the weapon would suffice. This was precisely the strategy the shadowy figure had previously considered. Fang Yu swiftly distanced himself, shaking off his opponent. Unable to defeat me? He smiled faintly. Do not forget, my speed will always surpass yours. No matter how powerful your weapon, you will never lay a finger on me. With that, Cliff's ghostly steps instantaneously escalated in speed, surpassing even the typical bounds of the infinite realm. His movements became mere phantoms, barely discernible. He was confident that his speed eclipsed that of a shadowy figure. Suddenly, he noticed multiple silhouettes whizzing past him. Fang Yu, riding on his nimbus cloud, zipped by an astonishing pace, far beyond his control. The confined space made it exceedingly difficult to maneuver, which was why he had initially refrained from using it. Whoosh, 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 Cliff felt countless figures brush past him, their appearances a blur. He turned to locate Fang Yu, only to find him absent from his previous position. Where has he gone? It was evident that he could not believe that the fleeting shadows were indeed Fang Yu. The shadowy figure, with a hint of exasperation, offered a kind reminder. Look above you. Cliff glanced upward, and a figure was hurtling toward him. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the ground was cratered upon impact. Impossible. Was that speed truly yours? Cliff wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. Even those at the trainee realm could not exhibit such velocity, too rapid for his eyes to comprehend. Fang Yu had yet to fully acclimate. He could not control the staff while on the Nimbus cloud and collided instead. Fortunately, he had positioned the golden staff in front of himself, averting disaster. Cliff was struck by the peculiarity of Fang Yu, not only possessing a weapon of great might, but also exhibiting such remarkable speed. Even typical practitioners of the trainee realm would struggle to capture him. Who was this young lad, endowed with such an array of abilities? He turned to the shadowy figure, calling out, "My good brother, let us join forces." This young whippersnapper is merely 17, lacking experience. Surely we can devise a means to vanquish him. The shadowy figure pondered for a moment, contemplating their odds of victory. If the chance of success stood at merely 80%, it would be wiser to concede. He would never act without absolute certainty. Is there a guarantee of 100% victory? He deliberated carefully, but concluded it was improbable. Even if Fang Yu were to falter, there was no preventing his escape. "My good brother, I fear that may not suffice. You must confront him alone. You were quite boastful a moment ago. Why cower now? Use your divine skills." The shadowy figure hastily declined. Cliff cursed under his breath. Damn it. After years of camaraderie, it seems I'm better off befriending a dog. What a true waste, utterly pathetic. What is wrong with being cautious? Once dead, all is lost. The shadowy figure dismissed Cliff's complaints. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Cliff's mind as he exclaimed, "Please, Lord of the Yellow Sand, Set, grant me immense power." After Cliff spoke, the statues within the hall began to tremble. Golden divine power started to seep into Cliff's body, causing his strength to surge instantaneously. Boundless realm, train realm, divine realm. A formidable divine force filled his being, as if it were tearing him apart. This spectacle caused Fang Yu's heart to tighten. Could it be that the avatar of Set had descended upon Cliff? If that were the case, it would spell trouble. "Tremble, my enemies." The powerful aura emanated from Cliff's lips. Mo Ing stood frozen in place, pondering whether he had made an erroneous choice. It seemed implausible. Fang Yu must still have a hidden card, as he too was a divine agent. If the deity were to intervene, surely the divine agent behind Fang Yu would reveal themselves as well. No need to panic. It was merely self-inflicted fear. Cold sweat trickled down Fang Yu's brow. Sensing that things were spiraling out of control, he hastily retrieved his golden staff to shield himself and prepared for an immediate escape, fearing being trapped inside without a means of retreat. Cliff rejoiced, realizing his gamble had paid off. The radiance intensified, and taking advantage of the other's distraction, he hastily burrowed into the sand, vanishing without a trace. However, the powerful light outside persisted. Fang Yu had readied himself for an escape, yet the prolonged silence from his adversary struck him as peculiar. Gradually, that luminosity faded away, and Cliff was nowhere to be seen. Both Fang Yu and Mo Ing were taken aback, suddenly awakening to the realization that the earlier force was but an illusion, merely simulating the presence of a deity, utterly devoid of true power. This was one of Cliff's unique abilities. Fortunately, he had been close to the statue, utilizing its oppressive aura to mimic the divine presence, thereby managing to deceive the two. Fang Yu's lips twitched. He had assumed his opponent was merely biding his time for a grand move and nearly fled, only to discover it was a mere fade. Nevertheless, it was indeed a clever ruse, instilling trepidation in those unacquainted with it. If only the system could devise something that mimicked the divine presence, it would effectively intimidate the opponent, allowing for a flawless escape on the Nimbus cloud. "Where's Cliff run off to?" Fang Yu inquired. Mo Ing, initially reluctant to respond, met Fang Yu's piercing gaze and promptly answered, he must have returned to his lair. "Where is his lair?" Fang Yu pressed further, and Mo Ing pointed in a direction, saying, "In the Tianji Valley. Even I find it exceedingly perilous." "What does danger matter to me? Just lead the way," Lu Fan commanded. Though Mo Ing was unwilling, he obediently took the lead. Such dangerous matters were best entrusted to professionals. The two arrived at a desolate expanse. The towering trees that once stood proud were now in decay. The bark had peeled away in large strips from the trunks, exposing wooden surfaces marred by black mold, resembling grotesque, ghastly faces. A stench of rot permeated the air, a noxious blend of decay and antiquity that provoked nausea. Fang Yu pinched his nose and asked, "What kind of cursed place is this?" Mo Ing slowly replied, "This is the true Zhu Valley. Previously, we were merely on the outskirts. Now, we have only just begun." Caw, caw. The crows circling above emitted their calls intermittently. Fang Yu was startled. Without a doubt, danger lurked within. The appearance of the crows, accompanied by their cries, served as a forewarning of the peril ahead. These birds were indeed benevolent, sounding the alarm in advance. Fang Yu extracted his nimbus cloud, hoping to soar through the air. In the desert, due to the illusions that plagued the landscape, his attempts at flight proved futile, forcing him to proceed cautiously, step by step. He now wished to ascertain whether the circumstances here mirrored those of the desert. Ultimately, the outcome was the same. After several circles, he found himself back at the starting point. What rendered this place so peculiar? Fang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired. Mo Ing replied, "The three outer barriers were merely rudimentary defenses. The true core lies within." Chapter 72. Fortuitous encounter with the masked squad. Fang Yu's gaze was ensnared by several footprints imprinted in the mire. He crouched down, his fingertips grazing the hardened soil, encasing the edges of the tracks. The strides of 5 individuals were uniformly measured, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 feet apart, clearly indicative of a well-trained combat team. Those bold enough to venture into the Valley of Execution were undeniably formidable characters. Mo Ing, standing behind with arms crossed, spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Well, the last time an old fellow from the trilinear realm attempted to force his way in, he left behind half an arm." He kicked aside a decayed rock at his feet, revealing a multitude of claw marks beneath. Fang Yu fixed his gaze in the direction the footprints extended and suddenly remarked, "Is the creature from the relief in the hall lurking inside?" The memory of those contorted, grotesque faces sent a shiver down his spine. Mo Ying's pupils constricted before he chuckled wryly. "You are quite perceptive. Although that monster possesses merely the physical form of the boundless realm, it wields the capabilities of the trilinear realm." Trilinear realm? Fang Yu expressed astonishment. Is this creature truly so powerful? Do not underestimate it. Had it not been for Olympus inflicting prior injury and causing it to fall in rank, it could have effortlessly pulverized even the pinnacle of the trilinear realm. Mo Ing elucidated. After all, it is a divine pet. Its strength cannot be trifling. No matter how strong, it must first catch up to my nimbus cloud. Fang Yu retorted nonchalantly. Mo Ing shot him a disapproving glance. "So, you mean to say you're merely cannon fodder?" The two continued to follow the trail of footprints, reassured by the notion that any dangers had likely been neutralized by those who had traversed the path before them. As anticipated, they did not venture far when they stumbled upon an open area strewn with the remains of over a dozen wolves. Each corpse bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl at its forehead, with the charred edges still emitting wisps of smoke. The nature of the injuries suggested they were all dispatched with a single lethal strike, indicating the formidable prowess of the 5 individuals. 5? Fang Yu seemed to connect the dots. The Night Watchman squad operated through coordinated teamwork to unleash even greater power, effectively capitalizing on their strengths while mitigating weaknesses. Could they be a special team? He mused aloud, clearly unaware of the identities of his counterparts or their purpose for being there. Not far ahead, a colossal hammer wielded by the Rose struck with a force that sent another werewolf sprawling into a pulp. She shook the blood from the hammer's handle, her gaze sweeping over the carnage. A mound of over 20 corpses lay scattered, their eerie green blood seeping through the crevices of the stone and into the earth below. "Captain, these creatures are multiplying with each kill." Her voice carried a note of urgency. "Remain calm," Wang Mian said, wiping the blood from his black blade, which shimmered faintly. He focused on the werewolf king, its towering form reaching nearly 3 meters, covered in iron-gray fur, with a grotesque bulge pulsating on its forehead. Unmistakably the leader of this monstrous pack. The wolf king suddenly lunged, its claws slicing through the air, directly aimed at Tianping's throat. In that critical moment, The Rose swung her massive hammer, forcing the Wolf King back by 10 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qiye transformed into a shadowy figure, her short dagger striking like a venomous serpent towards the wolf's abdomen. As the Wolf King abruptly pivoted, 3 barbed spines erupted from its tail vertebrae. Be careful. Wang Mian's pupils dilated. In a rush, Yu Qiye raised her blade in defense. With a crisp sound, he was jolted back 7 steps, his invisibility spell revealing a semi-transparent outline amidst the violent tremors. Wang Mian cast a glance towards the northeastern corner of the battlefield, where 20 werewolf corpses lay piled, their fur seeping with a ghostly green blood that corroded the rocky ground. Moon Ghost, draw it this way. Wang Mian gripped the black blade, Yuan, its surface shimmering with an ethereal blue light. Rosa, coordinate with Moon Ghost to lure it over. Tianping and Vortex will handle the remaining werewolves. Received. Okay. Tianping pressed both palms to the ground, the rubble disintegrating into powder under the crushing force of gravity. Just as the Wolf King was about to leap, it suddenly felt as if lead filled its limbs, forcing it to kneel on its foreknees. Seizing the opportunity, Rosa raised her giant hammer and struck the ground, spiderweb-like cracks erupting around the Wolf King, causing the rocks beneath its feet to collapse with a thunderous roar, revealing a dark pit 10 meters deep. This is bad. It's a trap, Vortex suddenly exclaimed. From the pit's muddy bottom sprang forth dozens of bronze chains, inscribed with incantations, ensnaring Vortex tightly. As Vortex struggled, the chains constricted further, their barb points piercing the flesh. Wang Mian leaped to the edge of the pit, the temporal domain condensed around the black blade, forming spiraling ripples. He swung the black blade at the chains, producing a crisp sound. Clang! The chains remained unbroken. At that moment, the Wolf King let out a deafening roar. Oh, whoa, this is bad. The Wolf King is calling for help. Moon Ghost sensed the urgency. The Wolf King's body suddenly swelled to twice its size, grotesque tumors bulging beneath its fur. It opened its gaping maw, a foul wind mixed with black mist sweeping forward, decaying all rocks in its path. Rosa's hammer struck its back, leaving merely a pale imprint. All personnel retreat. Wang Mian's expression turned grave for the first time. Just as Moon Ghost was about to turn invisible, he noticed the black mist had thickened, corroding holes into its form. Wait, there's a scent of blood ahead. Mo Ing suddenly grasped Fang Yu's arm, pointing at the green liquid seeping from the bushes ahead. Is this werewolf toxin? But the concentration is 10 times higher than that of ordinary werewolves. Following his gaze, Fang Yu saw half a wolf corpse lying behind the bushes, its chest cavity punctured and the edges of the wound charred, as if seared by high temperatures. He crouched down to pick up the silver powder on the ground, his pupils constricting. This is Moon Ghost's moonlight fragments? After all, who doesn't know about this guy's invisible moonlight? The masked team? Fang Yu whispered. Mo Ying's expression shifted slightly. Are you saying the masked team is ahead? Why would they come to Zhuji Valley? Before he finished speaking, the sound of metal clashing echoed from ahead. The two crouched low and crept to a large boulder, where they spotted 5 figures engaged with a 3-meter-tall Wolf King in an open space 100 meters away. Fang Yu recognized Wang Mian's black blade and Rose's giant hammer, his attention drawn to the bronze chains ensnaring Vortex. The patterns on those chains were identical to the monstrous reliefs he had seen on the walls at the valley's entrance. Why is Vortex the only one trapped? What is this guy doing? As Fang Yu found himself engulfed in confusion, a second spectral image of the Wolf King materialized from the inky darkness. This was an illusionary doppelganger conjured by the monster's chaotic energy. The true Wolf King lay in ambush on the eastern side of the dark pit, its barbed tail fully charged with venom, poised to strike at the rescuing Wang Mian. Captain, be cautious, Tianping shouted loudly. Wang Mian tightened his grip on Yuan, the blade's dark glow surging 3 inches. The light of the sword cast a lingering shadow, the blade curving like a crescent moon. With a sharp sound, one of the Wolf King's arms fell to the ground. Fang Yu inhaled deeply. This strike was undeniably impressive. As he turned to gaze at the wolf's corpse, he noticed they were arranged in a fan-like pattern, the focal point being the swirling vortex struggling within the dark pit. Those seemingly random tendrils of ethereal green blood traced an ancient incantation upon the ground. This was a ritual employed by the monster to siphon vitality. Chapter 73. The amalgamated monster of four heads, a fierce desert wind howled, swirling sand and grit as a dark, colossal figure emerged from the distorted terrain. The four-spiraled serpent's body crushed the sandy ground, the sound of its scales rubbing together reminiscent of shattered glass scraping against one another, while its tail, adorned with four barbed stingers, carved bloody trenches into the earth. Simultaneously, four heads reared up, unleashing a cacophony of cries: the howl of a wolf, a woo, the screech of a vulture, ka, the hiss of a cobra, hiss, and the voice of a human, ah. These piercing sounds penetrated the eardrums, sending chills down the spines of the masked team. The creature they had intended to slay was a wolf king. Yet what stood before them was an unknown abomination, repulsive and grotesque in its form. Beside this four-headed monstrosity stood a familiar silhouette, Cliff, the great pet of Set, poised to crush these insignificant insects. He bowed respectfully, and amidst the swirling dust, serpent-like sigils flickered faintly at his fingertips. The creature's massive body writhed, its putrid flesh emanating a stench of decay and sulfur that felt almost tangible. Scars from stitches marred its abdomen, and beneath layers of dry blood, old wounds were faintly visible. The moonlight refracted off its scales, casting an eerie dark gold hue as it slowly turned towards the two figures. Drool from the wolf's head splattering onto the sand, rising in wisps of vapor. Before the creature could make a move, Mo Ing could no longer contain himself. This was a prime opportunity to escape Fang Yu, with a staggering 99% chance of success. Mo Ing stepped forward, his voice booming. "My dear brother, we meet again." The faces of the masked team turned pale in an instant. Both Mo Ing and Cliff were formidable figures of immeasurable strength, while the creature beside them emanated an aura closer to the Klein realm. This combination felt like a death sentence for the team. "Captain, what do we do?" Rose gripped her war hammer tightly, her gaze sweeping over the vortex ensnared by chains. Wang Mian's expression mirrored her concern. He had never encountered such a dire predicament. "First, we rescue our comrade, then we retreat." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light burst forth. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Yu had appeared, wielding his staff to sever the chains, the golden cudgel resting upon his shoulder, accentuating the sharp angles of his 17-year-old visage. Who is he? The masked team was momentarily taken aback. Such youth, coupled with immense power. Was there truly someone his caliber in Huaxia? The vortex turned to him, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Are you also a night watcher?" Fang Yu shook his head, no. He pulled the vortex up and addressed the masked team. "Can you still fight? If so, help me restrain that monster while I confront those two." The masked team looked utterly bewildered. A 17-year-old boy, daring to challenge two masters of the immeasurable realm, one of whom was a divine agent. Who would believe such a claim? "Can you truly handle both of them?" Wang Mian questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Rose shot him a glance, her doubts surfacing. "You seem rather young." Even Lin Qiye was more restrained. The last encounter with Lin Qiye had seen them suppress their strength in a 5-on-5 battle. This young man was suggesting he could take on two unparalleled masters without restraint. Before Fang Yu could respond, the two adversaries grew impatient. Cliff was the first to speak, expressing his dissent. "I refuse to confront Fang Yu. Instead, we should focus on the masked squad. Fang Yu, you take on that monster. If you can defeat it, I shall spare the lives of the masked squad." Mo Ing implored. This scene left the masked squad in a state of bewilderment. Rose scratched her head and remarked, "Have they taken leave of their senses?" These two seemed quite intimidated by the lad before them. Wang Mian shook his head, unable to comprehend. Was the youth truly that formidable? The critical point was that one of their adversaries was a divine agent. "You dare to challenge me?" "I refuse to contend with such a repulsive creature," Fang Yu retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster seized the moment, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom from its serpent-like maw. With a swift leap, Fang Yu's toes barely grazed the ground, and the golden staff transformed into a radiant wheel, deflecting the venom which sizzled against its scales. The human let out a piercing shriek as countless crimson tendrils erupted from its stitched abdomen, writhing towards Fang Yu like living entities. "Get away from me!" Fang Yu's pupils constricted as the golden staff expanded dramatically, cascading down like a golden waterfall. The crimson tendrils snapped in response, their putrid juices splattering onto the sandy ground, rising in a cloud of smoke. With a resounding thud, numerous crimson tendrils fell, releasing a nauseating odor. Mo Ing and Cliff exchanged glances of delight, astonished that the monster would actively seek out Fang Yu. The members of the masked squad attempted to assist, but were halted by Mo Ing and Cliff. "Let us not disturb their refined contest. We shall entertain you instead," Cliff said with a cheerful demeanor. Rose brandished her massive hammer, pointing accusingly. "You two lack the capacity to best even a high school student. What right do you have to obstruct us?" Indeed, their so-called limitless realm seems to have been achieved through some dubious means, Yu Gue added in agreement. Wang Mian remained silent, gripping his black blade, ready to strike at any moment. Among the masked squad, Wang Mian possessed the highest combat prowess, being at the pinnacle of the ocean realm, while his companions were similarly situated around that level. Yet, they were more than capable of handling the two before them, who appeared to be of such a diminished caliber that they could not even best a high school student. He, Montauk Ying chuckled derisively. "My good brother, they seem to underestimate us." Xian was shot them a disdainful glance, retorting, "You are simply too weak. Your realms are inflated beyond reason. Two limitless beings afraid of a mere high school student. What a laughable notion." Fang Yu, at merely a teenager, had arguably reached the peak of the river realm. Yet these two limitless beings could not contend with him. Pray tell, how could they not be considered weak? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Cliff and Mo Ing charged forward. Cliff's fingertips coalesced into serpent-like sigils, conjuring three spectral Anubis warriors, forged from the bones of the desert's dead, which emerged from the swirling sands, their curved blades tainted with toxic venom scorching the earth beneath. Mo Ing spread his arms wide, as a viscous, tar-like black mist enveloped the area, extending into a Tenjong shadow domain, where tendrils erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Rose's hammer. The masked squad palpably sensed the fluctuations of the limitless realm. The black mist and Anubis appeared to pose a threat. Everyone, exercise caution. Wang Mian unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy from his black knife, slicing accurately towards the spectral Anubis warrior. With a single stroke, he cleaved it in two. Rose's hammer struck the spectral form, as if it were a mere illusion, rebounding and numbing her palms. Cliff revealed a sinister grin. These puppets were forged from the bones of the desert's deceased, impervious to death. The phantom reformed as granules of sand, the venom from the curved blade scorching serpentine trails upon the ground. Suddenly, Mo Ing emerged from the mist. In the instant his eagle claw lunged toward Li Xian's throat. He was startled by an unexpected figure. Yu Gue swung his straight blade forward. With a crisp clang, Mo Ing raised his eagle claw in defense, pushing forcefully to create distance between them, before retreating back into the shrouded darkness. Simultaneously, within Mo Ying's shadow realm, the asphalt tendrils were visibly splitting at an alarming pace. Yu Gue suddenly felt a constriction around his ankle. Glancing down, he beheld countless asphalt-like tendrils erupting from the earth. Changwei swung her warhammer with all her might, only to find the tendrils tightening their grip, nearly wresting the weapon from her hands. Blinded by the black mist, Yu Gue's ankle was ensnared by the tendrils, sending him crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Chapter 74. Take my strike. The four heads of the stitched monster simultaneously emitted piercing shrieks. The wolf's head tore through the sandstorm with its sharp fangs. The vulture's head stirred a bloody wind with its lethal claws. The cobra's head released a toxic mist that corroded the air, while the human head let out a horrifying cry. Fang Yu immediately invoked Forbidden Heaven, sealing the surrounding space and having the monster's power. With a sudden whoosh, the cobra's venomous mist surged forth. Fang Yu deftly pivoted on his toes to evade the toxic spray, swinging the golden rod to crush the claws into a concave shape. The moment the wolf's fangs clashed with the golden rod, Several teeth fell to the ground. The cobra's venom erupted again, splattering onto the golden rod, only to be vaporized into purple smoke by the golden light. Suddenly, the human head let out a shrill scream, and the stitched monster's abdomen split open, revealing hundreds of barbed tendrils. These tendrils shot forth like living creatures, each tip glimmering with a sinister blue poison. Fang Yu spun the golden rod, creating an impenetrable barrier of light that shattered the tendrils into fragments, only to witness the severed ends rapidly regenerate into more fearsome barbs. Seizing the moment of regeneration, Fang Yu drove the golden rod into the monster's abdomen like a drill. The sound of friction mingled with the squelching of flesh as the rod churned through the semi-transparent slime, merging with the tendril's blue venom to form a highly corrosive slurry that began to creep up the rod. Fang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly retracted the golden rod and retreated on his toes. Before he could steady himself, all four heads of the monster unleashed a deafening roar. The wolf's head opened its gaping maw, unleashing a black hurricane laden with debris. The vulture's claws tore through the ground, leaving deep fissures in their wake. The cobra raised its head high, its tongue flicking as the toxic mist coalesced into a massive skull, which then lunged ferociously at Fang Yu. Meanwhile, the human head emitted a shrill, piercing laughter, brimming with malice and madness. Fang Yu bellowed, "Forbidden abyss, moon cleave." The golden rod transformed into a straight blade, slicing through the crescent moon, meeting the four formidable assaults head-on. With a thunderous crash, the black hurricane was reduced to powder, while the claws and skull disintegrated under the golden light. However, the stitched monster's onslaught did not relent. Its body began to swell rapidly, the seams of its skin splitting apart. Suddenly, its abdomen burst open, countless bones protruding from the flesh, coalescing mid-air into a colossal bone blade. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. Utilizing the nimbus cloud for acceleration, he expertly dodged the dense barrage of bone blades. The fissures in the monster's abdomen continued to expand, revealing a convoluted network of blood vessels beneath, dark red blood spreading throughout its form. The stench of blood overwhelmed Fang Yu, making his head spin. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the previous location. On a circular platform, the stone statue of Satyr loomed like a deity. Observing the duel between the two, standing before Fang Yu was the stitched monster. How could this creature possess such abilities? Before he could ponder further, he felt his strength waning, descending to the river realm. Fortunately, he still had the 72 transformations, allowing him to restore his power to the sea realm, while the stitched monster regained its original boundless strength. Is your forbidden technique a spatial lockdown? The creature's human head opened its mouth, revealing a hooked nose reminiscent of the set statue. With your power, I shall transform this space into your prison. It was evident that the forbidden domain had lost its effect, instead bestowing its influence upon Fang Yu. This ability was simply extraordinary, directly usurping the opponent's domain. If one possessed only a single forbidden domain or divine domain, they would surely be unable to vanquish this monster. It is no wonder that Mo Ing previously remarked that ordinary beings of the Trail-In realm stood no chance. It was precisely due to this ability. However, Fang Yu's strength relied on his golden rod and his speed upon the somersault cloud. As long as it did not become a melee confrontation, he might still have a fighting chance. The stitched monster lumbered forward, its bulk moving with deliberate slowness. Fang Yu gripped the golden rod tightly, poised for action at any moment. Just as he ascended on his somersault cloud, the ground suddenly shattered, fissures spreading like a spider's web, with countless bone spikes erupting from the earth, weaving together to form a colossal net. He maneuvered the somersault cloud with agility, golden light darting between the gaps of the bone spikes. Yet he soon detected the increasingly pungent scent of blood permeating the air, transforming into tangible chains that ensnared him. The creature's human head suddenly split open, revealing 3 gaping wounds from which emerged tentacles covered in suckers, deftly wrapping around Fang Yu's ankles. The fetid, viscous secretion seared his skin, and he felt his internal power draining away as if through an hourglass. He swung the golden rod in retaliation, but as it made contact with the creature, it was consumed by the dark purple patterns that surfaced on its exterior, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. What an intriguing toy, the monster cackled, its voice a bizarre amalgamation of male and female, young and old, while its abdominal veins bulged like a crimson serpent. Your forbidden domain, divine domain, and abilities shall nourish me. As it spoke, the space around Fang Yu began to warp and fold, his strength plummeting. Clenching the golden rod, a murderous intent surged within his eyes. Now it is time for my counterattack. Divine domain, Qi Tian's manifestation. With his proclamation, Qi Tian's manifestation emerged, seemingly shattering some cosmic constraint, causing the very space to tremble. It was as if a mythological deity had descended, radiating an aura of mystery. The overwhelming pressure caused the set statue to crack and crumble to the ground. Fang Yu commanded Qi Tian's manifestation to launch an assault. The manifestation slowly raised its immense palm, coalescing into a dazzling shield, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. Receive my strike. The colossal hand of Qi Tian's manifestation, accompanied by the shattered light of the starry river, descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the stitched monster's bone blade defense as if it were mere paper. The entire enclosed space began to quake and distort, ultimately collapsing entirely. The creature's abdominal veins burst, dark red blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. The disintegrating tentacles and blood lingered in the realm of the deceased, dark purple patterns embedding themselves into the ground, siphoning the sealed, forbidden energy of Set. The tremendous noise abruptly halted the battle outside. Had the monster perished? Everyone was taken aback. This was a creature nearing the Klein realm. How could it have fallen so easily? What kind of power was that, so formidable? The vortex lying on the ground inquired curiously. Among those present, only Mo Ing grasped the sheer terror of this power. A single strike had extinguished a life. Chang Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Fang Yu. He was merely in his teens, yet possessed such formidable strength. Had he been honing his skills since infancy? Why had such an extraordinary figure emerged in Huaxia without her knowledge? Wang Mian also exhibited surprise. As the captain, he was somewhat aware of certain affairs in Huaxia, and someone of such remarkable prowess should have been widely renowned. Yet, he had never even heard of him. Mo Ing inhaled sharply, astonished that Fang Yu had indeed vanquished that monster. He turned to Cliff, a sinister smile creeping across his face. My dear brother, where shall you flee now? Chapter 75. The Rise of the Deity Anubis. Mo Ing charged at Cliff, clutching the eagle claw. The scene left the masked team in a state of utter astonishment. What had just transpired? Moments ago, they were allies, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had become adversaries. The rapid shift in circumstances bewildered Cliff, who found himself alone amidst the chaos. Just moments ago, they had held a significant advantage, with the masked team on the verge of collapse, and now everything had turned upside down. Cliff, in a state of panic, shouted, Wait, Mo Ing, we are teammates. Mo Ing gave him a disdainful glance. Who said we are teammates? Prepare to perish, Cliff. Without further ado, he lunged forward. Seeing this, the members of the masked team rushed in as well. How could they let such an opportunity slip away? Regardless of the situation, their priority was to eliminate Cliff. Wang Mian brandished his black blade, unleashing a deadly arc that bore down on Cliff. Rose swung her hammer with decisive force. Yu Gue cloaked himself, poised for stealthy ambush. Cliff found himself in a dire 1v6 situation, his expression shifting dramatically. Divine Ruins activate. He realized that if he did not summon the Divine Ruins now, he might not get the chance later. From the sands emerged a colossal Anubis, its silhouette as profound as a desert night. Its ears stood erect like blades, its nostrils flared as if to catch the wandering souls in the wind, and a faint shadow lingered between its fangs. All present were momentarily stunned. How had Cliff summoned Anubis, given that he was merely the agent of Set? Fang Yu pondered, aware that Cliff, as Set's agent, seemed unrelated to Anubis. Yet, the Anubis that appeared was akin to an unconscious entity, a mere puppet bound to obey Cliff's commands. As the attacks surged toward him like a relentless tide, Cliff's temples throbbed with tension as he commanded Anubis to wield its staff entwined with chains. The chain sliced through the air with a piercing hum, instantly shattering the black blade's aura wielded by Wang Mian. The sparks from their collision illuminating the astonished faces of all present. Rose's massive hammer, imbued with immense force, descended upon Anubis, only to be deftly caught by its formidable claws. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed, and with a swift motion, Anubis sent Rose flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the rocky wall behind her. Yu Gui's stealth attack faltered before Anubis, which suddenly turned, its luminous gaze precisely locking onto the subtle fluctuations of energy in the air. Anubis coalesced a sphere of black mist in its palm and hurled it into the void. Yu Gui was forced to reveal himself, a charred wound appearing on his chest as he staggered, blood spilling from his lips. The vortex attempted to ensnare Anubis within a spatial domain, only to witness black flames erupting around it, warping and fracturing the edges of the spatial rift under the intense heat. This was not merely a summoning technique of the divine ruins. Wang Mian's pupils constricted as the patterns of the divine ruins on his black blade flickered wildly. Lu Fan, sensing something amiss, wondered why Cliff had not used this power back in the palace or earlier. It was only now, in this moment of peril, that he resorted to it. Was he unable to control Anubis? He observed closely, noting that Anubis was enveloped in a chaotic aura akin to that of Set, yet mingled with an eerie, purifying force. The talons of the shadowy eagle scraped against the scales of Anubis, igniting sparks, only to be met with the piercing hook of its tail, which lacerated the arm, causing foul black blood to drip onto the ground, where it corroded the earth and released wisps of white smoke. Suddenly, Anubis let out a howling cry that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. The black flames enveloping its form surged violently, transforming into countless chains that erupted from the ground, ensnaring 6 adversaries simultaneously. Seizing the moment, Cliff charged towards the shadowy figure, his fingertips coalescing into crimson claws. "My dear brother, it is time to pay the price." Startled, the shadowy figure recalled that Cliff's divine realm had not been so formidable before. How could Anubis have grown so powerful so quickly, as if silently stacking layers of strength? Growth. The realization struck him. As Cliff's prowess escalated, so too did Anubis's might. Goodness, had he chosen the wrong side again? Desperately, he implored, "My dear brother, it was all an act before. We are still teammates. Watch as I capture the mass team for you." At that moment, Anubis's movements abruptly halted, a flicker of golden light shimmering within its hollow gaze as it turned to fixate intently on Cliff. That gaze seemed to appraise its master. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Cliff. If he truly lost control of Anubis, he would be the first to suffer. Anubis eliminate them. The forcefulness of his command left Anubis momentarily dazed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in its gilded pupils, yet it still endeavored to execute the order before it. Raising its staff, Anubis emanated a dark aura as it advanced towards the moon demon. A sharp clang resonated. Fang Yu gripped his golden staff tightly, veins bulging in his hand. The previous strike had left his palm numb. As Anubis's staff crashed to the sandy ground, the dark essence that touched Fang Yu's golden staff sizzled away like ice meeting fire. Anubis's gaze shifted toward this intruder, a low, guttural growl escaping its throat, while black blood dripped from the hooked tail, corroding the sand into bubbling pits. Fang Yu attempted to invoke the forbidden realm, but it proved futile. Anubis, being a deity, could not be suppressed. Yet this golden staff was designed to confront gods. Before he could finish his thought, he leapt into action, swinging the staff towards Anubis's face. Anubis neither flinched nor evaded, and at the moment of contact, its body disintegrated into dust, causing the surrounding area to begin spinning counterclockwise. Fang Yu felt the gravitational field warp, the staff becoming impossibly heavy as invisible chains ensnared his ankles, dragging him down. Utilizing his nimbus cloud, he seized a fleeting moment of sluggishness, and the golden staff erupted with spikes, piercing through the chaotic ground. A scent, mingling with preservative ointment and rose essence, enveloped him. It was the unmistakable aroma of ancient Egyptian mummification. "So, you were sealed within a mummy?" Yet no response came. As Fang Yu spun and swept the staff across the mummy, he was met not with blood, but with streams of golden sand and fragments of beetle shells oozing from the wound. The mummy let out a deafening howl, and amidst the swirling black mist, countless spectral arms of the deceased emerged. From the decaying form of the mummy, the ethereal visage of Nephthys flickered into view. The goddess mourning Osiris is watering the lotus in the desert with her tears. Suddenly, the mummy crumbles apart. Anubis awakens in an instant, his movements becoming sluggish. And as his staff falls, a withered papyrus plant emerges from the sand, its leaves inscribed with a long-weathered book of the dead. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yu attempts to retreat, only to discover that his feet have been consumed by quicksand up to his knees. The Covenant of Cliff's divine ruins is stripping away his divinity. Any attack now would only serve to reinforce Set's seal. Fang Yu abruptly halts, the golden rod sparking against the sandy surface. Chapter 76. The pharaohs cursed. The curse upon Anubis, once potent, began to wane, and with a resounding crash, the scepter shattered its shackles. In an instant, the earth fissured, splitting open like a spider's web, as viscous, tar-like black blood surged forth. Each strand of blood was imbued with ancient Egyptian cuneiform spells, tracing a twisted sacrificial diagram in the air. This was the residue of death from a stitched monstrosity, now awakened by forbidden magic, transforming into an abyss that devoured divinity. As Anubis struggled to break free, his body suddenly froze, the golden scepter crashing heavily into the sand. From the center of the blood array, a dark mist rose, obscuring the sky, within which emerged the silhouette of a jackal-headed figure. The double-feathered crown atop its head tore through the clouds, and the scepter and flail radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun. The projection of Seth had descended. This overwhelming presence surpassed the shackles of the Trellin realm, as the air crackled with the scorching essence of divinity. A gilded arm extended from the black mist, pressing upon Anubis's shoulder, forcefully resubmerging the god of the dead into the ruins of a shattered altar. The intertwining of bloodlight and golden radiance at the horizon resembled the passing of authority between the old and new deities. The figure emerging from the mist shattered the cloud cover, the double-feathered crown on its jackal head stirring a golden tempest, while the clash of flail and scepter reverberated, causing blood to seep from the ears of onlookers. Anubis was pinned upon the fractured divine throne, as spectral blue blood seeped from beneath his golden armor. Set's projection elevated the tip of his scepter to Anubis's chin, his gilded pupils swirling with formidable authority. Your transgression must cease here. Suddenly, the black blood array surged, transforming into countless Ouroboros-shaped sigils that crawled up Seth's arm toward his body. Yet, the divine radiance merely trembled, causing all curses to evaporate like morning dew meeting fire. With a mere flick of his hand, Seth shattered Anubis's scepter into a myriad of golden sands, spelling out ancient Egyptian words within the bloodlight. Submit. Annihilate. This was the choice between submission and obliteration. Amidst the intertwining of bloodlight and golden brilliance, Anubis suddenly let out a howl of fury, his bandages disintegrating to reveal a grotesque body reconstructed from mummy wrappings and sacred scarab shells. However, Set's flail descended first, a divine thunder cleaving through the head of the god of death, black blood and golden liquid splattering into the sky, tinting the twilight with the colors of the battlefield of the gods. At that moment, all the black blood froze, solid as obsidian, as the fragrance of lotus pierced through the divine pressure. The holy radiance of Nephthys erupted from the blood pool, as pale golden petals gently lifted Anubis's disintegrating form toward the surface. Set's projection abruptly froze, the double-feathered crown on the jackal head revealing fine cracks, a sign of the clash between the powers of the goddess of fertility and death. Death is but a mirror of life. Nephthys' voice resonated. The lotus blooming amidst the black blood simultaneously bore fruit in the shape of a sacred scarab, wrapping Anubis's remains in a cocoon. Set's flail, poised to strike, found itself suspended in midair as the spectral blue blood seeping from the cocoon outlined Anubis's silhouette upon the ground. In the sacred radiance of Nephthys, A slow rotation unveils the solidifying silhouette of Anubis. This is the embodiment of life and death. The projection of Set swings his flail, yet the grains of divine tempest transform into butterfly-shaped golden dust upon contact with the sacred light. To combat the curse of death with life, you shall ultimately not escape the cycle of Ma'at. The surface of the cocoon fractures, revealing half of Anubis's visage. The scarab shell on one side of his jackal head begins to shed, exposing the flesh of a mortal beneath, while the right side, adorned with a lotus, radiates an eternal divine luminescence. Nephthys' fingertip rests upon the cocoon, and within the pale golden patterns emerges the ancient incantation from Osiris's resurrection. In the intertwining of the seeds of life and death, a new order shall arise, transcending Ma'at. Suddenly, a piercing wail of the undead erupts from within the cocoon. Fang Yu grips his golden staff and rushes forward, only to be halted by Nephthys' sacred light. Mortal interference in the reshaping of divinity is forbidden. Those who intervene shall be eternally ensnared by the curse. Fang Yu furrows his brow. What is this nonsensical babble? He comprehends nothing of their speech. Mo Ing steps forth with a bright smile. I understand this. Allow me to translate. If you advance, I shall curse you. Fang Yu. At that moment, Nephthys sends forth 12 Ankh symbols, embedding them into the 12 fissures of the cocoon. Cliff appears atop the sand dune, his gaze towards the cocoon filled with complex emotions. May Lord Set emerge victorious. The cocoon shatters with a thunderous roar in the darkness before dawn, and Anubis stumbles forth. His left half is clad in golden armor flowing with divine blood, while his right half is wrapped in the bandages of a mortal body. He gazes at his divided hands and suddenly breaks into a relieved smile. In his palm rests a lotus that simultaneously blooms and withers, its petals adorned with the life dew of Nephthys. As Anubis raises his staff, a dual-hued light bursts forth from its head, and the souls of the stitched monstrosity ascend from the radiance, transforming into transparent butterflies soaring towards the heavens. At this moment, as Anubis breaks free from his cocoon, the pyramid materializes. The golden light illuminates the entire land, akin to the sun at midday. Anubis strides towards the pyramid, each step leaving dual imprints of life and death upon the sandy ground. The instant Anubis crosses into the pyramid, all the lotuses simultaneously wither, only to bloom anew in an instant. With each step, the essence of Anubis surged ever higher as his right half, ensconced in bandages, began to wither away. The moment Anubis ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, an explosion of golden light erupted, scattering like morning dew upon fire the mortal wrappings of his right half. The sacred scarab tattoo transformed into flowing golden patterns, slithering across his gilded armor toward his heart, where pulsed a lotus form from the divine powers of life and death. Anubis's roar pierced through the clouds, his scepter pointing skyward. A desert storm suddenly coalesced into the visage of a jackal, as Set's avatar descended upon the tower's summit, treading upon lightning. Within the chaotic black mist stirred by his twin-crown helm, the anguished souls of pharaohs devoured by him could be faintly discerned. Set's flail struck the remnants of the obelisk, and the black blood seeping from the cracks instantaneously morphed into a colossal serpent that consumed souls. Anubis spun and wielded his scepter, weaving a lotus barrier of black and white light before him. The moment the serpent made contact with the radiance, it astonishingly regressed into a harmless serpent, its scales revealing human faces. These were the innocent souls consumed by the stitched monstrosity, now gazing at the new god with eyes filled with gratitude. Set's gilded pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the faces upon the serpent's scales growing ever clearer. These were the souls he had nurtured with fear for millennia, yet now they bore expressions of liberation in the brilliance of Anubis. Note, for context, Nephthys is Set's wife. Osiris is Set's brother, but Set's tyrannical reign prompted Nephthys and Osiris to conceive Anubis, intending for him to overthrow Set's dominion. Ultimately, they failed, leading Set to curse Anubis, sealing him within a mummy, thus becoming the god of the underworld. Chapter 77. The Death Rose, blooming once more. Set lingered in midair, his gilded pupils swirling with fury and confusion. The souls he had once tamed through fear were now breaking free from their shackles, following the radiance of Anubis. Dissipating like fireflies in the mist before dawn, the jackal-headed figure suddenly emitted a roar that shook the very earth, its double-crowned head cracking with web-like fissures, as the serpentine shadows coalescing from the black mist turned upon their master. Your sins cannot be cleansed. Set's projection shattered the obelisk, and instead of black blood, a multitude of golden chains intertwined with sacred scarabs surged forth from the cracks. Anubis, however, drove his staff into the sandy ground, and the dual-hued glow spread along the fissures, allowing the souls bound by chains to unfurl their visages in the light. The sacred scarab shell upon his right shoulder transformed entirely into transparent wings, while the lotus heart in his left chest pulsed, each beat scattering golden-red motes. When death ceases to be a deterrent, life shall learn to blossom. Suddenly, the sanctity of Nephthys wove a colossal mystical sigil across the sky, as 12 beams of light descended from above, outlining the celestial map, marking Anubis's rebirth atop the pyramid. At the apex of the staff, a dual-colored lotus blossomed, with dew-laden petals cascading on his Set's chains, instantly corroding them into patterns reminiscent of malachite. Anubis raised his hand to seize the flail hurled by his opponent, and wherever the sacred wings swept, the black mist coalesced into gravel that fell like rain. It is not the soul that is imprisoned, but one's own fears. Set's projection trembled violently, the double crown atop the jackal's head shattering with a thunderous crash. From within the black mist arose the resonant chorus of countless voices, akin to the lamentation of the dead surging forth from the depths of the pyramid, each note severing the shackles binding Set. His projection transformed into a swirling cloud of golden dust, with only the flail plummeting to the ground, the sacred scarab's eyes reflecting the image of Anubis. The dual-hued glow spread along the staff, ultimately coalescing at the tip into an everlasting desert rose. The desert rose cast an enigmatic shadow upon the sand, its blood-red petals suddenly seeping intricate black patterns, slithering like the forked tongue of a serpent. The reflection of Anubis in the scarab's eyes warped, morphing into the fierce outline of Set's jackal head, while the curled edges of the petals sharpened into jagged teeth, whispering ominously in the wind. The desert rose of death shall bloom once more. Fang Yu tightened his grip on the golden rod and took a step back, witnessing the grains of sand surrounding the rose being crushed into powder by an unseen force, revealing beneath them a myriad of wedge-shaped incantations. That was the power of the deceased woven by Set through fear. As Anubis's scepter grazed the rose, its petals abruptly unfurled, releasing not the fragrance of blossoms, but a black mist imbued with the scent of decay, within which the vengeful souls of devoured pharaohs subtly flickered. The stem of the rose suddenly fragmented into numerous tendrils, each ending in serpent-like fangs that coiled around Anubis's ankles. Wherever the sacred scarab's wings swept, the tendrils writhed and regenerated as if alive, with black ichor dripping onto the sand, causing thorns to sprout, each tip reflecting the glimmer of Set's gilded pupils. Fang Yu swung his staff towards the heart of the rose, only to find the crimson barrier repelling him, the recoil numbing his hands. The black patterns upon the petals converged into obliterating ancient Egyptian script, and the souls purified by Anubis were suddenly drawn into the flower's core, transforming into sustenance for the curse. Fragments of Set's lingering consciousness materialized at the rose's apex, a phantom with the head of a jackal opening its vast maw, consuming the holy radiance of Nephthys entirely. Anubis's scepter erupted in a cascade of black and white light, yet upon contact with the rose, it was tainted a deep black. In horror, he realized that his lotus-like heart was resonating with the rhythm of the flower's core. This was an invisible bomb planted by Set, manipulating his very consciousness through the resonance of life and death. The sanguine hue on the petals gradually spread into a deathly barrier, and Anubis found himself besieged by sacred scarabs, each shell inscribed with incantations of submission. Fixating on the rose's reflection of Set's eyes, Anubis suddenly broke into a relieved smile. The ultimate manifestation of fear is not death, but the very doubt that even the divine may begin to harbor. He plunged his scepter into his heart, unleashing the power of the lotus, surging towards the curse of the rose. Simultaneously, as Fang Yu was propelled by a gust of force, the visage of the great sage descended, shattering the clouds. His golden mane stood erect like gilded spears, his fiery eyes radiating brilliance that illuminated the desert. Fang Yu's golden staff slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air and landing in the hands of the great sage. Instantly, the staff transformed into a celestial pillar, ablaze with flames. The great sage wielded the staff, causing the pyramids to resonate with the force of the winds. As the tendrils of the black rose sought to ensnare his ankles, the golden staff descended with the weight of Mount Tai. With a resounding crash, the remnants of the staff of the sea settler sliced through the flower's stem, splattering black blood that crystallized mid-air into fearful ancient Egyptian script, only to be incinerated to dust by the inferno. Anubis gazed at the towering staff that obscured the sun, a frown creasing his brow. The great sage's staff was abruptly lifted, the colossal pillar resembling the apocalypse itself. Shadows enveloped the ground entirely. Observing this, the masked team hastily retreated from the shadow's reach, breathing a sigh of relief. The great sage's staff suddenly struck down upon the black rose. A thunderous boom ensued. The arid desert ground cracked in response, as the spiderweb-like patterns oozed forth the dual powers of Anubis and the blazing light of Fang Yu's inferno. The black rose emitted a piercing wail, and amidst the blood mist raised by its petals, the spirits of the departed began to materialize. These phantoms, enveloped in the flames of the inferno, uttered mournful cries. Yet upon encountering Anubis's black and white energy, their features gradually transformed into serene smiles. In the instant that the golden staff of the celestial being shattered the flower's stem, the remnants of Set's consciousness fragmented into countless black butterflies, each wing inscribed with a spell of eternal fear. Yet one by one, they were incinerated by the flames upon the staff. Seizing the opportunity, Anubis summoned back his scepter. As the luminous heart of the lotus pierced through the core of the black rose, extracting a transparent cocoon entwined with golden chains. Just before Fang Yu's manifestation dissipated, he plunged the golden staff into the sandy soil, causing it to blossom suddenly into a lotus woven of infernal flames and divine radiance. As the dewdrops rolling upon the petals fell, they awakened all the cursed seeds hidden within the desert. The members of the masquerade squad stood in astonished silence, watching as emerald green seedlings emerged from the sand, each topped with a unique symbol, signifying a newfound balance between death and life. Chapter 78. The true form of the death rose. The remnants of the black rose petals danced in the wind, transforming into golden grains that seamlessly melded into the wings of Anubis. As the final petal descended to the ground, Fang Yu beheld the emergence of cocoon-like patterns upon Anubis' right side, human skin now adorned with markings akin to those on his own palm. The desert rose atop Anubis' scepter had faded to a pure white, its petals now inscribed with flowing celestial maps. In the distance, the sacred radiance of Nephthys re-emerged, accompanied by the ethereal strains of a harp, a melodic variation of the great chorus of the departed, now imbued with the vivacity of oasis springs. Cliff knelt before the newly sprouted vegetation, his fingertips brushing against the dewdrops on the leaves. The golden staff of the celestial king gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a simple rod in Fang Yu's grasp. Anubis knelt on one knee, his fingertips gliding over the newly revealed cocoon patterns on his right wrist, those faint golden lines spreading like root systems from his heart throughout his body. A sudden cocoon materialized in Fang Yu's palm, mirroring Anubis', as if two candle wicks entwined by fate flickered in synchrony within the void. The divine luminescence of Nephthys coalesced into a tangible form, her feathered crown shedding stardust that revealed an inscription, "The death rose, never wilting." At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from deep within the desert. From the fissures created by the golden staff, countless malevolent energies surged forth. The pupil of the pharaoh's visage reflected the distant outline of a pyramid. The sarcophagus, which should have remained vacant, began to emerge in a procession from the apex of the pyramid, aligning in a hexagram formation midair. Each stone coffin was entwined with the remnants of Set's dark butterfly incantations, yet an aura of evil seeped through the gaps of their lids. Fang Yu felt a dull ache in his Anubis cocoon, realizing that he was drawing upon their power for rebirth. Anubis tightened his grip on the scepter, the lotus heart suddenly erupting with blinding light, causing those suspended coffins to simultaneously unveil their gilded eyes. The network of the deceased, woven from Set's terror, was absorbing their energy to reconstruct the corporeal form. Fang Yu's golden staff began to levitate autonomously, its stabilizing essence resonating with the dragon's roar. He witnessed a hand, wrapped in golden bandages, extending from the nearest coffin, its fingertips pulsating with the same cocoon patterns as his own palm. That body was emulating his genetic frequency, attempting to usurp control of this mortal vessel. Beware! The pharaoh's visage suddenly swung a black blade toward Fang Yu's left, a shadow brushing perilously close to his ear. It was the flail of Set, which should have dissipated, now writhing as if alive. Within the eyes of the chain blades, images of Fang Yu's enraged form were reflected. Anubis's scepter traced a cross of light, repelling the encroaching array of coffins. Set's curse was exploiting the symbiotic bond, eroding the minds of Fang Yu and Anubis. They had to sever the connection. Fang Yu clenched the golden staff, his fiery gaze revealing the gradual darkening of his pupils. How do I sever it? The moment the words escaped his lips, 12 obelisks erupted from the sandy ground, each fissuring to release a bizarre energy mingled with sacred scarabs. Wang Mian suddenly pressed his fingers to his temples, exclaiming, "I perceive the branching of timelines." The figure of Anubis abruptly materialized behind Fang Yu, her lunar arms piercing through his shoulder without inflicting harm, instead coalescing a silver halo around the cocoon-like patterns. Those cursed seeds, awakened when the black rose shattered, required pure vitality to complete their evolution. A sudden epiphany struck Fang Yu. He thrust his golden staff into the sandy ground and bellowed, "My fate is mine to dictate. Come forth. Let us see if you can satiate these wretches." His energy seeped forth, dripping onto the Anchus seedlings. Those emerald plants burgeoned wildly, their vines entwining the sarcophagus as they ascended to the apex of the pyramid, revealing 2 distinct runes as their leaves unfurled. Seizing the opportunity, Anubis plunged her staff into the symbiotic veins, the divine power of the lotus clashing violently with the flames of the underworld. The resulting shockwave shattering the gilded facades of all the pharaoh's pupils. Wang Mian's dark blade carved a rift in time. Scales compressed the symbiotic energy with gravity. Vortex create a spatial isolation zone. Rose blast open the core of the pyramid. The masquerade squad, the plan commenced. With the command issued, the team members sprang into action simultaneously. The gravitational field of the scales pressed down, the vortex's spatial barrier severed the connections of the incantations, and the colossal hammer of the rose struck the center of the star charred atop the pyramid. In that instant, all sarcophagi burst open, not releasing the souls of pharaohs, but countless transparent cocoons. As the golden sand, born from the remnants of the black rose, seeped into Anubis's form, the patterns in Fang Yu's palm ignited with a searing glow. Those lines transformed from mere totems into pulsating veins of light, crawling up his arm towards his heart, mirroring the faint golden patterns of his right side, as if 2 wicks ignited by fate flickered in synchrony within the void. The sacred light of Nephthys coalesced into the shape of an Egyptian vulture, the star dust dripping from her headdress, weaving a bridge of light between the two. As they shattered the death, rose together. They became an anchor transcending time. Her beak pointed toward the pyramid, where 12 obelisks cast eerie shadows upon the sand. Suddenly, Wang Mian's dark blade emitted a buzzing sound, its edge reflecting a distorted timeline. I have glimpsed 3 outcomes. Firstly, you shall be consumed by the pharaoh's sarcophagus, becoming new mummies. Secondly, forcibly severing the symbiosis would lead to the demise of both. Thirdly, His pupils constricted, and fine cracks appeared along the blade. A thunderous sound of breaking chains echoed in the distance. The 12 obelisks transformed into 12 colossal pillars of flame, illuminating the sky. The third outcome. Wang Mian's voice resonated from the rift in time, the brilliance of the dark blade cleaving through layers of cocoons. He was afraid of true death. Suddenly enlightened, Fang Yu released his grip on the golden staff, allowing the flames to coalesce in his palm into a lotus blossom. Anubis, observing the scene, unexpectedly revealed a serene smile, splitting the rose in his hand in two, offering one half to Fang Yu while embedding the other into his own heart. As I learned to perceive the heartbeat with a lotus heart, I finally understood that life and death have never been the only way. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the words spoken, but fortunately, Mo Ying stepped forward to translate. He said, "Thank you." At that moment, the roses in their hands blossomed simultaneously, intertwining fire and holy light into a net within the pyramid. All the cocoons began to tremble, shedding their shells. Fang Yu took a deep breath and swung the golden staff towards the cocoon. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. It was a vision of the future, where he stood amidst ruins, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of countless deities, his golden staff stained with divine blood. Yet, unlike before, his expression was not one of fury, but of sorrow, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Fang Yu focused intently on the future reflected in the golden staff, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Fang Yu. Mo Ying's roar pierced through the buzzing of the sacred beetle's wings. The incantation on his neck glowed with a sanguine light. Behold Anubis. The silver-haired god of death knelt in the quicksand, a fluid reminiscent of moonlight seeping from his lotus heart. The black butterflies entwined around the sarcophagus recoiled like slugs encountering salt, fading into silvery hues in the gentle light. A thunderous crack erupted from the pinnacle of the pyramid as 12 pharaonic sarcophagi shattered like eggshells. The specter of Set rose from the ruins, his form composed of countless black butterflies, each wing reflecting the cocoon patterns of Fang Yu and Anubis. This is the true form of the Rose of Death. Chapter 79. Zeus's warning in a hoarse declaration accompanied by a grating, gravelly undertone. The core of the pyramid suddenly unfurled a jet-black floral stem. As the core erupted, the flower bud at its apex blossomed to reveal petals intricately woven from the wails of the departed. As the bud gradually opened, Fang Yu heard the mournful cries of countless souls spun into silken threads, crafting complex curse patterns within the folds of the petals. An invisible giant hand suddenly clenched his heart, and he beheld Anubis's lotus heart shattering piece by piece, each fallen petal reflecting his own terrified visage. Unbeknownst to him, his chest cavity had become enmeshed with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter into fine powder at any moment. "Curse you!" Fang Yu roared, brandishing the golden staff, and the ethereal likeness of the great sage gradually materialized. The bud of the death rose trembled in agony, fissures resembling cocoons appearing on each petal. The golden staff struck heavily against the stem of the death, rose atop the pyramid. In the ensuing roar, the dark floral stem erupted into petals interwoven with gold and crimson. Streams of golden and crimson energy surged like lava through the cocoon patterns, flowing into Anubis's being. Despite the lotus heart in his silver hair having shattered, it reformed into a blazing ink symbol, each flame illuminating the resolve reflected in Fang Yu's eyes. Suddenly, Nephthys' vulture form dove down, the stardust cascading from her crown coalescing into golden feathers in the void. Anubis reached out to catch the feather, resonating with the lotus divine power, projecting a colossal balance scale in his palm. The left tray held Anubis's body, while the right tray contained Set's cursed black butterfly. "I shall shatter your curse with power," Fang Yu bellowed, channeling all the energy of the great sage, his fiery eyes no longer reflecting a darkened pupil, but instead radiating a gentle light. Another resounding boom echoed. The spectral form of Set's black butterfly emitted a piercing shriek, each wing disintegrating into points of light. "Do you think that by destroying me, you can end the curse?" "No." As the words fell, Fang Yu swung the golden staff to cleave through the last dark petal, revealing the coiled form of Set's final apparition at the core. In an instant, Set's last image shattered into myriad black butterflies, each wing adorned with cocoon patterns. All the cocoon patterns simultaneously blossomed into lotus flowers, the souls of the departed soaring towards the starry sky upon the petals. However, these black butterflies did not dissipate. Instead, they circled around the newly born lotus, gradually dyeing their wings with golden edges, a sign of the curse being purified. Fang Yu gazed at the cocoon patterns in his palm, which had faded into a pale, golden network, resembling the petals of a desert rose. He turned his gaze towards the vulture spirit of Nephthys, her beak pointing toward the direction. In the distance, the outline of the desert's edge appeared faintly. Gradually, her figure began to fade. Anubis knelt on one knee, planting half a rose into the sandy ground, and the golden stem swiftly spread, weaving a sea of lotus flowers across the desert. Each step through the floral expanse stirred up fine specks of luminous dust, reflecting a myriad of differing scenes. The princess of ancient Egypt danced harmoniously with Athena of ancient Greece amidst the waters. Zeus stood majestically atop the throne of the pharaoh, his body crackling with lightning. Clearly, these were remnants of the past, now woven into the fabric of history. Suddenly, the silhouette at the edge of the distant desert became distinct. It was a city suspended above an oasis, crowned by a three-tiered stepped pyramid, where a grand obelisk stood alongside a fusion of Greek columns. Zeus's thunder roared above the city, his divine power unleashing purple lightning amidst the clouds. Mount Olympus loomed like a sacred and towering edifice, stretching into the heavens, radiating with resplendent light. The gaze of Zeus, with his thunderous eyes, surveyed the horizon with an expressionless demeanor, silently observing. In Fang Yu's palm, the faint golden cocoon pattern suddenly grew warm, as if a living vein crawled along his arm to his heart. He beheld the purple lightning striking from the summit of Olympus. Zeus's thunder coiled into a spiral vortex of energy within the clouds, each collision exploding into star-like fragments. When these fragments fell upon the desert, they blossomed into blue cornflowers, their petals inscribed with remnants of cuneiform script. The king of Olympus seldom revealed himself. Those bolts of lightning served as embers for Set and warnings for them all. Suddenly, the golden staff trembled violently, its golden glow flaring up. Fang Yu tightened his grip on the staff, only to discover that the black butterfly incantation had transformed into golden Sanskrit. Set's curse was merely the tip of the iceberg, far less potent than Zeus's wrath. Gradually, the silhouette vanished from sight. Fang Yu fixed his gaze upon the flowing golden Sanskrit. One day, he vowed, he would descend upon Mount Olympus. Anubis stood by the pyramid, gazing in the direction where the silhouette had disappeared. Fang Yu seemed to have an epiphany and summoned Mo-ing to serve as his translator. He requested Mo-ing to inquire how he could find the true ghost. Without hesitation, Mo-ing turned and asked Anubis as Fang Yu instructed. Anubis paused, then elucidated to Mo-ing. As Mo-ing translated, he remarked, "He said he knows nothing of ghosts, but he is familiar with spirits. Their connection is unclear, yet there is a place that might hold the ghost you seek, Atlantis." The legend of Atlantis' demise is intertwined with ghosts, though he is uncertain of the specifics. Fang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously assumed that spirits were synonymous with ghosts, but it appeared he had misjudged. A clue, nonetheless, was better than none at all. The tales surrounding Atlantis' downfall were numerous, one suggesting it sank beneath the waves due to divine retribution, one of many legends. In truth, no one knew the reality, and thus, the authenticity of the events could not be substantiated. After answering the questions, Anubis vanished along with the pyramid before the eyes of the onlookers. The stars had not fully faded, yet the horizon began to exude a gentle glow. The initial rays of dawn, as delicate as spider silk, quietly climbed from the fissures of the horizon. Fang Yu turned his gaze towards Cliff. The mission was nearing completion. Cliff felt a tightening in his chest. No one remained to aid him. Set's incarnation had been vanquished, and even Anubis was no longer on his side. Without uttering a word, he sought to flee from this place immediately. Here, apart from him, everyone else harbored intentions of taking his life. Wang Mian drew forth his obsidian blade, the edge gleaming with a radiant light, akin to a flash of lightning. With a swift motion, the blade descended. Cliff's legs succumbed to numbness, followed by a surge of pain. Rose raised her mighty hammer and leaped into the air. The moon demon, appearing behind Cliff unbeknownst to him, equally lifted his chilling dagger. The sound of two crisp chimes echoed through the air. Chapter 80, Task Completed, System 2. 0. Ascension to the Boundless Realm. The warhammer of Rose clattered to the ground, as did the blade of Yuegui. The golden staff was firmly embedded in the earth, causing fissures to spread around it. Rose and Yuegui shook off their soreness, gazing at Fang Yu in disbelief. What do you mean by that? The vortex inquired in confusion. Fang Yu picked up the golden staff and calmly stated, "This person is my target." His mission was to eliminate Cliff. Yet he had not anticipated the unexpected turn of events, which even involved Zeus. If others were to slay Cliff, when would he ever complete his task? Wang Mian merely nodded slightly, signaling for the two to secure their weapons. Fang Yu raised the golden staff and struck Cliff with it. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The Sun Wukong entry has reached 100%. System version 2.0 is currently upgrading. System version 2.0 upgrade complete. Host can now earn points without solely relying on tasks. Defeating mythological beings, extraterrestrial foes, or deities will yield points. Defeating mythological beings or extraterrestrial adversaries below the river boundary awards 10 points. Defeating mythological beings or extraterrestrial foes below the sea boundary awards 50 points. Defeating mythological beings or extraterrestrial adversaries below the boundless boundary awards 100 points. Defeating beings below the Trellin boundary awards 500 points. Eliminating a deity starts at 1,000 points. To summon the supreme deity Sun Wukong requires 1,000 points. Sustained for 1 day. The host has successfully become the proxy of Sun Wukong, with rewards elevating to the boundless realm. Subsequently, a surge of power coursed through him, elevating his realm to the boundless. In the context of Huaxia, this status marked him as a formidable expert, more than capable of leading a special team. The critical factor was Fang Yu's age. Establishing a special team would pose no issue, yet he had no need for such things. Fang Yu directed his gaze towards the system's marketplace, which had been enriched with an array of desirable items. System Marketplace 2.0 is now open. In addition to the previously available Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins, requisite weapons and treasures have been added. An ordinary artifact demanded 1,000 points. A high-level artifact required 5,000 points. An ancient artifact called for 10,000 points, and a chaotic artifact necessitated 100,000 points. Items such as the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Xianyuan sword, the Pangu axe, and the spirit refining pot came into view. Fang Yu's pupils constricted as he beheld the soul-infusing pendant, priced at 10,000 points, equivalent to the need to slay 10 deities to accrue. Current points, 1,860. 1,000 points is the reward for completing the first stage. Current Sun Wukong entry allows for 1 lottery draw. Initiating the draw. The system is conducting the lottery. The system host has obtained immortality. Immortality was a notable boon, yet it bore little relevance to his current circumstances. The second stage of the task commences. The current bound being is Pangu, a deity capable of creating planets, whose power far exceeds that of the supreme gods. In the past, Pangu vanquished 3,000 demon gods, with only Hongjun Laozu and Yangmei Daxian surviving. He wielded the Pangu axe, cleaving the heavens and the earth. His body transformed into all things in the world, and his essence gave rise to the witch clan. Fang Yu contemplated that Pangu likely did not belong to the realm of god-slaying, as they are rulers of different dimensions. The world of god-slaying resembles a node in a parallel universe, akin to a viral invasion that requires rectification. The current task set by the system is to repel the invasion of foreign gods, with a reward of 1,000 points. This task is quite favorable. as spending 1,000 points not only allows him to slay deities and gain additional points, but also protects Huaxia. The most pressing matter now is to accumulate points. The mist monsters are the most abundant, yet without revealing his trump cards, he fears unforeseen complications. It may be wiser to confront the mist monsters after completing the task. Within Huaxia, monsters are relatively scarce, but he is aware of one, the flame vein earth dragon, although it resides only in the sea realm. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. He could take along 2 followers to increase his points. Fang Yu opened his panel. Name, Fang Yu. Realm, initial stage of infinite realm. Forbidden domains, slashing moon, banning heaven. Divine domain, Qi Tian Dharma form. Special abilities, Fire-Eye Golden Sight, 72 transformations. Clone, immortality. Divine artifacts, Golden Cudgel, Somersault Cloud. Current points, 1860. His capabilities now surpass the infinite realm, able to trample Klein and slay gods with points. Fang Yu approached Mo Ying, stating, "Now that Cliff is dead, it is your turn to depart." Mo Ying's pupils constricted. "I have been compliant, assisting you against Cliff. You promised to release me once he was found, and even offer your aid." Fang Yu would not let this sly character off the hook, suspecting treachery. He gazed at Mo Ying, a thought flickering in his mind. He promptly opened the system shop to search for items devoid of soul contracts. To his fortune, he discovered the Master Servant contract. Originally priced at $9.99, it was now available for only $499, and after a discount, he purchased it without hesitation. Fang Yu spoke calmly. "I now offer you a chance at life. Do you wish to live?" Mo Ying did not hesitate to agree, "As long as you spare my life." Fang Yu lightly touched his forehead, a surge of power penetrating deep into Mo Ying's soul. Mo Ying suddenly froze. "What is this?" Fang Yu explained. "It is akin to a whispering soul contract. As long as you do not defy my commands, you shall remain unharmed. However, should you harbor any intent of betrayal, you will perish instantly." Most individuals cannot resist the whispering soul contract, and the Master Servant contract is even more binding, unless one transcends to the divine level. They cannot escape its grasp. Keeping Mo Ying within the ancient God Church suffices. There is no need for him to act as an undercover agent. Fang Yu then inquired, "May I ask you a question? Do you know the whereabouts of the Annihilation Brahma's true form?" Mo Ying's brows furrowed tightly. He is well aware of who the Annihilation Brahma is. The World Destruction Brahma is indeed a deity unmatched even by Set. Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking that his words were rather excessive for simply revealing a location. Mo Ying helplessly responded, "I do not know. Only the president is privy to such information, while others remain in ignorance. Yu Huai is merely a minor identity of the World Destruction Brahma. How could he be unaware?" Fang Yu sighed, instructing him to remain within the ancient God Church and to gather intelligence on all the deities within it, promising that any news should be relayed to him. "If we are to act, let be in grand fashion. Eliminating Yu and Yu Huai lacks excitement. Slaying deities is exhilarating. It brings substantial rewards." At these words, Montak Ying inhaled sharply. He had struggled against Set's avatar not long ago, and now they were contemplating engaging even more formidable deities? A shiver ran down his spine. Yet he resolved to follow Fang Yu's directive and seek information on the whereabouts of the church's deities. Fang Yu gazed at the golden Sanskrit in his hand, contemplating, "Dare to leave a mark upon me? Zeus, await your reckoning. I shall surely ascend Mount Olympus." Chapter 81. 17 years old, Boundless Realm? Upon hearing this, the masked squad inhaled deeply. They were still engaged in combat against mythical creatures, and Fang Yu had just vanquished a divine avatar. Although it was merely an incarnation of a deity, its power had already transcended that of the Trellane realm. Fang Yu was still contemplating ascending Mount Olympus, a place formidable enough to rival the heavenly court. It was unexpected that the youth before him would utter such words. "Fang Yu, would you be willing to join the special squad? I can assist you in reporting to the higher-ups. Perhaps you could apply for inclusion in the special team." Wang Mian extended his enthusiastic invitation. In his view, having Fang Yu as a member of the special squad would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of Huaxia. Currently, Huaxia was managing to cope with certain mythical monsters, but when faced with a supreme deity, almost no one could stand against it, save for Zhou Ping. The critical point was that even Zhou Ping, no matter how formidable, might not be able to contend with the supreme god, while lower-tier deities were manageable. Encountering a god of Zeus's caliber would likely offer no chance of victory. Thus, having Fang Yu join the special squad as its captain was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Fang Yu furrowed his brow and quickly shook his head. No, I have my own matters to attend to. However, should Huaxia be in peril, I shall certainly lend my aid. Wang Mian shook his head in resignation, fully aware that such matters could not be forced. Excessive persuasion would likely breed resentment. Consequently, Fang Yu departed on his nimbus cloud. Time flew by, and soon the day of the emergence of the flame-veined earth dragon arrived. Fang Yu hovered in the sky, from a distance witnessing the tremendous commotion emanating from the distant mountains. My precious, you have finally appeared. I have awaited your arrival for so long. In the mountainous region, the once verdant oasis had instantly transformed into a desolate wasteland, engulfed in the crackling sounds of fire, a scene of devastation. Amidst the charred earth, a man wielding an axe stood in a deep pit, leaping out in a single bound. Opposite him stood the injured Sun Qingzhu, who bore Li Liang on his back, his leg already broken. Sun Qingzhu's face was a mask of fury, wishing nothing more than to rend the man before him into 1,000 pieces. Surprised? Unexpected? My life is indeed resilient, the man boasted with a smug grin. A flicker of discontent crossed Sun Qingzhu's eyes as he coldly retorted. Do you have the audacity to flaunt your bullying of the weak? Enough of your prattle. Do you know Lin Qiye? The man inquired. Sun Qingzhu pondered for a moment before responding, I do not know anyone named Lin Qiye or Lin Bei. Who is he? Wrong. Your presence here suggests you are likely affiliated with Lin Qiye. The man scratched his head and continued, How about this? If you help me capture Lin Qiye, I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingzhu sneered, Kneel and bow your head to me, and I shall help you capture Lin Qiye. And while I'm at it, help you collect your corpse. Such bravado, but it will take a mighty axe to address that, the man declared, brandishing his large axe as he advanced step by step, ominously stating, Your head, my axe has grown impatient for. Sun Qingzhu furrowed his brows and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding space was drained, and the countenance of the burly man grew increasingly menacing. He forcefully kicked back, wielding his massive axe with great vigor, effortlessly cleaving through the vacuum domain. With a thud, the man fell to the ground, staggering to his feet and coldly declaring, in such a limited space, You cannot harm me. As he glanced at the youth behind Sun Qingzhu, a realization struck him, prompting him to continue. You fear that the lad behind you will be caught up in this. Hence you are holding back your full power. With that, the man raised his axe and charged at Sun Qingzhu, the blade glinting ominously. Despite bearing a person on his back, Sun Qingzhu's movements remained unimpeded. He dodged swiftly, yet still suffered a gash on his shoulder, crimson blood seeping forth. A fissure appeared upon the mountainside behind him. Sun Qingzhu inhaled sharply, aware that had he been struck just moments ago, his fate would have been sealed. The man chuckled. My forbidden realm specifically counters your flamboyant techniques, shattering myriad laws with sheer force. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Qingzhu compressed the air around him, releasing a spark of energy. With a resounding thud, the man stumbled back several paces, blood trickling from his lips. As a practitioner of the river realm, he deemed the injury trivial. Is that all? Bring forth something stronger. This damage is insignificant. Sun Qingzhu's brow furrowed deeply, clearly realizing that he had not inflicted any substantial harm on his opponent. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. Are you certain? Fang Yu, perched upon a cloud, spoke languidly. Both the man and Sun Qingzhu were taken aback, questioning the identity of the newcomer. As Fang Yu reverted to his original form, Sun Qingzhu found himself unfamiliar with him. He had intended to deal with the small fish, only to witness this scene and descend to observe. The burly man barked, You brat, don't think your forbidden object makes you exceptional. Why stand so high? Fang Yu, appearing merely 17, seemed far from formidable. Brother, you stand no chance against him. It would be wise to flee. Sun Qingzhu, too, doubted the youth's ability to contend with the man. After all, the latter was a practitioner of the river realm. Even Lin Qiye would only manage a back-and-forth struggle against him. So how could this boy surpass Lin Qiye? Seeing Fang Yu still hovering above, the man bellowed, "You brat. If you don't come down, I'll beat you to death." Fang Yu shot him a glance, remarking dryly, "In such a hurry to meet your end. Are you afraid the soup of the underworld will run out?" The man retorted angrily, "You inexperienced child, your words carry quite a tone. Come and take an axe from me." With that, he leapt into the air, channeling all his strength to deliver a deadly swing of his axe. In a flash, Fang Yu evaded, delivering a swift kick to the man's face. The man's visage contorted instantaneously, several teeth dislodging from his mouth. With a thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? I couldn't even see his movements. The man's face was a mask of incredulity. Despite being a practitioner of the river realm, he had failed to perceive his opponent's actions. Sun Qingzhu's eyes widened. He too had been oblivious to how Fang Yu had struck, only hearing a swish before the man plummeted to the ground. "What trickery did you employ?" the man demanded. "Trickery?" Fang Yu shook his head in exasperation. "Go explain it to Yama. Remember in your next life to be a good person." The man was furious. He had never encountered such an audacious individual before. "You seek your own demise," he declared, charging forward once more. Fang Yu's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and in an instant, he unleashed the power of the infinite realm. The golden staff expanded dramatically, firmly grasped in his hands, as he swept it forcefully, sending a gust of wind that ruffled his beard. Upon sensing Fang Yu's formidable strength, the man's pupils widened in terror, and he turned to flee. "Too late. Be more cautious in your next life," Fang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Following his words, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Boom! The entire mountainside caved in, sending countless stones tumbling down. The man's lifeless body was buried deep within the mountain, destined to rest in eternal slumber. Points increased by 10. Sun Qingzhu stood in a daze, at a loss for words. 17 years old, and already at the infinite realm? Chapter 82. The resurgence of murmurs, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. A rotund figure perched upon a small sword shadow gazed imperiously down below. With a booming voice, Baili Fat proclaimed his arrival. Fang Yu's lips twitched slightly. "You have arrived too late. The enemies lie cold and lifeless. If you wait any longer, the feast will be served." Baili Fat's face registered astonishment. "What? They're dead? Who did this?" He had intended to rescue Sun Qingzhu, only to discover that this man had perished, and he was no ordinary foe. Sun Qingzhu scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "That man was struck in the mountainside by one of our brothers up ahead." Baili Fat glanced over and saw the mountainside 100 meters away, marred by spiderweb-like fissures, the bluish-gray rocks seemingly pulverized by a giant hammer, crumbling into powder and cascading down. "Hey, you should be dead then," Baili Fat stammered. "The corpse is indeed cold. There is nothing to worry about." "I shall take my leave," Fang Yu declared before vanishing in a swift motion. Baili Fat turned and inquired, "Who was that person?" Sun Qingzhu shook his head. "I do not know." Deep within the caverns beneath Jinan Mountain, an astonishingly vast underground expanse stretched out before the eye, resembling the combined width of 3 sports arenas. Raging magma occupied nearly half of the area, its crimson glow illuminating the shadowy grotto with a fierce radiance. Scorching waves of heat erupted from its limbs, while the earth dragon raised its neck, emitting a low growl, its blood-red eyes seething with fury as they fixed upon the silhouette ahead. The swirling magma around it roared violently, akin to a cauldron of boiling molten iron. The figure before it was none other than Fang Yu. "Call out again, and you might find yourself on the grill for dinner." No sooner had he spoken than a voice emerged from behind. "Kid, so arrogant. Who do you think you are?" The speaker was Ma Qianni, the 14th seat of the disciples, tasked with hunting Lin Qiye, his strength at the sea realm. The earth dragon was regarded as the overlord of the underground world, capable of traversing rock layers with ease and capable of triggering cataclysmic upheaval. "Your bravado is amusing. Thinking you can feast on its flesh?" Fang Yu shook his head in resignation. Perhaps you have not heard of me, but legends of my exploits circulate through the martial world. Greetings, I am the 15th seat. The 14th seat paused, taken aback. He had heard of the tales surrounding the 15th seat, but had never encountered the person himself. To achieve such a rank in just a few months was remarkable. He had heard that the 15th seat had recently vanished, yet here he was. Ma Tianyi patted his chest in relief. Ah, comrade, you startled me. By the way, what transpired earlier? Why was Lin Qiye so difficult to defeat? Fang Yu smiled faintly. Even with the power of the supreme deity, killing Lin Qiye is no simple task. Do you still entertain thoughts of vanquishing the protagonist? Difficult to kill? No, it is simply that he cannot die. The 14th seat furrowed his brow, gazing at the fiery depths. This should be secure. The two of us along with the Earth Dragon. No matter if Lin Qiye is an agent of dual deities, he will still have to surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding roar echoed as the infernal dragon, with its crimson eyes fixated intently on Ma Yiqian, suddenly coalesced flames around its body into a towering pillar of scarlet fire, hurling itself towards Ma Yiqian, who hung suspended in midair. Despite his swift maneuvers to evade the onslaught, the edges of the fiery torrent grazed him, igniting his right arm in searing flames that consumed his flesh at a visible rate, reducing it to ash. As he plunged into the magma, his face turned pale, yet there remained an unwavering thrill in his eyes. Confronted by such a formidable and enigmatic entity, the vast majority of his peers, save for a select few prodigies, found themselves utterly powerless. Only those of a higher realm could stand a chance against it. Fang Yu, save me, Ma Yiqian shouted desperately. Fang Yu merely observed in silence, pondering why he should intervene. He had intended to strike when Ma Yiqian was on the brink of death, seizing the opportunity for free points. Damn Fang Yu, why won't you help? We are both from the ancient god church. We are on the same side. Ma Yiqian exclaimed angrily. On the same side? Fang Yu scoffed. Who do you think you are to claim that? As the peril loomed closer, Ma Yiqian reached into his pocket and retrieved a small orb, crushing it with fervor while chanting an incantation. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, causing the surrounding magma to churn and the temperature to rise. Ma Yiqian was relentlessly scorched by the flames. You've been praying for ages. When is the incantation coming? Fang Yu remarked impatiently from the sidelines, curious if he could gain points from slaying a clone. Ma Yiqian furrowed his brow. Logically, after such a prolonged wait, the incantation should have arrived by now. If it did not, his demise was inevitable. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a figure descended lightly to the ground. It was a manifestation of the incantation. Incantation! Save me! Ma Yiqian cried out. With a gentle touch to the ground, the entire magma shifted, allowing Ma Yiqian to escape immediately. Turning to Fang Yu, surprise crossed his face. Fang Yu, what are you doing here? He asked curiously. To take your life. Fang Yu replied coldly, bypassing any pretense and resorting to insult. The incantation's manifestation grinned menacingly. Do not forget your soul contract with me. Kneel. It was confident that Fang Yu would not dare defy the binding agreement. However, as time passed, Fang Yu remained motionless, steadfast in his stance. The incantation's expression turned incredulous. How can you defy the command? Curious to know, Fang Yu stepped forward, brandishing the golden staff, prepared to explain to the king of hell. What has transpired during your absence that even my soul contract can be nullified? The incantation's demeanor grew icy. Why are you so verbose? I told you to explain it to the king of hell. Fang Yu retorted before charging forward with his weapon raised. With a cold chuckle, the incantation commanded, Ma Yiqian, attack him and eliminate him. I shall first claim this infernal dragon. Ma Yiqian promptly responded, rest assured, incantation, this Fang Yu is merely a novice from the Chuan realm. I guarantee I will bring him back to you. With a sinister grin, Ma Yiqian turned to Fang Yu and declared, boy, your time has come. Bid farewell to this world. If you have any final words, utter them swiftly, lest you find yourself without the chance to speak. After all, he belonged to the ocean realm, and dealing with someone from the river realm was more than a mere trifle. His strength was overwhelmingly superior. You seem quite confident, Fang Yu remarked. Ma Yiqian scoffed dismissively, You likely have no idea just how vast the disparity in power is between the river realm and the ocean realm. Curiously, Fang Yu inquired, just how great is it? Ma Yiqian formed a fist, asserting killing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Chapter 83. Earning an additional 30 points, Fang Yu activated Forbidden Heaven, sealing the surrounding space and creating an enclosed domain. Is this it? Ma Yiqian scolded. You can find yourself. How amusing. Fang Yu smirked coldly. Now, allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm between the sea realm and the infinite realm. With that, his aura surged. Reaching the infinite realm, Ma Yiqian was taken aback. How is this possible? You're only 17. How could you possess such power? This must be an illusion. He preferred to believe in a fade rather than accept Fang Yu's strength. Fang Yu glanced at him and calmly remarked, You're speaking too much. Furious, Ma Yiqian retorted. Arrogant fool, I shall shatter your illusion. He charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the blade's wind distorting the very air around him. Fang Yu's golden rod transformed into a straight blade as he shouted, Forbidden Abyss, Moon Cleave. A tremendous wave of energy engulfed the entire space, surpassing the infinite realm and reaching the Klein realm. Ma Yiqian's expression stiffened, his movements halted. Was it not said that Fang Yu only possessed the strength of the river realm? What is this Klein realm nonsense? With a chilling sound, Ma Yiqian's body was cleaved in two. Fortunately, the space was sealed. Otherwise, that force would have split the entire mountain. Only 2 minutes had passed. Within Forbidden Heaven, the power had not permeated outside, so Yu remained unaware of the outcome. As the space opened, a figure slowly emerged. Yu sneered. Fang Yu is dead? That was quick. I never expected this brat to be so weak. I initially considered promoting him. It seems I misjudged. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving only Ma Yiqian alive. One was newly entered into the river realm, while the other stood at the pinnacle of the sea realm. There was no need to deliberate on the victor. Yet, Fang Yu's figure gradually materialized. Yu gasped in shock. How is it possible that you survived? It has been scarcely any time. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and cursed, truly useless, to be so swiftly defeated by someone in the river realm. What a waste of investment. Fang Yu pointed at Yu and said nonchalantly, It's your turn. The crimson aura still flickering at his fingertips. Yu could not suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. He bent down to gently pat the head of the lava-scaled earth dragon, his voice laced with mischievous delight. Go forth, my little tyrant. A colossal beast, comparable to a small mountain, suddenly reared its head and roared. Lava erupted from the gaps in its spine, forming a serpentine chain of fire that crackled in the air. As its forepaws crushed the ground, the entire rocky surface splintered, molten lava seeping forth in torrents from the claw marks. Yu chuckled. Let me show you what absolute Earth Domain truly means. The lava-scaled Earth Dragon immediately activated Absolute Earth Domain, granting it the ability to manipulate the land's form and texture at will. At that moment, Fang Yu felt himself sinking as the ground transformed, becoming soft and yielding. He lightly tapped the surface, using the momentum to rebound into the air, where the nimbus cloud awaited to catch him. The individual in question, though large in stature, poses little threat. If only he could be prepared for a barbecue, accompanied by a drizzle of honey glaze, it would be truly exquisite. Fang Yu wiped away the drool. Yu raised an eyebrow, her tone brimming with audacity. Daring to consume the Inferno Pulse Dragon, one wonders if he possesses the fortune to do so. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the fiery patterns adorning the Inferno Pulse Dragon ignited, the searing heat distorting the very air around them. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened, his form darting towards the Inferno Pulse Dragon like a streak of lightning, the blade in his hand glinting ominously. As he approached, he leapt high into the air, harnessing his momentum and the force of his blade to deliver a fierce strike to the dragon's neck. However, the Inferno Pulse Dragon seemed to anticipate his move. Its robust tail lashed out like a colossal steel whip, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the airborne Fang Yu. Sensing the imminent danger, Fang Yu twisted his body mid-air, swinging his blade towards the dragon's tail. A resounding clang echoed as the tail severed and fell to the ground. The creature, racked with pain, opened its massive jaws. unleashing a torrential column of lava akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu swiftly maneuvered to evade the molten attack. How is this possible? Yu stood stunned nearby. The Inferno Pulse Dragon was nearly at the boundless realm. How could it be so easily disarmed? As he dodged the lava column, Fang Yu simultaneously employed the Celestial Seal, constricting the surrounding space. You wish to take on two opponents? Your audacity is commendable, yet your strength is lacking, Yu scoffed. Though this avatar possessed only the strength of the Sea Realm, he himself held the Klein Realm, and with the Inferno Pulse Dragon, the odds were decidedly in his favor. Fang Yu replied coolly, "It is time to conclude this." Yu felt a sudden drop in his realm by 50%. A frown creased his brow. Something was amiss. Why is my realm diminished by half? And the same for the Inferno Pulse Dragon? What illusion have you cast? Under normal circumstances, such a phenomenon was unheard of. How could anyone be privy to its effects? You could only assume it was a standard illusionary trap. Creating illusions is also within my skill set. Watch as I shatter yours, Yu declared, launching an assault against the enclosing walls. Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance, speaking softly, "Cease your attacks, simpleton. This is no illusion. You shall witness something today that you have never encountered before." In a flash, he positioned his blade against Yu's throat. Yu's eyes widened. The speed was astonishingly swift. He had barely registered the movement before the blade was a mere 0.1 millimeters from his neck. How is this possible? No sooner had he uttered the words than Yu's avatar vanished in an instant. Fang Yu did not receive any system points, evidently. Only the main body would yield rewards, not the avatar. He turned his gaze towards the Inferno Pulse Dragon, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. How could he facilitate the dragon's evolution? The creature was already on the brink of the boundless realm, merely a step away. Slaying a foe of the boundless realm would grant 100 points, while a Sea Realm opponent would only yield 50, half the value. He accessed the system marketplace. Fang Yu scoured the system marketplace for methods to induce evolution in beastkind. Numerous options were available, yet the critical issue remained. The points required were exorbitantly high. There are 700 to 800 points and 100 or 200 points. None of these are worthwhile. They result in a significant loss. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly paused. Fierce Beast Pill, 20 points. When consumed by beasts, it allows for a brief breakthrough to a minor realm, but the after effects are severe, leaving hidden dangers. It is not advisable for beasts to use. I shall not accept your suggestion. Thank you. Fang Yu immediately made the purchase, though regrettably, there was no discount. Nevertheless, this allowed him to earn an additional 30 points. At that moment, the Flame Vein Earth Dragon was still intent on attacking Fang Yu, roaring loudly. Observing this, Fang Yu promptly tossed the Fierce Beast Pill into its mouth. "Here, little darling, have a sweet treat." Instantly, the Flame Vein Earth Dragon's size surged, and bubbles continuously erupted from the surrounding magma. The temperature within the space escalated relentlessly. Chapter 84. The God Slayer. The first sea god Poseidon, the Inferno Dragon of the Flame Veins, ascended to the boundless realm, its aura more terrifying than ever. As magma boiled violently, the air was suffused with intense heat, threatening to incinerate the very fabric of this space and shatter its barriers. It raised its colossal claw and struck forcefully against the barrier. The earth trembled, and the entire realm quaked, only to return to tranquility moments later. Fang Yu's heavenly restraint was impenetrable to divine beings. He gazed down upon this scene from his somersault cloud. His temper, rather volatile, was due for resolution. He gently lifted the straight blade in his hand and approached the Inferno Dragon. The blade shimmered, and waves of cutting energy surged forth. With a sharp sound, the massive head tumbled to the ground, its limbs collapsing in a lifeless heap. Observing the enormous body, Fang Yu hesitated before testing the flesh. It was rather tough and unpalatable. He glanced at his system points. Current points, 1970. He had only gained a little over 100 points. Accumulating points was indeed a difficult endeavor. Though he could exchange them for a divine void and a forbidden void, he needed to reserve these points for future adversaries and would not squander them frivolously. After Fang Yu departed, Lin Qiye and Sun Wukong arrived at the scene. Gazing at the massive carcass, they inhaled sharply. Who could have slain this beast? The members of the ancient god church lay dead as well. Lin Qiye crouched down, examining the neat wounds, and spoke slowly. It seems each was a single lethal strike, devoid of superfluous movements. To achieve a one-strike kill, what level of power must one possess? Li Pang expressed his astonishment. At the very least, it must be above the boundless realm, Sun Qingzhu replied. The boundless realm is comprised of special task forces. Could it be that members of such a team visited here? Li Pang seemed to have an epiphany and asked, could it have been the individual from earlier? Sun Qingzhu pondered briefly and shook her head, deeming it improbable. He is still so young. It is unlikely he is of the boundless realm. At most he is of the sea realm. Lin Qiye's eyes glinted with recognition. Is it him? Fang Yu stood upon the clouds, gazing at the sunset as the horizon was painted in hues of russet and crimson. He contemplated in silence. When will Poseidon arrive? As a deity, must he not traverse with greater haste? I wonder if he might grant additional points. At that moment, a flash of sword light rushed forth. Zhou Ping's eyes fixated on the vast ocean, his grip tightening around his sword. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed someone above him. Who are you, sir? He inquired with a calm demeanor. Fang Yu replied softly, I am the great sage equal to heaven. At that moment, Fang Yu had transformed into the likeness of Sun Wukong. Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning, in Huaxia, there are no deities. From where do you emerge? Who says there are no deities in Huaxia? Today, you shall witness one, Fang Yu responded. Zhou Ping was utterly perplexed, uncertain of the other's intentions. Yet his words suggested no malice toward Huaxia. Curiously, Zhou Ping asked, what brings you here? To slay gods. Fang Yu replied slowly, slay gods? Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback. His intent was to intimidate and compel them to retreat, yet this individual boldly proclaimed his intention to kill a god. At present, his strength is sufficient to contend with some lower-tier deities. Yet when faced with the supreme gods, it is likely that he would find it exceedingly challenging. Opposite him stands Poseidon, a formidable deity in his own right, and I fear I too would struggle against him. Zhou Ping's words trailed off abruptly. It is noteworthy that the mightiest force in Huaxia stands before you, yet you harbor no confidence in confronting it, yet you boldly speak of slaying gods. Fang Yu brandished his golden staff, delivering a powerful strike that unleashed a terrifying force, sweeping across the surroundings. They have already breached the threshold of our domain. We shall ascend Olympus in retaliation, daring to counter those who dare to wreak havoc in Huaxia. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. This individual is excessively arrogant. The critical issue is that Huaxia currently lacks deities, rendering us ill-equipped for confrontation. Mere words cannot secure victory. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted. The inky sea roiled as if boiling, and in the distant horizon where the water met the sky, a towering wall of waves surged skyward. This colossal wave wall stood majestically, cleaving through storm clouds, while silvery arcs of lightning danced amidst the tumultuous waters, accompanied by a deafening roar, bearing down upon the city below like ants. The sound of a clear and piercing sword chant resonated from the heavens, shattering the silence like stone striking metal. The roar of the waves, capable of engulfing the very heavens and earth, suddenly froze, plunging the realms into profound stillness, leaving only the echo that stirred the sea into silvery ripples, as if time itself had been severed in twain by this blade. In an instant, the surging wall of waves abruptly solidified, and the next moment, it broke cleanly in two at its midpoint, as though an invisible divine sword had cleaved through the sky and sea, bisecting the water curtain that stretched for miles. The upper portion of the waves hung, suspended in mid-air like an inverted glacier, while the lower segment collapsed in a cacophony of shattered jade. The two sections of the waves collided, sending spray akin to shards of precious jade soaring into the sky, thundering like a tempest over the firmament. Even the air shimmered in the wake of the shockwave, as if the depths of the ocean had detonated with an imperceptible thunder. The sea trembled violently, and a mightier column of water erupted from the depths, resembling a colossal pillar that rent the leaden clouds asunder, with the crest of the wave twisting and tearing through the deluge of rain. Within the resounding tumult lay the fury of the deep sea, as if the entire ocean had risen in a moment of wrath. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze to his toes, his fingertips gently tapping the long box cradled in his arms. The sound of the sword echoed through the clouds, and the gargantuan wave column suddenly froze in place, as countless azure beams erupted from the void, ensnaring the tumultuous waters like a celestial net. The waves shattered into silver-scaled raindrops in the presence of the sword's aura, cascading down as the sea returned to an eerie silence, save for the chilling gleam that seeped through the gaps of the long box. Those who offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Fang Yu's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Originally, Zhou Ping intended to say, in the realm ahead, deities are forbidden, to maintain a semblance of humility, yet Fang Yu's words were infused with a palpable killing intent. At that moment, the vast expanse of the sea surged violently, the waves folding and fracturing as if alive. The gaping maw of the deep sea opened with a resounding roar, dividing the inky waters into steep cliffs, revealing an unfathomable abyss. As if the heavens and earth had been torn apart, leaving a vast wound. At the bifurcation of the water curtain, a robust figure emerged from the abyss. A bare-chested man wielding a trident, his inky black hair cascading to his waist, and his chiseled visage adorned with exotic totems. With each step, the depths of the ocean trembled, a formidable pressure akin to a hammer crushing through one's very nerves, while even the shattering walls of waves bowed in deference behind him, as if Poseidon himself had emerged from the abyss to tread upon the mortal realm. He lightly touched the surface of the sea, and, in an instant, stood before Fang Yu. The trident struck the ground with a thunderous roar, vibrating violently, causing the earth to groan under the weight of its might. While the furious wrath of the deep sea surged forth with this blow, a deep voice, laced with the briny essence of the tides, echoed as droplets from the trident's tip scorched the ground, releasing wisps of smoke. Insect, do you recognize me? The wrath of Poseidon? Fang Yu's voice was as cold as an icy blade. In the eyes of our divine beings of Huaxia, you are but an insect. Poseidon's pupils constricted sharply, as the trident conjured towering columns of waves. How dare you, a humble human, desecrate divine authority? Chapter 85. Nurturing the dragon vein of Huaxia with divine blood, the trident of Poseidon erupted with a blinding blue radiance, unleashing a tsunami of energy that surged towards Fang Yu. With a swift horizontal sweep of his golden staff, the shimmering golden shadow struck the waves like a celestial pillar. The collision of these two formidable forces distorted the space around them, causing seawater to evaporate into a dense, white mist from the extreme heat. Is there no deity in Huaxia? Fang Yu's voice was cold and filled with fury. As his words echoed, the laws of heaven and earth trembled violently, and the void shattered like fragile glass, coalescing into a golden altar within the waters of Huaxia. Sun Wukong's robes billowed without wind, and the golden staff hovered above him, spinning and inscribing countless runes. Suddenly, he let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. The great sage has arrived. His third eye on his forehead burst open, golden flames erupting forth and illuminating the vast ocean. From his back, the towering figure of the victorious Buddha unfurled, transforming into the immense Qi Tian de Sheng, adorned with a crown of sun and moon. His feet clad in boots of mountains and rivers, he wielded the golden staff, poised to pierce through the three realms. As Poseidon's trident grazed the boundary of the Huaxia Sea, it was shattered by an invisible divine force. The great sage looked down, and Poseidon felt his divine power surge forth uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst, forcing him to kneel on the ocean's surface in a shriveled posture. I am the god of the sea. The entirety of the ocean belongs to me, Poseidon proclaimed in a low voice. The great sage raised his hand and waved, transforming the golden staff into a myriad of golden beams that hung in the sky, each beam a harbinger of divine retribution. Suddenly, the entire surface of the Pacific Ocean froze, towering walls of water suspended in mid-air, resembling countless icy blades aimed at the heavens. Poseidon's pupils constricted as he gazed upon the multitude of golden beams, finally squeezing out a note of fear from between his teeth. why you are not human." Before he could finish, the golden light from the staff cascaded down like a torrential rain, each beam that touched the ground igniting the sea with divine flames. Poseidon's trident flared with blue light, summoning 9 massive water dragons that soared into the air, each dragon's gaping maw ready to devour the golden light. Yet, the great sage remained undaunted, his golden staff spinning in his palm, creating a vortex that directly engulfed the nearest water dragon, shredding it into a myriad of sparkling droplets. And like tricks, the great sage ascended upon the clouds, the golden staff expanding in the wind, transforming into a colossal staff 1,000 meters long. When it struck among the swarm of water dragons, it penetrated as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The shrieks of the water dragons exploding into ear-splitting cries as their scales shattered. Yet, upon contact with the golden staff, they were instantly evaporated into nothingness. Poseidon's pupils narrowed in shock as he realized that the evaporated seawater had crystallized into golden salt crystals in the air, shooting towards him like lethal blades. The body of a sea god cannot be harmed by mere mortals. Poseidon roared, brandishing his trident to create a massive wave barrier. But the salt crystals pierced through the watery curtain as if it were non-existent, carving dozens of bloody gashes across his chest. As the divine blood dripped onto the ocean's surface, it ignited into azure flames. This was the true fire of Samadhi, a power that specifically targeted the essence of the Western pantheon. How can this be? Poseidon clutched his chest and retreated, his hands thrashing against the water's surface, conjuring tumultuous waves. Yet the great sage offered him no respite, casting forth a handful of fine hairs. Countless strands of monkey hair transformed into golden armored war deities, each wielding a diminutive version of the golden staff, arrayed in a grand formation reminiscent of the celestial constellations. Poseidon felt the laws of the universe distort abruptly. His dominion over water within this formation seemed ensnared, as if sealed. The water elements he had just summoned were instantly ground to a fine powder by the stellar forces. The radiant sage struck at his face with the staff, and Poseidon barely raised his trident to parry. A crack, like a spider's web, appeared on the trident. More terrifying was the fact that the true fire of the golden staff licked along the shaft of the trident. His once proud sea god powers crackled within the flames, akin to water splashed upon hot oil. "No, my trident, my divine power." Poseidon gazed in horror as his artifact, which had accompanied him for millennia, gradually crumbled, the essence of his divine power spilling forth wildly through the fissures. The radiant sage sent forth a beam of golden light from his fingertips, piercing Poseidon's brow. The moment the golden light entered his being, Poseidon felt as though the entire ocean was betraying him. The great whales in the depths of the ocean suddenly surfaced en masse, and the magma from the underwater volcanoes erupted, no longer restrained by divine power. Like a colossal red dragon, they surged forth, forming a peculiar domain around him. "No, no, I am a deity, I shall not perish." Poseidon's divine form began to disintegrate, revealing his contorted body beneath, a manifestation of the chaos unleashed by his dissipating divine power. He attempted to call upon Zeus for assistance, only to find his throat seared through by the true fire, resulting in a muffled whimper. "Offend our China, and you shall face retribution, no matter the distance." The radiant sage raised his hand to grasp the core of his divinity, golden divine power, surging like a tide, suffusing the blue crystal with a gilded hue. Poseidon's consciousness blurred in agony as he struggled to summon Zeus. "Zeus!" With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The golden staff descended at an opportune moment, shattering the remnants of Poseidon's divine form with precision. Golden divine blood rained down, each droplet erupting into lotus-shaped flames upon the ocean surface. As the remnants of Poseidon's divine form plummeted into the sea, the perception of the Western pantheon stirred a tumult akin to a tsunami of 12 degrees. Atop Mount Olympus, Zeus's gaze flickered with cold light, the sea god contract etched upon his thunderous staff, fracturing inch by inch. This was a sign of the primordial link bound to Poseidon's divinity being forcefully torn asunder. "Impossible." Hera gazed at the dimming silhouette of the sea god within the crystal orb. How could Poseidon fall? After all, there were no gods in China. Could something unforeseen have transpired? Athena's wise eyes rippled with a crimson hue. The laws of this sea domain have been restructured. Poseidon's authority over the seas had utterly lost its efficacy under the sage's divine might. She pointed to the golden salt crystals forming in the image. Once deemed trivial by Poseidon, they were now weaving a vast tapestry of golden sigils across the surface of the sea, each stroke engraved with the Eastern laws crushing the Western divine authority. As the last blue divine crystal emitted a dying whimper, the oceanic runes on the surface melted like ice meeting fire, gradually revealing a character composed of golden cloud patterns. Bold, the divine punishment of Zeus, a thunderbolt that tore through the fabric of space, was reduced to mere fragments upon making contact with the golden rod. The residual shock waves toppled the sacred altar atop the holy mountain, sending the gods in the temple into a frenzy of panic. Just as the Western deities were about to voice their objections, the great sage of light, with his colossal jaws agape, proclaimed in a voice as resonant as a grand bell, "Should you dare to tread further, I shall dismantle Olympus and nourish the dragon vein of Huaxia with divine blood." Chapter 86. Hades, the voice of the system, resonated coldly. Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the deity Poseidon. You have earned 3,000 points. 3,000 points. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had never possessed such a substantial amount of points before. Moreover, the critical task of the system remained incomplete, which would yield an additional 1,000 points upon its conclusion. The goal of 10,000 points was now within reach. Indeed, the path of slaying deities proved to be swift. Poseidon's strength was formidable, and the acquisition of 3,000 points suggested he was comparable in power to Zhou Ping. At this moment, Zhou Ping gazed at the exalted being, the radiant sage, his eyes reflecting a tapestry of emotions. Initially, he had doubted the authenticity of the claims made, yet it was indeed the divine Sun Wukong of Huaxia. Great sage, where shall we venture next? Zhou Ping's diminutive form belied the resonance of his voice. The radiant sage's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance, then vanished in an instant without uttering a word, leaving Zhou Ping alone in contemplation. With Fang Yu's task still pending, he resolved to pursue his objectives. For the deities invading Huaxia were not limited to Poseidon. In the northern expanse of the great Xia, as the night deepened, the graveyard erupted with a thunderous roar. The sound of frozen earth cracking echoed as coffins splintered. A skeletal figure, propped up by decaying burial garments, sat upright, its fingers rapping rhythmically against the coffin's edge, producing an eerie clatter. From the depths of its eye sockets, dark flames surged, licking the moonlight, while viscous black liquid oozed from the gaps between its ribs, slithering across the bluestone slabs to form grotesque patterns. The skeletal remains dragged their fractured leg bones, taking tentative steps toward a flickering lantern at the village entrance. The soul requiem bells at their ankles rendered silent. A series of muffled thuds shattered the stillness, and the skeletons in the cemetery all rose to sit upright, their skulls turning mechanically as they lined up in the darkness, trampling fallen leaves as they ambled toward the city. The shadows of death surged like a tide over the desolate grasslands, leaving a trail of lifeless insects in their wake. As this skeletal army reached the outskirts of the city, they collided with a dimly lit paper lantern at an alley's mouth. The lantern bearer, a man in his 40s clad in a dark red cloak, with a standard starry blade embedded in the ground by his side, lifted his gaze to confront the encroaching darkness, retrieving a cigarette to light. As the flame flared, a blinding light akin to golden waves erupted, sweeping away the oppressive gloom. The darkness was halted before him. The man rose, drawing his blade, the starry knife gleaming with a chilling brilliance. He gazed into the distance, his voice resonating deeply. "I am Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the night watchmen of the great Xia." A shadow darted across the horizon, swiftly halting before Yi Fan. As the figure materialized, the surrounding forest withered, and a palpable aura of death surged forth. A whisper from the void echoed, 10 years ago, you were shattered by Gaia, yet you still cling to life? Such is fate. Yi Fan replied, his tone devoid of inflection. And you, after a decade, still harbor hopes regarding the resentment of Shiva? A voice emerged from the darkness once more, declaring, only Olympus is worthy of wielding such power. Yi Fan scoffed, the Greek pantheon is indeed intact. But how many of your own deities have you sacrificed along with your citizens? Danaus, Hypnos, Hemera, the offspring of Nyx, are nearly exterminated, are they not? Half a year ago, Nyx resurfaced in the Great Xia. When she fully awakens, can Gaia withstand her wrath? A shadow trembled violently, its formlessness failing to conceal the terror it invoked. Impossible. She has long been dead. Hades, the lord of the underworld, you are most knowledgeable about death. Yi Fan's voice was icy, yet beneath the mist, nothing was beyond possibility. The aura of death surged around Hades, the oppressive might of the underworld bearing down upon him. He whispered ominously, wrapped in the chill of the netherworld, surrender the wrath of Shiva, or I shall turn this realm into desolation. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing on her lips, a flicker of disdain in her gaze. After 10 years, your once indomitable spirit has waned. With a thunderous crash, Yi Fan's fingertips transformed into a Buddhist seal, golden radiance erupting to counter the swirling, deathly energy. Hades' eyes shimmered with golden light. A god is a god, and a mortal is a mortal. How can an ant shake a tree or a mantis block a chariot? Before he could finish, a radiant golden lotus behind him tore through the fabric of space, its countless golden rays descending like chains to entangle the aura of the underworld. Hades sensed a formidable surge of energy. His golden pupils contracted in shock. The power rivaled that of Zeus. To offend our Huaxia, no matter the distance, shall bring retribution. The voice resonated powerfully, stirring a tempest around them. The brilliance of the great sage illuminated the entire land, dazzling like the sun. Hades gazed upon the colossal figure, trembling with disbelief. The deities of Huaxia have long vanished. How could you possibly be here? The great sage's gaze was piercing. The gods of Huaxia have no need to explain their actions to you. Hades sneered, merely grasping at straws. With that, the waters of the river Styx morphed into a giant serpent, lunging at the great sage. Yet, as Wukong wielded his golden staff, the radiant gold swept through, reducing the serpent to mere dust. The great sage descended upon clouds, his staff poised not just to confront death, but to embody defiance. Hades' deathly energy coalesced into a massive coffin, plummeting down, and as the lid opened, countless skeletal hands surged forth. The great sage flicked his staff, unleashing a torrent of golden light that shattered the coffin in midair, turning the bony hands to ashes upon contact with the brilliance. With a flourish, the great sage summoned a tempest, the shadows of his staff raining down upon Hades' ethereal form. A deafening rumble echoed as Hades hastily summoned his scythe to unleash a dark strike, only to witness the golden staff swell with radiance, withstanding the onslaught and carving a chasm 1,000 meters deep into the earth. A thunderous crash resounded. The once towering peaks were leveled to the ground. The great sage propelled himself into the air, his staff aimed directly at Hades' face. The scythe clashed violently with the golden staff, erupting into blinding black and gold lightning, reducing the surrounding 10 miles of forest to dust. Hades roared, wielding his scythe in a frenzy, as the waters of the river Styx transformed into a 9-headed serpent. The great sage plucked a hair, blowing it into a sky filled with fire crows, each one morphing into the manifestation of the victorious Buddha, striking at the serpent's heads with a staff. Just as the 9-headed serpent regenerated its heads, the fire crows pecked out its eyes. And though the serpent coiled around the great sage, it was ignited by the true fire, lamenting as it turned to ashes. Soaring through the clouds, the great sage's staff absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, crashing down like a celestial pillar. Hades raised the barriers of the underworld in defense. Yet the staff pierced through the defenses as if they were mere parchment, striking heavily against his chest. With a resounding boom, Hades was plunged into the depths of the earth, 1,000 meters below, as the waters of the underworld surged forth through the fissures, only to be sealed by the golden chains formed from the golden staff, cast by the great sage. Seizing the moment, the great sage soared through the air, wielding the staff with the might of the celestial river. Hades' hastily conjured bone wall crumbled before it could withstand even a second, propelling him miles away, where he crashed against the snow-capped mountains before barely stabilizing himself. The lord of the underworld, Hades, bellowed, invoking necromancy. Millions of bones erupted from the earth. Yet, the great sage merely smiled as the golden staff spun within his grasp, transforming into a golden vortex that siphoned the life force from the skeletons. As the last of the bones disintegrated into dust, the radiant great sage leaped into the air, the golden staff cleaving towards Hades with a shriek that rent the fabric of space. This strike carried with it an anger that spanned 80,000 miles, rendering even the gods of Olympus speechless in that moment. Hades' golden eyes narrowed sharply as he summoned all his power to erect a triple-layered black crystal shield from the essence of the underworld. The golden staff descended with cataclysmic force. Chapter 87. Divine Being? Kneel. The first layer of the shield shattered like glass. The second layer contorted and warped. The third layer strained to hold its form, yet cracks began to spread. The triple black crystal shields, under the radiant golden light, burst like fragile porcelain, scattering crystalline shards that sliced through the clouds, transforming into a rain of fiery embers. Hades was pressed down against the ground, the deathly aura of the underworld seething beneath the golden staff, emitting a piercing shriek. The clash of golden light and dark mist spiraled into a vortex, each collision distorting the fabric of time and space. Hades' death scythe was dented and deformed, its blade curling into a spiral. Yet it still sought to latch onto the golden staff for a counterattack. The great sage, with a single muscular arm, stood resolute, his fur bristling under his battle attire. The hem of his garments stained with the murky waters of the underworld being torn into shreds by the energy flows. Hades' ethereal form manifested countless tiny fissures, each gushing forth black underworld flames, yet was compelled to retreat under the relentless pressure of the golden light enveloping the great sage. The golden radiance at the tip of the staff coalesced into a fearsome dragon head illusion, its maw wide open, devouring the deathly aura, each bite causing the god of the underworld's essence to wither further. In the distance, mountains crumbled under the residual energy waves, snow and rock cascading like a mudslide, only to be pulverized into dust by an invisible barrier as they neared the battlefield. The great sage erupted with the brilliance of 84,000 hairs, each hair transforming into a towering Buddhist figure, wielding the golden staff and forming a triad formation. Hades' pupils constricted sharply under the weight of the myriad Buddhist figures. His ethereal form finally faltered, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Seizing the moment, the golden staff breached the last layer of the shield, its tip pressing against Hades' forehead. As the golden light, alive with vigor, penetrated his divine form, instantaneously incinerating the deathly aura within. A sudden silence enveloped the realm, with only the lingering hum of the vibrating golden staff resonating through the air. The great sage stood upon the remnants of the shattered shield, gazing at the dissipating black mist in his palm. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, the golden glow shot forth like a meteor into the heavens, carving a luminous rift through the somber clouds, stretching for 1,000 miles. Hades' remaining form retreated 1,000 miles, his ethereal essence dissipating into a thin mist amongst the stars as he tore open a chasm in the underworld, from which countless skeletal warships emerged, their prows adorned with grinning skulls and banners of underworld flames unfurling in a chilling tempest. The great sage raised an eyebrow, sheathing the golden staff at his waist, plucking a single hair and blowing on it lightly. Thousands of battle-ready Buddhist figures descended from the clouds, each grasping a miniature golden staff, forming an intricate battle array beneath the moonlight. Now seeking to flee, it was too late. With a single sweeping motion, the great sage commanded the battle Buddhas to leap, as the golden staff transformed into a torrential downpour of golden rain, crashing upon the skeletal vessels. The decks of the bone ships were instantly breached, as skeletal sailors raised their bone shields in defense. Yet, the golden staff pierced through the shields, enlarging itself and reducing the entire ship to a fine powder. Seizing the opportunity, Hades concentrated the essence of death, the earth splitting open with countless spatial rifts, skeletal hands emerging to grasp at the ankles of the battle Buddhas, attempting to drag them into the abyss. The great sage leaped into the air with a nimble flick of his toes, as the golden staff suddenly expanded 100 miles, driving into the ground like a celestial pillar. The golden energy spread through the fissures, turning all bones it touched into luminous points. As the waters of the underworld boiled and receded back underground, Hades gazed in terror as the realm shattered and turned to flee. Yet, he found the great sage standing before him, cradling the diminished golden staff, its tip still dripping with the murky waters of the underworld. There was no escape. The great sage bellowed, and the staff expanded once more, crashing down with a sound that cleaved the stars. Hades summoned every ounce of strength to erect a final wall of bones, only to see the staff pierce through effortlessly, striking him squarely at his ethereal core. A thunderous roar erupted, and the earth trembled, forming a circular crater. Ha ha ha! I am but an ethereal form. When my true self descends, I shall render China into nothingness. Hades sneered, his golden eyes glimmering with indifference. Suddenly, the great sage's fingers latched onto Hades' ethereal throat, the staff pressing against his shoulder, producing a sound that reverberated through the air. An ethereal form? Then let us dismantle this foul guise first. Before the words had left his lips, golden light transformed into chains, cocooning the king of the underworld's form. As Hades struggled, the true flames upon the staff poured over him. The inky black flames of the underworld clashed violently with the purifying flames, releasing a multitude of spectral souls, the innocent victims devoured by Hades. Is it true that your divine power relies solely on feasting upon mortal souls? The great sage's eyes ignited with fury as the staff struck hard against Hades' knee. Kneel! Hades, unable to resist, lowered himself to one knee, as more souls seeped from the cracks in his ethereal form, grasping at the great sage's robes, weeping for salvation. The great sage waved his sleeve, dispersing the underworld flames, and with a touch upon the foreheads of the souls, guided them to their rest. Turning away with eyes aglow with golden light. At last, Hades' ethereal form let out a deathly wail, fragments of his divine essence bursting forth from his brow. They were swiftly captured by the great sage's hand and stored in the bag of the cosmos. Your true self? Even if your essence arrives, you shall still kneel before me. With that, he hurled the ethereal form into the heavens, the staff transforming into a radiant beam stretching 90,000 meters, piercing the sky. As the last vestiges of darkness dissipated, the great sage caught the falling divine essence, suddenly gazing westward. There, the source of the underworld river stirred with ominous ripples, hinting at a more formidable presence awakening. He crushed the essence into powder. Just in time, it has been ages since this staff tasted the blood of a true god. Behind him, Yi Fan arrived, witnessing the ground strewn with golden light and the distant wounds of the earth mending. The silhouette of the great sage had vanished into the crimson dusk, leaving behind a resonating phrase in the wind. Protect China. Do not let these beings desecrate the land. Yi Fan gazed at the lingering golden light in the sky, his fingers trembling lightly around the blade, the patterns on the hilt glowing faintly. He bent to pick up a shard of the black crystal shield, only to see it turn to dust upon contact with the golden light, revealing engravings of Greek inscriptions beneath. These were warnings from the Olympus pantheon. Yi Fan crushed the fragment, turning his gaze toward the horizon, his pupils reflecting the roiling golden clouds at the edge of the sky. He understood that the great sage's next target was likely the city of Tsangnan. A tempest of thunderclouds loomed overhead, each layer roiling with electric storms, while the lowest cloud brushed against the peaks, shattering ice layers and exposing the crimson veins of rock. At the pinnacle of the storm clouds, a violet fissure appeared, allowing lightning to pierce through the 12 layers of the cloud canopy. With each descent, it expanded several zhang. When it thunderously struck the earth, it transformed into a colossal pillar of lightning, measuring 100 zhang in diameter. with arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface like living entities. Wherever it passed, the clouds ignited, and the air resonated with a piercing roar. The pillar of lightning took shape mid-air, metamorphosing into a tall, slender figure with skin resembling ancient bronze. He was bald and barefoot, his physique chiseled as though carved by a blade, adorned in dark yellow exotic trousers that fluttered with the currents of electricity. The arcs of electricity that enveloped him gradually coalesced into golden patterns, delineating a thunderous totem upon his collarbone and spine. Chapter 88. The Forbidden Grounds of Huaxia, Intruders. No mercy. Lightning wove into a flowing armor upon his skin, and as he opened his eyes, cold violet sparks danced within his pupils. He gazed down upon the city, which appeared as insignificant as ants beneath him. Where his bare feet hovered, the air crackled with subtle explosions. Amidst the roar of the helicopter engines, a technician suddenly pointed at the dashboard, exclaiming, "Anomaly in the ionosphere is absorbing storm energy." With a flick of his fingers, several lightning spears erupted from his palms, their tips humming as they tore through the sound barrier. He observed the helicopter spinning in the air, a cold arc forming at the corners of his mouth. The officer looked up at the figure suspended in midair, a murmur escaping his throat. "This is Divine Sequence 016, the Indian deity Indra. In the early Vedic mythology, he once held the position of king of the gods, his divinity only surpassed by Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Now, with the shadows of the Norse god of mischief still lingering, the situation in the southern seas had worsened. The Indian god Indra descended with the force of thunder, and under the dual oppression of divinity and power, the already fragile defenses crumbled like a candle flickering in the wind, the situation taking a rapid downturn. Indra cast his gaze downward, his eyes locking onto a chariot adorned with the bronze visage of a beast on the street below. Only there did he sense an aura sharp enough to pierce the divine sight. A low rumble akin to thunder rolled from his throat, as the thunder drum at his waist resonated with golden ripples. Surrender, Shiva's grudge, mere insects. The thunderous reverberation tore through the clouds, penetrating the barrier woven from Chun Fuji's heart and soul, crashing into the chariot's cabin with a resounding impact. Lin Qiye, holding a teacup, jolted violently, tea spilling through his fingers and staining the bluestone floor. He abruptly lifted his head, his dark pupils reflecting the surging lightning outside the cabin. The echo of that divine and oppressive whisper lingered in his ears. Is the god speaking? No matter, let's enjoy the tea first. Chun Fuji's fingers glided over the sandalwood cabinet, retrieving another celadon cup to place on the table. When he raised his gaze, a flicker of light flashed in his eyes as he called softly to the outside. Flee quickly. The horse snorted white vapor and turned, its hooves crushing the gravel as it galloped toward the edge of the battlefield. Inside the chariot, the aroma of tea lingered, yet outside the window, the lightning pursued like a silver serpent. Indra's brows furrowed in anger at the sight, and the thunder drum reverberated ominously. A thunderbolt, inscribed with Sanskrit spells, tore through the rain, aimed directly at the chariot's roof. With a thunderous boom, at the moment the lightning struck the chariot, golden runes burst forth like an umbrella, dispersing the electric light into myriad fireflies. The chariot rocked violently, the axle creaking under the strain, while the scholar bit his tongue, spewing forth a mist of blood. The reins, entwined in golden light, suddenly flared, and the chestnut horse surged forward, trampling the scattered lightning beneath its hooves. Indra, enraged, transformed the surrounding lightning into a colossal serpent of thunder, its tongue flicking as it consumed entire city blocks. He became a streak of violet lightning, the spear of thunder at his fingertips locked onto the chariot's rear. How dare mere mortals toy with the divine? Meanwhile, the frost giants roared, shattering icicles as the scholar wielded his sword to slay hundreds of monstrous creatures. To this day, dozens of colossal figures crashed through the summoning gate, their iron-gray skin enveloped in millennia-old dark ice, the icicles falling from their fingertips smashing onto the ground, sending towering shards of ice scattering. They sprinted over the ruins of collapsed buildings, exhaling white mist that coalesced into a blizzard, surging forth like a moving glacier towards the fractured defense lines. The giant's iron hooves pounded the earth, causing the surface of Songnan to tremble like the strings of a lute, while glass from residential buildings shattered in shards. A distant thunder mingled with the sound of their footsteps, transforming into a death knell. Some sought refuge in basements, clutching children, while others trembled with their phones gripped tightly in hand. Outside, the snowflakes illuminated by flashes of lightning battered against the glass, reminiscent of ominous portents from an apocalyptic film. Suddenly, a wall of light enveloped the entirety of Songnan City. All of the frost giants were halted at the perimeter, unable to breach the radiant barrier. A colossal crack appeared in the sky, brilliant light streaming forth from within as a magnificent figure slowly emerged from the fissure. At the moment the thunder split the clouds, the citizens of Songnan gazed upwards in awe. Master Chen tightened his grip on the teacup, ripples dancing across the surface of the tea. The thunder drum of Indra hung at his waist, falling silent. Loki gazed at the golden light that even the thunderclouds dared not approach. A tremor, not of the divine, escaping his throat. Divine beings of Huaxia, standing amidst Songnan City, Zhao Kongcheng wielded a blade, a faint smile gracing his lips. He has indeed arrived. The radiant great sage descended through the rift, golden light cascading upon the ground, his golden staff resting casually on his shoulder. Fiery eyes sweeping over the tumultuous thunder and the colossal ice beasts. He flicked the golden hoop, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that erupted, sending Indra's thunderous serpent recoiling. Leaning against the light wall with his staff in hand, the radiant great sage raised an eyebrow at the towering frost giant charging towards him, shattering buildings in its path. The leading giant swung its icy arms down towards the ground, yet he neither flinched nor dodged. Just as the icy claws approached his face, he suddenly snapped his fingers. The golden staff shot forth, leaving a shimmering golden afterimage in its wake. As the first giant's icy claw grazed the light wall, he sprang upward, the staff curving like a living creature. With a thunderous crack, the ice crystal shattered, molten golden light seeping from the fissures. The giant let out a muffled groan as it knelt on one knee, its chest pierced by the sharp tip of the golden staff. The frozen heart within evaporating amidst the golden glow. With a sudden swing of the golden staff, its length expanded to 1,000 meters, piercing through the snowstorm like a golden pillar, the tip accurately striking the giant's brow. Ice-blue blood flowed down the staff, evaporating before it could touch the ground. The giant swayed unsteadily, its massive head reduced to shattered ice, cascading to the ground. Indra clenched the edge of his thunderdrum, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Under the authority of the Vedic deities, how dare you, a barbaric monkey, run rampant? The radiant great sage twirled his golden staff, arching an eyebrow as he suddenly closed the distance, the golden light in his fiery eyes nearly searing Indra's throat. In the sacred lands of Huaxia, intruders are to be dealt with ruthlessly. The Indian deity took a step back, the thunder drum finally emitting a sound. 9 thunder dragons coiled around his arm. Yet upon touching the great sage's cloak, they curled into luminous cocoons. You are nothing but a thieving monkey, daring to stand alongside the divine? The great sage suddenly bellowed. You have no right to comment, but should you dare to enter the forbidden land of Huaxia, at the tip of the golden staff, a thread of golden light seeped forth, scorching the brow of Indra. Indra's pupils constricted sharply. He beheld a myriad of phantasmal figures manifesting behind the great sage, their expressions defiantly identical, more vibrant than any deity he had ever encountered. The burn mark on his forehead sizzled with smoke, and the thunderous armor began to crack under the golden radiance. The forbidden land of Huaxia? Indra suppressed his rising trepidation, summoning the ninefold thunder domain amidst the reverberations of thunder. For when the divine authority enveloped Huaxia, your forbidden land was naught but. His words trailed off abruptly. The great sage suddenly swung the golden staff, and as it swept through the thunder domain, the Sanskrit incantations scattered like ashes. Transgress upon Huaxia, and though distant, you shall face retribution. Chapter 89. Do gods also plead for mercy? Indra's ninefold thunder domain thundered shut, its violet lightning rendering the heavens and earth dim. Yet Sun Wukong, just before being ensnared by the thunder net, formed a hand seal, and the golden cudgel burst forth, piercing through the ninefold thunder domain like a golden pillar, creating a gaping hole. Indra's thunder dragon slithered up the cudgel but was swiftly grasped by the great sage, its scales shattering into luminous motes in his palm. Indra, with lightning erupting from his brow, unleashed 9 thunder dragons that broke through the clouds, their serpentine bodies entwined with sacred Sanskrit seals, lunging toward the great sage's throat. At that moment, the great sage suddenly unfurled his cloak, and from beneath his golden battle armor, a myriad of golden streams cascaded forth, each coalescing into ethereal images of the golden cudgel. These phantoms, like a swarm of bees, surged toward the thunder dragons, and with the resounding crash of the cudgel striking the dragon's head, the sacred seals disintegrated like ash in the wind. The thunder dragons, transformed into violet lightning, darted into the great sage's palm, only to be refined into tiny thunder pearls the size of his fingertips. Indra raised his arm to summon the thunder drum, and the storm clouds above morphed into a colossal serpent, its forked tongue flickering as it sought to crush everything into dust. However, the great sage leaped into the serpent's maw. As the golden cudgel expanded to 1,000 meters in midair, its form revealing the visage of the victorious Buddha, each intricate line shimmering with the brilliance of the celestial river. As the cudgel descended, the serpent's venomous fangs were forced deep into its jaw, and as its body coiled around the cudgel, its scales were seared into a lustrous hue. With a thunderous crash, the serpent shattered into countless luminous motes. Indra's thunderous armor began to crack, and he glared at the quivering hairs behind the great sage's ears, suddenly unleashing his most secret divine technique. 1,000-armed thunder deity rose behind him, each hand wielding various forms of thunder weaponry, raining down upon the great sage like a torrential storm. Yet, the moment those weapons met the golden light, they melted away as if ice meeting fire, only to be absorbed by the golden cudgel, transforming into an even more intense radiance. The great sage crushed the last spear of thunder, and the golden cudgel abruptly shrank to its normal size. Yet as it touched Indra's brow, it surged back to its formidable girth. Instinctively, Indra raised his hand to shield himself, but his once proud thunder shield crumbled before the cudgel like fragile parchment. As the tip pierced through the shield, it reflected his own terrified visage within his pupils. The storm clouds retreated under the cudgel's pressure, revealing Indra's trembling figure. His thunder drum was already riddled